Election Hub. Let's go.
Yeah, welcome back to the show. This is still your election hub. It's a great morning we have here from our Platinum Place studios. You know that this is the moment for you. Everything that you've been waiting for, every result, every constituency, every polling center, we have our eyes and our ears on the ground. You don't want to miss any part of our coverage. Remember, from now through till when the final digit is declared, this is where your eyes, your ears should be on GHOne TV and, of course, on Star FM and across all our affiliates across the country. Our reporters are dotted round. We start off from Boku in the Upper East region. Musa Lansa there's our man on the ground. Musa, where exactly in Boku are you currently? Which polling center and what's the mood there?
Well, Lily, I'm not in Boku. I'm in the Upper East Regional Capital, Bolga, the Regional House of Chiefs polling station. So far, I've been to about 4 polling stations in the regional capital, and what I'm getting is that the EC officials are yet to bring the voting materials to the polling stations. And so here at the Regional House of Chiefs, I met up with the NDC's agent, who is already here very early with the security officer and then some other persons here waiting for the EC officials to bring the materials here. And also, Lily, you should know that this is the Harmattan and the weather is also very cold, and so expecting to see queues like is happening in Accra and other places is not something you can likely see. But people have started coming to the polling station here, the Regional House of Chiefs polling station, to form the queue to be a part of the exercise. So here at the Regional House of Chiefs, voting materials are yet to arrive. We understand EC officials have started going to the Bolga Municipal EC office to get their materials and then to come to the various voting centers to make sure that work starts. But most people we are hoping will come out early despite the weather, because as at last night, somewhere around midnight, people were still talking about the election activities, even at a place that you shouldn't find them talking of a club or a pub near where we were lodging. They were just discussing the issues of the elections there. And so despite the weather, we're hoping that people will come out by 6 a.m. To join the queues and then wait for the processes to start at 7 a.m. Lily.
As elections are synonymous with long travels, have you been able to engage electorates and ask them how many hours they had to travel to come and vote?
Lily, I spent the usual travel time for getting to the Upper East Regional Capital, Bolga, is that you leave Accra somewhere 4 p.m. and get to Bolga by 7 a.m. the next morning. But we even started from Accra somewhere 2 p.m. and got here after midday, and we're not alone. Most of the people we're traveling with were coming to Borga, and we engaged in very interesting conversations. Some of them felt they should have waited for the political party's bus, but they had to do the short to get here. And so instead of 11 or even 10 hours, most people we interacted with had to spend more than the required number of hours to get here. Some did 13, some did 15 to get to Borga, and then to proceed to their constituencies to participate in this exercise. So as for the time, it depends on the time the individual we spoke to got a vehicle from Accra or wherever he or she was traveling from to get to the regional capital and then proceed to their various constituencies to vote, Lily.
You mentioned that you visited about 4 polling stations. How many polling stations are there in general?
I didn't get that, Lily.
I'm asking, you mentioned in your earlier submission that you have visited around 4 polling stations. So I want to find out how many polling stations in general?
Wow.
Okay, Musa, I guess I'll
there's
have
so much noise in the background.
Okay, I was asking about polling stations, but it's fine. Thank you for touching base with us. That's Musa Lanta there. He is our man on the ground, together with other reporters in the Upper East region. He is particularly in Borgatanga, the Regional House of Chiefs. He's crisscrossing all through polling centers there, and you're assured that everything we will not miss.
Well, as it's election morning, of course, there are quite a number of people who are going to be going to the various polling stations early this morning to go and start the queue, so that when it's 7 a.m. exactly, they'll be one of the very first people in line to cast their vote. Mind you, we're voting for a president and we are voting for a parliamentarian. So depending on the constituency in which you find yourself or the constituency within which you registered to vote, when you get there, the voting process is that you go to the various electoral offices that are there. They give you your ballot papers for both the parliamentary and the presidential elections. And of course, you go and you cast your ballots. Your finger is dipped in the indelible ink so that it is marked that you have voted and you don't have the chance to vote again. Now, we're touching base with our various correspondents all across the country, and we want to take you to the Kufuor constituency, where my colleague Mutala Enosa is standing by to tell us how the voting process is beginning to shape up. Are people queuing and all of that? Mutala, thank you very much for joining us. You are in the Kufuor constituency. What have you observed so far? Are people already beginning to queue up at polling stations, and what have you?
Well, on time, they say coming events cast their own shadows until they become possible. If you come to Kufuor here, all actions have started. In fact, by way of people making themselves available at a polling station. I've been visiting a number of polling stations here, and the indication is that it looks like people are really coming out to come and vote for varied reasons. As I talk to you now, I am currently at Senajoy Preparatory School, and already people have formed queue. People are waiting so that they'll be part of the very first few people who will cast their ballots before, if they have some other things, they will go and do. If you come to the Kufuor constituency, total of 107,700 voters are expected to take part in this exercise in 244 polling centers. And in fact, the atmosphere at Kufuor is very charged. People have already started trooping in. People are already queuing. And one interesting thing is that when you come here and the way people are seated, they are in the mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are even worrying them, but still, they are not deterred. They are not bothered about the situation. They've made it sure that they will have to cast their ballot as early as possible. And so, as at 4:35, people have just come here to form queue, even though they do know that the exercise will start at 7 a.m. Or in an effort to make sure that they will be part of the very few people who will cast their ballot early and go out in the other. But Lantan, let me just engage few of them here at Senajoy so that they will share with us why they are in the queue and why they have decided to come here at this very center. Chief, good morning. You're welcome to GHOne TV. I know that you are in the queue preparing to come and vote. What is influencing your thought to vote today in the elections?
Oh, I think it displays my right as a citizen to exercise my franchise. Yeah, that's why I'm here.
What time did you arrive here?
I think 5:15.
5:15. Yeah. Okay. So you are just waiting patiently. When the exercise starts, you cast your vote. Okay. All right. Chief, you too, I noticed I engaged you earlier. Yes, you are live on GHOne TV, so I just want you to share with us why you have come here that early. First of all, what time did you arrive at this particular polling center?
Around 5:13.
5:13. Okay. So
I think you interviewed me already.
Yes. So we are doing a live program now, so I want to engage you so that you share with us why you decided to vote this year and what is influencing your thoughts.
I want to vote. I want to show my fingerprint.
Okay. I wish you all the best. So, Lantam, a lot more people are seated here, as you can see, waiting for their turn for the EC officials to set up, and then they would get the opportunity to cast their ballot. Let me engage this woman here In fact, she's been here a very long time ago, and she has been telling me earlier that, look, one of the reasons that she's going to vote is that the system is very, very tough. And so she decided that she's coming here very early to vote for change. Madam, you are live on GHOne TV. Earlier, when I engaged you, you shared your thought on why you want to vote. Share with us. Why do you want to vote again this year?
The economic hardships becoming unbearable and the corruption. And besides that, I want a brighter future for the youth.
A brighter future for the youth. But you say a brighter future for the youth. What exactly do you mean? Is the system not conducive enough to give a brighter future?
A lot of them are going away, leaving our shores to the Western world and all that. So the able youth that we need in Ghana to make the nation go better, they are all living. So that will not other way for us as a country.
But what's your name?
I'm Christine.
Okay, so Lily, Madam Christine says that they want a brighter future for the Ghanaian youth, the most active youth are traveling out of the country, and she wants to vote for change that man. And then we have that they are in the mosquitoes, as you can see, finding themselves trying to get the mosquitoes away, but so they are not deterred. Let me just engage them and then see why they have decided to come and sit. Madam, what's now what about the mosquitoes everywhere? And yeah, they are opa. I didn't know about the mosquito no more. Time so here.
I say about them not get to about the neighborhood.
And it's not always no mosquitoes. Nabano, I didn't then out has no to abide.
Oh, send me or Mama Paddy or say to Abba. What to Abba, we fed the Awasu Black. Now they are to Abba.
Okay, that time Ben I'll be drew her.
If they do have 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock. And you guys always to about them now. Okay, what you okay, we don't want to say. Hey, Lantam. And then this gentleman tells me that he's been here since 1 a.m. So let me just engage him so that he will share with us why he has decided to come here at 1 a.m. Now, also, we do have 1 a.m.
Hello.
Hopefully, now by Accra. Now, we do at 1 o'clock. I didn't know we do at 1 o'clock. I didn't know about no person to back up and so you start at 7 o'clock now by 1 a.m.
So you don't want to see Yadom, TSA, Banner Domineba. I did be always serious room, and I don't will do it. It's any devout reaction to the river to and S. Yadom, Amao Midnight, was at dinner and Uncle So.
So you dear, it is possible. Then I found trouble and meaning that and okay. So all correct. That's it. So Lantam, those are some of the views here at Cowok, where Senator, to be precise, where some of the electorates have gathered here, waiting for the EC officials to be set and for the election to start. Across the constituency, like I said, 244 polling centers are taking part in this exercise, and a total of 107,746 voters in this constituency.
Very well. Thank you very much, Mutala Inusa, for giving us that report from the Cowok constituency. We know that you'll be bringing us more updates as and when you have those updates. Very interesting. This is very typical of, an election morning where you find people queuing because they are excited, they are ready to do and cast their ballots.
Are you ready?
I am ready. Okay. I didn't take part in the special voting. So today, I'll definitely get to the polling station at one point in time. Of course, we are doing the coverage here, but, I'll find my way to my polling station.
Obviously, you have to.
In the Dom-Kwabenya constituency.
It is a civic responsibility that we all need to exercise. So please, wherever you are, go out there and vote. It's very funny when Ghanaians whine and complain.
Yeah.
But then when it comes to making decisions, they say, I don't want to vote. If you don't vote, somebody will decide for you. So it's important that all of you go out there and decide. Whoever you want, whether you want to break the 8, whether you want to reset, that's up to you. But let's find out more on the ground from our reporters. Christabel joins me. Hi, Christabel. What have you gathered at this point? Christabel, if you can unmute for me, I can barely hear you. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great.
As I said, I'm at the Anaso constituency and currently at the GHOne polling center. And all I can say is that the people have gathered, they've begun the queue, but then there are no EC officials, there's no setup, nothing shows that they are ready to vote. As you can see behind me, there's nothing set up here. But then I've been engaging some of the voters and they tell me that they came here early because they have to go to work. So they are waiting. They are not even in the queue because they say the EC officials will come and then separate them to A, B, and C. So they don't even know whether to queue or not. They are just stranded by the place. So I'll be engaging some of the voters who are in the queue and then hear what they have to say. Pacho, good morning. Pacho, I have GHOne TV. Pacho, sorry, come Pacho, I didn't see and our back in Tensa and me and Casa.
But Jamestown not the Tunamako, a human.
Na Usha, my partner of the Taman Usha, and Anyamasi column.
And any vote in a secret into me countries.
What say, na a then I will share a dear restaurant, and then a show cry with the Abaha, how much you say.
Dear Mamma, Betuno said, Mishama Brabo, Mishania, my Coso, Mishania, my Banoa, and the makers of the Atuaba.
But say, not I mention I'll be do her.
You hadn't best a fight through.
The dear air cosi ya mouth. Maybe me who say can you and Yamadian how we are okay.
Yeah.
You are not worried about what is going on.
My ready summer to the best my brabo be a father, sir.
It's only who say almost 30 she up.
Oh, wake up in my youth one in my
the issue one in my. Okay. So Lily, as you heard, the EC officials are not here yet. But then the residents, the voters have gathered and they are waiting to start the exercise. Please, you're live on GHOne TV. Can you tell us your name?
You did it to back for.
But you're catching it. And then I say, I'm crying, say, I want back. I'm going to say, every father.
I cannot.
That's what my own is. I cannot say,
a material and better. The Banta making the young and I'm in the Jamaica.
Oh, crazy man, yeah. Until shy, then find a show crying to the bets or the bar hand center.
You're my guy in media. Yes, you're for Bandia. I wasn't banning that from you.
I say, passionate, I say. Okay. So, Lily, this gentleman tells me that because he's a Ghanaian, he's here early to exercise his franchise. I'll engage more of the voters, but we can see that the people are not many. I think they are not ready yet. But then, yes. Hello. Ma'am Pacha, hi at GHOne TV. Okay, so she refused to speak to me. But let me engage this woman. She's been here for a long time. Ma'am Pacha, hi at GHOne TV. Pacha, ni and Kasa. Ma'am Pacha, ma oni so kasa mai.
Number has a medicine. And it's in a matter of my it's a mine the custom the other people.
It's shall or mining cost ye, and answering.
Oh, any dear, you Lydia, oh, no time.
See, Lydia, Koya, oh, yeah, MP, and I this.
Any
Okay. But Lily, I've engaged some of the residents, and all they tell me is that they are keeping their vote secret, but then they have their various motivations for coming here this early. But the concern right now is that the EC officials are still not here to set up the place. Okay, so currently I've been notified that they are now coming. They are now bringing their tools to set the place up. So
are the people then starting a queue since
they are now coming to the place?
Since the EC officials are coming in, are the people then starting to queue?
No, they said they are waiting because they will still have to be segregated. So they don't have to queue because it will be useless at the end. So they are now waiting for the EC to separate them into A, B, and C. But you can see they are now bringing the tables and the ballot materials.
Okay. All right, Christabel. Continue monitoring and update us subsequently. So that's Christabel in the Anaso constituency. She tells us that electorates are there. A few of them, they were waiting for the EC officials to come with election materials. And as we saw a while ago, the EC officials walked in with the election materials. So it looks as though everybody is set for this crucial election, Lintam.
Yes, and we'll continue to take you to the various constituencies all across the country. We've already taken you to the Upper East region where we spoke to Musa Lansa. That will be a key region to watch as well, especially the Boko area with all that has been going on there. It will be interesting to see how the process plays out in Boko especially. And yesterday, when we began our coverage, of course, we engaged security analyst Professor Kwesi Enin. Of course, he was talking about the situation in Boko and how it is essential for the various security agencies to make sure that security is tight and people in the area are actually able to go and cast their ballots in peace without any problem whatsoever. So I'll be taking you across the country, like I've mentioned earlier, and we'll be engaging our various correspondents who are stationed at various constituencies across various polling stations all across the country to make sure that we give you every single update that we get. And of course, I will want to remind you that voting is going to start at 7 a.m. Voting will start at 7 a.m. And so if you're still at home, you should take note of that. And the voting period is between 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. You go there with your voter's ID card. Of course, you're identified. You go through the biometric verification process. Your ballot papers are given to you. You go into the voting booth. You vote for presidential. You vote for parliamentary. You drop them in the various ballot boxes, and then you can be on your way. If you do not have a voter's ID card, and you've not registered, of course, you cannot go to the polling stations to go and vote. But if you have registered and you had a voter's ID card, but you've misplaced it, you can't find a voter's ID card, but you are sure that you registered, you can still go to the polling station. Obviously, we're using biometric verification devices, right? Course, and so once you get there, they will check with your biometrics to see that your name is in the register. And once they find your name in the register, you'll be given the go-ahead to vote without necessarily, having to inspect your ID card. So for those of you out there who have decided that you won't go and vote because your ID card is missing, please, you don't have an excuse not to go and vote.
Exactly. And you know that today, about 18 million Ghanaians are voting, expected to vote. So make sure that your vote is counted. A while ago, we were in Anaso. Now Anaso has 143,000 electorates to 298 polling centers, and so you know that we will be there. Every space, every vote will be counted here on this network. Now, Antam, before this day, 2 days ago, the two main political parties held their rallies, and it was important to note that they rehashed all their policies, everything that they've been talking about over the period, over the 4-year period. The New Patriotic Party rehashed all the policies it has implemented and what the vision of Ghana for them is, according to Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. And then on the other hand, the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, also stated why he wants Ghanaians to vote for them. But for you as a Ghanaian, have all their policies sunk in? Are you convinced that you either want to break the 8? Are you convinced that this country needs a reset? The power lies in your thumb.
Yes, and there's a lot of people are looking at, the two major political parties, because since the Fourth Republic, we all know, since 1992, it's been the NDC and the NPP. Of course, started with GHOne Rawlings of the NDC, winning very massively, both in the 1992 election and the 1996 election. And then power changed hands to the New Patriotic Party with John Kufuor, coming in. And from John Kufuor, he handed over power to the opposition. Yes, President John Evans at Tamales. The late, who we remember famously in that election, it had to go into a second round, and then it went into a third round in the Tyne constituency. It was a very key election, and it was very interesting to see how that played out. And after Tyne voted, it was very clear that Prof. Mills is the one who was supposed to become president. And unfortunately, during Prof. Mills's term, he couldn't complete his term. When he went into, his second term, he couldn't complete his term. And John Mahama, had to come in and complete the first term of John Mills and then enter a second term
For the
NDC. That was in the 2012 election. And we all know what happened in the 2012 election with the election petition, because President Nana Addo Dankwa Kufuor did not believe that the NDC had won fair and square. You know, and that is where we really began to understand some of these issues with regard to election. You remember, you know, pink sheets, elections are won at the polling station. You know, Dr. Bawumia, you and I were not there. Your Honor, you and I were not there. You know, all of that.
Those were very famous moments.
To see. Yeah, very famous moments. You know, and you remember.
And I think that was Dr. Bawumia's claim to fame.
Yeah,
that was when we saw him in real form as a politician, even though he had just been plucked from the Bank of Ghana. Then we saw him in there as part of the New Patriotic Party. From then, he's been solidly behind Nana Addo Dankwa Kufuor, being his running mate, being his vice president. Yeah. Today, he says, I am the man with my own vision. I am the man with my own voice. I want to go into this election and lead you into a major breaking the 8.
Yes, and you know, from there, of course, you know, we moved on to the 2016 election where John Mahama lost, and then Nana Addo Dankwa Kufuor took over and also won a second term for the 2020 election. And so now we're in 2024, and obviously, two sons of the North. John Mahama wants to come back, and we've also got Dr. Bawumia who wants to continue. But we will continue to bring you some more updates. What you're seeing on your screen now is from the Upper East region. My colleague Musa Lansa is there in the Bolga municipality, right? And he's going to tell us, you know, what is going on now. We can see that some of the ballot boxes have arrived, and you can see on the screen. Musa Lansa, if you can hear me, we're seeing visuals of ballot boxes that have arrived at the Bolga municipality where you are. What more can you tell us?
Well, Lantam, I'm currently at the Bolga Municipal EC office, where EC officials are taking their voting materials to the various voting centers in the municipality. We'll try to get some understanding of why this is happening at this time, because we went from some polling stations and realized that most of the EC officials were not there. They had gone to the office to pick their materials. We're here with the director who will be telling us more about the deployment and also the number of people we're expecting to vote in the Bolga municipality. Good morning, sir. Yes, your name, your full name, and then also tell us how many people are we expecting, and people think there's a delay in the deployment of materials. Is that the case?
In fact, as you can see, almost everybody is gone. And we expect to open the centers by 7 o'clock, and they will open the centers by 7 o'clock.
Okay. So how many people are we expecting to vote today in Bolga, and how many voting centers do we have?
We have 152 polling stations across the municipality.
And then the voting population?
The voting population.
So that's my colleague Musa Lansa engaging an EC official with regard to bringing the voting materials, including the ballot box, the indelible ink, the biometric verification devices, and of course the ballot papers. And of course he's been trying to explain the process that the EC is going through this morning to make sure that the election materials arrive on time. In just about 1 hour 12 minutes, polling is going to open, because it opens at 7 a.m. And so when it opens, then people can begin to exercise their franchise. And of course, we've been telling people consistently that this is a civic responsibility. And of course, for those of you that don't know, I'm pretty sure you may well know by now, but there are 12 candidates for this election. Initially, there were 13 candidates until, unfortunately, your favorite candidate.
Yes, and the unfortunate demise of my candidate, Madam Ekweadonko, So now I'm confused as to who to vote for. Should I still vote in her memory? Well, I will decide.
Well, if you decide to go and vote in her memory, you'd be wasting. It will be a spoiled ballot, right, or a rejected ballot, because the EC has made it categorically clear. They issued a statement and they've told everybody. And of course, I remember engaging Dr. Bosman Asari here on GHOne television, and he stated categorically that 13 candidates are going to be on the ballot, because a lot of money has already been spent printing all of these ballot papers for the presidential elections. And so if they were to print ballots all over again, then it would be a waste of money. And so they are going to keep it 13. But they are just educating people that with number 3, or the third person that you find on the ballot, which is Madam Ikeadonko, if you were to cast your ballot for that candidate, your ballot will be declared null and void because she's no more in the race. So we have 12 candidates for the election now from the New Patriotic Party. We obviously, Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who is the vice president. We have John Mahama of the NDC. We have Alan Chamantin, who is an independent candidate with the Butterfly Movement, or the Movement for Change, or the Alliance for Revolutionary Change, however it is that you want to put it. We have Christian Kwabena Andrews of the Ghana Union Movement, or GHOne. We have Daniel Augustus Latte Jr. of the GCPP, among other candidates who are there. But I believe that we can engage some more of our correspondents before we go through the rest of the list.
Tad, we'll be telling you about who these candidates are. I'll bring you their profiles. But let's head to the Eastern region and engage my colleague, Prince Essien in order. Prince, unmute and tell me what exactly you have observed at this time.
Okay, so Lily, deployment started around 8:30 a.m. at the ECU head office, where election material were there. As I speak to you now, they are done with all the deployments, which all the 18 electoral areas and the 91 polling stations have all received election material. As I speak to you now, I'm at the PW camp polling station. As I speak to you now, it's been divided into A and B. As you can see, they are aged here who are queued, trying to get their votes counted and then trying to cast their vote. Even though election has not started finally, I can see some aged people who are in queue trying to get, or as we call them, the early bird, trying to cast their vote. Let's engage few of them and then ask them why they came here so early like that. Hi, Daddy. Good morning and welcome to GHOne TV. And then who say about you, Banta, and then Nama, Waba, Aha, and Tensa. Oh, okay. So, Lily, I just interacted with one agent who is here, and he says that he has underlying health condition, hence the decision to come here very early. As I speak to you now, I can count barely about 10 to 15 people who are here, and then the EC officials also trying to organize it. They are hopeful that later by 7 a.m., voting will start here in order. The voting numbers, as I speak to you now, or the expected number is over 45,773 people expected to vote today in the exercise in the Akimodan constituency. In the parliamentary race, it's been contested by the Deputy Health Minister Alexander Kotiakwa, and then for the NPP as well as the NDC, their 2020 candidate James Asante is supposed to be representing the NDC in other constituency.
You mentioned just Alexander and the NDC candidates. Are these the only contenders in this polls?
Yes, in other constituency, these are the only two people contesting the parliamentary race.
Okay, Prince, thank you very much. So that's Prince Essien, a man on the ground from the Oda constituency. Two people going head to head, the Deputy Health Minister Alexander Akwa and then the NDC candidates there. Well, will the Deputy Health Minister retain his position as a parliamentary candidate going into the 9th Parliament? Well, we wait to see after close of polls.
Right, so let's take you back to the Upper East region where Musa Lansa is standing by. Musa, we see that you've changed locations. Tell us exactly where you are now and what is happening there. Of course, you were telling us earlier about how the EC is getting prepared to start the voting?
Yes. So, Lantam, I'm still at the municipal EC office in Borgatanga, where deployment has just been done. Various election officers have carried their materials to the various polling stations in the Borgatanga constituency. You know, Borgatanga constituency is a home to the minority spokesperson on the economy, Honorable Isaac Adongwe. He's coming up against the former regional secretary of the governing NPP, Elvis Awonikai, in a race that people are seeing as a tight contest. From social media, you hear the comments, you read the comments, and you find people saying that Isaac is going to get a run for his money this time round. But with us here as the Deputy Regional Director of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Shega, here to tell us the deployment plan and what they've done to make sure that people, their officials are safe, and then the various voting centers are also secure for voters. So, sir, how many people are voting in the region? And then, what are the arrangements for your officials in terms of security and other matters relating to the elections?
Okay, so we have about 75,209 people on the electoral roll who will be casting their vote this morning. We have mobilized all number of government vehicles in the system to deploy our officials to the various polling stations. And as you can see, they've all gone. And by 7 o'clock, we will set to start the poll.
Some of the areas are hard to reach in terms of internet connectivity. What measures have you put in place to make sure that your machines, the BVRs, do not fail in those areas?
The BVDs are not connected to internet, and so they can work anywhere. So everything will be fine.
In terms of security, what are the arrangements?
As you can see, the security here, the security everywhere. The security have been deployed to all polling stations, and there will be security presence in all polling stations.
So after voting, tell us, what's the process of collation in the region? Where are we supposed to meet in terms of collation?
Yeah, so after voting, when the results are declared, the presiding officers will move to the collation center, and the collation center is House of Chiefs. I don't know why you know the House of Chiefs. All of them will convey at the House of Chiefs with the declaration of results for collation.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. So you had the Deputy Regional Director of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Chega, telling us the arrangements for the election. So the Collation Center is the Regional House of Chiefs. We were there earlier this morning where we told you that voting materials were yet to arrive there. But now, from what we've gathered, all materials have been taken out of the municipal office to the various voting centers in the Bolga, to the various voting centers in the Borgatanga constituency. So from here, we'll try and then visit some of the polling stations to make sure that the materials have arrived there. And remember, I told you the weather is also a bit cold, and that may affect the early coming out of people to join the queues to vote. But when we're coming, we saw that people were moving to the various polling stations to be a part of this exercise. Lantam.
Well, Musa, thank you very much for bringing us that update. Musa is at the Borgatanga, or should I say the Upper East Regional Capital. That is where Musa Lansa is. And of course, you can still see there in your shots, you saw a pickup with some of the electoral materials.
So we come
but
down
what are
south,
we seeing now? Yes, Lily,
what
are we
down
seeing
south
now?
A bit to the voter region, particularly Ketu South constituency. We understand there was a scuffle there over alleged foreigners who've been brought in to vote. Yesterday we had the Interior Minister issue a statement that various land borders have been closed so that foreigners will not be able to infiltrate. So what you're seeing on your screen is some residents accosting some people alleged to be foreigners who've come in to vote. They later handed them over to the immigration, and we'll later find out what the situation is, what the update it is. But let's go to our man on the ground, Oscar, to find out what he's gathered so far, where he is, what he can tell us. Oscar, what can you report at this time? Are you able to give us an update on the scuffle over the alleged foreigners infiltrating?
Yes, good morning and good morning to all. I think yesterday was a busy day in Aflao in the Ketu South constituency, where we had a lot of events that took.
Okay, so I'm sure you know that is a border town, so obviously we'll have seeming challenges in network connectivity. But Oscar, you're back now. Great to have you again. You're telling us what happened yesterday, how busy the place was. Kindly go ahead.
Yeah, as at yesterday, there was a mammoth angry youth who stormed the streets at the border to prevent some Togolese officials, which they claim was being transported by one of the political allegedly into the country. So that was a scuffle that happened yesterday. But this morning, I think residents are ready for for the election. Currently, we are 88,000 people to be voted. 88,000 to be voted. I currently am at the Aflao border. I want to engage with some of the border officials, some assemblymen who are here. I want to speak to them to find out how ready they are. I have the former assemblyman who is here with me. If you can hear me, sir, how are you doing? How prepared are you? I can see the queues have started. Yesterday, yes. What happened, and how are you prepared this morning?
Okay, this morning I may say we are prepared and leaning towards the election. Yeah, the electoral officials are already here, and the things are also set. Then about 7 o'clock this morning, election is about to start. And then yesterday, what happened was that some of our colleague MPP members tried to get some of the Togolese to come into the country and come and vote. But fortunately, and for us, and unfortunately for them, we were able to rescue all the people that they brought. Yes, so we are vigilant this morning, and then we want to be on the ground so that things go on well. And then if something should go wrong, we put it for everybody to hear.
Okay, so that is a question of being vigilant. But are you expecting any fallout in terms of numbers of people? As you can see on the screen, this is the Aflao border enclaves where people are getting ready. You can see some of the people standing by who are getting ready for voting to commence, for them to exercise their franchise by voting. I'm currently at the Aflao border enclaves right behind the Aflao police post. You can see on the screen, this is exactly what is going on. I want to engage another individual. I want to engage another individual to find out what. Okay, so, sir, what's your name? Can you tell us?
My name is John Ken.
John Ken.
Yeah.
So you came here. How early did you arrive here?
I arrived around 6 o'clock.
Around 6 o'clock. Wow. You got here 6 o'clock. So what's your expectation today?
My expectation is people have to come out this morning and vote.
They have to come up this morning and vote.
The numbers to vote.
So
but we need the numbers to win the election.
But yesterday there was a lot of violence and all these things. Why?
I'm not aware of that.
Oh, okay. You are not aware of that. Okay, thank you very much. So currently this is what is happening. People are massing up, getting ready to cast their votes, and I'm right at the Aflao border enclave near the STC yard and the Aflao police post. The border has been closed this morning, so no movement nothing is happening at the main points there. But this is exactly what is happening.
All right, Oscar, but I want to find out how residents are reacting to the statement from the Interior Ministry that land borders are all closed. How did residents take it? You live there.
It has been a normal thing for them anytime there is election and the borders are closed. So it's one of the issues they were expecting to happen, because they understand anytime, especially during this era, they normally close the border. But this morning, I can tell you, the big shots in especially the clearing agency area, they are all gathering here. People are gathering for them to take their ballot. So in terms of the border closure, it has been a normal thing. Just that trading activity has halted. You won't see anybody crossing the border to be able to do so. We have party agents also making themselves prepared. This is one of the major. I'm getting closer to the presiding officer and some of the party agents here at the Aflao border enclaves. Madam, which party are you representing? NDC. So are you satisfied with the arrangement so far? Boss, which party are you representing? NDC. Okay, so we have the NDC agent here. I have the presiding officer. I don't know how busy he is now. Presiding. Yes, sir. How is it, sir?
Okay, so that's Oscar Kaba there. I wanted to find out if the NPP fielded the same candidate for this year's election, because in 2020, the NPP fielded David Tiano Kwashi for the Ketu South constituency, and then Ablajifa Gomashi eventually emerged winner. She is still eyeing the seat again. Did the NPP field the same candidate? If they did, what are the dynamics? Because in 2020, Ablajifa Gomashi polled 84,000 of the total votes cast, whereas the NPP's Kwashi polled 11,000. What are the dynamics this year? And what are the factors that will inform voters' decision come 5 p.m.? when everybody would have cast their ballot in this year's election? They say, analysts, watchers say, this is an election with major stakes high.
All right, so of course you were talking about the Ketu South constituency there. Let's now talk about the Ododo-Dio constituency. My colleague Kweku Temeng is standing by. He is at Jamestown, at the Jamestown police station, and you can see him there. Ododo-Dio constituency is usually one of the hot spots. That's why I see Kweku Temeng all geared up in the case that there is any violence, which we hope doesn't break out. Kweku, tell us what's been happening where you are at the Jamestown police station in the Ododo-Dio constituency.
All right, so thank you very much for the opportunity this morning. I'm reporting right from the Jamestown polling station. Right behind me is the voters who you can see are absolutely ready and geared up for this morning's activity. As at 4 a.m., they were already in queues waiting for the morning. And like you can see, voting is just about to start. But before then, let me give you a bit of some updates here. Well, in this election is strictly, as they said, between Abdul Manaf Sowa of the New Patriotic Party and Alfred Nikote Ashi of the National Democratic Congress. But I must mention that we have the PPP and the CPP also contesting keenly in this election. So we're seeing 4 parliamentary candidates. The PPP, of course, does not have a presidential candidate. So yes, you can see them. We are all set. We are expecting about 109,000 voters in this particular area. That's the Ododo-Dio constituency. So yes, it's kind of a packed morning. We'll be going and visiting all the constituencies, 252 constituencies. We'll do our best to cover all the constituencies. Right now, I'm trying to locate the district officer, Mr. Ochi, who has been very busy on the phone. I'll try to get him. I'll try to swing through and get him. While I'm able to reach him, I'll share a bit of details with you. Kindly excuse me. Mr. Ochi, thank you very much. You are the district officer. Yes, this is GHOne TV. All we want to find out is your readiness for this morning's activity. If you may kindly turn and look at our viewers there.
If you can excuse me for 1 minute, please. Let me finish my work and then I'll come to you.
Well, of course, like you can see, a busy man this morning trying to get all the ballot papers to the 252 constituencies. But there are several other people here from Ododo who are willing and ready to interact with us. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good.
Okay, so how early did you get here, and really, what is the motivation to come out this morning to come and vote?
Actually, I'm not here to cast a vote. But I'm a polling agent officer that I'm going to work with the EC. So I'm here to be posted to my police station so that everything will go on smooth for the people to cast their votes.
Okay, that's very good. So you are here into work. We'll get through to the voters. The final Yashaka and Yamimpi Nyafe ready. Nyawa Rie, Niwahani, Amele Noni Yano. Ewakanya Banya Wami Few. Ola, how are you doing this morning?
I'm good.
You're good. Okay, so you are out here this morning. You are here very early. Can you share with us why this time around you have decided to come out very early and ensure you cast your ballot?
Yes, because of some violence and then some activities that goes on. So I always want to come here early and then vote and go home and sleep. That's why I come here.
This is interesting. I didn't hear you. Sometimes because of violence in this community, you do well to come out very early and then
vote and go home and go and sleep. That's all.
Can you share with us in the past years some of the experiences that you have witnessed, or some of the things that people have told you, maybe last 4 years, how it was like?
Oh, there was guns, shooting of guns and then other stuff. So me, I just started voting this year. So I don't want any violence, or I don't want to involve in any violence. So I want to vote and then go home and sleep. That's all.
But as a young man, are you concerned about these persistent violence in this particular area when we talk about the Ododo constituency?
Of course, but I'm a youth. I'm a young boy, so I don't have anything to do about it. Thank you.
Okay, so here is a young voter, his first time voting, but he's heard his stories in the past where in this particular area there is a lot of violence. So his strategy is to move out in the morning, get his opportunity to vote. Once he's done, he'll go home quietly, and that has been the persistent advice with almost the security agencies and all the other stakeholders who have really come out this morning, that please come on time after casting your ballot, ensure that you go back home. Maybe when it's time for them to count the ballot papers, you can step out and ensure that you do your observation of the counting. I'd have really loved this morning to go back to the district officer. It's been very tough getting him to speak, but hopefully this time I'm sure I'm able to get him. You can look at all the officers and the deliberations still going on, ensuring that everything is done very well this morning. Mr. Ochre, I'm just trying the last time. You've done well. I can see a lot of power work and everything. Tell us about your readiness for the Ododo constituency. Please, if you can stand this way.
Yeah. Good morning to you.
First tell Ghanaians who you are.
My name is Eric Ochre, the district electoral officer for Ashidu Keteke, that is Ododo. As you can see and observe, we have been able to dispatch all our materials on the foot. By extension, it means that we are ready for today's task. We hope and pray that by the close of the exercise, by the close of voting, we would have recorded.
So that's Kweku Tsebeng there engaging the electoral officer at the Jamestown polling station in the Ododo constituency. And he has been telling us exactly how the Electoral Commission is gearing up for the elections in that particular constituency. That's the Ododo constituency. And it was very, very interesting to see exactly how, some of the voters in those areas had arrived very early to the polling station in order to vote, because they were quite scared about violence that may erupt in the constituency. You know that Ododo is noted for being one of the constituencies which is a hotspot, right? And we all remember that gunshots have been fired in the constituency before. Among other things, people have been injured, among other things. And so some people want to come and vote early and go home and go and rest, and then perhaps later on come back and come and witness the voting. We hope that today nothing untoward happens in the Ododo constituency. But let's take you to another constituency here in the Greater Accra region. My colleague Awasu East is in the Cowok constituency, another interesting constituency to watch. So if you can unmute Dede and talk to us from the Cowok constituency, what have you observed so far in the constituency with regard to how the whole process is shaping up, with regard to the arrival of electoral materials, voters who have been in the queue, and what have you? All right, we can't seem to hear Awasu Dede very well. We'll try and rectify that sound connection. But let's take you back to the Ododo constituency, Jamestown police station to be precise, because my colleague Kufuor is speaking to the election officer there. So we'll continue and listen to him.
I want you to take advantage of our election hub. I mean, this is where the election coverage for 2024 you would get all the updates. Can you just educate everybody in Ghana watching tonight that if you get to a polling station, this is a must not do. This is totally forbidden.
Thank you very much. Please, as we come to vote at all our polling stations, as voters, when you come, the important thing is that you identify yourself with a voter's ID card. Then you go through the process. Don't bring any party-colored uniform to the center. Don't try as a voter to influence other voters or try to do any campaign for on any sort. When you cast your vote, please leave the center peacefully. Go and wait until the counting and declaration. Then again, you are not supposed to vote more than once. Once you get your ballot to cast your vote, please don't make any attempt. Then don't let anybody whatsoever to try to influence you in any manner to vote. You have your own conscience to follow. Make sure after voting you go and you take your rest until the counting.
A lot of political parties are geared up saying that, look, after casting your ballot, don't go home. Stay there and watch. Guard the ballot box. Is this a way to go to ensure that they are satisfied?
No, I will not encourage any voter to be around after he or she has casted the vote. The best thing is that you go and rest. And when it is 5 p.m., you can come back and exercise the counting as the declaration is done. I think that's the best way. Because as you stand at the polling station, you have no business doing. So why do you have to still be waiting? So I'll advise you that when you cast your vote, please go home quietly and rest. When it is 5 p.m., you come, then you witness the counting. That is the best way.
Okay. Mr. Otri, just before I go, you might have some statistics off your head. The number of voters you are expecting, the polling stations I've mentioned kind of a few times, 252. If there are any further statistics that viewers would want to know, so long as Ododo is concerned, we would want you to share with our viewers.
Yes. We have over 109,000 registered voters in Ododo. As you said, we have 252 plus our special voting, making it 253 polling stations. So at the end of the day, at the close of poll, we are going to declare the elections for 253 polling stations, and that will form the basis. And whoever emerges the victor, we declare the person. So that is how we will go about it. It is, yeah.
You can trust GHOne TV because we have the district officer for the Electoral Commission. He's the topmost when it comes to Odododio. We're sincerely grateful for your time this morning. Well, Alice, I'll let the camera expand so you see the readiness of the voters while I give you some statistics. So, yes, the constituencies that you could find in here at Odododio includes the Gamashi, Makola, Jamestown, Oshafort, Kantamanto, Bukum, Arena, Palladium, Adedenko, and Timber Market, several of them. Now, if I'll give you a bit of a history, the NDC has been very predominant in Odododio. It was only at one point in time that the MPP had victory, and that was as far back as year 2000. NDC won at year 2000, but ever since then, the NDC has been dominant in this community. Well, the 2004 election is anticipated highly to be competitive with both parties, and like we said, it's between their two candidates. That's Abdulmanaf Sowa, who is representing the NPP, and then Alfred Ni Kote Ashi. Away from them, there is also the PPP and the CPP. Let me just quickly swing through and see how best I can get the police. Give us a touch, sir. How are you doing? I took you unawares. Just quickly share with us how. Oh no, the cameras are watching. Just assure them that it is safe here on the ground. Okay. All right. Since yesterday we've been trying, but he says no, I'm not saying a word. So yes, I'll come back to you in the studio, and like you know, you can always fall on us when it comes to the Odododio constituency, because yes, we are here, we've taken over, and we're ensuring that we establish our grounds as your election hub. Back to you in the studio. My name is Ketu South.
All right, thank you very much, Ketu South there. Bringing us all the updates from the Jamestown polling station in the Odododio constituency. And you can see him in the helmet and you can see him in the vest because Odododio, like I was telling you earlier, is notorious for being a very volatile and hostile constituency. But let's take you from the Greater Accra region and zoom into the Ashanti region. Isaac Justice Bediako, you can see, is in the Bantama constituency, and he'll bring us that update from the Bantama constituency. Isaac, exactly where in the Bantama constituency are you, and what can you report with regard to how things are shaping up for the start of voting?
Thank you very much, Lantam. Currently, I'm stationed in the Bantama constituency, Roman Catholic Primary School. That is where I am, and as you can see from the background, about 3 minutes ago, that was when the electoral materials arrived at this particular polling center. Now, let me take you through the entire region, then we limit the conversation to Bantama constituency. Now, the election is taking place in 47 constituencies in the Ashanti region. Out of these 47 constituencies, NDC comfortably control 3, then the MPP control 43 constituencies in the Ashanti region as we speak now. Now, let me take you through the voter population for this election, people who are expected to vote in this election. According to the Electoral Commission data, 3,019,178 people are expected to vote in this election. First-time voters contributes to 465,000. I repeat, 465,224. These are the figures for first-time voters who will be voting in this election. And the election will take place in 7,100 polling stations in the Ashanti region. As you can see from the background, people started queuing 5 a.m. in Kumasi simply because they want to vote early and go and continue with their business activities in the city. So I will engage some of them to find out from them why they decided to come here so early to take part in this particular voting exercise. Mama watching.
Yeah, right.
Brother, now we do Bantama police station.
It do about 5:30.
Okay. Now ubedu ha then na wan hunu.
Me hu say afi ne nipa na be ba o me kan ho amohyehyehye nema.
Na abato na obeto no o ba na then na o de bae. What is your voter's ID card? Now, two we are Uber Jina be Asher, the Akoso, Anaso, Kofi. Adeng. A coffee, I can hear
All right, so that's Isaac Justice Bediako there engaging a voter who says that when she finishes with her voting, she would go home. She's come there with her voter's ID card to come and vote. And of course, when she finishes, she will go home. And that is the advice that is being given by the Electoral Commission for you to go home after you are done voting. And later on, when it's 5 o'clock and polls close, you can come back to the polling station and then you can come and witness the counting of the ballot, right?
Exactly.
But to make sure that there is no trouble, to make sure that there is no scuffle, we're advising everybody to adhere to the electoral rules, right? But let's go to Awusi Lily and speak to her
absolutely.
in the Klotekole
She's
constituency.
currently at the Klotekole constituency. Awusi Lily, what can you report at this time? Have election materials arrived? What's the atmosphere? What's the mood of electorates there?
Right. Lily, I'm currently at the Rich Church School here in the Klotekole constituency. We all know that the Klotekole constituency is one of the strongholds of the NDC, with the NPP winning the seats for just twice since 1996, and that is between 2000 and 2012. Well, the 15th member of parliament, I'm currently here at the polling center where the 15th member of parliament, Dr. Anaso will be voting with her family. And when I got here, I realized that there were no signs of ballot papers here, but I spoke to the presiding officer and he mentioned that they are being kept and they would be brought out when voting starts. But let me just engage some of the voters here. You can see behind me, you're seated here. Some of them got here as early as 4 a.m. And I'll start with this man here, right here. Boss, please, good morning. You're live on GHOne TV. What time did you get here? What time did you get here?
Okay, so we're struggling to get sound from Awusi. Awusi, if you can kindly hand over one of your headsets to the electorate there, then we can have a smooth conversation. But let's jet back to the Ashanti region, particularly Bantama, right? Yes. You are speaking to Isaac in Bantama, which is an exciting constituency to look out for, especially with Bantama and Subuachi.
Yeah, the current minister who is responsible for roads and highways,
exactly.
is a sitting member of parliament for that constituency, and that's where Isaac is. He was giving us some voter statistics earlier, and he had begun to try and engage some of the voters. Okay, so Isaac, we're coming back to you. We lost you for a bit earlier, but we're very glad that we have you back. Can you continue to give us that update you were giving us earlier about the Ashanti region and the Bantama constituency, to be specific?
Yeah, so Kwaku, now as you can see from the Lantam, as you can see from the background, political parties agents who are here to monitor this particular elections are here. They came as early as 5 a.m. Now they are going through their preparations. Now I will engage some of them to find out what we should expect from them so far as their work at this particular police center is concerned. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning.
You are the agent for which political party?
Please, with NDC.
NDC. So what specifically will you be doing at this particular polling station?
Okay, I'm with my colleague Michael. What we are going to do today is to monitor the ongoing process to see if the presiding officer and then other members of the police stations of staffs are following the instruction given to by the EC, and then all the political party what Jamestown said before we start voting.
So if somebody comes here to vote as an agent for the NDC, what are you looking up to?
What I'm looking at, I'll make sure that the stamp have been given, and make sure the verification of the voter is also made before we allow the voter to go into the voter ballot box.
Thank you very much. So this agent is telling me that yes, he knows what he is here to do. Let me engage the MPP's agent for this particular polling center. Gentlemen, what's your name?
My name is Derek Osebusu.
Derek, what is your work at this particular center?
I'm here to assist the MP for the both parliamentary and the presidential.
Okay. And what exactly will you be doing at this center?
I'll be just checking the number of people who are coming to vote and make sure everything is fair.
Everything is fair, as in
terms for our favor.
Okay.
To ensure peaceful and unity elections.
So if I come and I'm holding my ID card, what do you expect the electoral officers to take me through?
To know where you are going to vote exactly. Because I think we have primary in JHS. So it's going to depend on your voter's ID number.
Okay.
Yes.
So if my voter's ID number is already on the voter's ID card, so as an agent of your party, what are the things you are expecting the person who is here to vote go through the process?
So the process is very simple. All you have to do is just make sure that your name is on the EC form so that you can vote. Because during this year election at this time, we don't do campaign. So I can't tell the voter to vote for MPP or NDC. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So that is the explanation here also given to us so far as his responsibility as an agent for the New Patriotic Party in this particular voting center is concerned.
Very well. Thank you very much, Isaac Justice Bediako there in the Banta constituency, of course, engaging some of the party agents who are there to observe the elections. And they are very ready to watch the elections with very eagle eyes to make sure that nothing untoward happens.
You know, it's quite interesting why the NDC didn't fill the same candidate for the 2020 post. Yeah. But we'll talk about the dynamics and all the numbers in Banta and all the other constituencies. But let's take a quick trip up north to Tamale North, and my colleague Abdul Hanan Adam joins me. Hanan, tell us, what's the mood in Tamale? Is it Hamatan there? We saw that in the Upper East region. Is it Hamatan there as well? What's the atmosphere? Voting materials in yet?
Well, Lily, live here in the Tamale North constituency, we are in a community called Kufuor, and the polling station is AME Zion Primary School, where the Electoral Commission officials are still making arrangements for voting to commence. But if you are talking about the weather, of course, yes, Hamatan has kicked in, and some of the voters who are here are actually dressed to the occasion or to the weather because of the Hamatan that is happening here. But if you look at the situation here, it has been relatively calm, no issues at all. But election materials arrived here as early as 5:30 a.m. and these people who you see in your shots were here as early as 5 a.m. Some of them also came after the dawn prayer because this area is predominantly a Muslim community, and they came here immediately after prayer. So you see them signaling how ready they are to, exercise their franchise, and electoral officers are also making the final arrangements to ensure that the voting takes place. I've seen 2 immigration officers who are also here to check and ensure that we don't have any foreign nationals engaging in this particular exercise. And so voting is expected to commence, and this Tamale North constituency is one of the 4 constituencies in Tamale, the northern regional capital, and all 4 constituencies are comfortably in the hands of the NDC. The MPP has never won any constituency in the Tamale metro except for 2000, and the seat was taken away from them in 2004 by the NDC, and since then they've never won any of those seats in the Tamale metro again. So for the past 24 years, or 20 years rather, the MPP has never won any seat here in the Tamale metro. So we'll move in quickly and engage some of the electoral officers, because it appears there's some, earlier there was some level of misunderstanding regarding how the polling booths should be, stationed, because some of the party agents disagreed with how it was arranged. But finally, there's some level of understanding now, and the way it's been arranged is now okay for all the agents who are here. And so the electoral officers are doing the final touches. Agents are also here policing the situation to ensure that everything is done in order, and understand that this is the presiding officer for this particular polling station, that is the AME Zion Primary School here in the Tamale North constituency. So tell us, earlier I saw some of the agents disagreeing with regards to how the polling booths should be arranged. Is that the norm ever since you've been supervising elections here?
No, they haven't. Normally they are on their front, so they know how the A and B are positioned. So normally I'm B, so I was positioning there. If I position there, the queue, they will mistakenly, A will mistakenly come and queue there. So they suggested B should be separated here. Because this is the mother polling station. This mother gave birth to this station. Okay. So that's why it wasn't disagreement. It was just to alert me to do the right thing.
Okay. So now that you've done the right thing, what are you expected to do? I've realized that you have one ballot box here that you are going to open. So what's next?
So they took inventory of the tax. I'm now to open it so that they'll take another inventory of the ballot papers. Then we start the election, 7 o'clock pay.
Okay. So how many people are expected to vote in this particular polling?
497.
Can you take that again?
497.
So 497 are expected to vote here. Okay, so let me speak to one of the agents who is here. Can you tell us your name and which of the parties are you representing?
Yeah, so my name is Haruna Iddrisu. I'm representing the NDC as a party, as a polling agent.
So are you satisfied with the processes so far?
Yeah, so far so good. Things are okay, and I believe that we'll start the polls on time. That is very important, and that is what we are looking up to.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So aside that, I've seen a number of people. Some I've seen over there. You could see what is happening. Do you think that at the end of the polls, what do you expect would happen?
Yes. So we expect nothing but a win. And I'm believing so, and this is actually a very calm polling station, very peaceful till the end of the polls, and that is what has always been happening. It's a very calm polling station, and we believe strongly this is how it's going to continue till the end of polls by 5 o'clock.
All right, so that's how confident the NDC agent is. I guess you are the MPP agent. Okay, so can you tell us your name and how the processes has been so far?
My name is Mama Fusini. We have arrived here at 6:15, and then people have already gathered. Yes, and here has been a very peaceful polling station, and we expect at the end victory at the end here.
Okay, so are you also satisfied with the processes? Earlier, I saw you also engaging the electoral officers to turn the booths. So now, are you okay with all the?
We are okay. We are okay with everything.
All right. So, Lily, over here, the agents are all satisfied with how the arrangements have been done. So over there, I see quite a number of people, even though they are not in queue, but they are very much ready for the exercise. Very calm, nothing really happening. But I've seen quite a number of minors also here, but I don't think that they are here to vote. Just that probably maybe they are escorting their mothers here or their sisters here who are going to exercise their franchise. So I'm trying as much as possible to engage one of the electorate and gauge their mood with regards to the elections. Good morning, and you are live on GHOne television. I've seen you in the queue. So far, the exercise is yet to start, but how ready are you for today's exercise?
Yeah, we are all ready to cast our vote. All of us are here peaceful. Yeah, no one try to intimidate anybody. So we are here peaceful to take our vote. Yes.
Okay. So as you are here, you are not in queue yet, but what would inform your decision?
Yes. So my decision, all of us have already make our decision. Yeah. No one can tell anybody. We've make our decision already. All of us are here, make our decision.
Yeah. All right. So he's also, expecting a peaceful conduct of the elections here. They keep on saying that this particular area is always peaceful. Is always peaceful. Let me try and engage. This gentleman is busy making a call. So let me engage you. Good morning, and you are live on GHOne television. Okay.
Yeah, masa.
To ka buleta hana piasmo.
Vote mazo kan kana piuma. Yeah. Now you call it think being nation to pana wompam. Because nya via the human na shed ndagarmaza zungu daria. Tera zera piumo no to vote. Kananda tasuduna kadla vote na alhamdulillah. Kito siaben zungu da sonye hatala kan tabna piuna. Tebekana nati di dame, tebekana nati nbo shami pion, tebekana nati vote sudu ma so kambuara mi zungu dabso neti nangula te yina nte vote a sudu bol shi ale ka vote ti ka kula yinga umbe an kuli ko zapion halik vote batna ka dinya kalma dinya banisiam ne tiyan ko kale vote ma pion polka centra lolu kam zakal diyan klien enne so kam ngel bi foko so kam kulu yinga.
So basically what he's saying, Lily, I'm sure you are picking a few of the things that he's saying. Basically, he's just urging people to conduct themselves in a manner that will not lead into any sort of altercation. And he's also expecting a peaceful conduct of it, urging people to cast their ballot and go back home. And if they are not going back home, they should conduct themselves in a manner that will not result in any form of disruption to the polls. He says that after voting, they expect that the ballot boxes would be carried to the regional coalition center, and the final determination will be made, and everybody should try as much as possible to accept whatever verdict that comes, just as they did in the last 4 years. So basically that's what he's saying, and from what I'm picking, I guess he's a farmer, so he's in a hurry to cast his ballot and quickly dash to his farm and continue whatever activity that he has to do. Quite a number of observers are also here taking inventory of the number of voters that are expected to cast their ballot. So quite a number of them I've seen about 3 of them. They are observers taking inventory of whatever is happening. So here in the queue is some of our mothers and grandmothers who are also in the queue. We have some of our sisters and quite a number of young or first-time voters who are also here. So let me engage this lady and find out. She's been here ever since we arrived. We saw you here. How long have you been here, and what are you expecting to happen when officially polls open?
I've been here since 4 a.m.
You came as early as 4 a.m.
As early as 4 a.m. to join the queue. We are expecting very peaceful elections, and generally just a peaceful election. Excitement, the enthusiasm is very high. People are looking forward to today and the results. We hope that people will conduct themselves well, and at the end of the day we would have the leader we have chosen, and Ghana is the winner after all.
Okay. So Ghana is the winner after all for you. So she's been here since 4 a.m. but we came around here at about 5:30 a.m. and we met her standing just as she's been standing here. So it tells you how ready some of the people are here. Desma.
Nah.
To Tamala kakana piongo and Bokakara natana.
Oh, no cannot de don't go push Kurga jobs. I can vote me. Vote me. Don't Tamanachi. So, to non shire, but my Yamaza got a non shilling to vote. Vote na la fille.
I'm a vote marshal.
I'm mal de shilling. Non, but Shakamishi.
Okay, so basically, our mother is just telling us that she also came after the dawn prayer, and she's been here waiting for polls to open so that she can cast her ballot and go back home. She's also expecting a peaceful conduct of the election. So it appears everybody is talking about a peaceful conduct. But generally, in the region, Lily, it has been very, very calm. Nothing something really, just as yesterday when I reported from the Northern Regional Police Command, we saw some young men and women having fun. Despite the fact that there's election, they were still having fun. And so it tells you how people are taking this year's election. They are taking it really calm. But of course, there are some flash points. That one has to do with the Kulukuli School polling stations. There are about 2 polling stations there, and every year the area is considered one of the hotspots in the area. Then we have the Ababu area as well, which is around the timber market. That is another flashpoint in the region that the police always ensure that there's enough visibility there to ensure that nothing untoward actually happens. But aside that, everything in this region is actually calm, and people are going about their daily businesses before some of them actually make their way to wherever they are expected to cast their ballot. So from the shots here, they are now forming the queue. They are expected to form 2 queues. So one here, which is the polling station A, and the other is polling station B. So it appears the queue for the polling station A is actually quite huge, but for the other one, you realize that there's just a few people who are in there. So it appears electoral officers are ready to kickstart the process, and they are still no, I'm not sure they are still taking any inventory, but they are just making the necessary arrangements for everything to take place. So quickly, I've seen the Kodeo election observer. Let me pick his thought very quickly before I hand over to you. You are an observer from Kodeo. What have you observed so far?
Although my CS said that I shouldn't talk to any media unless my CS himself. So I'm sorry, I cannot speak anything.
All right. So it appears he doesn't have permission to speak, but he's been observing and taking notes of whatever the processes are. Colleague journalists are also here monitoring the situation.
All right, so that's Abdul Hanan Adam. You can see election materials open there. That's Tamale North.
Yeah.
Last in Soyene's constituency, he's still eyeing the seat again in 2020. The NPP fielded a candidate, but they're fielding a different candidate. What will that mean for that particular constituency? We'll tell you all the numbers and the dynamics in a tad, but let's come back to the Greater Accra region.
Yes, and we'll take you to the Awasu East constituency. And when I check my watch, we've got just about 10 minutes more before it's 7 a.m. and then voting will start. So you saw Hanan there, and, you know, right before he came to us, of course, you saw that the ballot box was raised to show that it is empty and all of that. So the processes are beginning. Benjamin Saki is in the Awasu East constituency, and we'll engage him. Benjamin, where exactly in the Awasu East constituency are you, and what can you report with regard to how voters are gearing up to vote and all of that?
Well, I'm currently at the St. Kizito Catholic Church, Nima, here in the Awasu East constituency. As of now, EC are still sorting out their staff. We ask how many voters are expected. They tell you they don't know. So far, voters haven't come here. I can just see some 3 people here waiting patiently with bated breath for their turn to vote at 7 a.m. For security, a heavy police presence together with the National Fire Service are also here on the ground with around 100 officers ensuring law and order throughout the process. It is important also to note that in this constituency, which has been held by the NDC since 1992. However, the ruling MPP is working assiduously to unseat their incumbent MP, Nasa Ture Mahama. I will engage some voters here shortly, so I asked what time they came and matters arising. Let me engage this gentleman here. Hello, sir. Good morning. You are welcome to GHOne TV. What time did you come here?
almost like 4:30 to 5. Because I'm here to vote change, we need change.
You came here at 4:30 p.m.
4:30
a.m.
Yeah, sorry. Because we change. I need change.
Are you saying NPP government hasn't caused any change in your life?
It doesn't. So we need change. We need GHOne to come help us.
Okay. Let me also go to one voter also here in the Awasu East constituency. Hello, good morning. You are welcome to GHOne TV.
Yeah.
What time did you come here?
I'm here 5:30 a.m.
What time did you? Why did you come here at 5:30 a.m.?
Because I'm here to get my vote early. Because I need a change. That's why I'm here 5:30.
So, what will influence your decision to vote for one candidate or the other?
As for me, I'm here for GHOne. Because what he told sound me clear. So this people disappointed us. Look at the money that they take from 60 to 2024. So I'm here to change them. They promised and fail us. Look at the big money that they used to dig that shit called Katiga. Yeah. So I'm here to change them. Because and one thing, GM used a word that anybody will do accountability. Yeah, so I want to change them so that anybody that you know that take a pain, you vomit it by the grace of Almighty Allah. I'm a Muslim. I remember Kufuor said he promised God that he will do a category for him. Nothing for the God. See? So he promised and failed. And the candidate said he rested $1, he take the key to IGP. What is lying? So I'm here to change them by the grace of Almighty Allah. Tomorrow by this time, victory. Go for yes, sir.
So that is one voter there speaking his mind that he's.
So that's Benjamin Saki there from Awasu East, and you know it's quite interesting how almost all the constituencies that we've crisscrossed.
Yeah.
When it is the NPP who has secured the seat, the other side, whether it is the NDC, will rather have to change their parliamentary candidates for this particular election. Because I saw that in Banta, I've seen that in Tamale North, and I'm seeing that also in Awasu East. In 2020, it was a different candidate. Peter Meku was for the NPP. In 2024, there's a certain Zach Rahman, but the NDC is obviously the incumbent, and so he's eyeing the seat again. I'm wondering what will make the party change candidates for a crucial election, because obviously that candidate's made in with, or could it be that they don't trust that candidate can be able to secure victory for the party?
Well, when you look at some of the other things that a lot of voters are also considering, like the gentleman that Benjamin Saki was just engaging, he says that he's come there to vote for change, and he's looking at issues that have been in the Ghanaian media space, you know, issues that have been of national interest to everybody, right? And one such issue is the issue of the National Cathedral and just how much money has been spent on the National Cathedral, and we really have nothing to show for it but a hole, as a lot of people would like to describe it. He doesn't believe that it is a priority for us as a country, and he believes that the government should not have spent that much money on a project which we do not really need. And so because of that, he is voting for change. There are others who will also vote, you know, based on different issues, you know, like free SHS. We've heard a lot of people talk about free SHS and how they love the policy, and because of that, they want to maintain this government. And so, as we are going through the day, we'll be hearing, you know, some of these issues, you know, with regard to reasons why people want to vote either to maintain the status quo or to vote for change. But we'll take you back to the northern region, right, where my colleague Noah Nash is standing by. Noah Nash is in the Tamale Central constituency, Tamale South constituency. Noah, thank you very much for joining us. You're in the Tamale South constituency. That is the constituency of Haruna Iddrisu. What is happening there? Where exactly in the Tamale South constituency are you, and what is happening there?
I'm actually not in Tamale South. I'm actually in Tamale Central, which is
the constituency being held by Murtala Mohammed, who is the current MP of the area. Currently, as we speak, behind me, you can see I'm in Moshizongo. Actually went round Tishigu and other places like Jakpema area, Changle, Dapomfo, Ababuzongo's Victory Cinema. Early hours of around 5 a.m., you can see spotters of voters were all seated, especially the elderly. They were the ones who actually came out very first. And very surprisingly, just after the prayers ended, you realize that most of the women who are elderly were the first to be seated, whilst the policemen escorted the ballot box. Places where I went, I saw immigration officers and fire service officers escorting the box to the center. And then the youth also joined in mobilizing to clean up the place, to get the place ready. As you can see behind me, you can see that they are trying to set up sort out some few things at the Moshizongo area. There are some few discrepancies, and they are trying to align because the party agents requested for some countings to be done at this particular center now. So they are trying to sort out those ones. When they are done, I presume we'll start the process maybe in 2 or 3 minutes.
Very well. Noah Nash, thank you for bringing us that update. So Noah Nash, like I was telling you earlier, is in the Tamale Central constituency. The Tamale Central constituency has predominantly been an NDC seat. It was occupied by the Honorable Inusa Fuseni until he...
No, Tamale Central?
Tamale Central.
That's Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed.
Yes, Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed's seat now, right? Yes. It was occupied by the Honorable Inusa Fuseni. Yeah. And he decided that he wasn't going to go to Parliament again. Yeah. And so Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, who had been a member of Parliament for the Nantong constituency, went out of Parliament. Yeah. So when Inusa Fuseni decided that he was not going to contest again, then he zoomed into the Tamale Central constituency and he has won that seat. So he's currently the incumbent member of Parliament for the Tamale Central constituency. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. The last time I spoke to him, he indicated that he's very confident that there is going to be victory for the NDC in the Tamale Central constituency. And, the northern region would be very interesting to watch. The northern part, the northern belt of the country, because with this election, we've got 2 sons of the north who are contesting, right? We've got John Dramani Mahama, and then we've got Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who are all contesting in this election. And so it will be very, very interesting to see how the dynamics play out in the northern, part of the country. The northern region was one big region until it was divided into 3: the northeast region, the Savannah region, and the northern region, itself. So it'll be interesting to see how the dynamics play out. With regard to how the northern region or the northern parts of the country votes in this upcoming election.
And for Tamale Central in 2020, interesting. I mentioned a certain trajectory, and it feels as though it is same in the Tamale Central. In 2020, there was a certain Alhaji Anyas Imore, right? In 2024, there's a new candidate, one Alhaji Salifu. Why does it appear that the parties keep changing candidates when their candidates in 2020 failed to secure the mandate? Now, the election was quite close. It was a 7,000 vote difference. Will the incumbent be able to wrestle power? Will be able to secure his seat? Or will the NPP wrestle power? Remember, the current NPP PC is the municipal chief executive for that area. And so he also knows the area in and out, same as Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed. What will it mean if Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed loses that seat? Will that mean that the NDC will lose in more numbers? Will that mean that the NDC will lose in the presidential for that constituency as well, even though John Mahama's votes were quite higher in that constituency? But it will be an interesting one to look out for. All the seats in the northern, the Savannah, and the northeast regions will be interesting, including the Upper East and the Upper West regions. Let's bring you some of the profiles of the 12 contenders in this presidential race. As we're talking about the northern region, we can start off with Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia.
Yes, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is one of the sons of the northern region. And of course, like you've been saying, we're going to make sure that we help you understand exactly, who Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is, right? Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, obviously we know, is the sitting vice president of the country and the NPP flag bearer. So let's take a look at this profile of Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia.
We were talking digital. People could not relate it to the economy. They couldn't see what I was seeing.
You may know him as Mr. Digital or the driver's mate seeking to be handed the steering wheel. He's very vocal about his government's free SHS initiative. He believes Ghana's economy is already running 24 hours thanks to the digital agenda. Who else are we talking about other than Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia?
Today, I hear John Mahama has a new idea that he wants a 24-hour economy. I say, I don't know where he got the idea from.
Vice President Dr. Bawumia chairs the Economic Management Team, which is broadly responsible for shaping the government's policies and guiding their implementation. You can say he's walking the talk, as he famously stated, if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you.
When in doubt, observe the exchange rate. The lesson from history for governments is that you cannot manage the economy with propaganda. In fact, you can engage in all the propaganda you want, but if the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you.
Dr. Bawumia was at Baylor University in the USA, visiting scholar at the University of British Columbia in Canada, and visiting senior research associate at the saw Professor Atta Mills and fellow contender, former President Mahama, form their NDC government. He contested as running mate to then candidate Nana Kufuor in the 2008 elections. He was then renominated as vice presidential candidate to Nana Kufuor for the 2012 general elections, but lost the presidential elections to incumbent John Dramani Mahama, who enlisted former Bank of Governor Kwesi Emisa Arthur to partner him as vice president. The then candidate, Kufuor, his running mate Dr. Bawumia, and the party chairperson Jake Obechebi Lamte filed a petition at the Supreme Court challenging the declaration of Mahama as winner of the presidential polls. A third partnership with Nanado saw them take power in 2017 after winning the 2016 elections with 53% of the vote cast and secured another term after the 2020 elections. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia was then elected to lead the NPP into the 2024 election. On Tuesday, 9th July 2024, he unveiled Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh as his running mate for the 2024 general elections in Kumasi. Dr. Bawumia is married to Samira Bawumia and together have 4 children. Dr. Bawumia has been a strong champion of Ghana's digital economy. He also believes that it is possible to implement policies he is proffering. Should he win, Mr. Bawumia will be the first president to serve 2 terms as vice president.
The victory is not mine, but ours. We said it was possible.
So that's the profile of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the NPP presidential candidate. He says he's a man of his own vision. He is the man who wants to break the 8. Are you, the Ghanaian, convinced? He's brought so many policies. Will you vote for him? Well, that's your man from the Northeast region, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Lantam.
Yes, and with our man from the Northeast region, Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, you know, because he's the son of the Northeast region, when you look at that constituency and even how Parliament shaped up in that constituency, the MPP now currently holds 4 seats within the Northeast region, and the NDC holds 2 seats within the Northeast region. So that has been, you know, the Bawumia effect in the Northeast region. But let's take you now back to the Upper East region, where my colleague Musa Lansar is standing by. When I look at my watch, it's just about 9 minutes past 7 a.m. and so voting has started. So Musa, tell us exactly how the process is going now, as voting is expected to have started by this time.
Yeah, Lantam, as you can see, the first 2 people in the queue have just gone in to make sure they get their particulars done right so that they can go through the voting process to vote. I'm currently at the residency, behind the residency polling station inside Sokabisi in the Bolga Central constituency. Here we have 661 voters on the electoral roll, and voting process is started exactly at 7. And some of the people I'm speaking to here are telling me they came here as early as 1 a.m. to be in the queue so that they don't miss the opportunity of voting. So that right after voting they go to rest and then wait for the results there. I'm trying to engage this young man who was telling me a few minutes ago the time he came. Good morning, Chief. Bolga. Number lesson. Bensaka to one color. No one of them voted. Bensaka, what time?
Number 8 year 9.
Tibenzo.
Vote na don't want to vote.
Tibe.
Vote na don't want is around 1 o'clock. Came one color. Kenzie, I think you didn't vote me. Mobut net second year.
Okay, so what voted by? What bokala ko what kulire?
What vote by C'est une levée tapée, ton mazin, taton. Matal de king ton. C'est une levée tapée, bien, on est, c'est le film. T'as pas la com. Quand vous voyez que j'ai calé, ne vous pas en attendant lever à ton mazin, taton.
Thank you very much. So, Lantam, he's telling me he's been here at 1 a.m. just to make sure that he gets the opportunity to vote for whoever he wants to be president and whoever wants to be the MP for the Bolga Central constituency. And he's also telling me that from here he's going back to his workplace, and he has an advice for other people who are also in the queue to vote, that after voting, go back and then do whatever you want to do in terms of your work to make sure that you get something to provide for your family. I have this elderly man here. He also tells me he was here so early. Good morning, sir.
Nah, how's it?
Fine, thank you, sir.
I know what you talk.
Okay. Who you are?
Mayuri
Anonye. Okay. Benseka to wana kala.
Mawa nimbuti lule ti tinga rana judana. Mina yang biya ti tinga rana pambora to. Mama butumba malip kulet ntagama. Ma butumba bo minela mambutle ngandi timpuru pi. Akalji nkelenga geminet kendila adeti na our government.
Earlier, who yelmati who wala kana around 1 a.m.
1 a.m.
Tibenzo.
Konla wong tim gang ti bunti. Balto mayawa na.
All right. Thank you very much. So, Lantam, you should hear what he said. You should understand the groaning. I asked him the time he got here. He said he got here around 1 a.m. and I asked him why he did that. He said he's been hungry for so long, and that's why he came early to vote. So several of the people here, and this is one of the polling stations we have a crowd. The other places you have 4 people, 5 people, but here when we got here some 30 minutes ago, the crowd was crazy. So many people have come. They are waiting to vote and then leave. So
Musa Lansa, so we will come back to you for you to continue to give us, an update from the Borgatanga Central constituency. As you can see, voting has started where Musa Lansa is. But I want to switch our attention to the Wasa area, right? Because we understand that there has been some issues with regard to biometric verification devices in the Wasa East area. And so my colleague Malcolm is standing by to bring us that update from the Wasa East constituency. Malcolm, if you can hear me, what can you report with regard to the voting process? We understand that voting has not started yet because there are issues with the BVDs. What more can you tell us?
Exactly, Lantam, that is exactly the issue. We got here somewhere around 6:30, and people were in a queue. One gentleman said, who is just by me, said he'd been here since 3 a.m. And just as he got to 7 o'clock, the biometric machine was not kickstarting. And I have said with us here, he will speak in Fante, and I'll translate for our esteemed audience. Said, Mahamudu had any time. Now, Udu, hey, wait me at Waba. I didn't hear.
Yeah, but I want a machine for to be able to for private.
This is your wedding.
Oh, yeah, now because you're into
So, Lantam, what he's intimating is that he says he's been here since 3:20 a.m. And I just asked when voting was to begin. The machine was faulty, and so he's still waiting because that's the more reason why he's here. Let me seek to talk to the presiding officer, Mr. Emmanuel Kuyo. Mr. Kuyo, we're live on GHOne TV. And please, how are preparations so far?
So far, so good. The only challenge that we're having now is the DVD isn't starting. So the technicians are working on it. We are just hoping and praying that in no time it will be brought back to the station so that we can start.
Oh, okay. And how long have you found out that the DVD is not working?
When we are about to start our machines, that we realized that it's not turning.
And what could be the fault?
You don't know, so the technicians are still working on it.
So does this mean that your closing time will be set back?
Definitely, we are closing at 5. So we are just hoping and praying that the numbers that we have on the register will all have the chance to start their day.
So how long is it going to take for you to get a new a replacement?
They just left for the office, so I don't know whether they are bringing us a new one or they are going to work on the 40 one.
Oh, okay. But how
as and when it comes, then we start.
Okay. How many people? How many people are on the road?
413.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So that is the presiding officer Lantam, Mr. Emmanuel Kujo, explaining to us that there are about 412 on the row right here at Community Information Center B, Wasa East constituency in the Western region. Meanwhile, their BVD equipment is faulty.
All right, very well. Thank you very much, Malcolm, for bringing us that update. And so we are already beginning to see a few issues here and there. So at one polling station that we can report now from the Western region, that's the Wasa East constituency where Malcolm just reported from, he indicates that the BVDs are refusing to work. And, you know, he's not even sure whether or not they are taking the BVDs back to the EC office to get them repaired or they are going to get new BVDs to come. But I'm pretty sure that the EC will have a contingency plan in the event that something like this happens to ensure that the voting process is smooth, because voting is supposed to have started by now. But in that particular polling station, voting has not begun because the BVDs are not working. And so they would have to wait and see if they will get they will get a replacement or they are going to get new BVDs to make sure that voting starts. But in other areas, for example, when we went to Musa in the Borgatanga Central constituency, voting had already begun in that particular area. And of course, I'm pretty sure that voting has begun in many other areas. But what other updates do we have, Lily?
You know, this is not the first time Wasa East is in the news, right?
Yeah.
You remember Ernest Frimpong and his famous comments about beating up security personnel. We'll talk about that later. But we head to the Eastern region. Has voting started? Our man on the ground, Kojo Ansa, is live there. Kojo, what can you report at this time? Has voting commenced? Which polling center are you currently?
All right, so I started the monitoring from the Church of Pentecost polling station, 2 streams here, and as at 3 a.m. Voters had queued, awaiting the EC officials to commence the exercise. And currently I'm at Adontua center here, which has 2 polling stations. That is polling station A, which has 542 voters, and then polling station B2 has a total of 434 voters. There's no proxy list here, and there's no missing or additional list here. And voting started exactly 7 a.m. and before voting started, we had about 20 voters who were already in queue awaiting the EC officials to begin. So at exactly 7 a.m. voting started, and the exercise is moving on smoothly. In terms of security, we have the police as well as the custom officials who are also here, and the party agents are also here monitoring the exercise. And so that is basically, what is happening at Adontua polling station here at Ningo-Prampram South constituency.
Okay, so that's Kojo Ansa from the Ningo-Prampram South constituency. Quite an interesting one to also look out for. But we're talking about Wasa East because we were there a while ago, still staying on the eastward. Ernest Frimpong, in the heat of Galamsey and Galamsey operations and what government is doing about Galamsey, he said, well, he incited minors to beat up security personnel. He said his statement was taken out of context. He was arrested, later released, and he's the man in the race. And like I mentioned, trajectory still the same. Different candidate for Wasa East in 2020. There was a different candidate. There was a certain Wilson Arthur. In 2024, there's Ernest Frimpong. But the seat belongs to the NDC's Isaac Ajay Mensah. Will he be able to secure the seat once again, or this time around the man who says beat up security personnel will be able to beat Isaac J. in the sport.
Well, but we don't expect any violence, and we are not expecting anyone to beat anybody.
Beat him.
One of the main messages that has been preached this election is peace. That we need peace. There needs to be peace. The stability and the peace that we enjoy in this country is not something that we should take lightly at all. It is absolutely nothing that we should take for granted. And so we are to ensure that it is very peaceful. We do not want some of the pockets of violence that we usually witness with regard to every election to even increase, right?
Yeah.
In the last election, we saw a few pockets of violence. And even in the last election, right, people died.
Yeah.
People died, right? And we do not want anything like that to happen. That is why the issue of peace has been very crucial. And that is why all the presidential candidates were implored to come together and sign a peace pact. And all of them did so. So that peace pact symbolizes the commitment of each and every single political party to the peace and stability that we enjoy. And the NDC had issues, with regard to peace, because they believe that in the last election there were people who died, and some of the people who died at the hands of state security actors, right? And up to now, we've not been able to resolve the issue or even get to the bottom of who killed who and why that happened and how we are resolving the issue. You also remember
why the NDC refused to sign the peace pact initially? Yes. Because according to them, nothing has been done. So why should we go ahead and sign a peace pact when in 2020, 8 people died needlessly? So why do we have to sign? And another demands that they made prior to the election. But eventually, they came around the peace table, signed a peace pact. Are we going to see an incident-free election as we hope? We pray that this election goes on smoothly. Just go to the voting centers, cast your ballot, go home. When it is 5 p.m. or when it's close to 5 p.m., you can head back to your polling center while sorting and counting goes on. And then final declaration. Quite simple. It's not rocket science.
It's not rocket science, and we need to have that in mind as we're going to the various polling stations. But usually, what doesn't help is when the political parties and their actors, the political parties' actors themselves, begin to incite people and make statements which will make people want to go and foment trouble. For example, we're seeing in the Ketu South constituency, right? We've just talked about the Ketu South constituency. A reporter from the Ketu South was reporting that there were issues with regard to people being prevented from voting because they are believed to come from the Volta region, or to come from, Togo, across the border to come and vote, which is very worrying. Yesterday, Dennis Miracles Abuaja of the MPP addressed a press conference, right? And he was indicating that they are picking up information that the NDC has got people onto the register from Togo and is bringing them in from Togo across the border to come and vote. And they are sending caution or sounding caution to the NDC.
Was that a reason
no
we cleaned up the register?
person will be allowed to vote, right? And I am asking myself, the question, if somebody's name is in the register and they have a voter's ID card and the biometric verification device verifies them, what reason do you have to stop them from voting?
Exactly.
Because they crossed the border and came. Because when you look at some of these border communities, right, because of the way they live, especially in the Volta region,
and then come and vote. Some go to work there, and because of what they do, they want to get accommodation in those countries, so that it makes it easier for them to commute to their various workplaces. So if indeed it tells they have voter card, they have their Ghana cards, they have identification to show that they are indeed Ghanaians, why would you want to stop a voter simply because he's coming from a border country or a border town?
And that is why during the voter registration process, right, the political parties need to be vigilant, right, to ensure, because during the voter exercise, right, we have people who can go through the process of, launching a protest with regard to the eligibility of somebody to be on the voters register and all of that. So when you go through all of those processes and we finally get the people whose names are on the register, then we know that everything is set and we can go and vote peacefully. But let's go to Isaac Justice Bediako. Isaac Justice Bediako will be joining us from the Ashanti region, and he will tell us how voting is going on, as voting is expected to have begun by now. Isaac, we're coming back to you in the Ashanti region. What can you tell us? Has voting started already? I can see that there are some people in the voting booth already casting their ballots.
Yes, Lantam, voting started in the Ashanti region 7 a.m. exactly as the EC communicated as the starting time from Kumasi through to Asante Dwabin. All the communities that we crossed to Dwabin, voting started 7 a.m. People were in queue in their names. Some are also sitting on furniture that they have provided for them to sit there and relax and go and cast their ballot. You know, some of them are aged and they cannot stand for long hours, and so those arrangement has been made for them. So at the polling station where I am, you can see that people are seated in their chair. When it is their turn, then they go and vote. These are some of the arrangements they have made for them so that anybody who comes to the polling station will feel comfortable to go and cast his ballot. Now I have a leading member of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Kwame Ewiadako, in the Ashanti region, and he has also been observing the exercise. So let's speak to him. Mr. Ewiadako, you are live on GHOne TV.
Good morning to you and good morning to your listeners.
You are here to monitor the election, and Dwabin is your hometown. Yes. What has been your observation so far?
Well, first of all, I have cast my vote. As you can see, I was the first person to vote at the Dwabin post office. It looks orderly and it looks peaceful, so it's a good start. But we all have to pay attention to what happens during the course of the day. I'll be going around a few of the constituencies in the Ashanti region to observe. And I hope and pray that everything goes as smoothly as it has started.
You are a member of the NDC's elections team in the Ashanti region. You have a zone that you are taking care of. Yes. Have you picked any signal that electoral materials did not arrive at any particular polling station on time, that you are having, maybe as we are receiving? We are hearing that in the Wasa areas, some areas the BVDs are not working. In the Ashanti region, in your zone in particular, do you have any such issue here?
Well, it's too early for me to say. I was here at 7 o'clock to cast my ballot, so the reports haven't started coming in. There are about 1,200 polling stations in my zone, so effectively we'll be monitoring, and I'm hoping that we have a smooth start like we've had in Dwabin.
In this election, what are your expectations, conduct that you expect from the security agencies, polling agents, and the electorate who will be voting today?
Well, you know, Ghana is a nation that desires and loves peace. And I'm hoping that the process is steady, is transparent, and it's peaceful. So far, it seems to have started like that. But there are elections I have been part of where it started well and it didn't end so well. So we are going to be vigilant. We are going to keep paying attention to every security, every EC official, and so on and so forth. As you can see, there are a lot of young people here, older people here. This is what the democracy is about, the fair, honest, transparent expression of their views. And you cannot have a fair, honest, transparent observation of their views without being vigilant. And NDC is going to be vigilant, at least in the Ashanti region, and I believe the rest of the country throughout today.
Before today, the NDC had a news conference in the Ashanti region. You raised concerns about the indelible ink that they are using, that when you use it, it's easy to rob it. And so it means that one person can go and clean it and come and vote again. Has this issue been addressed as you complain?
Look, it's a lot of polling stations in the Ashanti region, close to 6,000. And what we know from the past is that NPP or sometimes our opponents can be very selective in their machinations. So let's wait and let's see. I have cast my vote. I tried to wipe it off. And maybe if I try some soap on it, it might wash off. And again, as I said, it's too early to make any strong pronouncements about the conduct of the election. The key word is vigilance, vigilance, vigilance.
So that is Mr. Kwame Ewiadako, a leading member of the NDC in the Ashanti region. Now let me engage some of the electorates who came here early in the morning to vote, and they are in queue.
Morning.
Brebe na obedu police station ha.
Bedru around 4:30.
4:30 na mbedru anu ti ana penda mbrana so aye hwehwe eduedu eso ne ato ye de
adan na 4:30 mu ya
well nim se beye ntemama ye ba so kwa nze de si hu no na kwaye sha ti je nyame pe no ye manima ti ye hwe na ya to na ya ko ba bia ye ko
abatu yi mpanyinfo amu ha before yatese political parties ne bi ka kire mo se moto abanu wi a montena ha ekudi se ye be kan be wi bi so se monko edu se ye be kan anam aba opanyini emu de he na wo fa o tena se abo wa ba o to ho ban anasa wo be ko na wasan aba
meko no masan aba
ba bi a ofi he fa na ofi ba a wo be ko asan aba
ofi kromo ya
great na uwa futuo bi a wode bemma emabunu ene nipa we kurum ha okay mame it is saying
adoni ntime hoye
na oba ya che
enche pizza
wode ya we panyin megidi se wato aba bebre ewo oman mu ha enne den na yenhwe mfi dwaben man ho na futuo be na pese ode magana fo so far as ya batui ekoso ni
yo nyempese hwe free dwabe man ho ne se obia nkoteno aba ye pasumdwi wote wa ba yi a wo partner wo mpere so akomfi ekokotena ase
mame yes so as you can see from the background, the electorates are here in the queue waiting for their turn, then they will go and vote. I mean, this particular polling center is at the police station, so you don't expect anyone to come here and misbehave. Everything is in order. Now let me engage some of the political parties, polling agents, and find out from them if they are satisfied so far with the measures that the electoral officials have put in place so far as today's elections are concerned. Gentlemen, what's your name?
Abankwa Boating.
Abankwa. You are agent for which political party?
NPP.
MPP. So when did you arrive here?
6 o'clock a.m.
6 a.m. that the electoral materials arrived. Do you have any concern?
Okay, the materials arrived around 6:10.
Okay. Yeah. And apart from that, you haven't recorded any incident here? You don't have any issue with the process so far?
No, there is no issue here.
Okay, thank you very much, Abankwa.
You are
welcome. But you are MPP, right? Gentlemen, you are agent for which party? MPP, okay. Gentlemen, you are also an agent for which party?
Jamam, NDC.
NDC.
Sure.
So the other political parties, they don't have agents here? So you are agent for which party?
The New Force.
New Force.
Yeah.
So what is your responsibility here this morning?
So I'm here to make sure everything is running smoothly and make sure there's no corruption in the process or the activities that we are partaking here.
So if someone is coming to vote here and the person come, what are you looking up to? The process that the person has to go through before he votes?
So right now, I'm just trying to take the records of every movement and everything that is going on so that at the end, I'll be able to know the total number of people who voted and total number of people who didn't vote and all those things.
Thank you very much. So, Nana Kwame Bediako has an agent here. So far, I think that we have only 3 political party agents here, the NDC, New Force, and the MPP. The Movement for Change have not seen their agent here, among other political parties. So, Alice, that is the situation here at Jabin Police Station, polling station.
Right, Isaac Justice Bediako there. Bringing us that update from the Jabin polling station, which is at the police station in Jabin. Yeah. And we will be taking you to a few of our other correspondents who are across the country. That is what we've actually been doing the entire morning, trying to engage each and every single candidate, each and every single reporter that we have across the country, so that we get to know exactly how the voting process has been going on.
Let me allow you to take a quick water break while I head to the Tamale North constituency. Abdul Hanan Adam is there. Hanan, voting has started. What are you observing?
Well, voting has started here at the Word Miracle Church, still in the Tamale North constituency. This place seems to be very busy, quite busy. Voting has started. Quite a number of people have already casted their ballot, but a few others are still also in the queue. They are being checked by the electoral officers. When they verify themselves on the biometric verification machine over there, then they move to the next table where they are given the presidential ballot paper, and it will be stamped before it is given to the individual. Then the individual makes his way to one of the booths and cast his ballot. So after doing so, he then puts the ballot paper, fold it nicely, and put it into the ballot box that has been placed just a few meters away from the ballot booth. And quite a busy area here. Over 700 people are expected to cast their ballot, and this is the presiding officer. He's been very busy this morning, giving a lot of directions. You're live on GHOne television. Let me get your name and tell us how the process has been so far, because I've seen you being very busy this morning.
Well, I'm Abdulrazak Isahaku. The process has just started. As you can see, everything is going on well, and we are hoping that this continues to the end of post.
Yeah. But I've seen you being so busy, moving up and down. Tell us what has caused this.
Well, when you are about to start, a lot of challenges you have to address at the end here. So that's what I was just.
So what are some of the challenges you addressed?
Sometimes, initially we had issue with our verification machine, which we have been able to address, and then how to even place the voting screens to was an issue, which we have also addressed again. So I think now everything is okay.
Were there disagreements over how it should be placed and all that? Because I realized that some of the agents and the police officer stationed here was also engaging.
Everybody was bringing in their views, so there was disagreement. But in the end, we've been able to finalize. Yes.
So in the midst of all this, disagreements, all the parties coming up with different opinions and all that, how are you able to manage it to this peaceful conclusion?
I don't put it disagreement. They were just bringing in their views to get the best out of this. So I think everything has been resolved. So there's no issue at all. As you can see, the place is calm. Everything is going on well. So there's no problem at all.
So what do you expect by close of 5 p.m.?
I expect this to continue. The peace, the calm nature of this place. I expect it to continue to the end of post. Yes. Right. We don't expect any kind of disturbances or anything. It's a peaceful place as usual. So we are hoping that today too it will be very peaceful.
So you're sure that they've all conducted themselves in a peaceful manner?
Yes, they have. As you can see, your cameras can even capture the queue. They are in the queue 9 city. No one is. So everything is going on well. Yeah. Yes.
All right. So far, can you tell us the number of people who have casted their ballot so far?
Not really, but I think it's about 10 or so people that have just cast their ballots. Yes. Yeah.
So Lily Mohammed, about 10 people have voted so far here at the Word Miracle Church polling station where the exercise is going on. So some of the agents are also here ensuring that they take inventory of whatever that transpires here. And I'm not so sure whether it is allowed for us to engage some of the voters or the electorate, but we will.
So that's Abdul Hanan Adam there. Hanan, thank you very much from the Word Miracle polling station. He is in Tamale North. Tamale North is held by the NDC. It's predominantly an NDC seat. Alassane Soyene's seat in 2020. He held on to the seat. In 2024, he's contesting again. But the trajectory is evident again. I told you that in 2020, the NPP fielded Alassane Damani for their parliamentary post. And in 2024, there is another candidate, one Razak Rahman, also for that constituency. Will he be able to wrestle power from Alassane Soyene?
Well, we look to see. By the end of the day, perhaps we'll know when the results start tripping in. But let's get some more updates from our correspondents. We are going to the Ningo-Prampram constituency. Isaac Abila is standing by. I can see him there in the shot. Isaac, you are in the Ningo-Prampram constituency. Which polling station are you at, and what is the voting process looking like as we speak?
Oh, okay. Right now, I'm currently at the Presby, the old Presby electoral area, or the old Presby voting center here in the Ningo-Prampram district. Voting commenced about 20 minutes ago, and it is a peaceful and a smooth process so far. As we can see, the voters are in the queue casting the ballot. And as the electoral officers, even though they couldn't start early, but then after everything was sorted, voting has just begun, and the voters are ongoing. Like, for now, we've not experienced any discrepancies. We've not experienced any anomaly. So far, it's been smooth. But then the queue is not encouraging. If you look behind me, you will see that the queue is not encouraging. The voters here, maybe I think because it's the early hours of the day, the voters have not been able to join the queue. But I think in the subsequent hours, the voters will join the queue. But so far, those who have casted the ballot have done it peacefully. And I think that is a smooth process so far from the Ningo-Prampram district here.
All right, very well. Isaac Abila, thank you for bringing us that update. He is in the Ningo-Prampram constituency. I believe that we can now switch our attention to another constituency. Lily, where are we going?
We're headed to the Trouble constituency. Trouble constituency here in the Greater Accra region. Elikli Maoku will bring us live updates on that constituency. But it's interesting how a couple of days ago, Samuel Nete George whipped up his constituents in a health walk, in a rally, to tell them that I am here again, I am a son of the soil. Give me your votes once again to go into parliament and make laws for you, such as the anti-LGBTQ bill. But as at 20 past 7, 40 past, almost 40 minutes past 7.
Yeah, it's 7:42 a.m.
Yeah, it is quite refreshing that people decided not to listen to their candidates. You are stubborn. But let's head to Trouble. Ali Klimaoku is a woman on the ground. Ali, what can you report? It's past 7. Voting obviously has started. Are the numbers encouraging?
Hi, Lily. So at the Trouble.
So you know that on days like these, everybody is relying solely on data, on internet. So we'll have a few challenges here and there, but that's okay. We'll manage, and then we'll go back to as and when we have her.
All right, so yes, we'll head over to Trouble as and when we have the updates from the Trouble constituency. Of course, we're trying to connect to Elik Blimaoku, who is standing by to also give us an update. And that's essentially what we have been doing for you the entire morning, trying to touch base with each and every single constituency that we've sent our reporters to, so that you can understand how the voting process is playing out so far. It's 7:43 a.m. By my watch. And by this time, voting should have started all across the country. There is one particular polling station that is in the western region, I think in the Wasa East area, where voting had not started because there was a faulty BVD device, but they are trying to sort that out. And we also understand that in the Cowok constituency, as we speak, there are some areas where voting has also not started. Now, we connected to Mutala Inusa earlier from the Kufuor constituency, where he had reported that everything was in place and we saw some of the materials arrive. But now we're getting an update from Mutala that voting has not started yet in some of the areas. So, Mutala, where in the Kufuor constituency currently are you, and what is the problem there with regard to voting?
I am at Nungwa Anglican School. There's a cluster of schools here at Nungwa. And when you come here, this particular center, we have 3 different polling stations here. And in fact, if you look at currently the visual that I sent earlier, voting is past 7:40. And then we are yet to see the first person cast his or her ballot because processes have not started yet. In fact, the materials got here 6:55, 5 minutes to 7 according to my watch, and sortings are everything that is happening here and all that. So as we speak right now, it's almost 7:50 thereabouts. Voting has not started. Some other areas it has started all over because I have been checking for the other areas. Voting have not started. And where I am standing currently, the municipal chief executive right behind me, Mahamudu Bawumia, is also expected to vote here as we speak. He is now going through the process to have his ballot or to cast the first vote. So it is now that the processes are through that the voting is about to start. So it's past 7:40. Voting is yet to start at this very center, in the center, Anglican Center A, B, and C. And that is what is happening here. And none of them has started yet. As I talk to you now, it's past 7 and the situation here. But relatively, the environment has been very calm. The people who have joined the queue to cast their vote have been very peaceful. A short while ago, they were directed to go to one particular center. And when the processes were just about to kick in, they were told that that is not where they will have to go. They have to go to another different police center. And that is where you saw a bit of issue here and there. But all of them have been resolved. The police officers have also made themselves available here. And everything at this particular police centers is very calm, except that the process is here to, it's about to start. It is here to start with the MC, the Municipal Chief Executive Officer of Cowok, in the queue there, trying to go through the process. And he is the first person to cast his ballot as far as this particular police centers are concerned. So yes, some other areas, the processes have started all over. But in this particular center at Cowok, specifically the Anglican Church, we are yet to see the first person to cast his or a ballot. And clearly, as you can see, it is the municipal chief executive who is expected to cast his vote.
All right, very well, Murtala Inusa, thank you for bringing us that update. Murtala Inusa there, he is in the Kufuor constituency, one of the polling stations in the Nungwa area where voting has not started yet. But of course, some of these things are typical of our elections, right? Late arrival of electoral materials, biometric verification devices not working. So usually we have pockets of some of these things, happening on voting day. But we are hoping that the Electoral Commission is well prepared to deal with these situations so that everybody who has to vote will get the opportunity to exercise their franchise as far as this election is concerned. If you have not gone out yet to go and vote, do take note that voting is ending at 5. And so anytime during the day that you have time, you should just step outside, go to your polling station and go and cast your ballots. You are trying to elect a president for this country and also your parliamentary candidate for this or for the next 4 years. Now, let's take you to Boko and speak to Atongo Iddrisu Kasim. Atongo is going to tell us exactly what is happening in Boko. Boko is one of the areas to watch because we all know what has been going on there. Atongo, if you can hear me, what can you tell us from Boko? Okay. Yes. Atongo, if you can hear me, what can you tell us? Where exactly in Boko are you, and what can you report to us with regard to the voting? Has it started yet? Hello, Atongo, if you can hear me, kindly unmute and then tell us what you observe. And we can see behind you that there is a long queue, for the voting process. Can you tell us what you've been able to observe so far? All right, Atongo seemingly cannot hear me. We'll try and rectify that, and then we can speak to him so that he can help us understand exactly what is going on with regard to voting in the Boko area. Boko is an area to watch because we know that there has been an ongoing conflict in that area, and that has posed some security challenges, and so a curfew has had to be imposed, on the Boko township, and because of that, it will be very interesting to see how the security dynamics play out with regard to how people go in to go and vote, go back home, come and observe the counting for the results to be declared at the various polling stations, among other things. Because with this Boko conflict also, there are people who have said that there are some political undertones or political underpinnings to the conflict, which incites people, to fight against each other because one is supporting one political party, the other is supporting another political party. There are political actors at play, fueling the tensions, and what have you. So it's security-wise, it's a very, very interesting place to watch. But we are hoping that the security arrangements made in the Boko Township are adequate enough to ensure that the voting process is free, it's fair, and without any issues whatsoever. Let's return to the Greater Accra region. My colleague Awasu East is still in the Kole constituency. She is at another polling station. Awasu, which polling station are you now, and what is the voting process looking like where you are?
Last time I am at the Garden, a polling station here at Cowok, and one thing about this polling station is that it has three centers: the center 1A and center 1B and center 2. Well, the center 1A, we are expecting about 147 expected voters, and the center 1B, we are expecting about 146 voters, and center 2. We are expecting about 157 voters. Well, quite a number of people have voted here. I can't really tell the number of people who have voted yet, but I will speak to a few of them who had already cast their votes, and they will tell me how the experience has been. So this lady just voted, and I would ask her how the experience has been. Madam, first of all, what time did you even get here in the first place? 7:30. Yeah. And how has the process been like for you?
I think some of our people are waiting.
Which people?
Those are coming to. They are waiting.
They are waiting in the queue, or what?
Yeah, because of they think by this time when they are going, maybe they see it. But it's not that how they are waiting for them. We know.
Okay.
We know from 9:30 to
9:30. But so far, so good. The experience has been good. Okay. So briefly, I also engaged another voter here. No, actually, he's the NDC party agent here, and he will just briefly tell us what the experience has been. First of all, what time did you even get here in the first place?
Okay, so we got here as early as 5:30. The EC preparing the ground for the day to begin.
Right. And what has been your observation so far?
So far, so good. Everything is going on as planned. We can see people trooping in, people as their vote as usual. Just that we are not having the number this morning, but we are hoping that as time goes on, they'll all be coming up their vote.
Right, thank you. So that was an agent who is concerned about the turnout here. So, Alantam, so far so good. Voting has started. The process is smooth so far. So I will keep you posted from Garden polling center here at Cowok.
All right, thank you very much. We see they did get there from the Garden polling station in the Kole constituency. Let's continue to bring you some more updates. Lily, where are we going?
Absolutely. We take a quick trip to the Volta region. Ho Central is in focus. Jones Aji is our man on the ground. He will tell us what's happening in Ho Central, whether or not voting has started, whether or not they're also experiencing challenges like we have seen in other constituencies across the country. Cowok has not started voting, same as Wasa East. Wasa East is peculiar because their BVD is malfunctioned, and so they cannot vote at this time. Whether or not immediately it will be restored, we cannot tell. But a while ago, we were talking about Cowok, right?
Yes.
And I told you that there's something that has happened in 2024 elections. A lot of the candidates that failed to secure mandates for their political parties did not come back. Yeah.
In the Cowok for the MPP.
Yes. In 2020, a different candidate.
Yes.
There was a certain Prince Apia, Deborah.
Yes.
In 2024 there's Nino. Exactly,
Naughty. And of course, we've got Zanetta Rollins, who is the incumbent member of parliament, who in our early engagements with her is very confident of winning. But Valentino is also very confident of winning that seat. But that seat has comfortably been, an NDC seat, right? It's the constituency in which, Chairman Rawlings the late Jerry John Rawlings used to vote. And so they have always voted for the NDC in that constituency. So it remains to be seen if this time around Valentino is the one who is going to be able to do it for the NPP in Kwale. But let's go back
to the Eastern region. Princess Yen is reporting from Oda. Prince, has voting started? When we came to you, it was quite early. You spoke to a few electorates there. Has voting started? Process smooth?
We have to speak to you now. I'm even in the Ofansia Review constituency.
Okay,
Kufuor
constituency.
Will be voting. I'm currently at the polling station where he's expected to be here by 8:30 to cast his ballot. Lily, I must say that the numbers are quite low across all the polling stations that I have visited and all the electoral areas that I have visited. Most you see like 5-6 people in a queue compared to previous years that you see a lot of people in the queue. This year, the numbers are not really like that. I spoke to some people and some are saying that they are going about their normal duty, and later in the day, they will definitely appear here to cast their ballot. Numbers not encouraging across all the 25 electoral areas that are visited so far. Even though the process started around 7, at some polling stations it started around 7:15 and then 7:20. As I speak now, the process has been smooth, and then things are. We haven't EC officials here, and then haven't encountered any major challenge with respect to their DVRs, among other things. The Kufuor, as the Minister for Works and Housing, his main contender in this election has to do with the NDC's Alfred Osei-Poku, who contested him in the 2020 general election and got roughly around 7,000 plus votes. He is the one representing the NDC in this constituency. So voting has started here, and then the process has so far been smooth. The only challenge here has to do with the turnout has been extremely low as compared to previous years.
All right, Prince, keep monitoring. I'm sure by 8:30 will come to you again when the Member of Parliament for the area, Kufuor, who is the Minister for Works and Housing. Lantam, this time around, dynamics has changed. I told you that there was a certain trajectory that cuts across. But in Ofansia area, the NDC parliamentary candidate in 2020, that Alfred Opoku, is the same candidate for the 2024 election. He polled some 7,000 votes, even though it's a seat for Kufuor. Will Alfred be able to make inroads this time around? Because this is the second appearance, the second coming of Alfred Poku. But Lansam, let's head back to the Volta region, shall we?
Yes, and with this time around, we will connect to Jones Aji, who is in the Ho Central constituency. Jones, which polling station are you at in Ho Central, and what's going on there?
Right, so right about now, I'm at the Church of Pentecost Posita polling station of the Ho Central constituency, and it is 7:57 here. And the issue here is that the voters came early as usual, around 6:30, around 6, around 5. They were all here expecting to start the process at 7. But then the issue we understand, we had a first issue with the biometric machine. We understand that it was not working, and then it had to be worked on. Around 7:30, the presiding officer came to explain to the voters that the stamp for the presidential ballot actually has a mistake because it was not too clear, and the serial numbers on the stamp were not too clear. So he had to go back to the EC office and get a new stamp. So he just arrived, and they're having the first meeting before they start their vote. So I'll actually get to speak to some of the voters here. Let me get to speak to this man who has been here from around 6 a.m. Good morning, sir. You're live on GHOne TV. I spoke to you earlier. There was a delay. You came here around 6:30, and it is almost 8, and voting has not started. How are you feeling about that?
I feel the mistake must be justified. That things move on to.
Yeah.
So I've no.
Okay. Let me get to this. Adam, and I also spoke to Daddy. voting is yet to begin. It's 8 a.m. Are you worried about it?
Not yet. Very much relaxed.
Okay.
Want to see everything.
Okay. All right. So for the voters here, they are relaxed, they are calm, they want to see everything smoothly, and they just understand that everything has to be in place before they begin. So for the constituents who are here at the Hosita polling station, they believe that they want things to be calm before they start voting. But then the meeting between the party agents and the EC officials just began, and you can see them in your shots right about now. They are meeting before they actually start the issue. But then let me get to Mr. Zola, who is the presiding officer. Mr. Zola, what is the state, the issue right about now?
I think the issue is
right about now.
We are right.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I think they have even made the best one.
So we should start in how many minutes?
Oh, we are starting any moment from now.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. So, Lantam, that is the situation here at the whole central constituency. And the voting should begin, according to the presiding officer, in some 5 minutes' time.
Very well. Jones, thank you very much for bringing us those updates from the whole central constituency. The whole central constituency, we have an NPP candidate who has been an MC in the area before, and he believes that because he's been an MC in that area, he knows the needs of the constituency, and so the people should, break ranks from voting from the for the NDC and give him a chance. Ben Podo
which has become
is the incumbent MP for the area, and Divine RK Bosson is looking to unseat him.
This time around too, the NPP fielded a different candidate.
A different candidate from the candidate they fielded in the 2020 elections. Prosper Banta, was there, but this particular one they believe perhaps will give them a better chance in the voter region because he has been an MC there. And like I've been saying, he says he knows the needs of the constituency, and perhaps as MC he's been able to do a few things here and there. Currently in the voter region there is just one seat that belongs to the NPP, and that's John Peter Mewu's seat. But the NDC are working very assiduously to try and recapture that seat, but the NPP are also not letting up. So it will be interesting to see, how the dynamics of the voter region play out. That is a stronghold of the NDC, as we all know, and they predominantly always voted NDC, except for the last election where we saw one seat coming from the voter region. Unlike the Ashanti region where the NDC has, predominantly had 3 seats, from, Asawase, Central Plains, Ejura constituency. These are the 3 seats that always vote for the NDC. And it's also been because some of these areas are settler communities, right? You go to Central Afram Plains, for example, and there are a lot of settlers there. There, the Mole Dagomba people, the other people who are there, and some of them have intermarried and mixed. So even though it is in the Ashanti region, when you go to that particular constituency, there are different ethnic groups that dominate, and that inures to the NDC's benefits in that particular constituency. And so it will be very interesting to see. And if you look at the NDC candidates, even from the Central Afram Plains constituency, this time around, she's someone who is half Akan, and half, from the north, and so they believe that that gives her a trump card. And she's quite young, trump card to appeal to all the ethnic groups. If you want to play identity politics, it gives her, that appeal to all the ethnic groups, in the constituency, and so it will be easy for the NDC to maintain that seat in the constituency. So it will be interesting to see how that also plays out in the Ashanti region. But I'm particularly interested in the Northeast region and in the Savannah region and in the Northern region, because when you look at the Northern belt, right, the 2 main presidential candidates who are front runners are coming from the northern parts, of the country. And earlier we played you Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia's profile. Very soon we'll play you John Dramani Mahama's profile as well, as we're going into this election. But let's continue to connect to our correspondents. Lily, where are we going?
We head to Henry Quarters constituency. John Kuma is our man there, Awasu Central. John, what can you report at this time? Has voting started? How has the process been? Smooth or otherwise?
I'm at the TB Malamata police station, and this is the Awasu Central constituency. Over here, voting began at exactly 7 a.m. I have been in touch with the the state deciding officer, and he's assured that everything is going on very well. The number is quite small though, but then from the look of things, it looks like it is just early days yet. So over here things are going on very well. So I would like you to have a word. Let us have a word from the presiding officer. To Ghana. You want to give us an update on how things have gone so far?
My name is David Kufuor, presiding officer for TV. Actually, voting started exactly 7 a.m. and the number is not quite lengthy, but we are very assured and that they are going to come in their numbers.
Okay, so what do you say about the turnout?
Oh, the turnout is a bit low. Since I'm thinking it's early in the morning, people are still in their houses waiting to finish whatever before they come and join the queue. So the turnout is a bit low.
Have you had any issue with regards to malfunctioning of equipment or any sort?
No. All the materials and the equipment even are functioning properly. They are functioning well.
All right. So Lily, as you have it, as you can hear for yourself, everything is going on well, and then everything is smooth. The officers, the security officers, those from the prison, and everything is going on well. Not that I think, but everything is going on well for now.
Okay, John, thank you very much. That's John Kuma from the Awasu Central constituency.
Yeah, that's
Henry Cortes.
Yes, Henry Cortes constituency. A very interesting constituency.
Absolutely.
To watch because the incumbent MP Henry Cortes, he's been there for quite some time, and he's facing his 2020 challenger, the same person, Abdul Rauf of the NDC Tubazu for the Awasu Central. So it'll be interesting to see how the showdown goes on this time around. Awasu Central is it's quite a populous constituency, right? From Accra New Town to Alajo to Pig Farm, Malam, Kotobabi, Caprice, Kokomlemle, all of those areas.
Has a mixture of
so it's very cosmopolitan.
Yes,
very cosmopolitan area. Henry Cortes retained the House.
Because, Lantam, if you look at the results polled in 2020, let me furnish our viewers with that. Henry Cortes polled 33,003 votes. Abdul Rauf Tubazu polled 28,363. 28,363. So the margin was not too wide. Over the period, we have engaged both candidates from Awasu Central. And even though Henry Cortes is confident, Abdul Rauf thinks that, well, in 2020, I gave you a run for your money. So in 2024, I am going to do the same. But what will happen? You, the voter, will decide.
All right, so let's take you to another constituency here in the Greater Accra region. We're taking you to Wejak-Bawe constituency. And Obed King Gaglo is standing by at Wejak-Bawe. Obed, I can see behind you that there is a long queue. People have already begun voting. What more can you tell us?
Right, Lantam, right here at the municipal assembly of the Wejak-Bawe, voting started some few minutes ago, and people have trooped in their numbers to cast their ballot. But let me give you some political background or history of this constituency. Now, currently, the member of parliament for this constituency is Tina Na Ayele Mensah, and he won the polls over the NDC candidate, who is in the person of Cleland New Aya Aisen, who polled 32,280 votes, representing some 39.92%. But Tina herself polled some 68,575 votes, representing 56.08%. But currently, the NDC is represented by a new candidate, Felix Odati Lante, who formerly was the NDC constituency secretary. When you go to the camp of the MPP, the party is represented by lawyer Jerry Ahmed Shaib, who is the chief executive of the Coastal Development Authority. So the contest in this constituency is going to be fierce because the NDC believes that the MPP has won over the years and it's time for them to annex the seat. But let me give you some voter statistics too in the constituency. In this constituency, some 118,390 persons are expected to cast their ballot. But in the constituency,
we are currently at Karicheria Mox, which
we have some number of polling stations here in the constituency. But let me try and gauge some of the constituents who have showed up this morning to cast their ballot. If you can see right behind me, they are in the queue waiting for their turn to cast their ballot.
All right, Obed, we can hardly hear you now. So we'll try and reconnect with you so that we can hear what you're saying. That's Obed Kingaglo, also in another interesting constituency. We've got new faces going into this election because Tina, who is the MP for the area, Tina Ayele Mensa, she won in the last election, but she's not contesting again. You know, the last time she won that particular seat, she won by a 14,000 vote margin, you know, defeating the NDC candidates. That's Clayland Ni Aya Aisen. So this time around with Jerry Ahmed, who is the NPP's candidate, is he going to be able to follow in the stead of Tina Na Ayele Mensa? We'll see how that plays out for that particular constituency.
Exactly.
But let's go back to the Ododo constituency, right?
So we're still staying in Greater Accra.
Yes. Ketu South has been a man on the ground in Ododo, and we are saying it's very interesting to see how Ododo is.
Especially because
Neil Ante Van der Poel is going out, right? Neil Ante Van der Poel is going out, and then there are, you know,
so this time around it's a new set.
Yes, a set of new people.
The people that contested in 2020 are no longer there. The battle of the knees in 2020, we are not seeing that.
So let's go to Ketu South. Ketu South is ready. Ketu, we've seen and heard some updates from you. You know, earlier you spoke to some of the electoral officers in some of the polling stations that you were. Voting had not started yet. What is the situation now, you know, with regard to, you know, voting and all of that?
All right, so Lantam, thank you very much. Like we'd always say, Ododo is one of the hottest in the country today. Well, just a short while ago, one man angrily came through requesting that if the polling officer does not take care, he's going to give him some dirty slaps, and it was right in front of me, and that's why I gave a signal that you should come over to us. Fortunately for me, I have the officer right here to explain really what transpired for the man to threaten him that he was going to dish out some slaps to him if he doesn't ensure that he does what he wants. Nathaniel Nat Anum is joining me right now. Nat, thank you very much. A short while ago, I witnessed this man who angrily approached you and said, look, if you don't take time, he was going to unleash his wrath on you. Even before we go into some statistics, can you share with us? We know this is a violent area. Why did this man threaten you?
Okay, so basically, the political parties are supposed to present two agents, that is party agent, to monitor what is going on, but they are supposed to do it. They are supposed to do it in turns. So one, they run shifts, one comes and then the other. But he is insisting that the two of them all should be beside it, monitoring whatever is going on. And he is failing to understand what I am saying, but he wants us to accept what he wants us to do.
But maybe by their rules, if one of them is sleeping, the other could be there. If the other has compromised, the other one could be a good witness. Probably the reason why he wants two agents of his to be guarding the ballot. Of course, this is an election that all political parties are saying that we are guarding our papers to the very end. So why do you insist that it should just be one agent?
So that is why when we started, I told the agents the rules of the game. I explained to them how we go about it, and then they all agreed. And for him to come from nowhere with that insisting that we should allow all of them to be. It's never done. But basically, we have officers around. You call them, and then you find out why they are there. We explain things to you, and then you also bring out your view, because we are all working together. We are all stakeholders in this election. So when you call and then we explain to you, then you also have your own understanding, or maybe you also have your view. You bring it on board. We all jojo, and then we accept the best we can. But for him to come with that kind of force, that is what is not allowed.
So there are security men here, and if the camera could pan around, there are several of them. And I watched him. After threatening, he just walked away scot-free. Is that per chance your training? Or if somebody threatens an electoral officer, you are supposed to stand your grounds and take action and ensure that person is arrested?
So I called the security personnel in charge, and then he came around swiftly, and then we all jojo, and then we came to an understanding, and so that was how come he left with the, yes.
You are in Odododio constituency. We know the situation here. We know the pockets of violence. Do you feel some way somewhat threatened that you think security should be beefed up in this community? Especially we've not started counting yet, but already you are getting signals. You are picking signals. Do you think that security should be beefed in this area as a returning officer? As a polling officer.
Yes. So looking at where we are now, with the kind of security issues, and then with the security personnel around, I think for now it is okay. But then again, there should be a standby security personnel who will be swift when the time comes.
All right, so Nathaniel Anum obviously mentioning that there should be a standby force. We would get to the police and get more updates. But now is the time to give me some breakdown. How many? This is a polling center, Richard Akwe polling center, Richard Akwe Memorial School. There are about 9 polling stations here. Just give me a breakdown, a bit of what our viewers are to expect here. The number of polling stations, maybe voters at your polling station, and what you should expect. What time you started work this morning?
So we started exactly 7 o'clock, because we were here before, so we were able to put everything in order, and then we started at exactly 7 o'clock, and we are expecting about 705 voters to come and vote, and so far so good. As you can see, we have, even though the line is not very long, but we anticipate that maybe in the course of the day they will rise, since most of them are marketers. So we are expecting that by the end of the day, most of them will come in and cast their vote.
All right, so we've already witnessed one incident that is gory. You don't want to see this. As an officer, what advice would you want to give those who are coming in, and how would you want them to collaborate with you? What kind of partnerships are you expecting from them, such that at the end of the day, when all is counted, there will be absolute peace and no violence reported?
Okay, so basically, we are all stakeholders in this election for it to be free, fair, and transparent. So I don't expect anybody to come with violence, because violence will never solve anything. You just come, ask questions, and then we explain to you. And then if you don't understand, or if you have your own opinion, you can bring it on board. Then we judge, and then we come to a very good conclusion, and then we all live here peacefully. So I expect everybody who will be coming here to come with a peaceful mind, because we are not fighting here. As you can see, it is not a war. It's just coming to cast your vote. So you come here with a peaceful, you come with your ID card, we'll locate your center, and then you'll be able to cast your vote, and then you go home safely.
All right. So a situation that threatened Richard Nathaniel Anum early on a few minutes ago. He had a man approaching with all the anger, requesting that the agents who need to be at the polling station should be 2 of them. Now, if you're watching me from anywhere in the world, I must say that we are looking at Richard Akwe Memorial Center School, and that is at Odododio. Voting has started. Several of them have exercised their franchise already. It is all in all peaceful, apart from the pockets of warning. And so this alone tells you that security should be on high alert, because we've not even reached the state of counting the ballot papers yet, but people come in and you realize pockets of threats here and there. And that is exactly what he's saying, that if there's an opportunity, there should always be a standby force that they can fall on them. In a while, we are expecting that the Gamanche, overlord of the Ga State, will be voting in the Ododo constituency. So we will be bringing you more updates. This morning, I've had the opportunity to track the NDC and the MPP. Well, the NDC candidate says he has not moved out yet. He is with his people now consulting, and then as and when he steps out, GHOne television should be, and the EIB network, of course, should be the outlet that he would want to speak first. So yes, we are on standby, and the assurance is that you don't have to flip your network to any other station, because yes, when it comes to coverage of Ododo, we are here and we have taken authority and would ensure that we bring you all the details. I've equally established contacts with Manaf. He is in and around moving to the various polling stations. It's as short as that anytime from 11 a.m. this morning, 11 a.m. to 12 noon, he will be around the Cowok polling center where he's expected to cast his ballot. And definitely we will be bringing you all the live updates. So when it comes to the Ododo constituency right here in the Greater Accra region, you should trust the EIB network that yes, we have taken over and we'll bring you all the details. For now, this is what you can see. The cameras will move around. I don't know if I can get somebody over. Please come over. How you doing? Good morning. Yeah, come again. Okay, Memo. So he says, I'll speak Tree or Ga. Feel free. This morning you've observed what is happening here. Can you give us your view about the pattern in general, security and everything?
Okay, thank you very much. And normally you might be a few ake. You look fine. Ake often about wafi general election. Often watch on wardroom. She went in Balamina crowd ake crowd spoon wa she. You know already Olenche wa you and Olenche wacho money. Okay,
so he's made a key observation that looking at the past times, there used to be a lot of people, a lot of enthusiasm, but today the numbers that he's seeing is not encouraging. He doesn't know if later on in the day more will be joining in, but now he's not seeing the crowd. Well, mini oba Jenny bemedenche ni ba alo biane me smonia me ba voti mini o Jenny ya no hani.
Okay, Borina le keji benu vote office keji wo baba this time o nake machine kiwe da agboketi agbo na fin shi mene 2024 no wo vote mi o nake shi e belle gidigidi to moni wo wole ni Richard Akwe school yo ha e belle gidigidi kula shi wo lake shi e kule me ko me wo last na me ni keta me a share na mbaba. Number 4.
Okay, so he mentioned that the Richard Akwe Memorial School that the enthusiasm here every now and then when it comes to voting is not what he's seeing, and that's an observation from a voter. Let me find out how many years he's been voting right here and reason why he has this observation. Now let me find out from you. Some have said that a lot of people, and that's from a tip-off, that a lot of people have transferred their votes to other areas. Could you think that is a reason why you are not seeing the numbers beefed up like you're seeing?
No, we banye affect like akashi me jam vote kete yeko. She me bon vote mo ebien getting to 16 years then. Okay. Me bon vote mo ebien ni mene 2024 na akashi kiwe da. Okay. Kiwe da akona ka me transfer me vote kete yeko me kenwa mo wo na ale kiwe leke.
The last 16 years, he has been voting right here at the Richard Akwe Memorial Center, and the enthusiasm that he's getting, the vibe that he's getting is not just as it was in the past years. Let's remember that Nilante Van Der Poel, like you rightly mentioned, is not participating anymore. I can't say that could be a factor, but yes, we have the NPP and the NDC still keenly contesting. It's early hours yet, so we definitely would want to keep our lenses right here and ensure that we bring you all the coverage. Right. Well, I'll hand it over to you back in the studio, and we would ensure that anything that comes up, we'll be the first to share with you. And it's the reason why you definitely would have to keep your channel right here. My name is Ketu South, back right from the Richard Akwe Memorial School. I'll hand it over to you to carry on back in the studio.
All right, very well. That's Ketu South there in the Ododo constituency, and already at one of the polling stations, there has been a threat from a party actor or a party agent, to slap the electoral officer because he believes that he wanted there to be more than one party agent, observing the elections. But, per the rules of engagement as regards this election and observing the election and being vigilant and all of that, you should have one party agent at a time. And, these are some of the things that begin to degenerate into eventual chaos, because the first protest has come, and then when it's time for us to count the ballots, then you see another protest. Then when it's time to count the ballots, you see, that there are disagreements here, disagreements. Then before you realize, it degenerates. These are the things that we are trying to prevent. And so the political parties would do well to caution their agents to stick to the rules of engagement as far as this election is concerned. If you see anything untoward, you peacefully register your displeasure and the necessary action is taken. You don't go threatening electoral officers, because that can degenerate into violence. Because if the other, party also sees that you are threatening an officer, and then they come, they ask, what is going on? You want to do this, you want to do this, and before I realize, it's degenerating into chaos. Mind you, in the last time in the election in Ododo, two people died.
There were some incidents. But we'll tell viewers about that shortly. Let's head to the northern region once again. Tamale South is in focus. Musa Shiraj is our man on the ground. Musa, what can you report at this time? We know that about an hour and some 30 minutes ago, voting started. Is it the same there?
Hello, good morning, Lansam, and to the team at EID. I'm currently at Kufuor Market, which is within the Tamale South. The member of parliament, the current member of parliament is the incumbent, Honorable Haruna Iddrisu. So right now, voting has started in about 1 hour 30 minutes ago. The turnout here is encouraging, as you can see. Some people have even left the venue, they have cast their votes and have left. Right now, as you can see, the place is calm. Everyone is going about their place. You can see the representatives, the various political parties. So I would like to engage the presiding officer so that he will give us 1 or 2 minutes. Boss, please, you are live for GHOne. Please, can you tell us your name and your position here?
The name is Adam from the Sarah of South Market.
All right. Please, so far, what has been the challenges? Have you encountered any challenge so far?
There's the minor but also related to groups that we have resolved that issue.
All right, so later on, I saw you were shifting the people to the other side. So what was going on? Was there any challenge?
Some people were looking for other people voting past, and we have to move them so that they can be in school. They have a secret ballot.
All right, some of the representatives of the various political parties were also complaining that there are allegations of people bringing people and paying them for them to vote to their political parties. How true is that?
That has not been noticed, but we are moving with our exercise.
All right, thank you very much. We really appreciate. So, Lansam, I would like to also engage one of the NVC representatives here so that he will give us his words. Then we'll move on. Please, you are live on GHOne. Please, what's your name? Then tell us the political party you are representing. All right. So far, how is the process and how is the turnout? Are you impressed?
We are impressed.
Right. All right. No problem. No issues. All right. So later on, I saw you escorted someone to the ballot box, okay, to cast a vote. Is that not the duty of the EC official to escort someone?
Unfortunately, quite inaudible sound there. That's Musa Shiraz. He's our man on the ground for us in Tamale South. Haruna Iddrisu, Tamale South. Lantam, I am wondering what can change in Tamale South, by the way.
Yeah.
Let me take a quick water break.
Yeah, and that's mist water you're drinking, right? And you know that it's the feel-good water, right? It's the feel... I can see the way Lily is feeling good drinking mist, which is the feel-good water. You know, it has a bold embodiment of innovative design and impeccable taste. And its sourcing process begins from the underground springs of the Equiapim Mountains, infused with naturally occurring electrolytes and minerals, which gives mist that crisp and refreshing taste that Ghanaians are growing to love. And it's refreshing, it's hydrating. It ultimately makes you feel very good, as you pace through your busy day. And so you can see us here at the EIB network have our mist water ready to make sure that we're able to get through the day. Now, the sleek bottles are available in 3 sizes. We've got the 500 ml, the 750 ml, and the 1 liter. So you can find it at Melcom, Fairway, Migmat, Marina Mall, Total Energies, and all major stores. And mist water creates a new benchmark for quality drinking water. So join the Feel Good family today. And make sure that you are getting your hands on some mist water, just like we're doing here in the studio. And, hydrate yourself throughout the day. Today, it is very important.
Absolutely.
It's very necessary. So, as we're bringing you our elections coverage, we're being hydrated with mist water. So, it's election morning. It's already 8:30 a.m. Voting is underway in various constituencies. We've been bringing you updates from some of the constituencies. In some of the polling stations, voting has not started because there are issues with biometric verification devices. Some are not working, and so the EC in those areas has been trying to replace them. In other constituencies, obviously, voting is currently ongoing. And in one polling station in the Ododo-Dio constituency, as we've just been reporting, an electoral officer has been threatened by a party agent. Like I was telling you earlier, 2 people died in the Ododo-Dio constituency in 2020. One 17-year-old who was caught in the crossfire, because of electoral violence. And another man, dying. And that's something that we do not want to happen this time around in the Ododo-Dio constituency. So, like we've been saying.
And the current MP, Nilanti Van der Poel, was arrested in 2020 after all the violence that characterized that particular election. So we do not want to witness it. Both candidates in 2020 are not going into the polls. Again, Edwin Nilanti Van der Poel, who is the incumbent MP, and then Edward Nilanti Bannerman, the famous man that President Kufuor mistook his name for Nilanti Van der Poel. But away from Accra, we head to the western region, shall we?
Yes, and we're going to the Amenfi area where Joseph Kobina Amwa will be standing by. Of course, he's standing by now, and he's ready to tell us what's been happening in the Amenfi area as far as the voting is concerned. And we'll speak to him so that he can give us those updates. Okay, Joseph, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. So you are in the Amenfi area. Exactly, where are you? Which police station are you at? What is the voting process looking like so far?
Okay, so I'm currently at the Amenfi Central constituency, and the polling station precisely is the post office Manso polling station here in Amenfi Central constituency at Amenfi Manso, and currently here voting is ongoing. However, voting started very late at around 7:56. That's when the voting process started, because the EC officials had to go to the collation center to get their the ballot boxes as well as everything needed to come and vote here. And so when they came, the process had to delay a bit as they were trying to get things in order, try to agree with the party agents and everyone so that the process commences. And so around 7:56, the process commenced, and some people who had already gathered here went on to vote and do hold their process. However, something very unusual happened here. One voter here who had come into the light to wait in the queue for almost an hour since 7 a.m. Unfortunately, he had to be disenfranchised by one of the EC officials. With the verification code, I learned that with the verification with the BVD, you have to scan with a scan code. However, this time, the EC official unintentionally cancel the scan code before using the verification machine, and so eventually the machine couldn't verify this particular voter to allow him to vote, and so he hasn't been able to vote, and he had to leave the polling station here. Not so happy about it. His name is Gani Severius, who is not so happy about such a thing as happened, and so I think the EC official was also very, very not so happy. She looked very disturbed and worried that her mistake has ended up in disenfranchising one person here, and so that's what's currently ongoing here. Currently, if you can look to see behind me, not so many people are in the line here, in the queue here at the Amenfi Central police station, the post office Manso Amenfi police station, where voting is actually ongoing. In other police stations, I think voting is currently ongoing, and so I'm currently here at the post office Manso Amenfi in the Amenfi Central constituency.
Very well, Joseph, thank you for bringing us that update from the Amenfi Central constituency. Voting was delayed for a while because the EC had to go and make sure that all the voting materials, have arrived on time. I mean, for the life of me, cannot understand why we've been doing elections in the Fourth Republic since 1992, and every single time there are issues of voting materials not arriving at certain places on time.
Issues of BVRs.
Yeah, haven't we learned any lessons in making sure that we're able to get these things in place?
And people raise concerns about BVRs, BVDs, and we're still witnessing that. And one thing that is cutting across in most of the constitution is also the issue of low voter turnout.
Yeah.
I am wondering why people who want to vote till late afternoon, evening, and then walking, then be trooping, and so very often it extends the 5 p.m. time.
Yeah,
and so
that's especially voting doesn't start early. When voting doesn't start early, right, then the voting time is extended to make up for the lost time, because if people have been in the queue for a very long time, since 4 a.m., 5 a.m., and then voting starts, say, 8 a.m. or 9 a.m., right? There are people who would insist that, okay, then the closing time of the voting also be extended to allow for other people to also get the opportunity to vote, because voting didn't start early, especially if there are a lot of people, at the polling station. I think that is also one of the reasons why, the EC decided that they were going to divide, the various polling stations so that we don't have more than, 750 or so people per polling station, so that the voting process can be easy. So if you are lucky and the voter turnout is good and everybody comes in to come and cast their votes, then we can close early, when everybody has voted.
Somebody will wait till 4 p.m. before joining the queues to go and vote. I think when it's 5 p.m. when polls are supposed to close, there will still be an extension because they'll have to service everybody
there are
in the queue.
People in the queue, so then it extends the time, and then but if we are started early, then it becomes a problem. But with all of this, the police have been addressing the media, with regard to making sure that we are doing things in such a way that there are no problems whatsoever at any polling station which has the tendency to foment trouble. So the police have been addressing the media, and one of the critical things they've been saying is that nobody is allowed to go to any polling station with motorbikes.
Yes.
So let's take a look at that press conference by the police and what they have to say.
ASP Grace and Sakofi.
But now we are monitoring, we'll be observing, and we'll be intervening whenever the need arises. We wish to also let you know that throughout the day, we'll be responding to issues and updating you with facts as they come up. So far, our officers on the ground have observed that quite a number of people try to access the various polling stations with their motorbikes. We wish to entreat such persons to ensure that they park about 100 meters away from the polling centers. And we have instructed our men on the ground to make sure they direct such persons to comply so we do not congest the polling stations with motorbikes. We also want to urge the general public to contact the police on our toll-free number 0800-311-311 whenever there is any information they want to share with us. Our officers are ready behind all the telephones and will be picking and responding to situations as they share information with us. I take the number again, 0800-311-311. We'd also like to use this opportunity to urge members of the public to desist from passing on information that is inaccurate, that they haven't verified. So issues of disinformation and misinformation to be discouraged so that all of us ensure a peaceful and successful process. And to facilitate this, we will continue to update you with the facts as far as security-related issues are concerned, as and when they come up. We want to take this opportunity once again to assure the general public, to assure all Ghanaians that the security agencies under the National Election Security Task Force, we are poised, we are ready, we are on the ground, and we will secure the election process up to the end. And we urge the public to come and work with us so that at the end of the day, Ghana will win. Thank you very much.
All right, so that's Grace Ansa Akrofi there of the Ghana Police Service.
The Director of Public Affairs.
Yes, Director of Public Affairs, addressing the media, essentially addressing Ghanaians, sounding caution. So do not go to any polling station with your motorbike. If you have a motorbike, park far away from the polling station. Park far away from the polling station and then walk to the polling station, cast your votes, and after that you can go back and pick your motorbike and go about your business. Let's just make sure and then make sure that the voting process is is as much as possible free. I mean, it's not rocket science, for you to go peacefully, cast your ballots, and then go back home. It's not rocket science, is it? So we're encouraging each and everybody to make sure that they are following the rules of engagement, right? And also, when you are going to the polling station, make sure that you are not taking a picture of the ballot paper.
That is very critical. We saw that during the special voting exercise. I wonder how people who know better were doing that during special voting. Just go there, cast your ballot. If the person who contracted you to take the picture is confident of winning, they should have gone to the constituencies, campaigned adequately, and won the people over, instead of asking people to take pictures of ballots cast.
Yeah, so do not do that. That is against the law. It's against the rules of engagement. So when you're also in the queue, don't try and convince somebody not to vote, or don't try and while you're in the queue try and convince somebody to vote for another party. All the campaigning has been done. The time for campaigning is over. The time for voting is now. So if you are going to be in the queue, just be in the queue quietly, right? And don't try and convince anybody to stop voting or try and stop people from voting for the political party of their choice and all of that. The time for all of that is over. But we're still reminding you that this is the EIB Election Hub. It's election morning. What you are seeing on your screen now is Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia in his constituency and his polling station in the Northeast region. That is where the Vice President is from. And you can see him. This is when he got to the polling station to go and cast his vote. And he is one of the main contenders of this election. He's one of the main contenders of this election 2024, presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party. And one would imagine that obviously he's voting for himself. One would imagine that obviously he's voting for himself and he's voting for the parliamentary candidate. So you can see that's a parliamentary box, right? That's the parliamentary box that he has put his ballot in for the parliamentary candidate, and he's now voting in the presidential as well. So you can see the Vice President there has cast his vote. He's in Wale. That's his hometown. Wale, that's his hometown. That's in the northeast region. So there you have it. Of course, when we have the images of the other candidates in their various constituencies also casting their votes, we will see exactly how that plays out.
We're yet to see that of John Dramani Mahama.
Yeah.
But that's in your shot, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia.
In his white smoke.
Yeah.
I don't know whether the white is already representing the victory for him.
You know how religious we are in this country. So that's him for the parliamentary.
Yes.
Yeah, he's casting his ballot in the parliamentary race. Would he vote against his own parliament?
I don't think he will. It will not make sense if he does. So
that's Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia there. In your shot, Lantam told you he's in Wale in the northeast region. He's voting and obviously voting for himself. I am wondering if either of the candidates, of the 12 candidates who go into this polls, and not vote for himself or herself, because we have a woman in there.
Yeah, so we're telling you about some of the candidates, right? So you've seen Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. There is also John Dramani Mahama of the NDC. There is Alan Chemanting, who is an independent candidate. He broke away from the MPP, we all know, after he didn't do too well in the primaries, and he felt that the process of the MPP primaries was unfair. And so he broke away and he decided to run as an independent candidate. So he formed the Movement for Change, or the Butterfly Movement, if you want to call it that, and later on formed the Alliance for Revolutionary Change with the National Interest Movement of Dr. Abu Sakara, and others. So he's in there. Then we have another candidate, Christian Kwabena Andrews of the Ghana Union Movement. He's been contesting in elections for some time now. His party is GHOne. Yeah. Right, he's also in there. In the last election in 2020, he emerged, as the third force. So we'll see how he does. There is also Daniel Augustus Latte Jr. of the GCPP, the Great Consolidated Popular Party, which domestication,
was originally held by his father.
Yeah, by his father, Dan Latte. So this is domestication, right? He's also in there. Then there is George Chumberima, who is also an independent candidate. He's the brother of JB Dankwa Edu.
Yes.
The MP for Ebuakwa, who died. Unfortunately died.
Yeah. And his case has been going on during the week. They were supposed to end the case. Then the accused would know his fate. But unfortunately, a retrial starting. That's quite a long time, 9 years on. Almost 9 years on, and the case has gone into a retrial. Will the family ever get closure? How many years more will it take? So that's the brother of JB Dankwa Edu,
all right.
George
Chumberima, who is an independent candidate. So we'll take you through the profiles of some of the other candidates, but we will now take you to the Awasu West Wogon constituency, where my colleague Eko Boache is standing by. This is also another interesting constituency to watch. We all know what happened when the special voting was taking place in Awasu West Wogon, with allegations of vote buying and voter inducement and what have you. Eko Boache, tell us where exactly in Awasu West Wogon you are and what is the voting process looking like?
Currently, I'm standing at the Okonglo Restaurant 1 and 2 polling station, and I understand that for the purposes of speed and also for early counting after the whole process, the place has been divided into 4 polling stations. So we have the Awasu, the Okonglo Restaurant 1 at the extreme side across the street, and we have the A and B subdivisions over there. Then close to me, that's right over here in your shots, we have the restaurants 2A and B as well. And the 2 side of the polling station started a bit later as compared to the 1 side because there were issues concerning the BVR. And I have here with me the polling officer, the presiding agent of the 2B polling station. Mr. Abu, you are live on GHOne TV. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
And we realized that your activity started quite late because your BVRs were given some problems. What was the issue?
Well, we weren't able to register the barcode scanner before the machine gets initiated, but eventually we are able to do it. So we started it and everything is going on well.
But so far, has there been any issue reported?
No, there hasn't been any issue reported.
So you're looking forward to a smooth run?
That's right.
How many people are expected to vote at this side?
399. They are the number on the voted register.
And what are the preparations that have been made for persons with disabilities?
Well, we have what we call the preferential treatment. So when they come, we give them the benefit of the doubt. We assist them and support them so that we ask them to vote before any other voter casts the vote.
All right, thank you very much. So I can confidently say that all 4 polling stations at the Oponglo restaurant have already started their voting processes. So we'll be coming to you with other hotspots in the area soon. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Eko Boashe, reporting to us. He is in Awasu West Wogon, and we know the Awasu West Wogon constituency is interesting, not necessarily because of the voting pattern or the voting dynamics, because we know that it has predominantly been an MPP seat. You know, it was with Chemantine Jako, who was the member of parliament. That's Wache Jako's brother, right? He was the member of parliament for the area. Unfortunately, he passed, and then his wife Lydia Sarah Malhassan took over and won that seat. Now John Dumelo entered the race to contest with Lydia Sarah Malhassan. They went at it in the 2020 elections.
In 2020, it was just a 2,000
vote margin, right? So let's see if John Dumelo will be able to make up for that, because there has been a lot of work that the NDC has been doing in the area, and it was very interesting. Especially, I remember during the campaigning period when John Dumelo went to the Legon campus, you know, with Malik Basintali and Lydia Sarah Malhassan. Lydia Sarah Malhassan also went there with, you know, Haja Samira Bawumia, and it was, you know, pretty interesting. And during the special voting, the member of parliament became, you know, infamous for saying that she was not there, you know, when food was being shared. But there were videos of, you know, her, you know, trying to give food to prison officers and what have you who were in the queue. And she has been dragged by John Dumelo to the special prosecutor for trying to influence people's votes, you know, by sharing food, which is actually, you know, against the law. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. This time around, will John Dumelo be able to cross over and do well or better, you know, than Lydia Sarah Malhassan in the Awasu West Wogon constituency? But let's continue to speak to our correspondents. We will take you to the Ashanti region, right?
Yeah, the late John Kume's constituency.
Yes, the Ejiso constituency, right?
Absolutely.
So, Lily, who is there and who are we talking?
Isaac Justice Bidiakwe is our man on the ground again. This time around, he's moved from Bantama. He moved from Bantama to Drubbing. Now he's in Ejiso. Isaac, what's the situation in Ejiso? Voter turnout. Give us the numbers.
Well, Lily, I must say that at the Ejiso Echirak room where I am at the moment, everything is going on perfectly according to the electoral management body responsible for this polling station election. Now, what is happening is that as we speak now, 79 people, according to the officials, have turned up here to cast their ballots. So they haven't recorded any incident. People who did not come here because they have lost their voters' ID card to come and inquire, they have given them education that once your name is in the register, even if you have lost your voters' ID card, you still have the opportunity to come and vote.
It's fine.
Because you go through the verification process, then after that you are free to vote. So that education has also been given to people who have lost their voters' ID card in this particular town that would want to vote, but because of that they think that they cannot vote. They have told people to go and tell them that they should come to the center and come and vote. Now we have the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the National Democratic Congress in the person of Augustus Nana Kwesi. We'll find out from him what the situation is in the Ashanti region now, because he is the leader of the NDC in the Ashanti region. Nana, good morning.
Hey, good morning, my friend.
Nampomutu saying. Great. Mawusa wonu wabusua mabetoma ba awie. Asantemantemu ha niema ekosen edema MPP NDC for more ha so far as this election ekoso complaints no bi ba na se bibia smooth.
Edikan yabeda obibia se omupie abeto aba ape ensisa na meka say it's too early to complain. So far what I've seen here this morning, I think everything is going on well, and let me be honest, the EC people are working. For now it's around 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock. They are doing good. The reception that they are giving to people, I think it's okay. Our party agents is being positioned well to see whatever is going on. So I don't have a lot to say. What I'm going to tell people that it's early days, but they should come out and vote, because I can see that the turn-up is a bit low compared to last 4 years. This time the line is very long, but this time I think I don't know what's going on, but I'll encourage everybody to come out and vote. So far so good for now, so let's pray that by 5 o'clock everything will be peaceful and the newly elected president and parliamentary candidate, we can serve the good people of Ghana.
Before today, the NDC held a news conference. It raised concerns about military personnel who have been deployed that you describe as fake military personnel. This morning we are hearing that in Suta areas that they've seen some of them there, armed military men. Has this come to your attention as a leader of the party? When I went to Jaben, that was what some of your people were telling us.
Yes, I've heard it. But I think it's part of why people are not coming out to vote. The tension is too high. Yesterday, seeing new pickups without numbers, they've changed the DV numbers to 2018 and other things. What was going on yesterday evening, we were quiet, but we were monitoring them. They can't do anything. The wish of Ghanaians is going to happen. If Ghanaians want Excellency GHOne Dramani Mahama to lead the country again, nothing can change it. Nothing can change it, but we want free and fair elections. The complaints that I've gotten this morning is about the indelible ink. And so that's why I came early to vote and see if it's true. But it's early, so I'm waiting around 2 hours. I'll check that. If it's fading out, then I have a lot to say. But I can't say much. So far, everything is going on well. The voters are in the queue quietly, no noise. Everything is going on well. So
that is the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the NDC. We also have Kwaku Buahin, who is the former Deputy National National Communications Officer of the NDC. Kwaku, you are live on GHOne. How would you also describe the process so far?
It's going on well. I just voted and it's going on well, even though the turnout is not all that good. But we are hoping that by 12/1, people will come out in their numbers to vote. We are monitoring the system very well, very closely, and no intimidation. Everybody should come out in their numbers and vote.
Jack Alolumi, this time around
people are voting. People are voting.
This time around we are not going to sing. No. You are going around monitoring the election.
I came to vote.
Thank you very much. So that is Jack Alolumi. Nabi engage some of the electoral officers here and find out from them what the observation has been so far as these elections are concerned. Opayini Mema watching.
Yeah, Papa.
Osha and Nabatu ya NDC chairman HRS as a nipa na ho kenka na omode ba na se from 4 years ago sabe na nipa ndodo na ato sanet ye wa ha
yeah, police station dey asad na no almost 18 ato aba asad now, so I think say they kana kwa ba ombeba a process him say kakra ombeba. So far is very encouraging.
Na Osha process na e corners monya issues ye ko dwabe na ba bi o ho ya na or as a manso obi o see indelible ink no ye nipa de born as a ho ana as a paper ha problem be sa abaha
da bibia masa
na chasa bibia fine
bibia masa
na se obi nso akoba se wayira ne ID card na se obaha eno mo ba na to ana mo ye den
so far so to ba han kon ade obo ni se hwe ne sindi umudia which so to aba no sanity.
Okay, so Lily, as you heard from the camp of the NDC and the electoral officials managing the election here at GHOne Echakrum, everything is smooth for them. But the day is too young, so they don't know what will happen later. But generally in Ashanti region, we can describe it so far so good. It has been very peaceful.
All right, Isaac, thank you very much. But I just wanted to confirm if the candidate for the NDC is the GHOne Asante that we know. Is he the one contesting for the NDC?
Well, at the moment, when I came here, I've not seen the NDC candidate here. But of course, you know, GHOne is a typical MPP seat, a typical MPP community. So where the NDC is not that much stronger in this particular constituency. However, they pool numbers in elections.
Okay, thank you very much. That's Isaac Justice Bediako. He's been crisscrossing the Ashanti region, Banta, Madrabing. He's currently in GHOne, and he mentioned that NDC polls some numbers in the GHOne constituency. It is predominantly an NPP seat. We can tell from the 2020 elections. In 2020, the late John Ampuntia Kuma polled 68,000 as against NDC's George Kwame, who polled 14,000. So you can clearly see the huge voter margin in GHOne in favor of the NPP. The NDC that our correspondent engaged said, but they are willing and winning this election hands down. Will that be the case? A predominantly
that's a predominantly NPP seat, you know, and even a lot of the independent candidates who contested in the by-election, a lot of them, you know, have their roots in the NPP in that election. So you cannot imagine that the NPP will win the seat in the GHOne. But let's take you back to the Wejak-Bawe constituency. Obed King Gaglo is there. We understand that as at 9 a.m., voting still has not started at some polling stations. Obed, why? What's happening?
Right, Lansam, exactly so, voting.
Right, so the internet connection has frozen there, but what we understand is that as at 9 a.m., voting still has not started in some polling stations, or at some polling stations in the Wejak-Bawe constituency.
Now it is simply Wejak constituency.
And, you know, we are wondering why. Yes, in the Wejak constituency, and we're wondering why, you know. And we were talking about this earlier, that, you know, one would imagine that having gone through electoral reform after electoral reform after electoral reform, having conducted how many elections since the Fourth Republic, quite a number of them, you know, the EC would have become very conversant in dealing with some of these issues, because every single election we have a problem of late start of voting, you know, and it doesn't help when there is a late start of voting, because voting was supposed to have started at 7.
2 hours
it's
later.
9 a.m. Voting has not started. So by 5 p.m. when polls are supposed to close, there are going to be people who are still in the queue to vote.
Hoping to vote.
And then when that happens, the voting goes into the night. And then it becomes very dark. And you know that is when people take the advantage to do a lot of sinister things, you know, under the cover of darkness. You know, and we do not want that to happen. So the EC, because I remember there was a time that the EC wanted to end voting at 3 p.m. Right? Because they believe that during the day, be able to do the ballot counting and all of that, we're able to declare the elections fast enough. You know, but you know that didn't happen, and still voting has to, you know, close at 5 p.m. So if voting is supposed to close at 5 p.m., make sure that voting is starting on time at 7 a.m. But
is it that we didn't test our machines? Is it that we didn't educate voters enough? Interestingly, this year I did not see a lot of voter education from the NCCE. I saw the EC place a few ads, but with voter education from the NCCE, we barely saw many of those ads on TV. Is it that the NCCE is under-resourced? Is it that the NCCE thinks that the voter is well vexed with voting process, and so there is no need to educate the voter? Well, we're seeing the result today, as a couple of constituencies have recorded very low voter turnout, and some constituencies are also recording faulty BVR machines. where do we go from here as a country? Shouldn't we have moved on? Some will say this electoral commissioner and her commissioners are pretty new, but they conducted the 2020 polls. They've conducted primaries for the various political parties. They've conducted the district level elections. And some of these concerns were evident in all these elections that they conducted. Shouldn't we have learned from all those things? The EC stated its readiness for this election. What is happening on the ground speaks otherwise. Well, we're still live on our coverage of the 2024 general elections. This is an election showdown. Obibesu.
At the end of the day, you know, when the voting is done, and you know the results start trooping in, that is when we're going to begin to see how it is all shaping up. And you talked about voter turnout, you know, and it's still early. It's only 9 a.m. And so there are a lot of people who may be eyeing to go to the polling stations to go and vote maybe sometime in the afternoon or maybe later on in the evening, because they've got a lot of things to do during the day. And so usually when you go to a lot of the polling stations, you realize that towards the evening the queues are longer, because everybody has sort of finished with what it is that they want to do, and they want to join the queue to make sure that they're able to exercise their franchise, you know. But when you look at voter turnout figures, you know, throughout the years, you know, it's been, you know, steadily increasing, right? In 2016, for example, there was a voter turnout, you know, after all was said and done, of just about 68.6%. That was a voter turnout. In the 2020 election, it went up by 8.3%. Voter turnout went up by 8.3% to 79, you know, percent. For the 2024 elections, we're expecting a projected voter turnout of about 70 to 80%. That is what the EC has told us. But it remains to be seen, you know, how the voter turnout is going to play out. But let's establish our presence at the Electoral Commission headquarters, where my colleague Evelyn Araba-Edu is standing by. She has pitched camp as the Electoral Commission headquarters, and she will be bringing us an update as to how they are also prepared. We know that the strong room is going to be there. The party agents are going to be there, also taking their figures from their various, you know, constituencies.
And we, the journalists, right, with our eagle eyes, are also there, especially here at the EIB network, on TV, on radio, online. We'll bring you all the figures that come in. I'm sure by 2-3 p.m. a lot of the constituencies would have been done voting, because of the polling centers that was cut into smaller sizes. And so a lot of them would have been done voting, and those with discrepancies would continue voting. Unfortunately, maybe we're going to see a long haul for us as journalists in this election. But we're ready for you. Know that from now through till the final declaration, this is the house to look out for. Evelyn Araba-Edu is live from the EC headquarters. Araba, you are the EC headquarters. Tell us the mood there. You journalists, you pitched come very early in the morning. What's happening there?
One will ask, what is the purpose or the duty of the National Coalition Center? Well, when it comes to electoral processes, it has about 4 duties here to perform, and it has to do with declaration presidential election results, which starts from the polling station. Then it just moves to the constituency collation centers. Then it also has the regional collation centers, and finally ends at the national level. So when the results are declared or collated from the various polling stations, it will now move to the constituency level, then to the national level, to the regional level, I beg your pardon. Then it will finally come to the national level. That is after it has been authenticated by the regional director of the Electoral Commission in that region. That is throughout the 16 regions, and also endorsed by the various regional reps of the political parties. Then it will be faxed to the national level. Now, at the national level here, this is where all the results from the 16 regions will be collated through a fax machine. When they receive it here, it will be collated, and then the returning officer, that is the national returning officer in the person of the Electoral Commissioner, Madam Jamestown, would now have the mandate, the duty of declaring only the presidential result of who the president is, or who has been elected as the president of this election, Lily Mohammed.
All right.
Now, let me also add that at the National Coalition Center, we also have a number of people who are supposed to be here. Okay. Remember, not everybody is permitted to be here. So those who can be here are the various presidential candidates. Yes, they have the right to be here if they want to be here. They can also have some of their national executives to be here. Aside that, we have the national and the international observers also who have the access to be here, as well as the media, and then some staff of the Electoral Commission who also have the permission or have the access, and there's the card, who have the access accredited card to be here, Lily Mohammed.
All right.
So, and then very soon the Electoral Commission will be briefing the media on the ongoing elections as well.
Okay, we'll be looking forward to that particular brief. That's Evelyn Arabedu, live from the EC headquarters, telling us that there are just very select few that are allowed at the EC headquarters. Others time, the presidential candidates, the national executives of the various political parties, the national and international election observers, as well as your favorite friends, we in the media. Pretty shortly, the Electoral Commissioner will be addressing the press. I will go there when the address is on, and will tell you what the Electoral Commissioner wants to tell you, the Ghanaian voter.
Yeah, of course. You can see that a lot of the media houses there have pitched camp, you know, and that stadium is there. So we're expecting that sometime, if we are very lucky, but it is very unlikely, later on this evening, we'll see her go to the podium to announce the results. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure
very unlikely.
Very unlikely. Very, very unlikely. I'm pretty sure it will be, maybe we can expect it from tomorrow evening, you know, going she'll get to that podium and then she will announce the presidential results. Because she's the returning officer for the presidential results, right?
Three-time calling of the final results.
No. We do not want to experience elections being declared about 3, 4, 5 times, right? But we're taking you to the Afutu constituency, where you can see in your shot the majority leader. Alexander Kwame.
Address me as the majority leader. that is what we'll remember him for in 2024 as we go into 2025. But that's our majority leader, Alexander Kwame Appenyomake, casting his ballot in the Afutu constituency. I did not see whether that was the presidential or that was... Okay, so he's done. He's actually done casting his ballot for the presidential and the parliamentary. 3 people contesting in that election. The majority leader, Alexander Kwame Appenyomake, the NDC's James Kofi Annan, and then an independent candidate from that area. So
on your screen right now is Haruna Iddrisu, MP for Tamale South constituency.
It's my prayer that John Mahama ways to change course and to reset our country for the good of our democracy, for the health of our democracy, for the health of our economy, for the health of good governance. Change is necessary and change is compelling. And I trust that the sovereign will of the Ghanaian people will just respect that and be Ghanaians opting for change and voting for change. The performance of government in every enterprise of governance is abysmal and poor and very disappointing, and we should see change, and Ghanaians must witness change to see an end to our unexplained suffering out of the irresponsible, reckless conduct of government and this unmatched corruption and abuse of public structures and processes. It's all about loot of the state.
That's the Honorable MP for Tamale South constituency, Honorable Haruna Iddrisu. He used to be minority leader, you know, in Parliament, and he is hoping that the NDC is going to win the election. I'm pretty sure he's already cast his ballot. And we'll be bringing you some of these reactions as and when we have them. But let's go back to the Wager constituency, where Obed King Aglo earlier was telling us about voting not starting in many of the polling stations in that constituency. Obed, we lost you earlier there, but you were about to tell us the reason why voting had not yet started at some polling stations. What have you been able to gather? Obed, we can't hear you. If you have not unmuted, can you unmute for us? Because we can hardly hear you, Obed. All right.
Right. So, Lantam, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you clearly now.
So, I was saying that it is still the situation here at the MFS polling station here in the Wager constituency, where voting has still not started. Now, interacting with the presiding officer, he tells me that it's because of the absence of the parliamentary pink sheet that has delayed. The polling agent insists that both the presidential and parliamentary pink sheet be ready before the process will begin. Electorates have come here since morning and are still in the queue waiting to vote. I have here with me one aged man who showed up around 7, still here and has not voted. Let me talk to him what he's going to do next. You're welcome to GHOne TV.
Thank you.
Right. What time did you come here, sir?
I came here 7 a.m. this morning. And my question is, I wonder why the pink sheet parliamentary one and the presidential one, why didn't they do it together, but rather separated it? Because our problem here is that the presidential pink sheet is ready, but the parliamentary pink sheet is not ready. And we, the voters are saying that both pink sheet has to be ready so that we can vote for both, a candidate. We can't vote one and then wait for another pink sheet to come. We are very frustrated. It's very disturbing. I wonder why. Is it a sabotage or something? I can't believe this one. Because this has never happened in this constituency before. This is the first time I'm experiencing such a thing in this polling station. We're still hanging around here.
Okay.
We're not moving an inch.
Right.
We have to vote.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Lantam, that was the agent man speaking to us about the situation, and they are still here since morning. Not even a single person has voted. They are lined up here waiting outside the polling station, which is the New Day School, formerly called the MFS School. They are frustrated about the process, and they are calling on the Electoral Commission to ensure that the process will start so that they can vote and go home. Let me still talk to some of the people here. I've cited some polling agents here.
The camera is on.
Let me talk to him and let's find out. You are representing the MPP. The presidential is in, the parliamentary is in. How do you feel about the process?
Well, now we are not having the parliamentary sheets. We are waiting.
Don't you think it's a delay for the electorate? They've come here since morning and have not voted.
For us, we said the process should continue, but our colleague is having a problem with it. That they want to see the pink sheet before the elections. So now we don't have any problem. We want the election to complete. Our colleague there in NDC, we want to see the pink sheets before the elections start.
I don't think they are right.
For me, I think pink sheets are needed after the elections. So pink sheets doesn't need before elections. It's after elections we need the pink sheets.
Right. Let me talk to some of the electorate, what they make of this position. GHOne TV. Almost say a parliamentary pink sheet by Uhunisen.
And who say Sadia no Pomupana on person to work. I don't know President General Abba, now Parliamentary General Mudiasi. Why not because I said military as I said we know what just. And in your body I said and ba next day bet me at a special vote to Campo, almost with the B2 that the year then we are 2 now and bet me to that because in the MP before bet me and to me and this I send this chairman, then now be
Right. So, Lily, those are some of the electorates. Obviously, he is the chairman of the NDC in this area, insisting that until the parliamentary pink sheet arrive, voting is not going to start. And so we are still monitoring the situation, and we will update you in the subsequent engagement.
That update. It's quite unfortunate that at this particular polling station, pink sheets have not arrived yet. And, you know, for the life of me, I can't understand the reason why parliamentary pink sheets have not arrived, you know, and the presidential pink sheets, you know, have arrived, you know. The pink sheets are not going to be used now. The pink sheets are going to be used at the end of voting, you know. So, you know, the numbers will be inputted into the pink sheets and all of that. And all the party agents need to sign. But everything needs to be intact, you know, for the sake of transparency, because if the pink sheets have not arrived, you know, how does voting start? Okay, so let's wait. The pink sheets will come, so you start the voting. Now, if they start the voting, how do they do the recording?
Exactly.
You know, and all of that. So, for the life of me, I cannot understand the reason why parliamentary pink sheets have not arrived at a polling station, you know, as at what time? As at 9:20 a.m., you know, by my watch. And, you know, the Electoral Commission will do well to make sure that they're able to rectify that issue. But we take you to Awutu Senya.
Yeah.
Awutu Senya constituency.
Minister, yeah. Awutu Senya East.
Yes.
You can see how Mavis comes in your shot. She's casting her ballot in that election. Yesterday, we learned that there were some allegedly military officers that were detailed to the Awutu Senya East area. We understand that currently calm is restored to that area. But it's one of the constituencies that I am particularly looking out for to be peaceful. You know, we've witnessed incidents in the past. And so that's Mavis comes in your short. She's a member of parliament for the Awutu Senya East constituency. She's a minister for fisheries and aquaculture development. Yeah. Are we ever going to see an election where an MP will say, "Oh, I forgot to vote for myself"? I don't want to.
No, I don't think we're ever going to.
Kindly give me another ballot paper. Let me go vote.
Yeah, you know, I don't think. Yeah, no, you know, but you know, it's interesting because in the Awutu Senya East constituency, the NDC parliamentary candidates, I remember I spoke to the media and said he was very confident of winning about 67%, you know, of the votes. He was very emphatic and very confident that he'll be able to unseat Mavis Hawakumsin, you know, the constituency. So the NDC parliamentary candidate for Awutu Senya East constituency, Phyllis Nakroyo Okuno, that's her name. You know, and she says she's confident of winning 67%, you know, of the vote. So we'll see. Will she be able to unseat Mavis Hawakumsin, who seems to be very popular in the Awutu Senya East constituency, right? Will the NDC be able to take the seats away from the MPP in the Awutu Senya East? That remains to be seen. At the end of the day, we will find out.
They both went head to head.
Yes.
You know, and it was quite interesting. It was just about 6,000 votes.
Yes.
Mavis Hawakumsin polled 57,000 and Nakoyo polled 51,000. Let's see what this will look like in 2024. Same women going again. Will this time Nakoyo make inroads and unseat Mavis Hawakumsin, who is, however, very confident of winning this election? But I'm wondering what she might have done in 2020 to satisfy her constituents such that they massively voted for Nakoyo.
Yeah, you know, because in the Awutu Senya East constituency, in the last election, that is in, you know, election 2020, the MPP won both in the presidential and the parliamentary. You know, Nana Kufuor won Awutu Senya East with 57,555 votes. You know, that's about 52.26%. And Mavis Hawakumsin, you know, also came in with 52.55%. That's 57,114 votes, right? But Phyllis now, you know, Koyo, you know, also did well with about 51,000 votes, right? But Still in the Ewutu Senya East constituency, maybe it's how Akumsin, after casting her vote, had this to say. Let's listen.
And the people didn't know which of the queue they should join. Fortunately, the electoral officers have resolved it, and it's moving very smoothly. By the end of the day, I'll be crowned as the winner, but with the percentage I live in the house of the Lord. Now, I believe it wouldn't be anything less than 50%. I'm still expecting peace in this constituency. You remember I promised the people of Awasu East and Ghana that this year, never again, what my opponent pushed me to do in 2020, no matter what, I'm not ready to do it this year. I'm ready to make sure that there will be peace before, during, and after this election. Because I'm the winner, I should not do anything to tarnish my image. What happened in 2020, I regretted it. And that's why on my vetting day I apologized. So I'm someone, if I want to do something, I'm focused. I've done my campaign. I went all over the community, I've campaigned. And the people know me, they know, they've received my message, and they are willing to vote for me. So I need not to create any problem in the community. If there is any problem, I'll just ignore it. I'll be very focused. I'm going to continue on my good works. I'm going to continue on my good works. We know that Kaswa, even though I've constructed a lot of roads, we still need more roads. We need more access roads, inner roads, and that's what we're going to continue. Our water issue, some areas have waters, others have issue with their water. Their lines have been laid, but the water is not flowing. I've started working on it, and I'm going to make sure that the water flows.
So that's Mavis Harkumson. She says, I am focused. In 2020, there were a few incidents in the Ewutu Senya East constituency. She said, I regret it. And so that's why she apologized during her vetting as the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. One of the constituencies I'm also keenly looking out for is the Ewutu Senya West constituency. You know that the Director of Communications of the Presidency is contesting that seat. Yeah. But I'll tell you about that shortly. Let's head back north to Tamale South. Abdul Hanan Adam is there. Hanan, what's up in Tamale?
Over here, but despite the weather condition, the people are out in their numbers casting their ballots, and we are currently in the Tamale South constituency, which is one of the safe seats for the opposition NDC, and where we are currently is the Lamashigu primary and GHS, where we have 3 polling stations being mounted here, and quite a number of voters have turned out to cast their ballots. Quite a number of them came very early, we understand, from the presiding officer who is behind me, telling us that the exercise has been smooth so far with no incidents at all. Earlier, we were at the polling station where the Member of Parliament and former Minority Leader Haruna Iddrisu also cast his ballot and assured that they will do they will make sure that they police the ballot to ensure that the NDC triumph in this election. Just as he's saying so, his opponent, who is Mr. Bawumia, is also confident that for the first time the NPP would win this particular seat, because they accused the former minority leader of not actually representing the people of the area to the best of his ability, because quite a number of challenges in this area. But so in your short, you have the electoral officers assisting some of the voters going through the processes to ensure that their names are captured and they are duly verified. They are actually being reminded about the fact that they need to clip their hands clean to ensure that they don't tamper with the ballot papers. But here with us is the presiding officer for this particular polling station, and he's just dishing out some additional instructions to his colleagues. But we'll be engaging him shortly. You're live on GHOne television. Tell us what your name is and how has the processes been so far ever since you started this morning.
Okay, I'm Self Abdul Rashid, the PO of this particular polling station.
Yeah, voting started at exactly 7 a.m. and so far everything has been moving smoothly. Yes, voting process is underway. No any violence, nothing. Everything is moving on well, smoothly.
So far, how many people do you expect to cast their ballot?
So far, we have about 76 people have cast their ballot so far. Yes.
So what is the total number of voters here?
We are expecting about 679 voters. To cast their votes at the end of polls today.
So far, have you encountered any challenge so far?
No, we've not encountered any challenge. Everything is moving on smoothly. Our verification machines, everything is good, and we are moving on.
Okay, so that is the presiding officer for this polling station. Like I indicated, about 3, and so are here, and some of the electorates or voters are here. I've seen an agent, a party agent who is here. Let me try and engage him. You're live on GHOne television, and would you tell us your name, which party you represent, and how has the process been so far?
Well, I'm Abdul Samed Ali. I'm NDC agent for Tamale South, Ningo-Prampram, new block. Well, as of now, everything is going normal, and the voting process is going well for us as here. As of now, we are almost getting to 100 voters. So we thank God, and very soon maybe everything will go successful for us. So we are okay for now.
Okay, so you've not encountered any challenge so far?
No. As for here, there is no problem that we are encountering, but we are almost trying to make sure that the machines will go well for us so that nothing will stop us.
Okay, so that is the NDC agent who I engaged briefly. So quickly, let me engage the MPP agent and find out from him what he makes of the process so far. Just want to engage you briefly. What is your name, and tell us how you've been observing the process so far? If you could go candle 10.
Okay. The process is normal.
What's your name and which party are you presenting?
Abdrazak. Representing MPP.
Okay.
Yes, and so far everything is going on normal. It's very smooth. Yes.
So far, have you encountered any challenge? Your colleague says everything is fine.
Initially, it was the direction with which where you vote. The box,
the booth
ought to be, but now it has been resolved, so everything is going on normal.
Okay. Yeah. So how confident are you of your chances?
Very clear, very clear. We don't talk too much. We only exhibit action. At the end of the day, we pray and hoping that things will become.
But you don't talk too much, it's all about action. But the MPP has never won this seat since 2004.
Yes, and it shall turn around. We were holding it initially before Haruna Iddrisu and came, and so certainly it will turn again, God willing. Yes.
All right. So the MPP agent is anticipating that there will be a turnover or there will be a switch by end of poll today. But they have never won this particular seat before, but they are hoping that they will do so. So quite a number of people still in the queue to cast their ballot. So like I indicated, Lily, earlier, the former minority leader Haruna Iddrisu actually engaged us, and if that is ready, so let's take a listen to what he told us after he cast his ballot.
We'll bring that to our viewers shortly, but thank you very much. That's Abdulhanan Adam. He is our man on the ground in the Tamale South constituency. Voting is smoothly ongoing, but we also understand there are a few issues here in the Greater Accra region, particularly in Cowok, where the polling agent for the New Patriotic Party has been arrested for alleged voter inducement. You know that when the news breaks, this is your election hub. We bring you 360 coverage. We bring you up-to-date analysis. This is where the news is, and this is where you should be looking out for. GHOne TV, Star FM, starfm.com, on all our social media pages. We are live. And so that's what you're seeing on your screen. It's happening at the Cowok constituency. Allegedly, voter inducement going on. An NPP agent has been arrested. Mutala Inusa is our man on the ground. Pretty shortly, he will tell us what he observed prior to this man's arrest. But quite unfortunately, that these are some of the things that political parties were asked to desist from doing, and we're seeing exact opposite.
I mean, we saw it happen in the special
of what
voting,
they were
right?
warned not to.
There were allegations of this in the special voting, and we're seeing it happen here. We understand that the MPP agent who has been picked up was picked up at Information Center polling station at Kufuor. We understand that his name is Lord Otu. Lord Otu. We understand that is his name.
Quite an interesting name.
Yeah, quite an interesting name.
He'll be shouting.
In your shot there, you see the police picking him up and taking him to the station, perhaps to assist in investigations, because we understand, like Lily has been telling you, that he has been trying to influence voters, and that is something which is strictly forbidden. And I understand, or we all understand, that according to our electoral laws, when it is the day of voting, if anyone is standing in line, you are not supposed to try and give them anything. No meat, no food, no water, no money, or anything. Now, Mutala Inusa will bring us that update. Lily.
Right, Captain, tell us, moments leading to Lord's arrest, what did you observe, and why was he picked up? Is it because of the voter inducement we are reporting? Captain, if you can unmute for me.
Hello, can you hear me?
Great, smooth. Please go.
So we all know what happened during the special voting exercise, where the issue of money sharing, food sharing all came to the fore, and the kind of reaction that it generated. So during this particular main election, a lot of eyes are on that particular practice. And here at Cowok, specifically Information Center polling station, if you come to, for those who are familiar with Nungwa, they will tell you this is the old traditional authority, or the Nungwa bus stop, just close to that. That is where I'm reporting from. And this incident happened where an agent of the NPP, he mentioned his name as Lord Otu. And the allegation is that he gave out some money to some of the guys in the queue who were here to vote, primarily to induce them to vote. And that generated some kind of tension. Those who saw that reacted angrily, and they wanted him out of this premises. They wanted the police to arrest him. But Lily, I had an interaction with him personally, and he said, look, it is not money that I am giving out to voters in the queue or people who are in the queue to go and vote. But this is a mobilizer, somebody who is mobilizing activities within the constituency. He is the one that I gave out the money to, and so he's willing to give that person's contact out for the police to look out for. But clearly, the setting, the scene that the thing happened, he would have bet that if he had a second chance, he wouldn't have given out that money. He would have removed that particular money from his pocket at that particular point in time, because the people who saw it will not have to listen to explanation before coming to terms. Especially so also because this very center is a known center, it's a known place for to be the stronghold of the NDC, and so they did not, as it were, come to terms. They were not happy with that particular situation. They wanted him out. And as I speak to you about the video that you showed on the screen clearly, the police came in here, picked him out, and as we speak, he has been replaced by the party. So the NPP has replaced him with another agent here at the Information Center here at Kufuor. So clearly, any activity that seems to undermine the practice here, the police is also on guard to ensure that they come up on all those things, and the whole thing is. So at this particular center, there are 3 polling stations, centers here that elections are taking place. The issue about some delays, of course, as there are some of the polling centers that before I came to this particular place are still struggling to begin the exercise. But what is clear is that this particular agent who got involved in the setting for, what he told me was the fact that it is not money that he was giving to for somebody in the queue to vote, but somebody who is the mobilizer, who is organizing activities for him, is the person that he gave the money to. But clearly, the police will have to investigate that. In the process, he has been picked up by the police.
Now, Captain, I am wondering, this particular mobilizer, Where was he in the midst of all of this? Was he in a queue? Does he vote in that particular polling center?
So what is not clear is the identity of this person that he said is a mobilizer and is somebody that he's organizing stuff for him within the constituency, and so he's giving out money to. All that was identified is that when the queue was there and the people were about to vote within the queue, the money was given out to that particular person. So in all, they felt that it is somebody in the queue, and then they were trying to induce the person to vote. When the incident happened, the identity of that particular person that he described as a mobilizer was not known. But he said that he has the contact of the person to give out to. But as at the time that he was giving the explanation, all of a sudden, when the police were trying to intervene, and you could see the crowd, the tension arising here on all that, the identity of that person is not known. The person didn't show up here. And as at the time that he was picked up, that person that he mentioned was also nowhere here.
All right, Captain, thank you very much for that update. So there you had it. Cowok constituency head of political desk has joined us. Ibrahim Alassan, he was here last night. He gave us all the analysis. Ibrahim, we know that this is an election that probably will go down as one that will give either of the two major candidates a showdown.
Yes, most definitely, and I've been monitoring as well on my way here, and also I've been here for the past hour in monitoring the reports that are filtering in.
We can see that your pinky finger has been dipped in indelible ink.
Not yet.
Or not yet?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. I thought,
yes, he has not voted
I've not voted yet.
Okay,
please, so that when he goes there,
yeah, not yet. Yes, I've not voted
please,
yet.
Ibrahim Al-Hassan's finger has not been dipped in the indelible ink yet.
Yes,
okay. I thought it had.
So that he not decided for double voting.
It's a shadow that I saw. Okay.
Most
so
definitely.
You're not voted yet.
Yes.
Okay.
But of course, I think the story runs through. If the explanation that usually many polling stations will record low turnouts in the morning, and then as the day wears on, we have the numbers going up. It's too early to draw a conclusion about low voter turnout, but the reports we're getting from across the voting centers is that point to that direction. Hopefully, and it's good we talk about it. Usually when we talk about it, the political parties get the opportunity to mobilize, move in there and mobilize people to vote, because people need to vote. So far, from the Ashanti region to the Greater Accra region to the Western region, and especially to the campuses. The students are not on break. They are on campus. But so far, Vaco polling station at University of Ghana, Legon, 24 people, only 24 people have voted.
And this is more than 2 hours past voting start.
Exactly. Yeah. And this is an academic institution. The students are there. Today is Saturday, right? So that is the trend that is developing. But of course, if you go to the hinterlands, this will not be anything that should raise an eyebrow, because usually some of them go to attend to their business before returning to vote. Exactly. Yeah. And so, give or take, after 2 p.m., you realize that queues will start building up again. But of course, when I was coming, right from Kwashiman through to Awoshi, you could see the queues. Banyard, you could see the queues, and people were willing to just vote and then go back home and attend to their businesses. Just that, when I covered 2020 elections on the ground, if you compare the queues we witnessed as of 4 a.m. in 2020, even in COVID, and you compare the queues we are seeing today, if the political parties do not move in to mobilize, we might have to record low voter turnout, or lower this time around compared to that of 2020.
And when you look at, the voter turnout, right, we've been talking about a very noticeable trend of increasing registered voters, but voter turnout has not necessarily increased proportionally when you look at the number of registered voters who, at every given time come onto the electoral roll, even though we've seen voter turnout increase year on year, right? While voter registration surged by over 50%, that's from 1992 all the way to the year 2020, voter turnout has varied. It peaked at around 85.1%. That was in the year 2004. Exactly. Dropping all the way to 61.7% in the year 2000. And when you go to the other figures, it came up to 72.9%. That was in the year 2008. Then 79.4% in the year 2012. Then it dropped voter turnout dropped in the year 2016. So there was a lot of apathy there, and people cite the instance of the Volta region, which is a stronghold of the NDC, where a lot of people, you would imagine, would go out in the RMS to go and vote for the NDC, but they were not too happy about the NDC administration under John Mahama, and so decided that they were not going to go out to go and vote at all. So you look at the voter turnout figures in the Volta region, and that was quite low, and all of that contributed or accumulated in the low voter turnout that we saw, which is 68.6% in the year 2016. However, in 2020, a lot of people came out to come and vote, right? So it went back up to 79.0%. That's in the last election that we have, and this time around the EC is projecting with the number of registered voters we have well over 18 million people who are registered to vote, right? 18,774,159 to be exact. This is the number of registered voters. So they're expecting 70 to 80% of this figure, to come out and vote. But if we look at the trend that we are seeing this morning with regard to all the reports that we are getting, at some polling stations, yes, you see quite a number of people who are there voting. At other polling stations, not a lot of people, are there, as compared to around this same time last year when the reports were coming in. So it's making you wonder, what are we looking at here with regard to the voter turnout numbers? Are we going to see a low voter turnout or are we going to see a high voter turnout? You cited the case of Legon, right?
Yes.
Which is, pretty surprising because today is a Saturday, there are no lectures, there's nothing happening.
And all the students
so
are
what are the students doing? Why are they not going out there to vote,
And the figures you gave are quite interesting, especially if you look at that of 2020, 79%.
Yes.
In the midst of COVID.
Yes.
But there is, in spite of that, over 4 million registered voters did not vote.
Yeah.
Even though the register was compiled in the same year of the elections. We actually compiled a new voters register in 2020.
Yes.
Which meant that the possibility of many people dying, many people traveling, was limited because you compile the voters register in about 2-3 months. We go to the polls, right? Nonetheless, over 4 million Ghanaians did not vote. But then the voter turnout was still high in spite of the fact that we had COVID-19.
Yes.
79%. Now, if you compare that, it's also with the special voting. The special voting in the year 2020 was higher than what has been recorded today. Today, the special voting voter turnout was 83%. 83%. Last year, it was way above 85%. I'm talking about the last election, last 4 years, special voting. So if that's anything to go by, then that should give the political parties an indication of what we are to expect today. If
voter apathy.
Exactly, that's one. Because when you look at special voting, it's about you electing to submit your details to the EC for the EC to compile a special voters register.
Sure.
And we did that just about a month or 2 months ago. So once you willingly submitted your details, you should be ready to take advantage and vote.
And go vote.
Regardless, there were many who submitted their names, they got captured to vote on Monday and on Thursday, they didn't vote. And so it's a trend we're seeing, but it's not too late. We've been voting for just more than 2 hours now. There's more time for the political parties to do the mobilization. Of course, and if you are watching us and you are yet to vote, we encourage you to go and do that because, as they say, if you don't make the choice, somebody will make it for you.
Absolutely. Let me hold you there. Making the choice, we head to the Electoral Commission headquarters. The Electoral Commission is about to address the press. You know that Evelyn Abedu gave us that insight a while ago. Just select few allowed to the EC headquarters now. That's the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Gina Aduko-Mensa, addressing the press. We hear from her. But mind you, only presidential candidates, national executives of various political parties, national and election international observers, and us, the media, are allowed. So please do not go anywhere around the Electoral Commission headquarters. Just go cast your ballot, go to your homes, wait for the final sorting and counting. Let's hear from the EC chair.
This is indeed the day that the Lord has made. We rejoice and we are glad in it. On behalf of the Electoral Commission of Ghana, I warmly welcome all of you, our media partners, and all Ghanaians listening to us in the comforts of their homes to the National Coordination Center as the head office of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. This is a historic moment in our country, as this is the first time we are opening up our collation center at the national level to our media partners. And we are doing this right from the start of the elections, which took place a few hours ago. As you are aware, all elections since the inception of the Fourth Republic in 1992, in all elections since the Fourth Republic, that is since 1992, the media have been granted access only when the declaration is being made at the National Collation Center. And so in the past, although some media may have had access to our polling stations, it was only when the declaration was about to take place that the media were invited to the National Collation Center. Today, this has changed, and hence my discussion and my declaration that this is a historic moment. Going forward, as like today, the media will have access to all our centers across the country. As you are well aware, the Commission has today granted access to all our polling stations at all our constituency collation centers, all our regional collation centers, and our national collation center to the media. We have to date accredited some 10,000 media men and women to cover activities in the field. The media will have first-hand verified information on all aspects of our work. This is a testament of the values that the Commission holds dear. Values of transparency, values of accountability, values of integrity, values of inclusiveness, and values of responsiveness. We believe that by enabling our media partners to cover all aspects of our work, we will inject the needed transparency into all aspects of our work. This will provide the citizenry with vital information and help eliminate and reduce completely the suspicions that had hitherto characterized our work. Ultimately, we have no doubt that this will help to cement the peace and stability of our country. Our media partners, over the next 3 days, and to the citizens of Ghana, over the next 3 days, will provide you with up-to-date situation reports and address the concerns of citizens. We are aware that you have your teams in the field, and so if there are any issues, we urge that you bring them up for the Commission to address those issues in a timely manner. In the spirit of responsiveness, we have a toll-free number that will be made available by a Deputy Chairman for Operations when he takes up the stage. And this is the number that has been put out in the media. We encourage our citizens to call that number. We have able men and women behind the telephones, and they are willing and ready to take any. This is the number that has been put out in the media. We encourage our citizens to call that number. We have able men and women behind the telephones, and they are willing and ready to take any issues or concerns you have to enable us address this in a timely manner. We encourage you, the citizens of this nation, to walk this journey with us. A journey of transparency, a journey of responsiveness, a journey of accountability to you, the citizenry, and a journey of inclusiveness. We are keen to ensure that we include you in all aspects of our work, and that any interested citizen will, in the comfort of their homes, be able to follow our processes. You are our stakeholders, and it is in that spirit that we provide you with the details and all aspects of our work. We thank the good Lord for what He has started. Indeed, reports reaching us indicate that the elections are proceeding well across the length and breadth of this country. And we are confident that the good Lord who has started this
process, this good process, will bring it to a good and expected end. In Jesus' name. Amen. We declare the National Collation Center opened in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. We thank all of you. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make his beloved nation great and strong. Thank you.
Right. So that's the EC chairperson, Madam Jean Mensah, declaring the Coalition Center open. You heard her say that for the very first time, you know, the Electoral Commission's Coalition Center has been opened up to the media, right? It's one of the reasons why they wanted to limit, you know, the number of media houses that have access.
But they in this instance, they have still limited.
Yeah, they're still limited.
Media
but, you know, there are
access.
quite a number of media, you know, persons who are there. So the myth of the strong room will be busted, if I can, you know, describe it as such, because it was always mysterious what was going on in the strong room, you know, and how the numbers were coming in and how the figures were being collated and all of that. But this time around, with, you know, wide access granted to the media, we'll be able to see live and in real time exactly what is going on there as the figures are trooping in, you know, so that everything is demystified, so that we know exactly, you know, what is going on. And when we are getting closer to the election results being announced, you know, we'll be able to clearly see that. That's something that excites me.
Hopefully we don't have a 3-time call. God the Father, God
no, we
the
will
Son.
not. We will not. I'm sure that the EC has learned their lessons from the last election, you know, with the figures having to come in and declare one result and come in and declare another result and come in and declare another result. You know, it doesn't look good. It was one of the biggest criticisms of the Electoral Commission in the last election. So I'm sure that the Electoral Commission is minded that they will not commit that error this time around. But Lily, what images are we looking at now?
So that's Alassane Soyene, Member of Parliament for Tamale North. He's casting his ballot in his constituency. So these are live visuals from Tamale North, where the Member of Parliament for the area, Alassane Soyene, is casting his ballot. He's walking into the voting booth. That's his wife, Hamdia Soyene, who's also casting her ballot for her husband, obviously.
You know, wasn't there a time where delegates was contesting in, you know, parties, you know, elections, and you know, his wife and children were all delegates, and then he went there and he still got how many votes?
Yes, and he was wondering whether their party. In fact, there was one that was even at the national level. I think General Eskin. That has been much talked about. Voted with the family, and when they counted, he realized that his own wife and children did not vote for him. So
what a shocker!
Oh, really? It tells you how far we have come.
Yeah. So he's cast his ballot. Yes. Okay. Yes. In the presidential race, is he done? Probably he's going in for the parliamentary ballot paper, where he will also cast his ballot for himself, obviously. And then presidential, as expected, he will obviously vote for John Dramani Mahama.
So with the Tamale North, Tamale Central, Tamale South, is the safest seat you can ever imagine for the NDC in the Tamale metropolis. A seat that the MPP is able to put up a fight is Sanuribu. That's formerly occupied by ABA Fuseni. Yes. And then, of course, the seat that is equally been with the MPP for a while is the Yendi seat in the enclave. And so the Tamale constituencies, the metropolitan constituencies.
All right.
Okay. So, Ivy, we'll hold you there.
Yeah, we'll hold you there and return to the EC headquarters. Returning to the EC headquarters, we can see Mr. Samuel Tete on your screen there. Let's hear what he's got to say.
We have also noted that at all the police stations, we have the presence of the security personnel. And you can also attest to the fact that this is one of the main reasons why we have very peaceful environment. We haven't actually had any reported incidents of either violence or quarreling or whatever. With respect to at the polling stations, the two main political parties have their agents at all the polling stations. However, the other parties either have some of them at some of the polling stations, others also not there. But we have agents on the average for Mr. Alan Chematin, Nana Kwame Bidiako, the LPG, we have the GCPP, and then the APC. We also have reported cases of the presence of election observers, both local and international. We have the INEC, we also have CODIUM, we have ECOWAS, we have the presence of the EU, as well as the Commonwealth. So basically, this is a brief report from the start of polls at 7 till this time. We will give you the next update when the time is due. That's at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Yes, sorry. The toll-free number is 0800 324 324. I repeat, 0800 324 324. Thank you. So voters can still check their names to find out where they are expected to vote. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Teti. At this point, we'd like to invite some few questions, maximum 5 questions, if you do have, for the Deputy Chair to respond.
Some machine, I don't know, generator. The sun, it's just going up.
Check. Media, any question? Please, your question should relate to the first 3 hours of polling. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kokwalo Alomaso. I work with Pan-African TV. I want to find out from the commissioner, has she received any reported cases of the military being involved in the elections already? Because we have received reports that there are some men in uniform at some polling centers, and we do know for a fact that this is not allowed. Under whose purview does this fall, and then what's she going to do about it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Fauzuma Saudu. I work with CTFM and Channel 1 TV. I just want the Commission to clarify really quickly, what are the arrangements the Commission has made as regards the sitting distance of party agents to the polling station? Because I know, for instance, Kaikwe Central, a pocket of, chaotic incident nearly marred the process to a point where voting even had to grind to a halt. So I just want to find out really quickly, what are the arrangements, the distance between, and then because this is the first press, I thought the Electoral Commission would take this as an opportunity to also address concerns by the NDC about the exposure of some validating stamps by your staff. Thank you.
do with GHOne TV Star
okay,
FM,
so
EIB Network for short. Now, in the Wejagbawe constituency, we understand that parliamentary pick sheets are yet to arrive, delaying the commencement of voting. What does the EC have to say about that?
My name is Samuel Adoba. I work with TV Africa. A report coming from Ningo-Prampram, which is police station code and police sheet is different, which is voting on hold now. Voting on hold, new Waja, over differences in police station code and police sheet. I don't know whether the commission is aware of this issue.
Finally, on Mawina with TV3, I want to find out from the commission what the...
But we have sent a message to our agents across the country to take note of these serial numbers of the stamps, so that it is information that is given to you and we are acting on it. If it doesn't happen, we have nothing to lose. But if it does happen, we will have the relevant information.
Find the issue of indelible ink difficult to give, and I think that it's important that you provide the commission with the actual place where this incident happened. The actual where this incident happened, because indelible ink is very much part of our system, and so to ensure the accuracy of this information, it's important that you provide details. I think I'll answer one more question, and that has to do with the presence of the military. That has not been brought to our attention, and it's important for all Ghanaians to know that the Electoral Commission of Ghana has one role to conduct free, fair, transparent, and credible elections. Security is not part of our functions. And I think when you look at our laws, whether it is the CIs, CI 91, CI 127, and the Constitution of Ghana, you will recognize that security is not part of our functions. And we do not know the security strategy of the security agencies. Granted, the Electoral Commission has a seat at the Election Security Task Force at the national, regional, and district levels, but it is limited to the provision of security agencies, policemen in our working with us to transport the ballot papers to the armories, protecting our equipment in the armories, protecting our offices as well. But as to the deployment, who goes where and who is deployed, we are not privy to that. What we know is that on the National Election Security Task Force, and I believe this runs through, it is headed by the Inspector General of Police, but you have at the national level, you have the Director General of the Immigration, the head of the Customs, the head of the Fire Service, the head of the Army, the head of the Army, and I believe the head of the Immigration. And as the Electoral Commission also sits there. But we, as we mentioned, our involvement is really restricted to the movement of our activities, the protection of our installations by the police, the supervision or the observation of the printing, and so on and so forth. As to the security deployment, we are not aware, and we are not privy to it. So we would investigate these issues that you have made. It's important that when you make these, you raise these issues, you are very direct and you provide information as to where those things are. But in terms of security, we have no hand in it, and we do not make security arrangements. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, the returning officer. So we have two other questions. The first one is the distance, the sitting distance. And I will not say that we have maybe 100 meters, 200 or 3. The rule is that the agents are to sit at a place where they can observe the process. It is only in this part, or let's say this place that you have agents sitting on the neck of election officials. This should not be so. You find agents very close and then sitting on the neck. They don't even have a space to brief. They are expected to sit at a distance that they can observe the process. Now, this issue of exposure of some validated, what we do is very simple. What is in the public domain is wrong. When we are packaging the election materials, we put them in an envelope and put it into the ballot box. It is only the indelible ink that we put into a rubber because of a possible spillage. So the assertion that we have exposed validating sums is not correct. Which other question? Yes. Yeah, the wager Bawe, that one, it hasn't actually come to our attention. So we will investigate and then give you a report on it. Thank you.
Public can update us in the subsequent one. There was a stamp on the new parliamentary and then
So that's the Deputy Commissioner in charge of operations, Samuel Tete, there. A while ago, you had the returning officer, GHOne Adukwemensah, the Electoral Commissioner. Let's go back and listen to Samuel Tete. But he, in responding to our question, he said that has not come to their attention. Quite interesting there. Let's hear him.
It's for 2 polling stations. So it's just a matter of sending the swapped pink sheet to the correct polling station. So it's just a swap. That is the update that we have. Thank you. So voting is still ongoing.
Thank you very much. As you've been told, we're going to give you 3 hourly updates on the voting process and how things are faring in the field. Our next press briefing will be at 12 noon. We'll follow it up with 3 p.m., 6 p.m., and then we'll end at 9 p.m. for today. So thank you, members of the press. You are welcome as we share the situation on the ground with voters and the Ghanaian public. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right. So that's the Electoral Commission headquarters there. They said they will bring us 3 hourly updates. So we should expect the next one at 12 at midday, the next one at 3 p.m. and the next one at 9 p.m. So just know that we're stationed there. We'll bring you all the live updates from the Electoral Commission headquarters. Not just there, but live across the country. Everything you need to know about the election. But mind you, you need to go out there and exercise your franchise. It is important. Ivy. Yes. The Electoral Commission says it was just initially they said they had not gotten receipt of that complaint of non-delivery of pink sheets. Now they say it was just a swap of pink sheets in that and the Wujagba constituency.
Well, 2 questions were asked relative to pink sheets. One was from our own Araba Edu, and the answer directly from Samuel Tete it was that the commission has not been alerted to that development. That's very unfortunate. Because as we speak, that polling station, voting is not taking place. The party agents are insisting that yes, indeed, the presidential pink sheet is available, but that of parliamentary is not. And until that of parliamentary comes, the exercise will not commence. Now, there was a second question about one polling station that has a code on a pink sheet not matching with the code for the polling station. And he talks about the fact that that was a swap. So it's just a matter of sending that pink sheet to the appropriate polling station or voting center, which could be at the same voting area.
To correspond.
Exactly. But what the one happening in Wejagbawe, where voting is even yet to commence as we speak, the EC says it's not been alerted. And I think that will be unfortunate, especially on the part of the EC officers.
When they have Electoral Commission officers there.
Exactly. You should trigger the reporting systems.
Because it's 10 a.m., 3 hours after voting commenced. And if they have not received pink sheets, and for that, polling agents or party agents say, we will not allow voting to commence. What happens to that particular polling?
We have to return to Obed Kingagulo and find out whether that matter has been resolved.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll do that because one would imagine that because you heard Mr. Samuel Tete there say that, voting is ongoing and it's an issue of, pink sheets being swapped, and all of that. But with the positions that the parties have taken, and it makes sense to them, right? Even though one would imagine that pink sheets are used at the end of voting, where the figures are put into the pink sheets and the agents have to sign, and so one would imagine that let's allow the voting to go on while we wait for the pink sheets to come. And so if the EC is minded, they would want to get to these polling stations, that the party agents have said they will not allow voting to start, and try and find an amicable solution. Because if it's going to take a long time for the pink sheets to be sorted out, for it to get there, it will get there at 3 p.m., it will get there at 4 p.m. Does it mean that voting is not going to go on? So the voting process can start, right? The voting process can start, so that when the pink sheets get in, they just have to be very vigilant about it. Nothing is written on the pink sheets, and they have their figures recorded, so that voting can start.
Comes in, we understand that in Medina there was an absence of seal on the ballot box, and the electoral officer there is explaining why this incident occurred. Let's hear.
So for 504A.
Which center is it?
That's DC Primary School and Hospital. What happened was when the EC officials brought the ballot boxes to us, some of the party agents, especially let me say some of the party agents claimed that they were not having their seals on the boxes. And then secondly, they claimed that even if EC have the seals on the boxes, they even feel where we will use, where we'll be putting the ballot papers, that place too should have a seal. But because it wasn't having a seal there, that's why they were having challenge. Even though EC have the seals on the ballot boxes, they have seal as party seal is using on it. But the other side too said, they understand, because their big men told them that they couldn't secure all the boxes with their seals. But the ones that they're giving to them is what they will use when we are doing the election. So that was what the misunderstanding that is. So the other side said we shouldn't open the boxes until there has been some clarification. So at the end of it, we were able to arrive at a consensus, and then the ballot box was opened, then the work have started. As you can see, the place now is quiet, everybody is quiet, people have voted and gone. So we hope peace continues like that. My station, the parliamentary box, the NDC have their sale on it, but NPP is not having. And then the others, NPP is not having. But the EC have the sale on all the listen. So it is not something that normally causes problems during election time. Yeah. Today, everybody wanted to vote. As previously, when we come early in the morning like that, you don't see the numbers here like that. But this time, the numbers are huge. Yeah. You can see from the other side, people are still there in their queue. Yeah.
All right, so that's the electoral officer there explaining why there was an absence of seal on a particular ballot box. He says, well, there's nothing absolutely wrong with it.
Yes, there are things, there are limitations for the political parties. It's practically impossible for you to procure seals for almost all the electoral materials that are being transported. And so, as you heard the electoral officer say, the NDC was able to get a number of seals on a number of the boxes containing the ballot papers. The MPP could also get a number of seals for a number of the ballot boxes, but the EC seals were intact on all those ballot materials. And I think once the explanation was given and there was an amicable understanding, why not? It's good that the process has continued. But back to the wager bar briefly to talk about the reason why the absence of the pink sheet has become an issue. The polling agent and electoral observers are expected to inspect all the electoral materials that are transported to
every single
before the exercise starts. And so if that has not been done, and then they go ahead with the process, later the pink sheet might come. But then again, somebody might have a reason to raise an issue that the materials might have passed somewhere before coming.
Exactly.
Yeah, so they should all agree. They should all agree. The party agents, the electoral officers, the election observers, they should all agree. If they are able to agree, both MPP and NDC are able to agree, right? And observe the process in a very vigilant manner, you know, while they wait for the pink sheets. And I think we are good to go. But of course, if there is a misunderstanding, if NDC doesn't agree and MPP agrees, or MPP doesn't agree and NDC agrees, or vice versa, then it becomes a problem. But I am concerned about the people who are in the queue, who have been waiting since 4 a.m., 5 a.m., you know, 6 a.m. to cast their ballots, and they are still sitting there as at 10:20 a.m. and they've still not begun voting because party agents cannot agree because pink sheets are not. Of course, it's an error on the part of the Electoral Commission, and it should not happen. So the Electoral Commission should, with alacrity, try and resolve this particular issue. But as it has not been resolved, what are we doing?
All right, so you know that this is your comprehensive coverage of the 2024 general elections. CIDIB, we're giving you a showdown on TV, on radio, and online. We're back after this breather. Do stay tuned in. Do not miss any part of our coverage. Just know that we're also live on various social media pages. You don't want to miss any part of it. This is your Election Hub.
Said the name of my head. The I says, I'm born of a wasre.
Hey, yeah. Oh, easy. Hey, come. Rough. I hear say the Electoral Commission they can't do some exhibition. Exhibition? What be that one again? All be settings. You see, with a big drama. They use those things and take top big money. All be lies. No. Charlie. Chairman, they go on. That's what the big again. Yeah. We were just discussing the upcoming exhibition that EC just announced. Oh, yes. EC, I beg. Make you explain some things to me. Oh, you see, it be very simple matter. Okay. You see, the officers who are conducting the registration exercise, they be human beings like me, you know. They don't be machine. Also, sometimes they might have made a mistake or two when entering information. That's all. Okay. So how does that affect us? Oh, let me give you an example. Let's say you live in Kaswa in the central region, but during the registration they put in your residential district as Awasu in the greater Accra region. This is a no be correct. Where you serve as you think you man, right? But maybe for your details inside then select female for your sex. You say you know correct.
intend to complain or pass on this information to the party election directorate so that this can be addressed.
Okay. What are your expectations for the general process?
Well, I do expect that people recognizing that this is a very crucial election will understand that no matter how much money people offer them to buy their votes today, nothing can make up for the last 8 years, nor can it make up for whatever lies ahead in the next 4 years. The decision that we make this year is one of conscience and one of recognizing the reality of where we are in Ghana today. And whether as Ghanaians we understand the importance of having certain things that are beyond money.
Thank you. Any others?
Honorable, I spoke to the camp of the NPP candidate, and he says he's going to give you a run for your money. What do you say to that?
Why don't you wait and see?
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Right. So that was NPP.
So I don't know if I'm on.
She's confident about getting also.
That's right. You're welcome back. This is your EIB Election Hub, and we have been bringing you live and comprehensive coverage of the election right from 5 a.m. till this time. We've been touching base with our various correspondents dotted all across the countries in various constituencies, bringing you up to speed with regard to the voting process and how it is unfolding so far. We've also gone to the EC headquarters, where the EC has officially launched the collation center, where media have been allowed to be. So this time around there's going to be a lot more transparency as far as that is concerned, and there's still more to come here on the show, isn't it?
Absolutely. And so Nani Tati has taken her seat, and ahead of political desk is also still in-house. It's going to be a long day, probably long 2-3 days.
Yeah.
Well, we're yet to see.
Well, we won't be shorter than that. We won't be shorter than that,
Well, it is the hope of every media person that
if we had our way, by tonight, we would have declared the results, and we'll be done. But unfortunately, that cannot happen. I mean, at this time where pink sheets have not arrived at certain, polling stations, and voting hasn't started at other places because of BVD issues and all of that, you can imagine that we are in for a very long haul. But hopefully, in just about 3 days, we'll know who the winner of this election is in the various parliamentary
and the
presidential elections.
Yeah, exactly.
Nadede Tete is joining us in the studio now. And yes, Nadede Tete with a T. And he's still with, of course, Ibrahim Al Hassan. And you've been observing, so far, this morning, from the sidelines, and you've heard some of the reports that have been coming in. What are some of the things that are standing out for you?
I mean, I think generally, in most areas, voting started on time. In my constituency, for example, Ketu South.
Have you voted?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
You voted?
Yes,
I can see the indelible ink. Yeah, you see, IB, this time around, I can.
Yes. This time around, you're not wrong.
So there are people who have faint, whose indelible inks are quite faint. I have a friend whose indelible ink was very faint. I think I overly dipped my hand into it.
Yeah.
So
what was the voting process like for you?
It was smooth. Actually, when I got in there, I asked for the presiding officer and told them that I was a journalist. So I didn't join the queue.
Okay.
So I was just directed to my polling station. So I was at polling station, SDA article, polling station 2. So within 5 minutes, I think I was done.
Within 5 minutes, you were done, and it was a smooth process.
Very smooth.
Some of our correspondents have been, telling us some of the things that have been happening, the times, that people got there to queue and all of that. You've been there. You've come back to the studio. What reports are you bringing?
So, like I said,
apart from your voting experience.
It started early. It started on time. About 534 people are expected to vote in that area, in those 3 polling stations. There's another polling station I visited, and that's the Antioch polling station 1 and 2. Voting started on time, peaceful. Nobody is heckling anybody. And one of the constituents I spoke to at polling station 1, 2, 3, they indicated that for them, they want it to be peaceful, and that's all that they want.
All right.
Quite interesting. We're looking forward to more of such reports as the next team takes over from us. So we're taking a quick bow so we can go to our Ningo-Prampram constituency, and we'll both.
Can you imagine? We are voting the same. So we are going to vote.
We are
going to vote.
We're going to exercise our franchise, which is very, very important for all of you. And then later we'll come back and observe the process. But while we're there, we also observe the process in the Ningo-Prampram constituency.
Exactly. So
if voters arrived on time, if the process equally started on time. Nadede says has started on time. We hope that it's the same in Ningo-Prampram. Nadede and IB.
We'll take over. So we are going to vote. We'll be back.
Yes.
We'll be back, and when we come back, we'll tell you what happened. So
All right. This is your hub here on GHOne television, and we are bringing you up-to-date coverage of this crucial election taking place all across the country. At the moment, we are looking at one presidency, 12 candidates. We're looking at 276 constituencies, 801 parliamentary candidates. What is it going to be? Will we have a sweeping majority in parliament? Or we will have a hung parliament on our hands? Or we'll have a situation where a losing presidential candidate will have more representatives in parliament? We wait to see. I'm sure in the next 72 or so hours, we'll know exactly where the die will fall. My name is Nadi Tete, like Lily Mohammed and Lantam Papanko did say, and I'm here with the head of the political desk, Ibrahim Al Hassan, the indefatigable one. He will be with us as much as he can. And we'll be going over to Ododo at the moment, one of the constituencies that most people look forward to. And Kweku Timing is there for us to give us some updates in relation to the Ododo constituency. Now, Kweku, at the moment, what is happening where you are?
His franchise at this moment. He is in the company of the traditional folk, and in a while, he will just approach the polling station officers. Ahead of time, he's been preaching peace and talking to all to ensure that there is sanity before, during, and after the polls. We will try to get him immediately he is done to interact with GHOne TV. Like we mentioned, we're bringing you extensive coverage of the December 7th polls, and here we are at Ododo, where His Royal Majesty Kentucky Taiko Churu, the overlord of the Ghana state, is currently exercising his franchise. Yes, the traditional folk are with him currently, and like you can see, he's gotten into the ballot booth at this moment. What happens there, nobody knows, but he's just going to exercise his franchise. Just when he's done, we'll give him the opportunity to interact with the rest of the world on Ghana's election 2024, which should see us get a new president after President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So in a while he would be coming out shortly. We would excuse him because for the process no one would be watching, but here the traditional folk are here in their numbers. Your Royal we will follow shortly, and I'm sure he is done with the presidential, so he is going to exercise his franchise when it comes to the parliamentary. It's ably being gathered, and you can see the community coming in to cheer him. The community coming in to cheer him on. That is their leader, the overlord of the Gadangbe state. Security beefed up here at Odododiodio. And the King's Palace Guard, the women of the Ghana State and all. He's beaming with smile. I must say his mood is a somber one, a calm one. And we're trusting that just as is done. Okay. Your Royal Majesty, we will take you shortly live. We're happy to have you here on GHOne television. The world is watching you on this platform. Of course, it's your election hub. What would you want to tell Ghana and especially the people of the Gadangbe state?
To Ghanaians, we ask for peace. We ask for decorum. We ask for patience, that we restrain ourselves from any kind of violence. Ghana, at the end of this national exercise, must be one, and Ghana must win. Chano Manyaba.
Yeah. Your Royal Majesty, you didn't touch on your people. That's the Gadangbe state.
Micho Igbeneno, Kenga Gamefe, Minhanya Manye, Menek Bine. Womba twin jole mumo ke hama simuwe won kuse womba mumo ni to sui ke ban ke ha adisa atesi wo fen oba yiwo yi no wo ko fun osikine ye twin jole me no ni hia ji mene dani no fena aya ina gbe Ghana afi kome Ghana Mama Kopanebu. Chano Manyaba.
Your Royal Majesty would say a big thank you to you. Ghana is grateful for your leadership. Ghana is grateful for your leadership. So just as he just passed, His Royal Majesty Kentucky Taiko Churu II, the overlord of the Ghana state, exercising his franchise and taking the opportunity through GHOne TV to speak to the world much more, his people here in the Ghana state. And like he rightly mentioned, in Ghana,
so that was Kweku Timingbe getting that exclusive conversation with the Gamanche Nitaki Tekochu the second, and he's asking Ghanaians to cast their ballots in peace, and we hope that at the end of the day Ghana will be the better for it. This is your election hub here on GHOne television with me, Nadidi Tete, and I'm here with the head of our political desk, Ibrahim Alasan. So Ibrahim, yes. You just saw the Gamanche Nitaki Tekochu II casting his ballot and urging everybody else to do same in a very peaceful manner, so that at the end of the day Ghana will be the better for it.
Most definitely, and it's very important that he shared the words that he shared. It's very important that he took the opportunity himself to exercise his franchise. That will motivate others to follow suit. We've been here all morning talking about the fact that if things do not pick up, then we are headed towards recording some low voter turnout. So if you have the Gamanche himself lead the way and urges people to vote in peace, it's very crucial, it's very important. So far, across the centers that we have visited, it's been seamless.
Absolutely.
Of course, pockets of issues here and there, but no violence from anywhere, and I think that's a positive development.
And I will return to you in relation to that. We have to make a quick trip to the Ashanti region and speak to our Ashanti regional correspondent Isaac Bediako Justice, who is on standby for us with regard to what is happening in the Ashanti region. We are moving from the Greater Accra to the Ashanti region. Isaac, which particular constituency are you at the moment, and what is happening where you are? I see a lot of people who are in the queue waiting to cast their ballots.
Yes, Lily, I must say that in Awasu constituency, it has generally been peaceful since morning, 6 a.m. that they started voting. Nothing bad has happened. Just that at Akron police station where I am, that was where there was a misunderstanding between the NDC agent and the MPP's parliamentary candidate, Manaf Ibrahim. When he arrived here, they were expecting that immediately he arrived at the polling station, he would walk straight and go and take his ballot paper, go through the process and go and vote. But Manaf decided to join the long queue, and so his opponents, that's the camp of the NDC, felt like they were actually trying to induce people to vote for them, and so they raised that alarm, for which reason there was confusion in this particular center. But notwithstanding, there was no physical attack on anyone here. So now they've been able to resolve the impasse here. Manaf has jumped the queue. Initially, he didn't want to go and vote. He wanted to follow the queue. When he gets to his turn, then he go and vote, because he met one of the Islamic leaders here, and so he decided to accord him that respect, not to, vote before him. But looking at how the whole place looked tensed, they have decided to let him go and vote. So currently, Manaf has taken his ballot paper. He's going through the voting process. Then after that, he will speak to us and explain to us why there was this kind of confusion at this particular center. So generally, as I once said, that we used to know before, in the election year, this constituency is described as a hotspot. A lot of security arrangement will be made for people to come here. But as we speak now, the whole place is very peaceful. Nothing bad has happened. Currently, Manaf is voting. When he finished voting, the Muntaka Muhammad, I understand, would also be voting in the next 30 minutes at a different polling station. And all security arrangements have been made for them. So everything looks very calm in our Awasu constituency. Nothing bad so far has happened here. So that is it, Lily. The situation is very calm here. And when Manaf finished voting, he has promised us to grant us interview on what his observations has been in Awasu constituency, things that he thinks had not been done appropriate, things that he has seen. But generally, when he spoke to my colleagues earlier, he told them that he is quite impressed with the security arrangement in the constituency, the comportment of the people in the constituency, that has made the election very peaceful. Of course, as a politician, he made it clear with the work that he has done in the Awasu constituency, he is confident that he will be the next MP for Awasu. Manaf has finished voting, and so we can now speak to him. Manaf, welcome to GHOne TV. Thank you. Why did you decide not to obey the protocol they wanted to give you, so that you go and vote without joining the queue? Because when you came, immediately they saw you in the queue. It sparked controversy, and of course chaos nearly distracted the whole process.
I accepted the protocol, so I just voted through that protocol. But I was just going according to the rules of the game. That when we went, I was part of the last security and task force meeting, and they did not give clearance to anyone to skip the queue unless the people in the queue decide to give you that leverage. So, and I know 70% of the people in the queue. I live just 150 meters away from this police station, and I think they prefer to see me in the queue. So when I joined the queue, until they said that they've granted me that protocol, at least they wanted me to spend some time here so that they won't see my face.
As Sawase that we used to know, in election year, this constituency is described as hotspots. What magic have you guys done in our Sawase that in this election, from January up to date, no violent incident has been recorded here? Are you trying to erase that tag that has been given to Asamase?
It has been my aim from day one. And so once I became a candidate, I said it clearly that I'm going to use my campaign to promote peacemakers and isolate those who don't. So throughout this campaign period has been so peaceful. Everybody can attest to that in this constituency because I am the opponent. Because there's a constant factor here, which is the MP. And there's been violence from one point to another almost every election. Mind you, the others are variables. So I am the variable in this, and I'm ensured that whatever it is that could trigger any sort of confusion, I'm not going to be a party to it, and I would also ensure that my party will not be a party to it. We all live in this constituency, we know each other. So this time around, I don't think anybody would want to be the trigger for any sort of confusion.
We saw a video trending in this from this constituency, which suggests that some of your party billboards were removed. Were you in the know of this? What was the situation?
Well, I was told that the NDC was holding a night rally in front of someone's house. And they said that my lampposts distracted them. They had a big giant screen to show some videos or pictures. And so they decided to take it down. I was told that there was a woman who was living in that area who saw it and protested and asked them to return it. So they took it down, but when I heard it, the assurance I was given is that after the program they'll put it back. So I didn't see the need for anybody to go there to try to, because then there will be violence. And if I want to prevent that, let them do their program and put it back. I don't know whether the lamppost will vote. I didn't see what it will change, but that's their decision. They wanted us to react. We are not going to react to anything. Even up until this evening, we will not react to anything.
Now, it has passed almost midday now. Mm-hmm. Between now and 5 p.m., can we trust you guys for peaceful election in this constituency with what you have done so far?
You can trust me. You said we guys. I don't know about the others and whatever they are planning, but you can trust me that it will continue to be peaceful until after 5 p.m.
Thank you very much.
Even beyond the day.
Thank you very much, Manaf Ibrahim. So that is the MPP's parliamentary candidate for the Asawase constituency, explaining to us whatever has happened in the constituency and his decision to promote peace in the constituency. And January, that has been the situation. So as we can see from the background, yes, there's another group of people who are debating there, but of course in Asawase usually they disagree on issues, but they are not fighting. It's just that all the people here, they call themselves as family, but sometimes they disagree on even some little arrangements, but it doesn't turn to chaos. So that has been the general situation here from the 7 a.m. up to now. So generally, with what I have observed here, I would describe the whole exercise as very peaceful.
Thank you very much, Isaac, for bringing us up to speed with what is happening in the Asawase constituency. And by the way, Isaac, this is Nadidi Teti. I'm sure I understand why you're calling me Lily. Lily has been on since 5 a.m., so it's very understandable. And so that's just us coming from the Asawase constituency. Very soon we'll be taking you to the Wejagbawi constituency, where the NPP parliamentary aspirant Jerry Ahmed Shaibu has stormed one of the polling stations to demand a halt of the exercise because of a switch in the pink sheets of the presidential and parliamentary elections. So we will be going to that constituency to find out more in relation to that. Let's quickly go to the Wejagbawe constituency. So those were scenes from a polling station in the Wejagbawe constituency where the NPP parliamentary aspirant Jerry Ahmed Shaibu stormed to demand a halt of the voting exercise because of a switch in the parliamentary and presidential pink sheets. Obed King Gaglo is coming from that constituency and is joining us in the studio to give us some understanding with regard to what truly happened in the area. Well, Obed, thank you very much for joining us here in the studio. Very troubling scenes there. He stormed the polling station ostensibly to ask for the exercise to be halted. Was it halted?
Exactly so. So for about 10 minutes, there was confusion at the polling station. So this particular polling station is the Presby police station Agbawe around the cemetery.
Yeah.
Now he entered the polling station with some men suspected to be land guards.
Okay.
Now his demand was that because the election started with a swap of the parliamentary pink sheets. Earlier I reported that as we speak, some polling stations do not have parliamentary pink sheet at all. And
At all? In the Wejagbawe constituency?
In the Wejagbawe, I visited about 16 polling stations that do not have, and so
and the time is
voting has not started at all.
This is some 5 minutes past
10. Yes, that's the situation. But at some polling stations, it has been swapped. According to them, they agreed that those who have both presidential and parliamentary but has been swapped, they should begin the process.
Okay.
But he stormed the polling station later on to demand that the process be halted for reason why we cannot explain. But areas where there are no parliamentary pink sheets, they have not started voting at all.
And explain to me, when they say that there's been a swap, what exactly? Explain to me what that means.
So, you know, every polling station has its own presidential and parliamentary.
Yes.
According to the presiding officers I spoke to,
yes.
Let's say polling station A has a particular pink sheet. It has been given to polling station C.
Okay.
You understand? So they have to
So
look
if there
for
is polling station 1, 2, 3,
yeah,
we have instances where polling station 3 has had its pink sheet given to polling station 1.
Exactly.
And 2 given to its polling station 3.
Exactly.
And it's happened in many of the polling stations in the Wejagbawe constituency.
Exactly. So that's the situation as we speak.
And so as of now, it hasn't been rectified?
As of now, it hasn't been rectified. But before I left there, calm had restored. The police say that it should continue. So the demand of the parliamentary candidate of the MPP didn't work, and that since they began the process from the beginning, it must continue until, because the pin sheet will be used at the end of the poll. They will look for the pin sheet for that particular polling station. Then they will fill it at the end of the poll.
And Ibrahim, I'll bring you in at this point in time. Ibrahim, this is very concerning, isn't it?
It's a developing story we'll be paying particular attention to. We've got our correspondent at the EC headquarters, Haruna Iddrisu, to ask that direct question. And what Mr. Tete mentioned was that, of course, there was another question related to the swapping in the pink sheet. So you have a pink sheet that is supposed to have code corresponding with that particular polling station given to another one, or presidential swapped with parliamentary. But of course, the overriding concern is the fact that there are many polling stations that do not have pink sheet for the parliamentary elections, and they had resolved that until the pink sheets are available, the exercise will not start. And that's much of a concern. But we were told by the EC that that's a situation that has not come to its attention. And to me, that's befuddling. As many as 16 polling stations. Exercise has not yet commenced. It's past 10 a.m. Then the EC tells us that.
In fact, it's past 11 a.m.
Exactly. As at that time, it was past 10 a.m. The EC was telling us that the 8 officers at these voting centers had not alerted the not, for instance, the regional or even the national. That's a concern. And hopefully the EC will then pay attention and get this ratification done for the exercise to start. Because there are many party executives who are saying, of course, the gentleman you engaged, the NDC chairman, who said even if they will have to wait till tomorrow, they wait.
This is very troubling. We'll be going to the Wejagbawe constituency, we'll be going to the Domkwabenya constituency too in a bit. And we hope that the Electoral Commission does rectify this as soon as they can, because like I said, it's past 11 a.m. And this is definitely going to impact on the number of people that are going to vote. There are people who may leave and not return because of the timing. I had the opportunity to vote very early. By 8, thereabouts, 7:38, I was done voting. And I've made my way to work. But if I were to be in Wejagbawe, I don't think I'll be able to go back to Wejagbawe.
I must say that the man, the aged man I spoke to, the old man I spoke to, he was leaving the station when I left, because he cannot be in the queue for long, because he has underlying health conditions. He had to leave.
All right. Thank you so much, Obed Kingaglo, coming all the way from the Wejagbawe constituency, and we'll be going to the Domkwabenya constituency, where there's been a minor scuffle as well. There is a new force agent who allegedly is being accused of being a known party supporter of the New Patriotic Party. So we'll be going to the Domkwabenya constituency as well to get some updates in relation to that particular issue. But these developments coming from Wejagbawe are definitely very concerning, and would hope that the Electoral Commission would address it as soon as they can. And it's good that Haruna Iddrisu did bring it to the attention at their press briefing a while ago. So we will be going to the Domkwabenya constituency shortly to get some updates on that situation there in the Domkwabenya area, where the new force agent is being accused of being a known NPP supporter. So we're going to the Domkwabenya constituency now. What is happening where you are, Lily?
Okay. Yeah. My name is Festus Meku Denchi, the presiding officer for Solid Rock Church, Kisema 1. Actually, this morning the process has been smoothly, but a few minutes ago, a few hours ago, the party agent for Chada, that is New Force, arrived. But when he came, one political party, the party agent, that is the NDC party agent, said the representation or the representative of Cheddar, it's an MPP person, and so they are not going to agree for them
to take part in the process. Once they are living in the community and they know the political party in which he find himself, then they are not going to allow, because EC said with every police station, two representative, exactly, 2 representative. And so once they are seeing that Chada as MPP person in the name of Chada, they are not going to agree, and that has sparked that controversy.
And so far, how has the situation been calmed?
By the help of the security personnel, they've been able to calm the situation down. They've been able to calm everything down into everything. In fact, when it comes to the process, the voting process, it has not been disturbed. Just that they are fighting over who is the rightful person for the agent for Chada. Because once it's an MPP person and he's in the community, maybe he's here to play a role on behalf of the MPP. Maybe, I don't know what they mean by that.
So right now, we can see that some party agents are seated over here. So I want to know, for the new force, do you have anybody here, or because of the issue?
In fact, here we have 3 polling stations. And so we have new force 2. But the last one that has sparked the controversy, they are saying that he's an MPP person and he's coming in the name of what? Chada, and they are not going to agree unless he's being changed or replaced. Then that one they are going to be fine with.
All right, so there you have it. We are at the Solid Rock polling station 1, 2, 3, and the controversy that has sparked at the gate is that the party agent to be representing the new force has been fingered by community members to be a member of the NPP, and they are suspecting foul play. As such, he hasn't been allowed into the premises yet, and the police is taking care of the issue, and the gates have been barred, restricting access, and just nobody is allowed in. There's no problem, absolutely no problem, but security is very tight over here. Reporting for GHOne TV from Dom Kwabinya.
So that's Eko Bwache bringing us the details with regard to the minor scuffle that ensued at a polling station in the Dom Kwabinya constituency, where the NDC agents, they say that they live in the community and they know that the New Forces agent is a known member of the New Patriotic Party. Should this be a concern, Ivy?
Absolutely shocking. I don't know the grounds upon which the NDC agent will raise an issue with an individual who has been deployed in the name of another candidate.
Absolutely.
If it's a candidate that comes there to say that is not my agent, and that is a member of the NPP, and that he's impersonating my agent, then you have an issue.
That's where
once the individual has
arise.
Been deployed in the name of the new force, and nobody else has come in the name of the new force, the NDC absolutely has no right to raise the issue it is raising. I could be a member of one particular party today, but the next moment I can decide to caucus with another political party, to the point that I can be deployed as an agent of that particular individual or that particular party. And so it's good the police intervened and ensured that calm was restored and the exercise proceeded as it ought to. This is a red herring that's needless.
And you're still watching the Election Hub here on GHOne Television. We are also live on Star 103.5 FM, and we have been taking you around the 276 constituencies in the country where parliamentary and presidential elections are ongoing. As I keep saying, it's one presidential seat and there are 12 persons vying for that slot. Had it not been for the sad demise of Madam Ikiadonko, we would have had 13 individuals contesting for this race. Well, the numbering on the ballot paper hasn't changed. I had a challenge when I was I felt it was too long.
Yes, 13. That will be quite some height of a ballot paper.
And I think it makes it quite obvious who you're voting for, because the slots is not enough to contain the entire. So you'd have to turn it in a certain way.
Okay. I get that. I get that. So, especially for the presidential.
Yes. For the parliamentary, yes.
It's been
for the
just
parliamentary, my constituency is just 2. Yes.
Exactly. Largely across the length and breadth of the country. Maximum 3, where we have independent candidates. The other political parties have not been able to marshal the resources to fill candidates, parliamentary candidates in many other constituencies. So, yes, I get the point you're making, right, that the height and how long the ballot paper is makes it quite difficult. And once you spend much more time in the voting booth, anybody can read meanings into it that you are there searching for the others instead of going for those at the top. Yes, so I get that. And but that's it. Is their right to contest.
One other problem I had was that you don't seem to have privacy.
Yes.
So the booth is facing the other way. So it faces the street. And the officers are seated right behind you.
Okay, so...
Yeah, so... I mean, I saw where somebody's vote was going.
Okay, that's problematic, and I think that the electoral officers, their attention will have to be drawn to this, and they have to do something
because they're right behind the booth, and
they could tell.
And because of the place, because of the length of it, if it were shorter, it wouldn't be a problem.
Yes.
But because it's 13, that's where
you have
the issue
to move it around. Yes, I get that. Hopefully, somebody draws the attention to this. If we are discouraging people from taking pictures of their printed ballot papers, the woman as well ensure that the EC officers there do not get to see how people are voting. It's very critical that is done. Hopefully.
And this is your election hub here on GHOne television. We have been crisscrossing the country to bring you details with regard to how the voting is going in most of the areas. Largely it's been smooth, apart from the concerning issue in relation to the Wejagbawe constituency, where about 16 polling stations, they've had their ballot papers swapped. In some instances, they don't even have that of the parliamentary seat. We will be also going to the Okankwe North constituency to be speaking to my colleague Nanama Ajiman, who has been monitoring the exercise there for us. We'll be going there shortly to see how the voting process is going on in the Okankwe North constituency. We'll be speaking to the Okankwe North MP as well. But Ibrahim, let's still go ahead and talk about the exercise so far. We've talked about how it started smoothly in most of the areas apart from the Wejagbawe constituency. And we are hoping that the EC will move in to work on it as soon as possible. But then again, in terms of security, early in the day or last night there were reports about military being deployed, among others. The Electoral Commission was asked about military presence, and Madam Jean Mensah did mention that for them that does not fall within their purview. As far as they are aware, it is a National Security Task Force supervised and led by the Inspector General of Police that is handling the situation.
Well, it's an answer that if you had even closed your eyes and then
you would have
closed your ears,
I think that even the journalists use it as a foundation. Said, I know you would, the EC would say this doesn't fall within their purview.
Especially after the 2020 elections, on a number of occasions, Madam Jean Mensah had mentioned that the EC was not responsible for the 8 deaths that were recorded, and that when it came to election day security, there was a task force that had been clothed with the responsibility of ensuring that security is well taken care of. So yes, you're right. Yesterday we saw videos from Awasu East, the Kaswa enclave, where some military men had been deployed, heavily armed, in a certain hotel, and we're told that that will be their operational area. This morning I've gotten videos from Upper West Akim and Lower West Akim enclave, that's the Anaso enclave, of military equally being deployed, and I've gotten video evidence to that effect. Now, it's good that the Election Security Task Force is equally briefing the media, and we're told by ACP Akrofi that they will be engaging in those constant media engagement. We hope they learn from the EC and equally take questions from journalists who are present there. These are the questions that we want the reporters there to put to them and get answers. It looks like, aside the deployment that is taking place with the IGP, Georgia Kufuor as the chair of the task force, there are other deployments that are taking place on the blind side of the IGP. It looks like this police will have to speak to this.
And this is something many of the analysts had pointed to, especially when the Police Service or the National Election Security Task Force insisted that there wouldn't be the deployment of the military
to the police station.
Yes, and then the IGP talked about a 30-year blueprint. And I heard some of the analysts say that, well, ultimately, everything boils down to election day.
Yes.
What will happen on election day would clearly tell whether, well, what they said was not explicitly so, but essentially tells you that it will tell you whether the IGP is in control or otherwise.
Exactly so, especially when the military hierarchy addressed the media as well. I mentioned that they will be playing a supportive role.
Absolutely.
And that you only see the military moving at the call of the police. So if the police request the military intervention, so you have that. And so if they are stationed at the constituency for that purpose, it might be understandable. But where they are being cited at polling stations, then that becomes a problem.
All right. Ibrahim, I will definitely return to you, but we now have to go to the Okaigwe North constituency and speak to Nanama Ajiman, who is monitoring the exercise there for GHOne Television and Star News. We are live on Star, like I did mention earlier. We're bringing you comprehensive coverage of the 2024 election. After many months of crisscrossing the country to solicit and canvass votes, the day is here. By tomorrow, we'll know where this is headed. Let's go to the Okaigwe North constituency now. Unfortunately, Nanama doesn't seem to be hearing me, but would definitely get that rectified and go back to her. But she has in her company the Member of Parliament for the area, Theresa Ladi Awuni, who took the seat 4 years ago, and she's confident of retaining the seat in that constituency. Let's talk about that constituency briefly.
Yes.
Looking at how they've largely voted for, in the past elections.
Well, so John Dramani Mahama lost the constituency in 2020, but Theresa Ladi Awuni won the seat for the first time from the hands of the NPP for the NDC. Dokuya, Nana Ama Dokuya, who abandoned the Ningo-Prampram North quest, has come, and then of course there are three actually. There's a CPP candidate, a young man in the race, but of course we all know it's a two-horse race. We're there for the Voters Connect segment and on the GA today on the breakfast show and then on Morning Star as well, and you could tell that Madam Dokuya had a lot of work to do. She could not show up on that day, but of course, if the engagement were anything to go by, if our engagement with even the party executives in the constituency is anything to go by, then she will have much more grounds to cover to make up for the deficit, because he had been tagged as an outsider in the constituency. And so it's a straight fight. The incumbent, of course, I'm sure if technology allows us to return, you hear her express confidence about her chances of retaining that seat. But if there were ever a seat that could be described as a lion's den seat, that would be one of them, right? The Okaigwe Enclave, Okaigwe South, Okaigwe Central, Okaigwe North, or in the back for the NPP. It's just that this one decided to slip out in 2020.
All right, let's go back again. Let's try and see. We'll be able to connect with Nanama Ajiman, who is in the Okaigwe North constituency, to bring us the conversation with the Member of Parliament for the area. Nanama, can you hear me?
Hello, Daddy. So as you mentioned, I'm at Okaigwe North.
What's going on?
And 79,549 votes are expected in this constituency. I don't know what is wrong with them. Okaigwe North, Theresa Ladi Awuni here. And welcome to GHOne TV. You've been here to cast your vote. What's your impression so far? Right. The thing was, sorry.
was impressive, exciting. I think that
Okay. Nanama Ajiman there with the incumbent member of parliament for Okankwe North, Theresa Ladiawoni. We'll try a third time. I'm definitely sure that will be third time lucky. But we're talking about how this is a Daniel and the Lion's Den situation because those three constituencies, Okankwe North, Okankwe South,
yes,
and then is it Okankwe Central?
Okankwe Central.
They've gone along the NPP line for as far as we can remember. Absolutely. But then in 2020, yes, Theresa Ladiawoni did what many didn't anticipate that she would be able to do. And then there are many, constituencies like that we will be looking at in the course of the show. But we're talking about security before we had to cross over to the Okankwe North constituency. Yesterday, Kodeo, they launched their situation room where they'll be monitoring among others, and then also they will be doing the parallel voter tabulation. And a question was asked about what they made of the campaign activities so far. And what Paul Bampa did say was that, well, generally they are impressed with how things have gone down, because in the previous election, around that time, we had recorded so many clashes, incidents of clashes between the two major political parties, people being attacked here and there. But this time around, it's been largely issue-based. They are hoping that we will get to the final end and we'll have less of these. And it reminds me of Bediaku's interaction, where he says that Asawase is known to be a hot spot. Yes. But then again, we know that the scuffles and the commotions barely happen during the voting time. The real issues would arise after the ballots are cast and we are counting.
Just before the dying embers of the game and after, that's the crucial moment. And so if this morning you gauge the mood and then you conclude emphatically that tag has been removed, you might be wrong. And so, yes, but of course, we are optimistic that we won't record such negativities across all the voting centers. But nonetheless, the task force ought to have ruled out mechanisms to ensure that people do what is inspected, not what is expected. You cannot just expect that everybody will go queue, vote, and then either go home and return later to observe peacefully. And that's how come we deploy security. I just hope that the military engagement, the conversation will be handled promptly and quickly, just so somebody doesn't hide behind that to foment trouble.
Let's now go to the Tamale Central constituency. Hanan Abdul Adam is in that constituency, standing by with the incumbent. Hanan, what do you have for us?
Health centers in Tamale. The interesting thing is that all the hospital centers in Tamale are in Tamale Center. TTH is in Tamale Center. West Hospital is in Tamale Center. Central Hospital is in Tamale Center. What I have left for my senior brother, Honorable Haruna Iddrisu, is the mortuary. I own the hospital, and then I have given him the mortuary. So the kinds of work we have done, and visibility. I have been very visible. I come to Tamale every other week.
But let's come back to the issues of the elections. I mean, the process is ongoing. It appears here the number is not really that encouraging. I've seen a few people here. What could have contributed to this?
The number is encouraging. We have a cluster of polling stations here. One here, 4 are here, 3 are here. So if the Electoral Commission, depending on the number, so here if you check, they have about almost 500, more than 500 registered voters, and over 100 registered voters have voted already. So I think that the reason you see that the numbers are not here is because of the fact that there are we have a cluster of registered, and the process has been smooth so far. So if you check, all those who come, they get their chance to vote. Let me be very clear. I have seen people in Tamale Central, MPP, young men and women, in the social media, some of them in the groups, they call me and tell me that, look, because of the work you have done, we are going to vote for you. And I say, don't just vote for me, vote for His Excellency President Mahama. And I told some of them, if I have a choice to determine who you should vote as a defectee between me and President Mahama, I would say, please vote for President Mahama. And that is what I am telling them. Those who are defecting, and who are saying that they will vote for me because of the work I have done, the non-discriminatory, projects that I have executed, that they will vote for me and vote for Dr. Bawumia. I plead with you, vote for President Mahama and vote for me. And if you have to make a choice of one, vote for President Mahama. Even if you don't vote for me, I plead to vote for President. But that's the only way we can reset this country. That is the only way we can change the mess that we are engulfed with. That is the only way the dignity of the Ghanaian people can be restored. And the only person who can do that is no other person than His Excellency President Mahama, because he has demonstrated that before. The money he borrowed, the projects he executed. I mean, these are some of the things.
But it appears you have a tough challenge. You are in this contest with the Tamale mayor, who, one way or the other, is also touting his achievements, just as you are doing.
What achievement has he touted? One, construction of street lights. He said he constructed street lights.
But the market, the Tamale Central Market, they've put up structures there. They also have the Tamale interchange within the Tamale Central constituency. He's pointing to a lot of things that he has done, supporting the youth in various ways, just like you are also highlighting. And he says that he's going to beat you and ensure that the MPP will own one seat this time around in Parliament within the Tamale Metro.
Well, we are left with some few hours, and then we shall know whether indeed he's going to beat me or not. We haven't had a single defectee in Tamale Centre to Tamale Centre from NDC to MP, not even one. But we have had series of defectees. That is why I asked you to tell you what he has done. I've
mentioned some of them.
Which one?
He mentions the Tamale interchange. He mentions that's his government which has done it, and that is under his jurisdiction.
The things the NDC government did, all the things I have mentioned, they are not even things President Mahama did. The boreholes are not things President Mahama did. This is something that his son, his member of parliament, has done. The 82 boreholes. The free extra classes I organize every year with my personal money. I'm not saying with common fund, with my personal money. I did them. The medical science students, 45 medical science students. And I can boast, tell me one single constituency in Ghana since independence that you've had MP who has financed 45 medical science students. One, from 1960 till now, the First Republic, second, third, fourth. I stand to be quoted. Someone should tell me. And I paid the fees entirely from my personal money. Look, last year, all the rice I harvested in my farm, I spent every single dime in the Tamale Center. This year I've gotten almost 3,000 bucks of rice. 3,000 almost. And every single dime is going. So I have stated what I have done with my personal money. The free extra classes, the medical science students, the boreholes which I did with my common fund were 62. And I had 20 which is supported by Islamic NGOs. The clinics. If you go to the Channel one, when we're commissioning it, the Qatar charity said, look, your MP has done something we have never seen. We always build and finish, but we built this clinic and he finished. I didn't finish it with common funds.
So you think that based on this, you are optimistic you will win?
Because you said that he's touting the things he has done. I am telling you.
So you've made your point on that.
He is the mayor. Tamale Metropolitan Assembly is one of the metropolitan assemblies that generates a lot of money. Tell us one single thing he has done. They have sold lands. He supervised the selling of those lands. He supervised the selling of lands at West Hospital here.
That's an accusation. No. That's an accusation that he's not here to, defend himself. He's not here. He's not here. So we'll put that aside. He's not here. Honorable, he's not here. He's not here to defend himself. So let's go back to the election. So with just few hours to the close of poll at 5 p.m., what are you expecting?
Granted that he didn't sell them. He's the mayor.
Okay, but let's come back to the election.
I will answer, but I'm saying that granted that he didn't. He has a responsibility to ensure that state lands are not distributed like they are distributing granules. And I am shocked. He's the mayor.
I'm not defending. I'm just saying that he's not here to defend himself. So let's go back to the issue of election. Finally, tell us. We are live on GHOne TV and Star FM. So tell us, before close of polls at 5 p.m., what are your expectations, or what are you expecting to happen?
I am very optimistic, by the will of Allah, that President Mahama will get over 90% in Tamale Central. And I am very optimistic that I will get over 90% in Tamale Center. As to whether he will beat me or not, we're left with few hours. The Gombes have a proverb.
But are you ready for a defeat?
Who?
You.
But you get into an elections, there are always two outcomes. You either win or you do not win.
If you don't win, would you accept the results?
Why? I mean, why? I'm saying that I get into an elections. I've lost an elections before. And when I lost, I congratulated the person who won. But I can tell you, the defeat is going to be tsunami on Sule Self. He's my friend, he's my brother. There's going to be a tsunami. And it's not only going to be a tsunami on him. President Mahama is going to win a landslide victory. And it will be the highest, the biggest elected defeat the MPP will ever get in these elections.
Thank you very much. That's Dr. Murtala Mohammed, and he has been engaging us here from Zugbeli, which is a cluster of polling stations, and this happens to be one of the polling stations. And I must say that quite a few of the electoral officers, as at now, before 11 a.m., are now sitting idle because there are no, voters approaching the center to cast their ballot. But I'm sure that before close of 5 p.m., quite a number of them would approach here to cast their ballot. And this has been the situation from every constituency that we visited. It was the queue was very lengthy in the early hours of Saturday morning or this morning, but getting to midday, the queue has actually subsided. So it means that there are no issues at all. People are voting and returning home. So my name is Abdul Hanan Adam here from Zugbeli.
And thank you very much, Hanan. We'll now cross over to the Bole Bamboy constituency in the Savannah region, where the former president and NDC flag bearer John Dramani Mahama is at his family house praying for victory by his father's grave.
What's the time? It's 22 after 11.
The voting booth, and I'm sure she is now 12 her vote. And this is for the presidential election. So after she has started the vote, she will then fold the ballot paper nicely, as we all know must be done, and then she will drop it in the ballot box. She is looking for some assistance, and I believe that
coming from the Bole Bamboy constituency in the Savannah region, you see the former president John Dramani Mahama there in the company of some individuals. They are by his father's grave, Emmanuel Adama Mahama, there by his grave there. He's praying by the grave, paying homage, and also asking for his father's blessings as he goes into the polls today. He is praying for victory. You see him there in a white kaftan and his cap. As well, I think that's his daughter by his side, if I'm seeing correctly, and also some family members, who he's flanked by family members and various individuals who are by him as he, pays homage to his father and also prays to him, asking for his blessings going into the polls. Did he just wipe a tear, or he's just tired? Well, you saw Muhammad putting his hand over his eyes. I'm wondering if he shed a tear. And if you recall, when he wrote his book, My First Coup d'etat, he made reference to his father. His father was a minister under the Nkrumah administration. He references, the 1966 coup as one of the incidents that made him very aware of the political situation in the country. So John Dramani Mahama there praying by his father's grave and asking for his blessings. And at this point, everybody would, all hands on deck, right? You'd ask for the support and blessings from anyone that you believe can, give you that kind of support.
Yes, you tap into the spiritual world, tap into divinity, and then tap into the physical world as well. It's interesting that the father was MP, West Gonja, MP, former MP for West Gonja, and also a Minister of State. And so it's a political family. And like we mentioned, he has chronicled that in his book, My First Coup d'etat. Yes, so that's the father's grave. I'm not sure as whether he will head to the mother's grave as well, which is in Damongo. Yes, in that constituency. That's where the remains of the mother is as well. And so he's also expected to actually vote in Bole.
Yes.
The vice
where
president.
He served 2 terms.
Yes, as
member
MP.
of Parliament. Yes.
And he was in Parliament with Nana Dankwa Kufuor and co. Before they all decided to abandon the legislative business and then join the executive, or the quest to join the executive to be president. He got to be the president first before Nana Dankwa Kufuor. Now I was talking about his opponent, his main contender in this election, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the MPP flag bearer, who has already voted. Yes. He also went to his constituency, Wale Wale, in the Northeast region to vote. So he has already voted. But of course, the former president and the NDC flag bearer is yet to vote. I'm sure the prayer forms part of the activities that will be engaged in before he finally votes. Yeah. And usually when he votes, he will have a message or two for Ghanaians if he doesn't depart from what he's been doing every electoral cycle. Okay. Yes.
And let's hear from John Dramani Mahama, who's been speaking in Bole.
Of this visit, how important is this visit on this day?
That's part of our culture and tradition, and many of these are my uncles. They believe that at every opportunity, if you are faced with a crisis or you are anxious about something, you must pray to your father and your ancestors. And so these are prayers being said for my father. This is my father's grave, and so they're saying prayers for him and asking him to stand behind me in the contest that we're going into today.
President Baba, you have in the past shared fond memories about how your father and then the father of the MP presidential candidate were neighbors.
Yeah, we lived in the same neighborhood in Tamale, and
former president's son,
so that's true. We grew up together.
Madam Lodina Mahama.
So he knows my family.
And then at the background earlier, Eric Anyanyu was granting interviews with Honorable Joyce Bawa as well, and the media heavily represent.
Former President John Mahama, who came to visit the tomb of his father. He'll be leaving here shortly to the polling station where he'll be casting his ballot. Now this is his first.
So you had the John Dramani Mahama saying that, you know, when you're going into a contest and you are anxious about something, you're taught to pray to your ancestors, your fathers, and he sees this as a good opportunity to seek his father's face and blessings going into the election. Ibrahim?
Yes, and of course, I'm sure they use the opportunity to also offer prayer for the dead, the departed. Usually, and the father died a Muslim.
Yes.
And so you should understand why the grave looks the way it looks. Yes, it might get confusing sometimes that the top of the grave is bare. Yeah, that's because that is Islamic way of burying the dead, right? So yes, it works both ways. If you believe that the dead can offer you some help, yes, you go there and ask for it. But it's incumbent on you to also offer the dead prayers. Yeah.
And you know, in our conversations with our correspondents, when away from John Dramani Mahama, when we spoke to Hanan and the Tamale Central MP Mutala Mohammed was talking about what he as an MP has done.
Yes.
It is very expensive to be a member of parliament in this country.
His story is an infinitesimal part of the major story as to the burden on MPs. And Naridi, we've brought these stories to viewers on countless occasions, right? Why it's practically impossible for a Ghanaian MP not to be corrupt, right? Many of them have shared their stories. They've got bent for saying it as it is, but indeed that's the reality. You heard the gentleman talk about the fact that he's been able to harvest over 3,000 bags of rice, and obviously this rice will be sold in the market. The proceeds of this particular venture, which is a private venture that he's engaged in, will largely be plowed back into helping his constituents. And like I said, it's been the story for virtually every MP. At every point in time, when you cease doing it, then you have to start kissing your seat goodbye, either from within your party during the primaries or the external elections.
Now, we'll be taking you to the Okaikwe Central constituency, where we understand that there has been some confusion erupting at the NPP's office. We will be going there to bring you some updates in relation to that shortly. But still in relation to the conversation about, you know, how expensive it is to be a member of parliament. And I am wondering if is it because they go about promising so much? Does it have a role to play in it?
Well, politics largely has become transactional, right? And many people have had their life transformed just by the dint of they joining politics. And we live with them, we see. And so the society has now developed a penchant for exacting its pound of flesh.
Yes, because they feel that in most instances they tell you that after the elections, you hardly hear from them until another 4-year cycle.
Most definitely. And once we've given you a job, and that's how transactional it has become. You were somewhere as a teacher, you were somewhere as a headmaster, you were somewhere as a private legal practitioner. We send you to Parliament, right? We've given you a job. It's a privilege to serve as an MP. It opens business opportunities to you.
Yes.
And this is how the society perceives members of Parliament. So the least you can do is to attend our funerals, to buy coffins for us to bury our dead, right? Help us with RAM to name our children. If you want to add on to our wives, we want to take a second wife, we'll come to you, you have to avail the resources to us. And so until we get to that point where the political class gets to disabuse the minds of the general public that we are going to serve you, we are not asking for an opportunity to go and enrich ourselves. The issue of and the cry over influence of money in politics, members of Parliament becoming corrupt because the burden on them is too heavy for them to shoulder. We'll have that conversation in eternity. It will never go away.
And one other thing that stood out for me, time for voting. When Hanan was speaking, he said in most of the areas, initially there were queues, now there are no queues, and the election officers are waiting to have their turn. Do you remember that at a certain point the Electoral Commission was considering 3 p.m. as end of voting? Now compare and contrast that with the Tamale situation, Tamale situation, and also the Wejagbawe situation, where till now, unless there is an update, many people have not voted. Imagine we were sticking to the 3 p.m. time.
And that's what we kept saying. I don't know if you remember that if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? Many people have structured their lives on election day with this information in their minds that it's 5 p.m.
And kindly hold that thought for me. We have to go to the Ukaikwe Central constituency where there was a live commotion there. Okay, let's go live to that area. We are going to Wasa instead.
Hello. Hello. Yes. Okay. So that is the Member of Parliament for Asanwase, Muntaka Mubarak, after casting his ballot, decided to brief the media. So let's listen to him.
He's only putting the ballot into the box for me. Well, I just encourage them to tell them that voting is a civic responsibility, and you have to teach them how those things are done. But obviously, by law, they are not supposed to see which party or which candidate you vote for, because it's supposed to be a secret ballot. So, but putting it in the box, I mean, it's a normal thing. So it's just to encourage them to know that voting is a civic responsibility. So, but as they grow, they know that voting is a right and you must always exercise it.
There have been a series of allegations of vote buying, and are you concerned about that?
Well, obviously, we've been talking about it for the past 1 month. And, well, it's persistent, but I'm very optimistic. That's not going to change anything. I believe the people of Swansea are wised up. They know. I mean, you remember 2005, I don't know whether you were around. That's when the slogan came, you can't use money to buy Swansea people, no matter what you do. We've seen some of the clothes that they are sharing, the money that they are sharing, I mean, calling people and sending Momo to them. But believe me, I know the people of Swansea are way, way, way above that. And I'm very optimistic. That is never going to determine anything.
There was an issue at the Akurim Junior High School polling station where your opponent, Manaf Ibrahim, went to vote. He decided to join the queue, but some of your party members were not happy about he joining the queue, not to influence the process. Has this issue been relayed to you, and what's your immediate reaction?
Well, I don't see anything wrong with that. If he chooses to join the queue, the only hope is that he's not in the queue talking to people. Because, you know, by law, you are not supposed to be voting on campaigning at the polling station. And usually, out of courtesy and respect, you come and people will say, oh, why not go and vote? So if he decides to disregard that courtesy and join the queue, I only pray that whilst he was in the queue, he was not influencing people or talking to people to vote for him or campaigning. Yeah, other than that, I don't see anything wrong with that.
So you have been going around monitoring the election. How would you describe your assessment so far?
I must say that it's very encouraging. You know, the sun is very scorchy today. The sun is really, really very scorchy today. So, in fact, in the morning when I realized that the sun was scorchy, I had to instruct my lieutenants to rent canopies, all the 215 polling stations. And I'm happy that I've gone around, I've seen that they've mounted the canopies. Yeah, it comes at a cost, but I don't think the cost of the canopy you can compare the scorching sun and the likelihood of people falling sick to the cost of renting canopy. I only hope the Electoral Commission in future will factor this in their budget, because you cannot expect people to come and cast their vote and be in this kind of scorching sun. So because of the scorching nature of the sun too, obviously people are like, let me wait and see. Other than that, you see that the queues are going very fast, and there's no place that I've seen long queue where you think that maybe the process is doing bad. It's fairly good, not too long queues. People are able to come and cast their vote within a matter of 30 minutes maximum. I think that's very good. Our hope is that people should be able to spend 15 minutes maximum at the polling station, not more than that. But, I mean, we've provided canopies, and we hope with the shade, it's going to encourage others to come out to vote and not to wait towards the tail end. Then we'll see long queues. Yeah.
Turnout so far in the areas that you have monitored. Are you satisfied with the turnout now? We are almost at midday. With the information you have, is it encouraging?
You see, we've almost gone halfway. If you look at the stats, we started at 7. So by 12, we will have gone halfway. And if I look at the register and the number of people that have come out, it's clearly telling me we are likely to get above 80% turnout if everything goes as we've seen, which is encouraging. Even though our hope in Aswansi is to see if the turnout could be about 90%. Because I know if 100 people come out of Aswansi to vote, I am very sure that majority of them are going to vote for me. So what I'm hoping is that I have about 90% turnout, and not necessarily even for the parliamentarian, for the presidency, every vote counts. So now all we are doing is trying to remind people. We have a lot of volunteers that are going to the homes to tell people that, there are no long queues, so come out and cast your vote. And I want to take this opportunity to appeal to all those sitting in the house and waiting for later to know that there are no long queues. And I'm very optimistic. I mean, look at Peace. I'm sure when you come to Peace, where I've just casted my vote, you may not have to spend up to 15 minutes and you go. So people should come out and not be waiting, so that we don't have a situation where it is 5 and we have long people in the queue, and then darkness sets in, and then all the other challenges, begins to confront us. So it's our hope that people will come out and vote before the 5 o'clock. And we are very optimistic that we should expect about 90%.
Like January, it has been
about the 9th Parliament, seeing that the 8th Parliament has been characterized with a lot of controversies.
Well, I'm hoping that, JM is winning, and is winning with a very, very huge margin of seats in Parliament, so that we don't have to be challenged with the kind of confrontation that we see. Because obviously, believe me, I keep telling almost everybody, we can't run away from a hangover effect of the 8th Parliament. And if it comes and it's so narrow, well, that will be a hell for us. And I don't hope for that. I hope that we have a very comfortable margin, so that we don't have to struggle to do anything in Parliament.
Alaji, January, the elections have been peaceful. Can we trust you guys for successful election in Asawasi constituency?
Well, so far, up to this moment, we've not had any major incident. It is our hope that it's going to continue that way. And I want to encourage my constituents that we are being applauded across the whole world. Everybody knows Aswansi is a hotspot. People are waiting to see what's going to happen in Aswansi. Thank God, we are on the D-Day. Nothing significant has happened. Our hope is that the 5 more hours that we have, moving to the next other 5 hours for collation and all that, will continue to be peaceful, so that at least we are now, if you ask me, we've crossed the bronze, we are almost crossing the silver, and we are almost grabbing the gold in terms of peaceful election. I want to encourage all of us, those in the NDC, let's adhere to the rules. Those in the other parties, let us all adhere to the rules, so that we'll all go grab the gold. And then they will say, for the first time in the history of Aswansi, there have been election, from campaigning to the voting to collation. There's not any incident, no gunshot, no slap, no push, no nothing. So that's our hope. And I'm very optimistic that we are surely going to grab the gold.
Thank you very much. So that is the Member of Parliament for Asawase constituency, Alhaji Muntaka Mubarak, telling us what his observations are in the Asawase constituency and how happy he is with the way electorates and constituents have conducted themselves from morning 7 a.m. when they started voting up to date. Asawase has not recorded any unfortunate incident, and he is confident that the peaceful environment that they are voting, they will continue till collation is done for Asawase to be described as one of the peaceful constituency that held election today. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, that is Isaac Bediako Justice there. He, in that interaction with the Member of Parliament for Asawase, Muntaka Mubarak, and they are talking about the situation in that particular constituency. We'll be going to the Savannah region, and we will be seeing the visual of the flag bearer of the NDC and former President GHOne Dramani Mahama, who is also going to cast his ballot in the Savannah region. Earlier, we saw that he had gone to his father's grave to pray. Now he's going to cast his ballot in that constituency where he once served as a Member of Parliament. So you can see him going through the process. He has been issued a ballot paper. He's followed closely by his daughter, and I don't think she's voting yet, but that is John Mahama there approaching the booth to cast his ballot, and after that I'm sure he would briefly interact with the media as well. But in your short is the former president and flag bearer of the NDC, GHOne Dramani Mahama, casting his ballot. I don't know which of them he's doing at the moment, whether it's the presidential or it's the parliamentary. But if it is the presidential, after that he would go and cast his ballots as well for the parliamentary contest. You remember that when you go to the polling station, you must be doing two things: vote for the presidential and then vote for the parliamentary. Make sure you don't leave the place with just voting for one particular candidate. As in just the presidential and the parliamentary. So in short, you see GHOne Dramani Mahama there in the Savannah region, specifically in the Bole constituency where he's voting. Like I did say, he served this particular constituency for 2 terms. Whilst he was MP there, I think he was a minority spokesperson on communications at the time. Yes. And when he entered Parliament, he was one of the youngest, right?
Yes, at that point.
It's interesting how time flies.
He became the deputy minister, and then became a substantive minister, and then while still in Parliament, he was tapped to be running mate, and then subsequently became a vice president.
And his journey has been quite an interesting one. He's occupied every political office in this country, from assembly member all the way to becoming Member of Parliament, then going on to become Vice President, and then becoming President. So he's gone through the mill, and I think that is one of the things he has been touting as the upper hand he has over his opponents. He talks about having experience, having gone through the mill, and also been a president before. But eventually, at the end of the day, would know whether it's either going to be a reset or it's going to be an upgrade. So you're still seeing GHOne Dramani Mahama in your shots. Okay, that's the daughter also casting a ballot, and she's also casting her ballots there.
I'm sure she's just observing.
I think she's just observing.
Yes,
maybe she's not.
The father does the right thing.
Would it be a situation where you are contestants and you don't vote for yourself? Does it happen?
No.
Yes. So GHOne Dramani Mahama, he's done with the voting process.
And that's the MP with the MP for the
pleasantries with the individuals in the area, and you know that you are not allowed to wear party paraphernalia. So he's wearing his white kaftan, and the inscription on his cap is Ghana's coat of arms. And that should also remind you that this exercise is a national one. It's not a partisan one. It's a national exercise. So go there, cast your ballots. When you're done, you leave the place, you go and rest for a while. When the voting process closes, you can make your way back and observe the counting. It doesn't have to be chaotic. So we just saw GHOne Dramani Mahama cast his ballot there. We also know that his main opponent, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, has done same in the Northeast region, specifically in the Wale constituency. that constituency is also very interesting. We'll be talking about it shortly. Okay, still in the region, Lordina Mahama is also casting her ballot, and I'm sure she's doing that right after her husband has done same. And she is doing so in the Ladadekotopong constituency. Lordina Mahama in your short also casting her ballots there. So as and when any of the key contenders are casting their ballots, we'll take you there for you to observe what is happening. So Lordina Mahama in the Ladadekotopong constituency, and then John Dramani Mahama in the Bole Mamboy constituency.
She used to do that with the late Vice President Kwesi Bekwai Misata. She also votes in the same constituency, Ladadekotopong. Yes, and of course, when the former president Jerry John Rawlings was equally alive, of course, we will have had many more other former presidents.
Sorry to cut you. We have to go and pick John Dramani Mahama. He's speaking at the moment after casting his ballot.
Ballot paper and have a photo here. Until we come well, Hana Matu Maba, Bolens and Anami, member of parliament for her. And she was going to appear. Omubo say, Mujide say, the Bewene. And Mujide say, the Bewene parliament, majority people now of parliament, now presidency.
Before
Yamamre, maybe I'm free bole. Oko Nase, Bibia Day. I was Wawofo Bompaye, Omundaso, into Adia Omotaye, into maybe I'm a babeto Aba, and yet, and maybe I'm a babeto Ababia. Me wa famu ne fa on na ye kramo for me kisoni adom na ye kramo for nti e call Anaso na o ma ko bompaye.
President Baba, you've been monitoring the process. What's your assessment of the process?
Let's start. Who do we start with?
Yeah, Joy News.
Then GTV. IGTV. Okay.
President Baba, please, what's your assessment of the process so far?
The process, as I've seen it here, it's smooth and very easy. It didn't take more than 3 minutes for me to finish voting in both the presidential and parliamentary. If it's the same everywhere in the country, then I think we'll have a successful election.
Global Info Analytics, EIU, have all predicted victory for you.
All right, so in short, there was John Dramani Mahama interacting with journalists after casting his ballot. He was being asked about how the process has gone so far. He says that, well, it's been smooth. And if it is the same across the country, then we are on the good path. This is our continuous coverage of the 2024 general election here in Ghana. It is a competition between an upgrade and a reset, but it's not just, they are not just the only individuals in the contest. There are 10 other contestants in the presidential race. And then for the parliamentary race, 801 individuals are contesting in the 276 constituencies. I'm sure you're used to the 275. 276 because there is now the GHOne constituency. And so we are bringing you all this with regard to the elections. Let's now take you to the Okankwe Central constituency, where there was some confusion at the NPP party office. Let's quickly look at that. Okay, so those were visuals from the Okankwe Central constituency where there was a confusion because per the reports we gathered, the NDC constituency officer there claimed that tampering was ongoing in the office. Let's go over the we'll be speaking to our reporter on the ground, but Ibrahim Alassan is here. Well, the police were invited and nothing like that was found.
Yes, suspicions, and of course it's not strange to days like this. And if you monitor social media, you might have realized that it's been an ongoing development for the past 3 or so days.
Yes, where and it became intense actually from yesterday as well.
Somebody raises an alarm about some sort of fictitious activity going on in a certain building, gives the address, and then the party people are massing up there. Yesterday, for instance, Joseph Yamin, the national organizer, was addressing the media in Kumasi. NDC members went and disrupted the exercise because they say that they had sensed something amiss happening. They expected the party to mobilize and go and foil it instead of addressing the media. So that's the posture. That instead of just sitting down and addressing the media, let's go and confront whatever suspicion that we might have. And so it's good that the police moved in, and then of course everybody was satisfied, and I'm sure they can then return to the polling station and ensure that voting is done. And then of course we are also happy to note that this did not disrupt the exercise as far as voting is concerned. So yes, it's good. So kudos to the police for quelling whatever that potentially could have gone
and speaking to the NDC situation, I think it's what prompted the MPP to hold a press briefing yesterday.
Yes, there was another press briefing. That one was in relation to a gentleman that was arrested, and per the statement, the stories, per the report, the gentleman was an NDC constituency secretary, and he had dummy ballot papers. And so when he was apprehended, his explanation was that he was headed to the neighboring Togo to go and then offer voter education to the Ghanaians who were living there. And so Dennis Miracles Abuade addressed the media late night and then demanded a comprehensive report from the police in that regard, right? So among other things that he talked about. But suffice to say that immediately after those reports, the Interior Minister issued a statement announcing closure of the borders. At the point, I was wondering when that statement was going to come, because it has become a regular feature for elections, where we decide to close our borders. And so if you are even a Ghanaian and you find yourself in a neighboring country and you don't return a week before the elections, chances are you have to stay there until our elections are done. And so at the point, I was even wondering when the statement was going to come. And lo and behold, Henry Kote uttered that statement again, announcing the closure of our borders.
And yes, whilst we are here bringing you this consistent coverage, we also have to show appreciation to Verna Water for consistently supplying us water, because we are doing a lot of talking, and we do need the water to quench our thirst as we talk more. One of the things, it
tastes great.
Absolutely, it tastes absolutely great. It's one of my favorite brands when it comes to water. Now, in relation to the Asawasi situation, we'll be talking about Mutaka Mubarak, talking about renting, canopies for the polling stations in the area. What this election coverage is brought to you by Verna Water, the official water brand for the 2024 general election. Verna Water wishes all Ghanaians a peaceful election. Very important that we do this in peace and emerge peacefully and emerge as a unit and not as pieces of a unit.
So that we can get to drink more.
Absolutely, we can get to drink more water. Now, we had Mutaka Mubarak talking about how he took out time to rent canopies for the various polling stations. 200
polling stations, because the sun has decided to hit extraordinarily hard today. And it's true, it's not just limited to the Ashanti region, even here in the Greater Accra region. But what stood out for me, of course, he talked about the fact that it's expensive, but he had to do it because he could not have afforded to let the constituents stand in the scorching sun and then vote for him. He believes that overwhelming majority of those constituents are going to vote for him, right? But then he also implores the EC to, moving forward in future,
factor it into their budget.
And I agree. Because it could have been something else rather than the sun. It could have been rain, right? and of course we're told that whenever there's rain, they are supposed to go into an enclosed space. And so if that possibility is there, I think by and large, once the polling centers are in schools, sometimes you have shade from the trees, sometimes the voting center proper is done in a shade, the shade that is offered by the school structures and what have you. Regardless of that, in extraordinary circumstances, if the EC can afford, and of course as a country we have the resources, why not? Tents can be rented. Sometimes plastic chairs are even rented, because it's not everybody who shows up to vote can actually stand in a queue for long. And it's good. Kudos to the EC for breaking down the voting centers. And now we're told that the maximum number you can register at every voting center should be between 800 and say 1,000. It won't go beyond 1,000. And that has also facilitated the easiness with which people go through the process. Kudos. But if the resources allow, why not?
And President Kufuor is actually also voting in the ongoing exercise. You see him there being attended to by the electoral officers, dressed in white. He has his coat of arms on his left shoulder, if I'm getting that correctly. And so he's being issued, he's about to be issued a presidential. Is that a presidential one I see? That's a very lengthy one, 13 one. So, okay, so you are seeing the president, Adoa Kufuor, casting and getting ready to cast his ballot in the, is it Bwakwa South? South.
That's his constituency.
That's where he was, and then it was taken over by Atachia, right? Samuel Atachia,
who has bowed out of parliament.
Who's bowed out of parliament. So that's President Kufuor in your shots there, casting his ballots. That's when these key individuals cast their ballots. We'll take you there for you to have a look at it and have a feel of it. We're taking you across the country. When it happens, definitely we're going to bring it to you live here on the Election Hub on GHOne television and also live on Star 103.5 FM. My name is Nadi Tete, and I'm here with the head of our political desk, Ibrahim Al-Hassan. We're here together last night with Sewami here and Kojo Mensah when we started it all, and then moved on to this morning with Lily and Lantam, and then I'm here with you again as we talk about the election. So we just saw President Kufuor there going to cast his ballots in the eastern region, specifically the Awasu South constituency, where he also once served as a member of parliament, two-term MP he was.
Yes.
And then he also became a foreign affairs minister and eventually became flag bearer of the NPP, and then moved on to become president. He served 2 terms.
After the third term asking.
Yes, and then he served 2 terms. And one of the things he throws at his at the opponents of his vice president is that I did 2 terms. And if there's any class at all you're talking about, you are in the class of 1, because you're the only one who served 1 term.
Exactly. You mean his former opponent?
Yes, I'm saying the opponent of his vice president.
And then now the opponent to his vice president. Yeah, so I was wondering whether you're going to be tempted to ask who he's voting for. Isn't that abundantly clear?
When you have heard it, that he wants to hand over to another MPP, and most preferably it will be Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. That's his choice, right?
Yes. And so and this has been like the ritual. GHOne Kufuor votes here in Accra, right? But former President Mahama, and then Nana Kufuor, and then of course Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, it had always been a ritual for them to go back to their constituencies to vote. Mahama and Kufuor, especially because they were members of parliament,
of course.
So it couldn't have been anything else, right? Former President Kufuor was not a member of parliament, and he decided to register and vote here even as a president, right? Rawlings, of course, was also voting here as well, but his constituency was Southon. Rawlings' constituency, the lead president Rawlings, his constituency was Southon, where Colonel Uyumi was the MP then, because he was living at Tefle at that material point in time. And so these are your notable happenings where the prominent people, we just witnessed the government chair equally exercising his franchise and calling on everybody else to do so in peace. Yes, it's good that we have the peace conversation. I disagree with Mutaka, who mentions that they've taken the bronze now. We are nowhere closer to the hottest portion.
We are not we are not there yet.
Let me tell you something. The politicians, I will go look at the figure, look at the turnout around 4 p.m. Then they realize that they have just 1 hour. If the turnout is low, it's in their stronghold, they become agitated, right? They become apprehensive. And that's when they start devising means, right? If that threshold is crossed, then the sorting and then the counting. After the counting at the polling stations where results are announced, right, they start doing the permutations. And they are able to, they have deployed structures to ensure that results are transferred from the polling stations directly to their system. The MPs, how we call it, I saw a picture that was shared by Samuel Okrita Blakwa of his collating center in his constituency, personal one. And almost all the MPs have put in place such structures. So they know. Once they see the figures and they realize that they might be losing, that's where they deploy those shenanigans. Which ballot box can we tamper with? Which exercise can we disrupt?
Yes.
And once they succeed in doing that, they will prevent the EC from making a declaration at the constituency. And so we are nowhere closer to those periods. So yes, it's good. Let's pat ourselves in the back, but let's also ensure that we do not have the things that happened in 2020 repeat themselves after today's exercise.
It's very important that we address those issues, and we want to get to the bottom of the matter. Now, this is the continuous coverage of Ghana's 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, and we are going across the country. We just saw President Kufuor, who voted in the Eastern region, specifically in the Ketu South constituency, where he served as a member of parliament. We'll also be going around to bring you some more reactions as well in relation to other developments happening in the country. Let's now take you to the Okankwe North constituency to bring you that conversation that Nana Majiman did have with the incumbent MP for the. We'll bring that to you later, but let's go to the Ladadeko Tupon constituency rather.
There's been various attempts, various plots, okay, to rig the election. It is apparent to all of us. You know, sometimes we talk about rigging as if it is only when you go to the ballot box or when there's ballot stuffing and reprinting of fake ballot papers and all of that. Look, any attempt to intimidate, any attempt to create fear and panic, any attempt to subject people to a certain reason why or some anxieties to prevent you from going to cast your ballot, these are all attempts to suppress the voter. And it is these sorts of things that actually feed into the public conversations and serve as intimidatory tactics. And these are the things we are talking about. We saw various correspondences telling us that military people were not going to be deployed. Next thing we know, they are there and they are in uniform. I don't mind that they are there to ensure the peace, but the issue is that we should have been told. These are matters that should be out there, communicated effectively and transparently. And I still want to urge you in the media to be sure that anybody you see whose conduct is not in tandem with what you and I believe is their duty or responsibility, do well to expose them. I think this is a citizen's responsibility, and the media can help us in that direction. So for us, genuinely, I know that every attempt is being made to twist the arms of the good people of Ghana. But I'm convinced, as God is our witness, that this election today is certainly going to be won by John Dramani Mahama and the NDC.
And that's Joyce Bawa Mokhtari, aide to the former president and flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, speaking about or accusing the Electoral Commission of, putting in or acting in such a manner that sort of suggests that they are attempting to rig the election in favor of the NPP. She says that it doesn't necessarily have to be you being stopped from voting, but it takes different forms where intimidation can come in subtle ways that would, cause people not to get to the grounds to cast their ballots. Well, but these are accusations that are likely to come up as we proceed in the exercise.
Most definitely. They are in the toolkit, right? And
that they deploy as and when necessary.
Yes, and they are effective. They get the EC to sit up and do the right things, right? They extract explanations from the EC. You heard somebody ask the EC the direct question about allegations of indelible ink and how even the stamps had been compromised one way or the other, right? The chairperson of the Electoral Commission then used the opportunity to speak to the structures that have been rolled out. I didn't hear her speak specifically and directly to the allegations made by the NDC. That even found expression on the social media page of the flag bearer last night. But nonetheless, like I said, these allegations are expected. We equally expect the EC to have them addressed. She touched on the deployment of the military. On this platform, we've talked about it, right? That it cannot be that we are told one thing, and that's categorical and emphatic, that they will only come in at the behest of the police. And then on the election day, we have videos, and we have been able to confirm that indeed those men in military uniform and heavily armed have been deployed. By who?
By who?
That question must be answered, right? And that's what, like I said, and that's how come we are constantly monitoring the police page, because we're expecting constant updates equally from the Ghana Police Service, specifically the Election Security Task Force, right? We've had a briefing earlier from ACP Akufi, and it was just about how smooth the exercise had been, and the fact that so far there have not been reports of violence or trouble anywhere. But yes, if there's any preemptive answer we want, it's in relation to the military deployment. We have Tamale South on our hands. We have Ablekuma Central on our hands, and many other places that 8 individuals died from bullets that they had actually paid for, or their parents had paid for with their taxes, right? Let's ensure that we never get there.
Now, in relation to security, we're getting reports that some 50 people have been arrested in the Ladade-Kutupon constituency. We're still getting the details with regard to for what reason exactly they have been picked up, and we are working around to find out exactly what the cause is, and also speak to our reporter in the area as to what led to the arrest of these 50 individuals. But of course, security is a major issue going into the elections, especially with 2020 fresh on the minds of many individuals. And I referenced a conversation with Kodeo yesterday, where they say that, well, it may be too early to jubilate yet. We'll have to go all the way to the end and see how the process would go. We have seen that most often the exercise to cast the ballots is smooth. People finish on time, but usually the commotion occurs at the collation grounds. I recall when I was in Lejekuku, it was chaotic in there. It didn't turn violent, but it was chaotic. And usually when there is chaos, people can take advantage of it. And that is where the problem is. And so you referenced the EC, breaking down the polling stations and restricting the numbers down. That's good. But it is the aftermath that many now are concerned about.
And interestingly, the report we brought to viewers from the Ablekuma, that's Abeka NPP office. The police has just issued a statement. The police have just issued a statement. It says the police have taken note of media report alleging that a group of National Democratic Congress supporters stormed the New Patriotic Party office at Abeka in the Okankwe Central constituency over suspicions of voting and voting taking place at the said location. As you mentioned, police investigations have revealed that the place is not a polling station and no voting is taking place at the said office. We urge the public to disregard this claim and partner the police as we work towards avoiding misinformation and disinformation during this critical time and beyond. Assigned Ghana Police Service, the public.
And we do appreciate these timely statements coming in to give us real-time updates on the situation, because you do not want information like these to fester for a long time without it being addressed, because one of the major concerns going into the election is the issue of false news and misinformation, and trust that you are going to see a flood of them going into this post. But you must always triple and double check and check with trusted newsrooms before you go ahead and equally share any such material. You must look out for statements like these coming from the police as well.
Exactly. You must, of course, be cautious of the information you are fed by the politicians. They have an interest, and that interest is their interest. And so, yes, as media houses, take information from them, but cross-check and verify. It's good. Like I said, the police moved in because this could have gone south. It's good they moved in. It's now been verified that there was no voting taking place at the NPP Abeka constituency office.
As had been claimed by the opponents.
Yeah.
Let's go quickly hear from President Kufuor, who is done casting his ballots.
You voted.
I voted.
How was it?
Fine. The process was excellent. Very smooth, very simple.
Comparatively to the number of elections you voted in, how do you see this very well?
This one's very efficient. Very, very efficient.
People are cheering to you.
I'm happy about that.
So much has been done.
Yeah, but I think apart from today, the reports that are coming in from across the country suggest that this election is going very well and that it is being done peacefully. Ghanaians are showing their commitment to democratic outcomes, and we all have to be thankful to God for that. What I want to tell everybody is, those of you who have yet to vote, please go out and vote. Each vote counts. Your voice matters. And we want to have a situation whereby at the end of the day, the majority of Ghanaians are satisfied with the outcome.
President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo there, who will be bowing out of office on the 6th of January. He's just cast his ballots. He says the process has been smooth and is urging everybody else to go cast their ballots as well. And I mean, I think it's quite the chorus that is running through, that the process has been smooth. And the pockets of incidents we are hoping that will be addressed soon. It will be good to get some updates in relation to the Wejagbaru constituency as to whether the situation has been rectified, because as of now it's 25 minutes past the hour 12, meaning that we have about 4 hours 35 minutes for polls to close, and so would expect that this issue will be addressed as soon as possible. And we're good to interact with Obed Kingaglo, who was in that constituency, to get some updates in relation to that. It's still a continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, coming to you live from our studios here at Platinum Place. We're also live on Star 103.5 FM. We're also streaming on Facebook and our affiliates across the country. 276 seats.
276.
Yes, and this time around there's one more in addition because of the GHOne.
And I remember we were having a conversation in Parliament as to the one extra seat and how it's going to even out, right? We had 275 seats, and then we decided to, as a country, carve some aspect of the Hawaii constituency out. But then we lost track somewhere along the line. So they got to vote for a president in 2020, but they didn't get to choose their member of parliament. And the rest they see is history. After some high-profile legal tussle, every instrument that needed to mature finally matured. And then the constituency has now been created, which is the GHOne constituency, different from the Boom constituency and different from the Hawaii constituency, right? And so now we have 276 constituencies. There were attempts to create additional constituencies, and let nobody kid you. Indeed, there were attempts to create additional constituencies. But I think at this material point in time, the political class realized that the level of pushback that would have come from the public could not have been contained, and so any idea of additional constituencies was shelved. Any idea of additional constituency was shelved, right? Yes, district assemblies have been elevated, municipal assemblies have been elevated to metropolitan statuses, right? They will remain there. They will not impact any decision in future to create additional constituencies. In fact, after the census, if you look at the numbers, it also didn't give reason for creation of any additional constituencies. And that's how come we are still dealing with the 276 as of today, right? And many have wondered how the numbers game then work out in Parliament. So for instance, now it's an even number. So if you have split in the middle between the two parties, how will Parliament function? And I said, no, I think Ghanaians have learned their lesson. They are not returning that verdict after today's exercise. it's a hope. And you heard Mutaka Mubarak reflect that particular hope. That even if it's not an overwhelming margin for one party or the other, it must be a margin that's workable. Because we are going into a 9th parliament that will embrace and hug tit for tat.
There'll be more acrimony.
No two ways about that.
When you engage Mutaka Mubarak, it's one of the things he said.
Yes.
That the expectation was that this current hung parliament will provide a room for more collaboration, more consensus building. Unfortunately, that did not happen, and it's become more of a tit for tat. And he is projecting or predicting that if things don't change, it's actually going to get worse in the next parliament.
I agree perfectly. See, there are many experienced hands that have left parliament as well. We're talking about Tachia, we're talking about Ketu South, we're talking about many other experiences. Also, of course.
Kennedy Japan.
Kennedy Japan.
He's seen as the firebrand, but usually when there's chaos, he seems to be the one with a cool head trying to get the parties to, have a reasonable conversation rather than, be upset at each other.
Let me reference a warning he sent just the last time that he engaged the media. He sounded very presidential. He said, let's just grant that NDC wins today's elections. How will NDC expect their side to cooperate? Kennedy Apong 2 years ago would not give you those words. He himself opened his mouth and he said, no, the abrasive Kennedy Apong is gone. He's now more mature. The influence Kennedy Apong has, it's because he helps. He offers help to many of his colleagues in parliament. He is the leader of the Central Region Caucus for the NPP, right? And so when there's fire and Kennedy Apong comes in, there are many people who owe him favors. So he will leverage on that and get you to calm down.
That's true.
So that is the asset that Kennedy Apong is to the NPP in parliament, and I'm sure even at the national level. When we're going for campaigns, it's just this time that he said he was not going to do it, and he didn't do it. And I mean, going to one constituency and another to assist the constituencies that have their candidates in trouble. For the presidential campaign trail, he joined. But the individual MPs and the threatened seats, for him to go there, dish out resources, and ensure that he galvanizes the support for those seats to be saved. He didn't do that. Yeah, so like you mentioned, we have people like him leaving parliament. We have Osechi Mensah-Bonsu leaving parliament for the first time since 1996. Since many of you watching us became conscious of your environment, you might have heard the name of Osechi Mensah-Bonsu in parliament. He will no longer be there after January 6, 2025. And many others, as we mentioned. So the caliber of people we are sending to parliament after today is very crucial. And for both.
When you talked about Osechi Mensah-Bonsu, in the situation where, for instance, the governing party retains power, is there a possibility of they considering him for the speakership, like the NDC did for the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Sumban Kingsford Bagbin?
That's an option that is very viable. That's a very viable option, because if you look at the other names that might come up, maybe you say that go for a stricto sensu lawyer. But if there is anybody who is befitting of the name pocket lawyer, if it's a positive connotation, it will be Osechi Mensah-Bonsu, because he knows his marbles, as they put it, right? He knows his rudiments of parliamentary business, and he knows his constitution. And I think these things will serve you well if you become
vocabulary.
Most definitely, and he picks them.
Absolutely.
It's
been a while, like basmati rice. It's been a while we had, something like that from him since he left parliament. There were moments where he would use, a very high-end, if I can call it so, in grammar that, it's not your everyday English. You'd have to go to the dictionary to find the meaning for it. So it's been a while since we had that, ever since he left the position as the majority leader.
Most definitely. President Kufuor's contemporaries will tell you that, you know how the president speaks. So when he left power, that was what they were saying they were going to miss, right? Yes, so I'm sure Osei Mensah Bonsu and this 8th Parliament and the people he's been in Parliament with, including the President and then the former President, will say that for the longest time, the House will equally miss Osei Mensah Bonsu and his spat with Adam Bagman, the other speakers, his choice of words against the minority, and how they were also apprehensive about his choice of words. In fact, they had many reasons to raise the choice of words issues with the speaker, and then wonder why the speaker was allowing those words to be used, flagging those words as unparliamentary. Osei Mensah Bonsu would then take his time and explain to them, and then say that how can these words be unparliamentary? You cannot blame me for your lack of understanding of the words I'm using. Yes, so these are the other lighter sides of Parliament that we're going to miss. There were not many of them in this 8th Parliament.
No, not at all.
The fights were much
Even
more.
the minor pushes became assaults.
Exactly.
What has become of that case?
You know, it was a foolish case from the one, right? As the legal people will put it, right?
We would absolutely. We will be going to the Ladade-Kotopon constituency, where we did indicate to you that there are some 50 people have allegedly been arrested there. We will be touching base with our reporter on the ground. But let me return to you, Ibrahim. Yes. We were talking about how, we didn't have so many friendly banters in this Parliament because everybody seemed to be on edge. Everybody wanted to, outwit somebody.
And it came in double dose. So even the NDC as minority had their own because of the internal movement. The reshuffle that took place, right, took some happiness out of the faces of some and their supporters. So that was the first one. And just when we felt the MPP will not follow suit, it did, right? And so the internal issues were enough. And then even what birthed the 8th Parliament.
Yes, they started on a very chaotic note.
Yes.
Let's now take you to the Ladade-Kotopon constituency, where 50 people have allegedly been arrested. Mary appears there for GHOne and Star News. Mary, what have you picked so far in relation to why these individuals were arrested?
Yes. Yes.
Hello. Mary, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you now. Yes, so what have you picked so far in relation to why these individuals were allegedly arrested?
So currently, I'm around the Bema camp inside Ladade-Kotopon constituency, where allegedly some people are transferring voters to the Lejokuku constituency to go and cast their votes. Now, security personnel have arrested more than 50 people. Some of them are still here, whilst others have been sent to Cantonment police station. So I have the constituency secretary here with me, Mr. Jifa Gunu. We are going to speak to him. Good afternoon, sir. You're live on GHOne TV.
Good afternoon.
So I want you to give me an account on what really transpired here.
So this morning at about 7:50, when the voting process had started, we had information to the effect that some activity was happening at an event center close to Bakeshop Classic. So I drove there quickly, and I chanced upon some activity indeed going on, where certain gentlemen and ladies were in possession of laptops and exercise books branded in Bernard Okuboy's image, processing some people there who, I don't know where they brought them from, because they were not obviously constituent of the Ladade-Kotopon. They were processing them and then onwardly transferring them to Lejokuku to go and vote. You question the modality for that, because it was very wrong for you to do that. On election day, you are supposed to be in a queue in your constituency, your police station, and vote. So it was very strange and unusual for you to come and be massing up people in somebody else's constituency and then transferring them to another constituency. We thought that was quite unusual. So we called the police, the security. They came in, they picked up some of them, and then some of them escaped. I can state on authority that there were some military officers in part of the exercise who were not in uniform. They were not in uniform. They were part of the people who were doing the operations for Bernard Okuboy. When they came, we saw them. when the alarm was raised, somebody prompted it, and they came and they wanted to disrupt the process and let the case die. But we did not allow it, and we allowed the police to take some of them to custody at Cantonment Police Station. Once we were finishing at Cantonment Police Station, then we had another call that something similar was happening at Xenia Event Center on the Gifford Road. When you descend from the Burma Camp flyover going to T Junction, we came here, lo and behold, we saw over hundreds of people doing the same thing that was happening at Chado. And we saw 2 of the military officers who were at Chado in the morning, part of what was happening at Xenia Event Center. We called in the police and the security agencies as usual. They came in and they came to apprehend them. They've arrested those 2 military officers. They've taken them to Cantonment Police Station. We are now being told that they have transferred some of them to the Regional Police Command. We are just about moving the last batch of the guys away. Now, they have escaped with some of the laptops they were using. We have been questioning them, and they are not able to tell us where the laptops are. Whatever is happening, we are sending a strong caution out there that whoever is using the Dekotopon to perpetrate this illegality on voters should be on the lookout. Henceforth, when we find another set, we won't be kind enough to call the police. I'm repeating, when we find another event like that, we won't be kind enough to call the police. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so that is the Secretary for La Dekotopon constituency. And just like you heard, these people have been apprehended by the police, and then we are waiting for what will come next. And so I'm going to stay around and then gather more information, and I'll share with you. Nadia, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mary, bringing us the details with regard to the situation in the Lada Dekotopon constituency, where she spoke to the constituency executive for the NDC, narrating what exactly happened in relation to the transfers. But I'm wondering, aren't the transfers supposed to be done prior to the election? I'm surprised that issues of transfers are coming up at this point in time.
Yes, and that's what we think the investigations that we believe are currently ongoing should establish. If indeed they had transferred their vote to the Lejokuku constituency during the window that was open for voter transfer, and they were just being transported, nobody has a right to stop them.
Absolutely.
But if the claim is that they are not registered members of the constituency, registered voters in the constituency, but for some strange reason they are being bussed to the constituency to go and vote, then of course that's an illegality. And so hopefully the police, after arresting them, will clear things up and then update the public accordingly.
And we'll be going to the Ablekuma Central constituency as well for an update on the situation. We will go there as and when we are ready. But Ibrahim, let's still remain with how things have unfolded today at the various constituencies. We've talked about the Wejagbawi constituency. We've talked about Tamale Central, where it's been, I mean, people have voted and there's nobody even there at the moment. And then we've gone to Ododo as well, where we saw the Greater Accra, we saw the Gamanche, Taki Tekuchu, the second, also going to cast his ballots. I mean, I interacted with some of the voters in my constituency, and Ketu South is a stronghold of the NPP. And some of them seem to say that, well, we are tired of the 28-year rule, and they are tired of the 28-year rule of the NPP, and they would want to opt for change. There are others who say that there is no need for change. But we'll talk about that now. We have to go for a press conference by the National Election Task Force. After that, we'll talk more about it.
Other countries, all 53 of them, as is the habit of the Commonwealth, in consonance of its commitment to democratic dispensation, one of the tools the Commonwealth has chosen to use in order to verify and give validity, credibility to a process. One of the processes that confine the definition of democracy is to observe elections based on standards established and standards by which countries have agreed to subscribe to. The Ghanaian Elections Commission issued an invitation to the Commonwealth via its Secretariat, the Secretary General, the current, and with the full knowledge of the incoming. And through that invitation, the Secretary General put together a team made up of these eminent men and women of incredible experience in election observation throughout the world. And so we come here as humble servants of the Commonwealth to come and help our fellow Commonwealth country, Ghana, realize its ambition and goals of going through an election process which ought to yield a government, a leadership. And so we began our work. We met some groups and some individuals. We continue to do that until the 13th of December, when we finalize our report and disperse. So I want to thank you very much, Mr. Inspector General, for the very warm, hearty welcome. We will listen attentively and we will ask questions as appropriate, purely for making sure that those criteria attributes of an election process consistent with the standards established are adhered to. So treat us as friends, for we treat you as very important friends of democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Mugwesi Eric Masisi, former President of the Republic of Botswana. We are grateful for your comments. We would now invite Deputy Commissioner of Police, Mr. Frederick Kwejo Ejei, to give us the briefing on the security preparation. Please let's receive him with a clap.
Good morning once again. And IG, permit me to stand on the existing protocols to make a brief presentation on the security plans the National Election Security Task Force has put in place to ensure that there will be law, order, peace and security before, during and after the general elections. The National Election Security Task Force has been responsible for providing security for elections since the inception of our democratic dispensation under the Fourth Republic. With time, when the Inspector General of Police took over the mantle of administration of the Ghana Police Service, he, together with his management team,
watching our continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. We just brought you from the headquarters of the police service. We'll be going back there shortly, and they are providing an update on the security situation. Let's go back to the police headquarters.
Elections is over, to see elections as a process that begins with the electoral cycle, which is the pre-election to the election and the post-election state. With this idea in mind, the Inspector General of Police therefore mainstreamed election security as part of policing with the establishment of the Police Election Security Secretariat, which is called PES. Under the PES, the Inspector General of Police and the Police Administration developed a strategic plan, a blueprint plan that we believe could be implemented to run election security for this country in the next 30 years or so. And this plan is called the Pre-Election, Election and Post-Election Security Plan, DAP-PEP. This security plan has been utilized in recent times in the effective provision of security for all the political parties' intra-party elections. That is from the election of their executives to their parliamentary candidates and presidential candidates as well. The same plan was also utilized in providing security for the 3 by-elections that were held before.
And so you saw visuals there coming from the headquarters of the Ghana Police Service as they addressed the media on the security situation as the election proceeds. And you should be expecting more of these as the process continues. The Electoral Commission has scheduled times where they would address us. They've had their early morning address already. We're expecting other ones in the afternoon. And so will be for the election security task force, because there'll be pockets of incidents and also people going about other activities that would warrant a response from the police. At the moment, the police has arrested an electoral official, for deliberately ripping information of the NPP presidential candidate, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. I'll get you exactly the name of the constituency in question and where that individual has been picked up. But what the person was doing was that when he's giving the sheets to the individuals to vote, he tests it in a way that it takes out the information of the vice president and flag bearer. So it means that the sheets come without his information. And so what will happen is, if anybody is casting their ballot on that paper, they would not see that option. But this is our continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. And when I say this, I think about the numerous days that we counted down to this day and how it took a while for it to occur. But we will talk about it in a bit. We have to quickly go to the Ablekuma Central constituency and speak to Theophilus Asare Boafo, who is bringing us some information in relation to that, because voting in that area actually started on a rocky start. Theophilus, what more can you tell us?
Within a very short time, they would also, we have the same security arrangements for also
30 minutes late, and the result, the list started due to the agents, parliamentary agents, the party agents raising some questions over the serial numbers on the biometric data, and the delay caused the residents or the voters who had been queuing since 5 a.m. to complain that they had to vote quickly and leave. But after that, when the election started, things have been going on smoothly. Things have been going on smoothly with no incidents happening. The 4 queue, as you can see behind me, there's hardly any queue behind me, but scores of people have been coming in to vote. The line has been going very quickly. 5 minutes ago, I spoke to the presidential flag bearer, presidential candidate, of the MPP, and Mr. Jefferson Saki, and he disclosed how he's proud and is happy that this whole process has been able to go smoothly. However, he calls on people who are home, who are yet to decide, or who have not made up their minds to come and vote, to do so before the time is up. And he also made statements concerning a scuffle, he says, that happened in the Sukora Township in the Ablekuma Central constituency or municipality among the youth, and he called on the youth should prioritize peace, and the fight and the arguments are unnecessary, that we should go to the polls and exercise peacefully. So that is all that is happening over here.
Thank you very much, Theophilus, with that update there coming from the Ablekuma Central constituency. We are headed for the Ododo constituency shortly to bring you some details from there as well.
On another side, and exercise your franchise, the electoral officers have mentioned consistently that once you vote, you leave the scene and go home to avoid overcrowding. at the polling centers, at the polling stations also. So this is just what we are seeing. The place is not crowded. Let me talk about security a little bit. We've witnessed quite a number of security officials at every polling station. It's been one with a lot of security officers. I can count not less than 15 at the Opera Cinema polling stations, where we have the security ensuring that everything is peaceful, everything is calm, and people are following the queue just as they are supposed to. So right on the outskirts, you have the security present there. You get inside, you see a few sitting, and then at every point in time, you will see them. I must say that the police service, the security apparatus has really deployed a lot on the field, and we'll say kudos to the police command for ensuring that enough or adequate police officers are here at the Ododo constituency to ensure that the whole process is very peaceful. So yes, like we mentioned early on, the MPP's candidate for Ododo is going through the process, and like you can see him very calm, very relaxed, going to the ballot box. Of course, what happens there is between him and who he wants to vote for. He'll currently take the presidential. And like you can see, I mentioned early on, Opera Cinema number 3 is where he's voting in. Yes, he is going to cast his ballot for the presidential. Once he's done, he would make preparations to go for the parliamentary. Well, he is a parliamentary candidate aspirant, so we'll see the process shortly as he goes in and do what he's supposed to do. But this is live coverage from the Ododo constituency, Opera Cinema number 3, where Abdul Manaf is currently exercising his franchise for the parliamentary candidates. He is aspiring to get to the next parliament. And so, yes, he's done the needful. Let me quickly engage him. Manaf, thank you very much for your time. You've been very calm all morning. First of all, let me find out from you. Have you made any observation at any polling station that you think as a media we should know, or as security apparatus we should know? Or you would say generally this has been very peaceful?
Actually, I just came in, and as you can see, the environment and the atmosphere is calm. That is all what we all wanted. And this is my first polling station I'm visiting. I needed to come and cast my ballot before I started going around. So everything is calm here.
We're totally elated that you've witnessed that since morning till this time, everything is calm. Later on in the evening, counting will begin. We just want to know, have you prepped your followers such that they will still remain calm and peaceful, just like we've seen from morning?
Actually, Alhaji Manaf stands for peace, and I always say that since my introduction in Ododo politics, you see everything is calm. We've never experienced this kind of calmness in Ododo before during elections. No, it has never happened before. But Alhaji Manaf have been able to bring calm in the Ododo constituency, and I'm hopeful that even after counting and before counting, everything will still be calm.
All right. This morning, have you had the chance to visit some few polling stations or centers, and the feedback you're getting, is it positive? Are you okay on the ground?
It is my first polling station I'm visiting, and from here I'll start visiting the rest of the polling stations. Yeah.
Okay, so your followers especially, what would you want to tell them shortly before we end this interview? What would you want to tell them, now, later in the day when counting begins, and even right after the elections? What message do you want to send across? Of course, this is your election hub, this is GHOne TV, and we are firm our grounds and make sure the world hears your voice.
Okay, actually, my followers are there, my supporters are there. They know this time around we're bringing development, we're bringing progress in the Ododo constituency. I know they are going to vote massively for me, and that's what they are doing. At the end of the day, we are going to turn Ododo into blue. We are going to change the dynamics of Ododo politics. I will urge them to be calm. I will urge them not to relent. They should stay awake. They should be steadfast until we are declared victorious.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful for your time. And you just heard him, Alhaji Abdul
And so that's Ketu South coming to you live from the Odojojo constituency, where he was engaging one of the aspirants in the race, Alhaji Manaf. He says this is the first polling station he has visited, and so he'll be going around to check how the situation is going in the area. This is GHOne television. We're also live on Star 103.5 FM, and we are bringing you a live coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. And Ibrahim, you know, before we went to the Dudu, I was talking about how we have counted down to this day from the 300 days to the 500 days, all the way to the day itself, and it's here. Many Ghanaians are going about casting their ballots and to decide who takes over the helm of affairs for the next 4 years.
You know, we started our countdown earlier than anybody else. Yes. If that counts for anything. Yeah. Yes. And so I think from 400 days, we were counting down. And at that point, we were like, okay, so the day will never come, right? And then we were on air on Morning Star, and we had said 3 days. And then it was 2 days, and today is here, right? Just as you think that 7 a.m., 5 p.m. will never come. Before you realize 5 p.m. So if you had told yourself, oh, I'll do and go and vote in the local parlance, there's a time for you to go and vote. Before you realize it's about 1 hour to 5, before you realize it's 5 p.m. So yes, the D-Day is here. And I think by and large, it's been quiet, with the exception of a few others. I think you have the arrest, the police have actually arrested somebody.
So Ibrahim, we'll talk about it a bit more. We have to go to the Electoral Commission. They are also addressing the press. Let's quickly hear from them.
And how far things have gone. Mr. Bano Biu, Director, Electoral Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Good afternoon, commissioners. Good afternoon, police directors, and good afternoon, our friends from the media. This is the second briefing for the day. Voting started on time at most of our polling stations, as indicated earlier, and participation is encouraging. Majority of the voters have turned out to vote at most of our centers. In 30% of our centers, we have a turnout as at 12 noon of over 60%. 40% of our centers too have a turnout of between 40 and 50%, and another 30 between 30%. We urge the good citizens of this country to continue to turn out in their numbers to come and cast their votes in these elections. All our BVDs are effectively working. After the initial hitches which were resolved immediately, all of them are effectively working, and we have not received any report on any more functionality as far as the BVDs are concerned. Our officials are also performing professionally. With the exception of one in Kintampo, a ballot issuer whose issue has just cropped up, and that person has been brought to book. Voting is continuing progressively. We call upon all our officials that the Commission will not leave any stone unturned to ensure that the right thing is done at all levels, and that any officials who will compromise himself or herself will be dealt with according to the full regulars of the law. And so therefore they must all take note and continue to perform their duties professionally. All the people living with disabilities, the PWDs and the vulnerable persons are also being well catered for. Our officers are there. The jacket for the blind persons are also there, and everything that needs to be done to support them to participate in this election is being done by our officers as directed by the Electoral Commission. So we encourage our mothers, brothers and sisters in that fold to go to the centers to cast their votes. They are being given preferential treatment at all levels, so they should not hesitate to go. There is effective security at all our centers, and anyone who will try to do anything untoward, I can assure you that will not be allowed to go scot-free. And so therefore, let us all abide by the rules and regulations governing these elections to ensure a very successful elections. So far, most of the party agents have been comporting themselves, and we urge them to continue to do that. Because if a party agent misconducts himself or herself, he can be sacked from the polling station. Secondly, they need to know that they are there to observe. If there has any issue, they need to report to the presiding officer for the necessary actions to be taken. The media, the commission has provided 10,000 accreditation to the media. This is in the spirit of ensuring transparency. And we have been giving access to all our levels of elections, polling stations, collation centers, both regional and then national, and even the constituency one. And so we call upon you, we expect you to work professionally, to report only the truth, and investigate and expose wrong practices, so that the commission will be able to do its work in a very free, fair, and transparent manner. Commission has provided a toll-free line 0800-324-324. This is in the light of transparency, and so we want and responsiveness. Anything that somebody do not understand, please just call. We have over 24 staff of the commission standing by to receive your call and to attend to you and provide all the necessary assistance that you will require. We are grateful for your continued support, and we want you to be with us throughout the period up to the end of the exercise. Thank you very much.
And so those are live footages coming from the headquarters of the Electoral Commission, who from time to time will be addressing the media on the situation. You had the Director of Electoral Activities, Mr. Banobio, speaking to the media about the exercise so far. He says that apart from the few hitches they recorded earlier with some of their BVDs, things have been largely smooth. Also, they are recording about over 60% in terms of turnout as well. And he also makes reference to the individual, the electoral officer, who has been arrested for ripping out the information of the Vice President and flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, in issuing out the ballots for the presidential race. He says that they do not expect electoral officers to act in that manner, and if they find any electoral officer acting in such a manner, they will, of course, have the law take its course. And they are also urging the media to report nothing but the truth. And if you want nothing but the truth, this is where you have to be for the coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. So definitely we will be going back to the Electoral Commission as and when, but we will be also picking your reactions on social media with regard to what you are saying so far as the exercise goes on. Nanama Aqua has joined us here with your reactions on social media. Nanama, what are people saying?
Good afternoon, Na. Good afternoon, IB. Well, we'll jump straight over to Facebook, where we have the EIB research desk doing the most, saying that to win this election, they need 359,471 votes. We go to Millicent, who says, to be honest, I find it hard to believe that people will have the intention to vote for Bawumia. She thinks that he will lose Poto. He should be ready to collapse for his first time after Sunday. Then we also have Albert. Bawumia will win this election hands down. Mahama, go and sleep in the Dumso. Then we have Al-Hassan Bawumia has won already, incoming president-elect. We have Foster, who has a different idea. JM is getting it in Jesus' name. Change is coming. Then Akpaku says... have some incidents that have been occurring as well. Joyce Mukhtari also spoke about various attempts rigging the elections. Jala says, go to the grounds and work and stop giving speeches. He's advising her there. Nana says, provide evidence to support your claim. If not, forget it. Amadu says, no evidence, and he thinks that it is empty talk. We also move over to... the Awutu East, Hawa Kumson, who says that she will win. She's declaring herself the winner already with 60% of the vote. Stephen says it's great work she's doing in Kaswa and it will be very difficult, he thinks, to unseat her. However, Sufayan thinks that, or says, Madam, in your dreams. He has a differing opinion there. Then Carl says, if this woman still has confidence in her to say this, then we have failed as a democratic country. I recall that as she was speaking to, she also mentioned about how the incident that happened in 2020 will not recur. And she blamed, in fact, her opponent, saying that it was him that made her do what she did. Then we have Yuabwa saying, yes, it's true, because she's the most popular in Kaswa. Then James says, Kaswa Super Rambo, if only your military men will help you. We also have Musa who says, you're losing together with your party flag bearer, inshallah. Then the next comment says that it will end in tears. Monique says, my prayer for you, madam, you are a diligent and committed minister. Then Ohiniba says, why 60% if you really know you serve your people well? When we move over to Awutu is still as well. EC officials were refusing to allow the pink sheet to be filled before voting was commencing. Kweku says, go out and vote massively against NPP. Then Ebenezer says, elections are won in the poll stations, so should be very careful about those things. Good job doing NDC all the way. Edwards asks, where are the military? They should start coming because some people are fooling. Then Eva says, the EC officials should not do anything silly to rig the election for the NPP people. Or Saibu says he has the right to do that. Then we also move over to King, who says the Ghana Police Service, please reach there quick. Then Sozo Chef is saying this pink sheet again. Then Donato says this place or constituency is rather wager, not Awutu East. Okay. Then we also have Derek, who says the EC should do the right thing and let peace reign. Then when we move over to voters in Ankwa, Dobro, and Sawam Adwedri, excuse my pronunciation, then we have here 4 years, the EC cannot provide the necessary things for this election. Joseph says, we. Then Cozy Boy says, NPP must go. Agri says, hey, Ghana, And those are the comments that we are reading there. IB and Na. Yes, so a lot going on, and we will obviously bring you more. So continue to send us your messages. Keep on our social media platforms. You'll see updated information, pictures, videos. Comment, share, show us what you want us to see as well, and also tell us what you want us to read out for you, and we'll be back with more. My name is Nanama Aqua.
Thank you very much, Nanama, bringing us the details with regard to what people are saying on social media in relation to whatever is happening and some of the projections we are equally making with regard to this election. We are bringing you continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections across the country. We'll be taking you to Trouble, where there is a worrying development. There is flooding at one of the polling stations, and so we'll bring you the details of that in the course of our conversation as well. Ibrahim Alassan is still here with me. We are talking about some of the incidents we were recording. Earlier I told you we talked about an official of the Electoral Commission who was ripping apart the information of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. There's a statement that was issued by the Electoral Commission, and let me quickly see if I can fetch that and then read it to our listeners. It says here that incidents of ballot issuer. It says here that incident with ballot issuer at temporary booth Bayere polling station. And it says here that the Electoral Commission has received a report in the Bono East Regional Directorate from its Bono East Regional Directorate confirming that a ballot issuer at the temporary booth Bayere polling station in the Techiman South District tore off the head of the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party while issuing 15 ballot papers to voters. Now, the ballot issuer, Joseph Derry, has since been arrested by the police. The commission will cooperate fully with the police to get to the bottom of the matter. And it goes on to say that the commission warns all electoral officials, I beg your pardon, who violate our processes and electoral laws will be prosecuted. The commission further warns that it will not shield any election official or officials who misconduct themselves during the elections, and we urge the public to remain calm and report any incident to the police or call the commission on its toll-free number 0800 324 324, and it's signed by Samuel Tete's deputy chairman in charge of operations for the Electoral Commission. So that's the incident coming from the Bono East region, specifically the temporary booth Bayere polling station. Very worrying development, and it's good that the police has moved in time to deal with the matter.
I wonder why lessons are never learned now. This is the first time we have in this report. The last time the one affected was John Dramani Mahama, where a ballot paper issuer or an EC official decided to tamper with the ballot paper as it's been issued, right? For him to do that as many times as 15 before that was discovered is befuddling. Immediately after the first one, somebody ought to have alerted the team.
And I'm wondering, it also speaks to voter education.
Yes.
Does it mean that all the 15 individuals who were handed those papers didn't draw the attention of the official in question that we have ripped out a part of the information?
Yes. And you see, it speaks to the trust that many people repose in these officials. Just like what we always say about things we say on air, and the fact that many people listen to what we say on air and they take them as gospel truth. I'm sure these 15 people never imagined that somebody trained and engaged by the Electoral Commission, going to be paid with our taxpayers' money, will ever comprehend and come to the conclusion that let me tear out somebody's image from this ballot paper. So I make it practically impossible for voters to determine as to whether that person will be their choice or not. And so, but for that to happen 15 times, it's mind-boggling, it's befuddling. Nonetheless, I'm wondering how they're going to be able to address this. Are they going to be able to get the voters to return, to be issued with fresh ballot papers? Will their votes be valid? Because this is no fault of theirs.
Absolutely.
And so it's a dilemma. I want to see how the EC resolves this.
And it's not as though we check the serial numbers. So far. You check the back to see if it's stamped. But to get the specifics in terms of the serial number, I don't think anybody does that, because
it's not marked even in that regard
at all. It's not even realistic.
That's the point. And even the one who marks the names, yes, on the biometric verification device, the information might be there in numerical order, but when you take, you are taken because the person is before you. You are not taken because the person came first, second, third. And we can see that as at the time it started happening, 10 people had voted. So let's start counting from 10, 11, and add 12. So I'm wondering how the EC is going to maneuver this.
Because 15 people, I mean, to the point where some people are winning by 16 votes.
Exactly.
Was it Senate West?
Yes, that would be Senate West. 16 votes.
16 votes.
Yes.
Imagine you find yourself in this situation.
And then 15, and your head is torn.
How?
Where are you going to find your head?
Why are you going to... Ibrahim. This is GHOne Television. We're also live on Star 103.5 FM, and we've been talking about the situation with regard to an electoral, a ballot issue, ripping off the head or the information of the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party and the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Well, thankfully, the police has picked him up and dealing with the issue or investigating the matter so that they will get to the bottom of it. We will also be going to the central region shortly, where voters, they are defying the race to vote in this crucial election, and we will be speaking to Anaso, who is there for us for some updates in relation to the situation. So in the central region, people are in some of the areas, people are defying the race to go ahead and vote. In the Greater Accra region, somewhere in Chobu as well, there is flooding at one of the polling stations. We'll bring you that information as well, but it's still our continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary primaries here. We are doing a lot of talking, and so water is very important for us. And this election this coverage is being brought to you by Verna Water, the official water brand for the 2024 general election. Verna Water wishes all Ghanaians a peaceful election. I think this is a good time for me to take a sip because my throat is literally dry. I've been talking for, an hour or two non-stop? Yeah. And so it's a perfect time for me to sip some water. And get yourself some Verna, okay? It's good for you. You're still watching GHOne Television. We're still live on Star 103.5 FM. My name is Nadi Ditete. I'm here with Ibrahim Alasan, the head of our political desk. Usually we are regular suspects on the Morning Star from Monday to Friday. Once in a while I get to do this with him together on television. So we'll be going to the central region shortly, where voters there are defying the reins in this crucial election. Let's take a quick break. We will be right back with more. Of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections here. We are live on GHOne Television, live on Facebook, and also live on Star 103.5 FM and all our affiliates across the country. Ibrahim Alasan is here with me. My name is Nadi Ditete. Like I did say, we'll be going to the central region shortly. Over there to Anaso is on standby at the Anglican Basic School in Mankasim, where voters, they have still queued up to cast their ballots. They've been waiting for this day. I recall that some time ago, you'd see people, on social media wipe their voters' ID cards and say that I can't wait for this day to happen. Well, the day is here, I hope that you all go out there and cast your ballots. Our colleague Frank yesterday came here with his ID card, waving his his ID card. And I've seen pictures of people wrapping their thumbs in a polythene material, indicating that they are protecting the thumb. Yes, so today is the day for you to use the thumb, right? And talking about the police and then the interventions they're in relative to the arrest, I told you about a statement from the police that the polling station agent arrested for double voting at Wasa East polling station A in the western region. And it says the Ghana Police Service has arrested a polling station agent for double voting at the Wasa East polling station A in the western region in the ongoing general elections. The suspect, Kofi Steven, is currently in custody assisting the police in investigations. And the picture of the suspect has been reproduced here. And there's a statement from the Ghana Police. And again, another troubling development. When you find individuals who are working for the Electoral Commission or people who should know better with regard to the electoral laws, it's problematic. A party agent? A party agent. And I'm sure the police will have to give us more information. Yeah. Was he successful? It should have been attempted or double voting. He voted twice. If we just take the statement as it came, it means that he succeeded in voting twice. And how, that will have been a problem. What does it mean for the integrity of the system? Yes, exactly. Because if you are voted, that's why we're using a biometric system. Yes. Such that if you are voted, the system captures you. Exactly. How is it that if he succeeded, what happened to the biometrics.
But I agree that if he didn't succeed, then the statement must be amended to read attempted
yes.
double voting. But as it stands now, it means that he succeeded in voting twice. What happens to his vote?
Yes.
The 2 votes that he dropped in the ballot box. What happened?
And you know, the indelible ink, for some people, you barely would see it.
It came up yesterday.
Yeah.
The issues were raised in Ashanti region that the indelible ink is no longer indelible. It's more or less like delible ink. You just scrape it off and it's gone, right? And if you match that against the intention, the previous intention of the EC not to even deploy indelible ink, because they felt that their systems are foolproof.
Yeah.
And once they are deploying a biometric system, they are very confident that they can do away with that.
But you see, you are in Ghana, you cannot absolutely trust the people to do.
That's the point.
I mean, we observe the elections in the US. Did you ever hear about the Electoral Commission? Did you hear about indelible ink? No, because, well, it will take some time.
We will get there, one day. But here, I think the suspicions will inhibit us. The suspicions from all corners will make it difficult for us to even attempt doing anything electronic rather than what we're already doing, where the verification, the system, the voters register, it will end there. We might not be able to deploy any electronic voting anytime soon because we're in this country where we're told that fax documents were being intercepted mid-air.
Yes.
And figures reconfigured and retransferred. So by the time you receive the fax, the figures have been
changed.
How is that practically possible? But we were told that story in this country. Yeah, so it will take a while for us to go there. At least with the voters register, yes. I think we might have to get to a point where we don't have manual verification. That's one of the problems. Where your face will just have to be checked by somebody. The person takes. And you don't have to go through the biometric system because we are now deploying the 2.
Perhaps it could have, maybe that. Maybe he did a manual before going to do the...
Yes, if it's manual, then this is practically possible. If he just did manual verification, then this is practically possible. And that's where the problem is.
But it's good that at least
it's been detected.
This has been detected and the person has been arrested as well. Now, we will be also crossing over to Kodeo. They also have a situation room as well where they are monitoring the elections. They are currently stationed at the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center. They've also been observing it. They have observers all around. Let's go over.
Comfortable to go out and cast their votes and ensure that they exercise their franchise. So that's the essence, and I don't want to take too much of your time because we have delayed you for too long. So without further statements from me, let me invite the co-chair, Reverend Dr. Fred Degre, to give the midday statement, and after that we can open for some questions. Thank you again for your patience.
Thank you very much, Kojo. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and friends from the media. This is the Kojo midday report as advertised. Today is Saturday, 7th December 2024, the day we've all been waiting for. The Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, CODEO, on Friday, December 6, 2024, communicated to the nation its intention to again employ the power voter tabulation methodology to observe the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. CODEO has deployed 4,000 trained, accredited, non-partisan observers to fulfill this intention, with rapid response observers stationed in 3,401 randomly selected polling stations. These observers are Ghanaians from every walk of life and have volunteered their time to ensure that registered voters cast their ballot freely on election day. Of the 4,000 observers deployed, 1,500 are BVT observers. deployed to a nationally representative sample of polling stations. As at 10:30 a.m. today, 1,499 of the 1,500 BVD observers, that is 99% in all 276 constituencies across the 16 regions of the country, had submitted reports about the setup and opening of polling stations. Arrival at polling stations. Upon arrival at 6 a.m., Kodeo observers reported seeing election officials in 85% of polling stations. However, in 12% of polling stations, Kodeo observers did not see election officials when they arrived. In 3% of polling stations, observers arrived after 6 p.m. 6 a.m. Sorry. Thank you for being more awake than me. It makes me know that I'm reading to people who are awake. Thank you very much. Let me take that again. Upon arrival at 6 a.m., Kodeo observers reported seeing election officials in 85% of polling stations. However, in 12% of polling stations, Kodeo observers did not see election officials when they arrived. In 3% of polling stations, observers arrived after 6 a.m. Opening of polling stations. By 7:15 a.m., only 66% of the polling stations were open. Another 31% of polling stations opened with a slight delay between 7:16 and 8 a.m. due to the late arrival of polling staff or the absence of some electoral materials. Additionally, 4% of polling stations opened between 8:01 and 10 a.m. Only 1% of polling stations opened after 10 a.m. Regions where Kodeo observed a relatively higher number of polling stations opening after 7:15 a.m. include the Northern, that's 52% of polling stations, OT 49%, Northeast 47%, Greater Accra 44%, and Eastern 42%. Most polling stations, that's about 90%, had the minimum number of election officials, that's 5. Another 10% had 1 to 4 officials at the time of setup. In 93% of polling stations where Kodeo observers were located, electoral officials respected their status as Electoral Commission's accredited election observers and permitted them to observe the polls upon arrival. The remaining 7% of observers were later permitted to observe the elections. Set up for polls. According to Kodeo's observers, the majority of polling stations had a representation of women among the EC officials. 14% had 5 women officials, 63% had 2 or 3 women, and 17% had just 1 woman. However, 6% of polling stations, Kodeo observers reported no women among the EC officials. According to Kodeo observers, presiding officers in 86% of polling stations are men. The remaining 14% of polling stations had women as presiding officers. Kodeo observers reported that 98% of polling stations were set up to allow voters to mark their ballots in secret. However, the setup did not ensure vote secrecy in 2% of polling stations. They also reported that 6% of all polling stations were not accessible to persons with disabilities and older people. Ladies and gentlemen, at the time of setup, Kodio observers reported seeing polling agents of the two main political parties in almost all polling stations, that is the NPP 99%, NDC 99%. 1/3 of polling stations also had agents of independent candidates, that's 32%, and other parties 32%. Kodio observers reports showed that all polling stations had a ballot box, ballot papers, indelible ink, validating stamp, endorsing ink, and ink pad, while 99% had a voting screen and 82% had tactile ballot papers. However, in certain locations, materials arrived late, delaying the opening of the polling stations. According to Kodio observers, 74% of polling stations had the expected number of biometric devices, that is 2, and 26% had only 1 device. Our observers note that voter registers were made available at all polling stations. In almost all the polling stations, that's 99%, Kodio observers reported that ballot booklets have serial numbers in numeric order. Before voting started, Kodio observers could confirm that all the presidential and parliamentary ballot boxes were empty, sealed, and in plain view. Kodio observers again report seeing roaming and station security personnel at 98% of polling stations. Only 2% of polling stations were reported to have no security personnel. Kodio observers report again shows that security personnel were unarmed at 78% of the polling stations. However, 20% of the polling stations had armed security personnel. Reported incidents. Kodio observers have reported a number of incidents at some polling stations. Some of the confirmed incidents so far include intimidation or harassment, that's 14 incidents, violence, 13 incidents, violation of voting procedures, 18 incidents, vote buying bribery, 3 incidents, and various other incidents, that's 26 reported and confirmed. Some of the incidents reported so far include the following. At the CMB polling station in Pumpunasi in Tamale South, in the Afo region, the validating stamp for the parliamentary ballot paper was reported to be faulty, making it impossible to read when ballots were stamped. This halted the voting process for about 1 hour 40 minutes before voting resumed. At the DA Primary School, Tuani Kope in South Tong constituency in the Volta region, parliamentary ballot papers were not available during the setup. EC officials brought the ballots subsequently at 10:45 a.m., after which the polling station opened at 10:50 a.m. At Nkuzezi Primary School at Nabdam in the Upper East, party leaders from both the NPP and the NDC were telling voters in line who to vote for. This caused anger among the voters and led to some fighting. A police officer later arrived and calmed the situation. At the Brekuso Daycare Center, 1 in the Ketu South in the eastern region, a voter was seen videotaping his ballot paper after marking it. At the Nungwa polling station, 1 in the Greater Accra region, 2 verification machines did not function properly for 2 hours. Voters were asked to go and return. At 10:15 a.m., the manual verification process was used to commence voting. The ballot paper booklets at the Baptist School, Santa Maria 2, Anaso, Greater Accra, contained an inconsistent number of ballots ranging from 98 to 101. In Lejokuku in Greater Accra, electoral material, including result forms, was damaged due to rain as it was kept outside of the EC district office. Conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, Kodeo notes some of the initial challenges that characterized the opening of polls at some polling stations, including the late opening of some polling stations due to the late delivery of certain sensitive materials. Kodeo, however, acknowledges the EC's swift resolution of most of these challenges, which have enabled voting to take place in a normal fashion. Kodeo urges the general public to remain calm and exercise their right to vote if they have not already done so. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make this a great and memorable day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend David. So our findings are coming from our 1,500 parallel vote tabulation observers who have been deployed to a nationally representative sample of polling stations. So this is based on using our statistical principles, we are able to estimate, get a sense of the quality of the process so far. And I think all of you will agree that so far, generally things have gone well, and we hope that it continues through the end of the day. What we are saying is that we are encouraging citizens, if you have not cast your vote yet, to go out and exercise your franchise. I will now open the floor for any questions from stakeholders here. I think everybody is generally satisfied. Okay, all right. So thank you very much for coming. Kodeo will release its close of day post statement. We continue to monitor the process and to receive data from our observers. We presented the PBT statistics to you, but as you know, we have deployed 4,000 observers across the country, and they continue to send us data for the 4,000 polling stations, but also on incidents.
And so that was a live feed coming from the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, where the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers was providing an update with regard to their observation since the voting process started from 7 a.m. As you do know, or if you do not know, Kodeo has about 4,000 non-partisan observers nationwide. So they've sampled some polling stations where they have their observers. And co-chair of Kodeo, Reverend Fred Degbe, he is also he's a co-chair for the board advisory for Kodeo. He mentioned the figure that they have deployed. And one of the observations they have made is that 20% of polling stations that their observers are currently monitoring have armed security personnel. I'm sure you'd wonder, what's the big deal? Well, it is crucial because before the polls, we did hear the police say that none of the polling stations or officials or officers who will be deployed to the polling stations will be armed. But Kodeo tells us that 20% of the polling stations monitored have armed personnel. Also, they observed that 60% of the polling stations are inaccessible to persons living with disability. This issue keeps coming up time and time again. And before the elections, we speak to persons living with disability. They raise the issue of accessibility. Some of them even talk about the issues of danger. In instances where chaos breaks out, some of these persons living with disability will not be able to make their way out on time like the able-bodied individuals would do. And so these are some of the observations that CODEO is making reference to in relation to the latest in connection to their findings as they observe the exercise from 7 a.m. is some 44 minutes past the hour 1, meaning that we have some 16 minutes to the top of the hour 2. So 16 minutes more to the top of the hour 2, and this is what CODEO has observed so far, coming from these 4,000 observers that they have deployed across the country.
Yes, CODEO's observations are always apt and they are always helpful. The fact that they even do tabulation or collation of the result is apt. What they don't do, however, is to make their results known before that of the EC. So they wait days after the EC announces the official results. They will then make their own public, and it's
that's
mostly plus or minus 1.
They do the parallel voter tabulation.
Exactly.
And, just to be
sure, and then assure everybody else that EC is not just churning out some cooked figures. But Benjamin Banabu, before we went to CODEO, we had gone to the EC headquarters. Some interesting statistics coming from the EC headquarters by way of voter turnout. So over 30% of centers have recorded 60% turnout as at 12 p.m. Over 30% of centers, just a little over 30% of centers have recorded 60% turnout as at 12 p.m. And then about 10% also have recorded between 30 to 40% as at 1 p.m. And that's discouraging. That's not encouraging at all.
Let's quickly go to the Swami constituency. Let's see if turnout there is better with regard to the numbers coming in from CODEO. Isaac Bediako Justice is in Swami. Isaac? Can you hear me? Well, he doesn't seem to hear me, but we'll try and reconnect with Isaac Bediako Justice, who is our Ashanti regional correspondent. He's been moving to the various constituencies. Earlier we spoke to him, he was in Asawase. Now he's in the Swami constituency. So I will touch base with him to bring us some more in connection to that, the developments coming from there. Well, we're talking about the numbers. Okay, Isaac is ready. Let's go back to the Swami constituency. Isaac, can you hear me? Isaac, what can you tell you where you are? What can you tell us where you are?
Well, I must say that in Swami constituency where we are at the moment, voting is still ongoing, but at this particular polling station, what they tell me is that they have not recorded up to 80%. Only about half of the people that are expected to vote here have reported to this center to vote. The women are still doing door-to-door calling, going from house to house, calling the people that it is time they should come and vote. So that has been the situation in Bremai community, according to the political party agents that I saw here. What they are telling me is that the people are not coming, so they have decided to go and call them from their various homes so that they come and vote. So let me speak to this electoral officer here and find out the number that they have recorded so far. Chief, good afternoon. You are live on GHOne. What is the situation now here at Bremai?
Yeah, I would say it's normal. It's very, very normal. So far, we have about 206 who has cast their vote, and we are still waiting. We expected about 452 voters. So we are still waiting. It's not yet time, so we are hoping they will come.
If you compare this year's turnout to last year, what has changed?
Nothing really. It seems it's a little bit slow this year as comparatively to last 4 years. You see, people was coming faster than this year. This year, since everything is slow, and how the EC has divided the thing is very easy for us. we are just taking care of about 750 people, which it shouldn't be more than that. So we are holding everything. It's okay.
In other areas where people have issue with the BVDs, in this center, have you recorded an issue?
Yeah, we just have just one issue here, but we are able to deal with the facial this thing. When you go through the normal proceeding, it's not working. You just try another, which is the facial. So we just snap it and we are able to capture the person. So far, it's about just 2 occasions that we are having some difficulties.
But generally everything is
yes, generally everything. As for our polling station today, everything is okay.
Thank you very much. So for here at the Bremai, they do not have too much issue with the process, just that they think that it is a bit slow. Now let me engage these women. They have been going from house to house, encouraging the people to come and vote so that they can achieve the turnout that they are looking for. Mame, I had a GHOne.
Yeah.
Now, what about to a na oka omo ye efrefre nkofo se omomra meto no ho
pacha meka wo mu pacha
na mokwa den na moka kire omo na den nti na mate asifie se mokofre nkofo se omomra meto aba
de nti ame ato asifie efrefre nkofo se ometo aba ni se ya hu se mo na awofi omunya meto yi eni nti na ame ato enwu aguma ye efrefre mu se omomra meto aba okwa ebisi we esi ne na meba obisi mi bo mitimeba ebisi so ebotra meba beto ebisi so ebofa na beto nti ejeje no muso so de be ya omunyina betimi aba no maba beto aba nti na ewere fi
ba bia me koye ebi kire se omukọ fie se omukọ frankrofo se omamra metro aba na omo aka chom so omo famfiri omo so nko ade be na nti na omo na e wose kire omo se omo nko to aba momo koye no omo de abufuo hia mo
Debbie, be unfair before you share. Quite money, or Muji official, and more money, and no money, Casami, who say, Ubia, wolf, a Casas.
Remind how much you say, baby, agree, move it to me, I record obey 80%.
Yebenya, if you say, first in Yamintia, or if it's a first and not a year and no soon, near to baby, say I teach him, until the way you see to no dear. Yabedia Yawarisha Musa, Bibia, because kama.
So Nanama, sorry, what the woman told me is that yes, they have been going from house to house because they have realized that the voting is going on in a slow pace. So they are trying to encourage the people to come out in their numbers and come and vote. So exactly that is what they are doing here at the Swami constituency, Bremai constituency, to be specific. Now let me try and see if I can speak to Okatachie Donkofojuo, former national chairman of the New Patriotic Party under former President GHOne Kufuor. This is the man who retired from the position of the national chairman simply because he was uncomfortable working with Kufuor. And the man is here to vote. And so we'll try and see if we can speak to Okatachie Donkofojuo, one of the veterans of the New Patriotic Party who have seen it all in party politics. Very, very veteran. We'll try and speak to him. He's here going through the process with the wife. They are doing her biometric verification, everything. When they are done, then Okatachie will then be given the opportunity to go and sit in his car, then he go back. So we'll speak to him before he goes. So as you can see him, this is Okatachie Donkofojuo, former national chairman of the New Patriotic Party. Eja, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Have you gone through the process?
Yes, but it doesn't work.
It didn't work?
No.
Why?
Ask them.
Officers, Okatachie is here to go through the process. He just told us that it didn't work. What is the issue?
The machine couldn't match with the finger.
Okay.
So we asked him to wait for a little bit. Maybe he will try later on. He couldn't pick the fingerprint. And we want to try the facial, but the facial still it's still the same problem.
But his picture is in the album.
Picture in the album, but the machine has to take this thing.
The fingerprint.
Yeah, before it adds to the number already voted.
So Okatachi is very known here.
Yeah.
His name is in the album, but the fingerprint is not picking. Fixture is also not picking. But this is a man that everybody knows him here. So what is next? If all these options fail?
The only thing, we can go to manual verification, but the machine has to direct us to take the manual verification. And no response from the machine. So we couldn't process, or we couldn't continue on the process.
So now he has to wait for some time before.
Then we try we try again. If it will match, then we continue the process.
Okatachi, with the experience you have had this afternoon, are you disappointed?
No, I'm not disappointed. I used to be a minister in Ghana 10 years ago, so I don't mind.
You have seen it all. What advice do you have for Ghanaians? I mean, some people have not seen you for a while. Today you are here. What do you want to tell Ghanaians so far as this election is concerned?
This is the election that NPP must win. Must win. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much. Okatachi Donkofojo, the former national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, who is in his retirement now, voting here at Bremain and telling us what he has seen so far and telling Ghanaians to come out and vote. Yeah, so we are still here at Bremain. The officials are doing their best, trying to go through the process and see if Kantinka Donkofojo will be able to vote. So now they are trying to do the manual verification. I don't know, how about the wife?
The same thing, the same process, the same thing.
The wife too cannot vote?
Yeah.
What is the problem with her? What is wrong with her, sorry?
We don't know. Only this problem is only of the two of them.
The two of them?
Yeah.
The only people you...
Only people, and we don't understand. The whole month, and we are having this serious problem. Is very serious.
It's very serious.
Very, very serious.
Is it because of their age?
I don't know. Maybe you want to try the facial, and I don't know if the face is different from what.
Maybe they have changed.
They have changed.
Okay. Mommy. So they are trying to do the fingerprints and see if the wife would be able to vote. They are still going through the process. Still, it's not picking. Mommy, what do you say to the experience? Disappointed?
Very. Maybe they don't want us to vote. But we are voting. We will vote.
Definitely we will vote. You will vote because there are other options available.
Yes, so they should give us the option.
Which is the manual
or whatever it is.
As our mother, your daughter's sons are voting today. What message do you have for the nation so far as peace is concerned?
Vote from your heart and vote for Ghana, for peace to survive.
Thank you very much. So, team in Accra, this is the situation that we have witnessed here at Bremain, where Kantinka Donkofojo and the wife came to vote here, but all the process that they try to use, which one has to do with the fingerprints, it did not work. The biometric verification they have done for the two, it didn't work. According to the electoral official, these are the only two people that they have had issue with them. And so they are still trying. Now they have brought in washing powder, water, trying to wash their hands to see if the next fingerprint will pick. So that is what they are doing. So now Kantinka Don Kufuor has to go through finger washing. So now he's washing his hands to see if they put his hand on the verification machine, it will pick. So the process is still ongoing here at Bremai polling station. That's what we are observing now. So they are going to start another process for us to see if he will be able to vote. If this fails, then they have no option than to consider the manual verification process before the former national chairman of the New Patriotic Party under former President John Kufuor will be able to vote here at Bremai.
So that is Isaac Bediako Justice bringing us the updates from Bremen in the Swami constituency. And it's interesting, he's been interacting with the former chairman of the NPP in the region, and he and his wife, they are eager to vote. Unfortunately, the biometric system is not able to pick their information, but then there are other options like the manual option as well. But they are trying all they can to be sure that they've been able to exhaust the means through which they can be verified through the biometric system at the moment. And it's interesting that they are all very eager to vote, and we are hoping that this will be addressed in the shortest possible time so they can go home to rest as well. And he was asked about whether he wanted the NPP to win. He says, yes, of course, they must win in relation to the votes ongoing at the moment. We'll be going to my colleague Musa Lansa, who is in Zebila in the Upper East region to find out what the situation is on the ground. But another thing that we'll be exploring as we proceed is the issue in relation to the numbers, the turnout. The Electoral Commission, when it addressed the press, they said that they are impressed with the turnout so far. Let's go to the Upper East region. Musa Lansa is there for us.
At a polling station called the Apodabogo Tansako polling station, where we understand there are 665 voters on the electoral roll. And this is surprising as we were coming in from the Borga East constituency. The queues in those in the constituency of the Borga East polling stations were not so huge, but here at the Kasako polling station in the Apodabogo electoral area of the Zebila constituency, the numbers here are huge. Several people coming out to be a part of the voting exercise. We'll try to engage the presiding officer here to understand what the issues are. He's currently a bit busy with trying to help people locate their names on the register. But we'll try and then get a word with the presiding officer. Presiding officer, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes. This is the Apodago Palsako voting center. How many people are on this roll, and what time did you start, and have you had any challenges since you started?
Well, fortunately, we don't have any challenge now, but the number, and for now we don't have, and we started 7 o'clock. Yes, AM. Yes, and for now we don't have any challenge.
So those are scenes from the Upper East region, the Zebila area. You had as engaged Musa Lansa, who is my colleague here, and the numbers are very impressive in that particular polling station. I'm comparing it to some of the polling stations here in the capital, and they are not so encouraging. Well, some say that they have voted and they're done with the process and they're gone. But we're talking about the turnout, the numbers. The EC in their press briefing a while ago did say that they are happy with how things are going so far, and turnout is over 60%. From when voting started at 7 a.m. Kodeo has referenced a similar figure as well with regard to the numbers. Yeah. Bediako did tell us about the numbers in the Ashanti region where people are going door to door to tell people to come out and cast their ballots. Same, we're told, is happening in Medina. And that sends a certain signal as to whether people are waiting to do it the last minute, or people are just in that situation where they feel that, I think I am done. Whatever I do, nothing really changes.
Well, if the picture painted by the young woman who had volunteered to move from house to house to encourage voters to come out and vote is anything to go by, she mentions that she's been given the assurance that others are engaged in some other activities, and that the assurance is that later they will come and cast their ballot. Sometimes they just tell you that to get you off their back. But if indeed that's the assurance, then we expect the numbers to increase. Like Bediako related to. Some people will not be that diplomatic with you. They tell you it's not to your responsibility to alert me to what I ought to do, right? And that's to tell you that such people do not intend showing up at the polling station to vote. Nonetheless, the EC pegged the figure as of midday around 60% in 30% of the voting centers. They describe that as encouraging. I disagree. Our only hope and prayer is that the mobilization will work. So, for instance, in Medina, Francis Xavier Sosu, the incumbent MP, is moving from one house to the other and encouraging potential voters
to go out
to turn
there and
up
cast their ballots.
And like we said, a similar thing is happening. We will very soon engage Princess Ian, who is painting another gloomy picture in the Ofuancia Yoruba enclave, that the turnout is abysmal, and the parliamentary candidates of the NPP are lamenting over that. And it's a story he's forward through that we subsequently engage him. And so, yes, it's not 5 p.m. yet, but this is a wake-up call to the politicians and then their agents to engage in mobilization. The EC, at this point in time, cannot go to anybody's house and ask the person to come and vote. Their responsibility was to create the awareness before the D-Day. Now that the D-Day is here, it's not the responsibility of the EC to go to house and mobilize people to come out and vote. The politicians should do that.
Now let's go to Lukman Mohammed in Techiman to find out what the situation is there as well. We just a while ago did return from the Zebila area. Let's go to Techiman to find out what the situation is in the area. Lukman, what do you have for us? Lukman, can you hear me?
Techiman is very cool. Just that we recorded. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So tell us what is happening in your area.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Techiman is very cool. Techiman is very cool. There is no incident here. Just that a moment ago we picked up indication that one polling station officer has been arrested at Techiman, Ketu South. The name is Joseph Terry, and the reason he was picked up.
Well, we would have to go back to Techiman and speak to Lukman again, but we are bringing you our continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections underway, going on across the country. Voting started in most areas at 7 a.m. and expected to close at 5 p.m. However, pockets of incidents in some constituencies have been recorded, where, for instance, in the Wejagbawi constituency, about 16 polling stations didn't have pink sheets for the parliamentary polls. Also, in some other areas, there was a mix-up in relation to the polling stations and their corresponding pink sheets. At a certain point, we're told that the NPP parliamentary candidate for the area, Jerry Ahmed Shaibu, stormed one of the polling stations, asking that the process be halted. But eventually, the police resolved that. And in Trobu, for instance, we understand that flooding has also impeded voting as well. In the central region, some people were defying the rains. Let's go back to Techiman and speak to Lukman. Lukman. Lukman, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Lukman? I can hear. Okay, all right. What is happening where you are? You were talking about how the process has been smooth so far, but in exception of another issue. well, unfortunately, we don't have Lukman on. We'll try again to raise him on the telephone line. But I was talking about some of the incidents we have recorded where Chobu, for instance, there was flooding, and then in the central region as well, some part of it is raining, but people are defying the rains to go out there and cast their ballot. We were in the Ashanti region, specifically in the Breman area, where we spoke to Isaac Bediako Justice, Ashanti regional correspondent, and it tells us about how the numbers. Remember that when it comes to politics, it's always a numbers game. Therefore, people have to show up, and people are even volunteering to go to houses door to door, urging people to show up in their numbers to make that crucial decision with regard to who will serve you as a member of parliament for the next 4 years and who will be president for the next 4 years. And like I did say, we'll be looking at this issue about low turnout and the implications as well. But this is our continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary primaries here in Ghana. Ibrahim.
Well, yes, of course, you're related to the turnout and how parliament will be like. This election is not just about who becomes the president.
Yes.
This election is also about who controls parliament. And given all that has happened in parliament, I dare say that attention is much more on parliament than even the presidential, right?
Yes.
But of course, if you give the political parties the option, they would rather take the presidential than parliamentary. And so the number is quite interesting. In fact, the MPP and NDC are headed into today's exercise. In fact, they are in the exercise already with equal strength, 137. And with Fomina now returning to the MPP by way of positioning, because the independent MP has decided to now return home and then contest on the ticket of the MPP. You can see that from today we have MPP 138 and then NDC 137.
Yes.
Nonetheless, there was one extra seat that has been created. And if you look at the demography and the location of that seat, you can confidently say that it might have been a gift to the NDC for the trouble that the South people went through. That is the default thinking until anything contrary happens. And I'm talking about the fact that the only seat that the MPP occupies in the Volta region is the Hohoi seat.
That the MPP occupies in the Volta region?
In the Volta region is the Hohoi seat. When you go to OT, MPP has no seat in the OT region. The new constituency that has been created is in the OT region. So the default thinking is that
it will go to the NDC as well. All right, let's go over to the Chobu area. My colleague Eli Mawuku is there. Chobu is where I've been talking about for some time now, where there was flooding at one of the areas. Let's speak to Eli. Eli, what can you tell us in relation to this? How did this impede voting?
So now, at about 11:30, when I first stepped at the Anglican primary in Ofankobaria in the Chobu constituency, people had shown up to vote, but then turnout wasn't so great. So I figured that it could either be people were bidding their time or because the queue was moving fast. Fast forward an hour later, I returned, and then the whole place is flooded, and people are hanging on walls, and then the EC officials are under the veranda along with the voting supplies, really. So people who were waiting to queue had to now squeeze in with electoral officials as they tried to cast their ballot. I attempted going closer, but then I slipped twice and almost fell because of how muddy it was. So I couldn't go any further than what we see in our shots now.
And so this has significantly impeded the pace of people showing up to vote, correct?
Exactly, it has. But as I speak to you now, the sun is out again and it's bright and hard and it's beating us down. But the moments ago, this wasn't so. You wouldn't believe that within an hour, this dramatic change took place in Chobu, especially at the Anglican primary. But I did visit other polling stations who are not so far away from this particular polling station. But the difference is that with these places, there were pebbles on the ground. And then it seemed like it was a wider space. So then the electoral officials moved the people waiting to queue along with the voting supplies onto the veranda, but there was enough room for them, unlike what we are seeing in Ashot, where the veranda is much more narrower, and that even with the electoral officials, they were hovering around each other just to make room for the few that had shown up to cast their ballots.
All right, Eli, thank you very much. Likmima Wuku reporting live from the Trobu area, where flooding impeded voting in one of the stations, polling stations. But as of now, the waters have receded, and it's made the place more accessible, even though a few people are slipping here and there. And thank God, Eli, you didn't fall down. All right, it's good. It's good to have you in good shape. And so, yes, for those of you who were discouraged by the rains, kindly go out there and cast your ballots. It's very important that you're part of this decision. Ibrahim, at this point, we are adding to the appeals for people to show up to vote.
Most definitely. The dramatic and then, of course, a miraculous turn of event.
Absolutely, where it rains.
A tale of heaven and hell, so to speak.
Or night and day.
Okay,
I think it's a better example.
so you one moment, the place is soggy and it's raining. And what we saw, obviously, was going to make it difficult for people to access the voting centers. And then just in about an hour later, the place is dry. The sun is up, and I think God just wanted the exercise to go on smoothly. And so, yes, thanks, Eli, for the report there, and we are glad that you didn't fall. All right, yes, but it tells you the resilience of the Ghanaian voter.
Absolutely.
And
the Ghanaian journalists as well.
Most definitely.
Absolutely. And also as well, we'll be going to other areas where there are some developments to bring you the information that you need in relation to it. And I also did say that we'll be looking at the numbers game, the implications it will have on the election, especially when there are concerning issues with regard to people showing up to vote. We have been across the country. We just came from the Trobu area. Would also have to go to the central region at a certain point as well, where people defied the rains to show up to cast their ballots as well. So wherever you are, if you haven't cast your ballot, please go out there and get that done. It will also be important to get some update from the Electoral Commission in relation to the situation in the Wejagbawe constituency. We will be going to the central region and speak to Tutuwa Danso to give us some updates in relation to the people defying the rains to cast their ballots. Tutuwa, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
What is happening where you are?
Well, as she's rightly informed our viewers, about an hour ago, there were rainfalls here that, funny enough, didn't hamper the process. I mean, people were still in the queues of voting, and this is the Anglican basic school here. But earlier, I had visited other polling stations where it was also raining, but people were still really lined up in the queues, and this is indicative of what the constituents in this region told me prior to my engagements with them yesterday. They told me that they were tired of voting in a certain direction, which hasn't yielded them the needed results. And so, whether rain or shine, they were going to come out in the and then vote. And this is actually my third constituent. I visited the constituency. I have done, this is currently the Infantman constituency. I've also done the Adoa Kwamankese. And just to let our viewers know that two of the constituencies I mentioned earlier, that is the Ketu North and the Adoa Kwamankese constituency, are two out of the nine hotspots identified here in the central region. And generally, the impression has been that voter turnout has been pretty low. When I visited Mori in the Adoa Kwamankese constituency, for instance, I was informed that because it is a fishing area, so people wouldn't come out to vote in their numbers in the early hours of the day. But hopefully between now and then 5 p.m., they would have showed up. But largely in the central region, it's been very peaceful. And also one thing I want to put across that happened in the central region was with people appearing at the polling stations drunk. And so it won't be surprised when the results are coming out and then we learn that some of the ballots will be rejected, because I saw with my own eyes one gentleman completely intoxicated with alcohol put a stamp on the face of the candidate that he wanted to vote for instead of the blank slate that have been provided. And so that is some of the development that have happened in the central region so far. My next stop will be the Ketu South constituency, and then finally I'll do Komenda, Edinafo, Egwe, and then Ebrim. But largely it's been very peaceful here in the central region. Voter turnout has been pretty low, citing various owing to various, incidents. But I also spoke to the NDC's parliamentary candidate for the Infantiman constituency, and he told me that the low voter turnout will be to his advantage because he believes that people that are not here are members of the New Patriotic Party, and then the NDC is taking over. So those who are voting are members of the National Democratic Congress, but we'll still be monitoring developments here in the central region. But largely, it's been a peaceful election, and I've done 3 out of the 23 constituencies, as I said earlier, and I'll be keeping tabs on what will be happening here in the region. But the rain was falling, but now the sun is really out. It's shining, and things are back to normal now.
So that you sip some water and slow down for me. At this point in time, I probably would name you Vanessa Sarkodie. Thank you so much for that report coming from the central region, where people were defying the rains to show up. But she also talks about the issue of low voter turnout, and I'm wondering what it would take for people to show up in their numbers, and what exactly could be the concern.
Well, so voting is a civic responsibility,
Absolutely.
Right? But it's equally not mandatory.
Yes, it's not compulsory.
It's not
You
compulsory.
cannot force people to.
Elsewhere, it is, and it's punishable if you refuse to
vote.
Here, we've made it optional, even though it's your civic responsibility as a patriotic citizen. But then, decision not to vote sometimes is equally a protest. You know that, right?
Yes.
And so it's early days yet. I will still insist that it's early days. But after it's all said and done, if the trend we are witnessing is anything to go by, then we can scrutinize the figures and understand as to whether indeed people staying away from the polling centers is a sign of a protest, or indeed there were other reasons why they just refused to partake in this election. And mind you, if you follow reports that have been done, there are many people, especially the youth, who think that the country is not seeing the dividends of democracy, and they become much more apathetic towards anything democratic process.
Yeah.
You saw the Afrobarometer report that came out that unfortunately got some youth on the continent thinking that we are better off under a military rule than the democracy that we are experimenting.
Yeah, it showed that people were becoming less and less intolerant of military rule.
Exactly, and that's the danger. And so these are all the nuances that must be factored into consideration in a holistic analysis of what we witnessed. But like I said, it's early days yet. We can still call on the voters to go out there and exercise their franchise.
Fantastic. And let's take you to the Tolong area, where there has been tension after a vehicle belonging to the NPP monitoring team was vandalized by some alleged youth of the NDC in Nyankpala. Now, the side mirror and windscreen was destroyed by the alleged NDC men at Nyankpala DA polling center. This is said to have been done by some NDC youth in the area, and the car in question, we understand, belongs to the NPP in the area. And so we'll be speaking to the reporter in relation to that. And there are reports that there are fears that one person has died in connection with this particular incident. And we'll be bringing you the details in relation to that. It's coming to you from the Tolong area, where a vehicle belonging to the NPP has been vandalized by suspected use of the NDC. This is our continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections here in Ghana. Noah Nash is our Northern Regional correspondent. He's joined us over the telephone. He's joined us now. Noah, what more can you tell us about this troubling development, where we understand that one person is feared dead?
Okay, so one person is actually dead. One is also severely injured in the process of the attack. This whole issue ensued as a result of the fact that since morning, there has been a vehicle that has been positioned in one of the communities when you're getting close to the abattoir. where it's conveying people into the Tolon district for them to enable them to actually cast their votes. So in the process, I think the youth in Nyankwala who actually saw the process, because the number of vehicles that were coming in were more than enough, and so they felt that they were being infiltrated into the community. So they actually attacked. In the process, they ended up attacking the other vehicles that were used by the regional secretary of the MPP, who happens to be a CCOP, and his team. So that was what led to that whole damage that you saw of the vehicle. There has been a double military presence and a double police presence here. Every vehicle that is coming in and exiting out is either checked or verified before you exit out. No vehicle is allowed to actually carry any passenger beyond the required number. So buses that were actually bringing in some of the voters were actually sent back by the military. The military asked that they should return because the youth actually went closer to attack it again. And so that is what led to another uprising again. And for a fact, the police are actually corded off where the young man who was shot. The CID unit is actually taking care of that incident. If the cameras can zoom in, you will see that it's quite a bit far, but you can see that there's a heavy military presence, heavy police presence here, just to make sure that nothing goes bad again. Because the youth in Tolon, apparently, when the incident happened to be in Tolon, so I actually tried interviewing the COP, Rashid, who was actually the victim. They actually attacked me and said, look, we journalists caused the whole thing. So I was heckled and then I was rescued by Rashid COP, his own boys. They quickly took me out of the place and then actually smuggled me to the MP's radio station. So it's been good. I mean, I would say that the police presence and the military presence has been so far good.
Thank you very much. Noah Nash, and very troubling developments coming there from Tolon, where one person we understand is feared dead after a vehicle said to belong to an official of the NPP in the area was vandalized by some supposed NDC youth, and as a result one person is feared dead and another is also said to be critically injured. Very worrying development coming there from the Tolon area, and it was the hope and expectation of many that we will not have electoral related deaths going into this election because of what happened in 2020, still fresh on our minds, and the argument consistently being that nobody needs to lose their lives just because they want to go out there and cast their ballots. And Ibrahim, I think it would also be good to introduce security analyst Dr. Adam Bona, also here at this point. Good afternoon to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. And I think you're joining us at a very good time because we're having this conversation. But before I hear from you, Ibrahim, quickly, your thoughts on this? Well,
that's exactly what we've been saying, that it was too early to start jubilating, that it's been largely peaceful.
Exactly.
Given the fact that just 4 years ago, 2020, 8 people lost their life. And it doesn't seem like we've done much to address that. And so it didn't come to me as a surprise that we are recording what we are recording in Tolon. Let's just hope that this doesn't get out of hands. But of course, the right person to engage with in this conversation is Dr. Adam Bona.
Dr. Adam Bona, good afternoon once again, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon, Adede. I haven't been here for a while.
Yes, we have been speaking to you over the telephone.
When you see the bush rats out in the open in the afternoon, either there is some pepper spray or there is some smoke, so I didn't have a choice.
But have you cast your ballot already?
Oh yes, I did.
Oh, okay.
This morning I had to be on a sister station, so from there I quickly went. It's very important.
That everybody does.
This is I call it the Thump riots. We are rioting with our thumb. I call it the Thump riots.
Yes, it's one of the most peaceful riots you can find.
The most peaceful, the Thump riot. Yes.
And so let's talk about the situation in Tolon. Very, very troubling that one person is feared dead as a result of this attack on this vehicle.
Well, yes. Good afternoon to your viewers. I picked information on that. I'm told, is it the PC and some guys were there, one Rashid something. where I think they were sharing something. And obviously, you know the resistance when it comes to even sharing. You know what happened is Ablekuma also.
That is
this morning.
Is it Ablekuma or Ayawaso?
Yes, someone had loaded some food and they chased the person away. So obviously, Ghanaians are beginning to be assertive when it comes to giving goodies to entice people. So I think in the course of the sharing, there was resistance by the youth around. And so I think some people around, I don't know whether it's an incumbent or somebody like that, went into a vehicle, brought out firearms and fired into the young people who were resisting. I mean, my sources also indicate it is more than one person who has died. You know, so you have more than one person would have died, you know, on this side, and maybe one also injured critically on the other side, which is completely needless. Should have been avoided.
Absolutely.
Already, we have about 2.5 hours to go for the polls to close, and we are getting, what do you call that, all these forms of violence, which is completely unnecessary.
Yes.
But you see, sometimes I'm tempted to believe some of our politicians are senseless.
Is it senseless, or you think that they are deliberately?
No, they are senseless, because if you have to be deliberately sensible. Do you get what I'm trying to say? To be sensible, you need to be deliberate about it. You get what I'm trying to say? But it looks like for them, anything goes.
As in, lives don't matter. As
long
as their goals are met, or their objectives are met, anything
they don't care.
Can happen.
They really don't care, because I've shared some images with Ibrahim coming from Obuasi. The commander there, has deployed the military, and they are in town. We are told they are not supposed to be in town, and they are there, and people are resisting them, and they are shooting at the civilians. And who will send them? Obviously not the CDS, who is in charge of, not him. So it will be someone who is probably so senseless to be used by the military. Sorry, to be used by the politician to do this. Because then any military officer who is trained proper and properly trained, you will not allow yourself to be used by a politician.
Does it surprise you that the National Election Security Task Force did assure that no military officers will be deployed to the grounds unless it is absolutely necessary, and then they are calling in for a backup? But then again, even the day before, we saw videos of military officers being deployed to various areas. Does it surprise you that despite this assurance, this is happening?
You see, along the line, I knew they were going to probably attempt something, but I didn't believe that they would be so reckless to this extent. Be so reckless, because then, yesterday the military came up with a release saying that when we see military movement, it's because they have to put them in various locations so that if there is any trouble, they can go in and help, which makes a lot of strategic sense. But to have them drive on the University of Cape Coast, you see them, move around locations. They are in Obuasi, they are there. What I would say, and I've said it openly, that you see, once the appointer allows the appointee to be sidelined, the president probably would have acquiesced, would have allowed some factions to sideline the CDS, because it is the prerogative of the president. He's the sole person who can appoint a CDS, isn't it? By per the law. And so, if anybody undermines the CDS, then it is the president who has given that order for the CDS to be undermined. Because then you don't expect. How many of us knew, unless you were in the security fraternity, how many of us knew who a CDS was? How many of us knew who a chief of army staff was? You see, they would mind their own business in the various military facilities. They do their own things. You will never hear of them unless something happens. Maybe if you are old enough to remember, recently, I think General Nokwenu died. Buffalo soldier, when he said, I will take 1,000 army and I'll bring them back. That's another story. Whether he brought all the army back, I was old enough, so I will tell you that not all of them came back. So mine is that it is almost like testing the resolve of Ghanaians. If you play the images I sent to him from Obuasi, you will see Ghanaians, armless Ghanaians resisting military with guns that we have bought for them. So if I am a military officer, this afternoon or today into tomorrow, I would ask myself questions. Is it worth it?
Is it worth it?
If it's worth it, then go ahead. Because then these images, people have filmed them. And once they film them and you know what you are doing, there is a warrant. When I say a warrant, there is an authority that don't step out. This thing is within the remit of the Ghana Police Service. The police have not told us we cannot do the job. So anybody who attempts to usurp the powers of internal security, you are perpetuating an illegality. And someone is superintending, someone is watching. So I've said it openly, the military is headless. No one seems to be in command and control. So you have various CEOs are misbehaving, commanding officers are misbehaving, sending boys around to do things, moving. Now you have, if you go to the Ashanti region, almost every pickup that is rentable is rented out to the military.
Because
they are using them illegally. You see, with the rented pickup, when these days you can take the number plate and check who owns that vehicle, isn't it?
Yes.
So if we don't use military vehicle and we commit any mistake, isn't it? We commit crimes and you film it, it won't come directly to us. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
So almost every rentable pickup, as we speak, in the Ashanti region and some locations in the country, has been rented to the military. That is how low the military has sunk.
Now, speaking about the security situation in general for the election, apart from the incident we are seeing in Tolon, the situation you've spoken about in Obuasi, what would you say is your general assessment of how the security situation has been handled for the election so far? It started at 7 a.m. for most centers and then is expected to end by 5 p.m.
I think the security situation largely has been very good. And I would say that has been good because then the task force led by IGP Dampare started the engagement very early. Engaging, everybody, including yourself, CSOs.
Exactly.
I mean, they engaged the clergy, the chief, everybody was engaged in one way or the other, making sure that we know how the field is going to be before we get there. And so and that is what has given Ghanaians that sense of alertness, that you've got to be very alert, because then you've been told that this is how the football or the game of elections is going to be played. So I would say largely, if they didn't also do that, maybe we would have seen a lot more violence. Go to the, what do you call that, the trade fair area. Some hotels there, you have military people, put in there, and you are asking, look at how close those facilities, these hotels are around the trade fair area to Bema Camp. Keep them at Bema Camp. If you know they are going to perform legitimate duties, won't you leave them at Bema Camp? So that when they are coming from Bema Camp, we will know. Put them in military vehicles, isn't it? But this time they are putting them in civilian branded vehicles with civilian registration numbers, and they are patrolling town. And I would say that maybe the pushback. I expect every military officer who is listening, if you know your left from your right, if you are sent on this, it's illegitimate until there is a signed something that says that, like the Tolon one, where probably I haven't seen anything yet, but I'm sure when I say I'm not aware if I'm sure definitely the military would have been invited. I don't know, but you say that will make some security sense that in a situation like that you need more reinforcement. But where they attempt to go to places and you can see people looking at them and hooting at them, and people are filming them and declaring them personas non grata, don't come closer. I mean, what the hell are they doing there? So for me, I said they should get out of the communities, go back to wherever you are supposed to be until you are invited. They should get out of the place because we employ them.
Does it have any effect in terms of people showing up to vote?
No, I think people have resolved to vote. In areas like the Eastern region, I'm hearing voter turnout is low. It will be because of apathy.
Yeah. In fact, that is one of the major concerns.
I'm hearing people in the Eastern region generally, I hear the voter turnout is low. Where I voted, I mean, the voter turnout is good, I'm told. And it took me, and let's part the EC in the back. I don't want that we go beyond 5 o'clock and violence will start. I hope we don't get there. But EC so far...
From general observation, usually the confusion erupts close to when polls are closing and when counting begins.
I will use this medium to urge Ghanaians to be vigilant. Ghanaians, you can see the Obuasi images I shared. While they were shooting, Ghanaians were still there. You can see Ghanaians resisting military officers in the open. And this is in the night. It means that if you are not careful and you attempt anything funny during the day. If you attempt anything in the night, maybe you would have some persons who would also come at you with the same amount of force you are using, which is completely unnecessary. So I think the military, if they are listening to me, I know the military at the moment is in disarray, complete disarray. I think that those of them, you see, in times like this, when law and order breaks down in a security organization, you still would have few sensible ones amongst them who would call the others who might be messing up that, you know what, there will be a day for accountability. Stand down. At the end of the day, this is a democratic process. Why must I be voting to hire somebody and want to die for that person? But of course, I think that we've gotten to a point where Ghanaians are awake and are resisting. And so the military should know that they are not going to have an easy ride. If there was an easy ride some time ago, already people are dead. And this one, I would say, is not the cause of the military.
Absolutely.
Let's not blame it. You can't blame it that the military did it. This one is a politician, we are told, got there and they were doing some underhand dealings. And when there was resistance, they picked up their weapons and boom, boom, boom. I'm sure this will be investigated. But the military shouldn't get involved in intimidating and trying to do things that a proper military officer would not. Rawlings, when the time was due for him to go, eventually he stand down and said, see, no military involvement, cry. So if you have a supposed human rights lawyer president, this shouldn't be happening. Under him, we had 8 people dying in 2020. Now, we've had at least confirmed 1, but I am saying that unconfirmed, intel suggests it's more than 1. Maybe more than even 2 or something, but we'll wait for the confirmation to come. Is it necessary? As we speak, 2-3 days ago or 4 days ago, some military officers died in Kumasi.
Because
the CEO, the CEO for BN, Brigadier General Opoku, when the police went to their side to tell them, let's go on, a civil patrol, he said, no, you people should go away. Wow. And the police went away. Then when they hit town and they were going, I think people started hooting at them. And in their bid to get away fast, the military vehicle rolled over. A 23-year-old military lady died immediately. Another person died, I think, afterwards, and I think a third person is in critical condition. You see, this is not the time to. And young people will join the military for 2 reasons. Either they have the passion to join, or they need work.
And I would let you hold a point here for me. I will definitely come back to you. I need to go to the telephone lines, and then I'll have to go to Zoom and speak to our reporter on the ground, Eric Mahama. We're going to the Odupon DA Primary 2 polling station, where there has been some form of confusion because a supporter of the NPP, or one of the agents of the NPP, was seen taking the names of voters. Eric, can you hear me? Okay, let's first bring you that footage and then we'll hear from our reporter.
That the lady sitting down there who is not having an agency tag, and it seems he's a member of the MPP, taking people's, when they vote, he takes their names. And that one is not part of agency process. It's not a process. So what I just go the police people the attention, then they call the one in charge. And then when he comes, they call both of us to go and then deliberate on that particular issue. The lady was telling me that I am trying to bring him my troubles. I said, no. We all know what agent does. And the EC has presented us with a register. So you can't be here, take people's name when they vote. We don't do it that way. It's not the norm. So wait. I don't know. So he was telling me 4 years ago, that same lady let MPP hooligans come and beat me here. So today he was telling me I should bring it on. He will also bring it to they say, okay, fine. If that's the agreement you saw agree. As for today, I am fully prepared. We are matching everybody boot to boot at that particular center. Okay.
So those were the scenes from the Odupongpehe area. Let's go over to Zoom and speak to Eric Mahama for some more in relation to this. And some confusion breaking out there in the Odupongpehe DA Primary 2 polling station because the agent was taking the telephone numbers of voters who showed up to cast their ballots. And the individual in question that we did watch on television did say that this is alien to the job of agents. But one thing you notice is that it's quite common in many of the polling stations. Sometimes you go to vote and then you'd notice that there are some agents there that will take your telephone number, and then in some instances you receive text messages from the parliamentary candidates. I have received text messages from the parliamentary candidates and the presidential candidates, and they keep coming from time to time. I think I got even two today, parliamentary and presidential, notifying me about today's exercise.
That usually happens during registration, voter registration. But the challenge is that the registrants are not told that those who are taking the numbers are actually party agents. Well, yeah, so you assume that it's the EC that's taken. So then when you start receiving these messages, then you begin to wonder, is it the EC that has given my information to the political parties? Yes. But mostly they take the numbers themselves. Aside the telco-sponsored messages that you get, where they go to the mobile network operators to send you direct messages or place a phone call to you. This time around, we didn't receive many offset, where there's a voice note of, say, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia or John Dramani Mahama addressing you directly as if it's a phone call. Yeah. Yes.
Let's go over the telephone line and speak to Eric Mahama in the Odupongpehe area. Eric, so how was this situation resolved, this confusion in question? Eric, can you hear me? Eric?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So I'm asking, how was the confusion resolved?
Okay. So currently we are at the Odupongpehe GA Primary School 2, the polling station 2, and at the back of the school there's a big park. We left not less than 50 minutes, and we had a gunshot. Let's go to Delali and hear about Delali. What is currently going on here? Okay, so I'm the constituency communication officer. And as part of my monitoring, I had a distress call that indeed a guy named Mujahi, who happens to be one of the tagged Honorable Minister youth in terrorizing the citizens of Kaswa, especially when it comes to electoral process, have shot one of the NDC members within the Odupongpehe, what do you call it, GA Primary 2. I mean, in fact, the saddest bit of this whole thing is it actually happened at a full glare of heavy police presence. Shot an NDC person on to go. And before today, he was going around brandishing gun, boasting about the fact that he has a gun. And on the day of the election, he wouldn't care to pull the trigger to shoot an NDC member, and true to his word, just this afternoon, he aimed a gun at NDC member unprovoked and shot him. And like I said, at the full glare of the police who were armed, and nothing happened. Come and see, police all over. Police here are numbering more than 50. It happened in their presence, and nothing actually happened to the culprits. And he goes that way. And I want to say this. The IGP must elevate himself above empty rhetoric. Who is not aware of the fact that Kaswa is a flashpoint? Who is not even aware about the fact that consistently from 2012 to date, anytime there's an election, Kaswa Zongo has really become a subject of a discussion. And we are telling us, no NPP member within the Zongo, shooting an NDC member at the foreground of the police, and no arrest has been effected. It happened just at the foreground of the police.
Eric?
Yeah, hello.
Eric, can you hear me?
So, this is how we're going to go with respect to the election. If the police cannot defend us, we have no right to defend ourselves because the people are massing up. And let me tell the police officers here who look unconcerned when an innocent Ghanaian who has come to a police station to exercise his franchise was stopped up and the police were just onlookers. There are 48 hours. The leadership of this country will say, we see each and every one of them. We see each and every one of them. Because all the time, anytime there's an election in Kaswa, somebody must fall a victim. Because of an MP who has failed to deliver. Because of an MP who has absolutely nothing to boast of. We resort to physical attack, naming people. Because the last time he fired warning shots, accept to Christ, nothing happened to us. He was left off the hook. He admitted that he didn't fire the warning shot. And no arrest was effected. That is what has created this impunity of this large proportion. Every Ghanaian life matters. Every Ghanaian life matters. The police, the last time allegedly when our Kumtin son was shot, we saw the response of the police. Was our Kumtin son life more important than the innocent Ghanaian who was shot at? The police must be out there doing. They must respect the constitution of the Republic of Ghana. They must know that they are not here to do the bidding of a political party. They are here to do the bidding of the Constitution. If you cannot arrest somebody who has shot an innocent Ghanaian at your presence, then what can you do? What can you do? So that is the last weekend. Also, we have some eyewitnesses here on the ground. Man, here to say. Again, put in the course.
Taxi driver was vote. Another one. Who police? Who did who to me? Who to me? Yes, you know. What is the boy? You know, you have to
Okay, so
that's
according to report.
Okay. I thought Eric was making a point there, but troubling developments coming from that area, the Odrupon Hine Behe polling station. This is in the Ewutu Senya West constituency. That is Hawakumsin's constituency. East, I beg your pardon. Ewutu Senya East. Sorry that I mixed up with the East and the West. Yeah. So Ewutu Senya East constituency, and the gentleman in question was telling our report on the ground that someone fired gunshots at somebody, and we will do our independent checks in relation to that, but clearly is a troubling development if it is proven to be true that is indeed what happened in that area. And there was another lady who was seemingly corroborating that particular story. Worrying development again.
I was in that constituency last 4 years by this time. We had similar stories about gunshots, and people being wounded as a result. The initial reports were that they were even deaf, but of course that turned out not to be the case. So indeed, this coming from Kaswa is not surprising. But if the accounts of the NDC communications officer is anything to go by, then I think that will be problematic, because he mentioned that it happened in the full glare of the
police.
security
He
personnel.
mentioned that there were about over 50 police
So an
officers
action should have been
stationed
taken,
there.
at least a preventive action, because now they feel that the gentleman did what he did with impunity and is being allowed to leave. Ostensibly, probably go somewhere else and engage in some of these activities. So yes, it's good that this is on national television.
Yeah.
It's good that the people in charge of our security are listening, and it's good that an action definitely is taken to ensure that there are no reprisal attacks in that regard.
And Dr. Bona, I mean, another situation of gunshots.
It's sad. It's sad because then some of these hoodlums, they do this with impunity, believing that they wield some power, either imaginary or political power. But even that, I don't see how they would go free, because then we know that all prosecutions would start and they are done on behalf of the Attorney General. You know, the guy who shot somebody in the name of national security in Odododio, he was initially apprehended 2020. I don't know how far that thing
How
goes.
it ended, yes.
And so mine is that the AG can decide to acquiesce or sleep, and persons like that would not be punished. And once persons like that are not punished, you would have this story we are hearing, that this person is noted for gun violence, and he shot maybe some time ago, he only gave warning shots and came out bragging that he did it. This time around, he gave warning shot, allegedly, and aimed and shot someone, and the person is injured. If such persons are not punished, then you see what happens is that there will be reprisal attacks.
And it further emboldens them.
Yes, and it emboldens criminals like him, because then if I know that if you shoot me, I won't get the necessary remedy or redress, then I will also arm myself. So you pull your gun, I will shoot you first. So you have the Moses law, an eye for an eye, which shouldn't be the situation we should find ourselves. The law must equally apply. But unfortunately, it is almost as if once you wield political power, you can do anything at all you want under the sun in Ghana, and nobody can challenge you. Which is very bad, because then I'm saying now we have almost 2 hours for polls to close.
It's just some 5 minutes.
And already
at the top of the hour.
people are carrying guns and shooting. What happens if it is 5 and it goes to 6, 7, and someone feels that I'm losing? They've counted all the certain polling centers. This place is not my stronghold, or it is my stronghold, but the people have decided not to vote for me. They are counting, and they've counted almost half of the ballots, and it looks like I'm losing. But until they finish counting, I cannot be declared a loser. What happens? The people, I think that our way out of this, the only way out of this, is for the people to resist. To resist by any means necessary. To resist anybody who comes there. I think resistance is embedded in our constitution. Any means necessary. Any means necessary.
As long as it's legal.
Yes, legal in our law, self-preservation is important. So the law says that even if I have an unlicensed weapon and you pulled your gun and you have a licensed weapon and I shot you in self-defense, we'll leave it to the judge or the court to decide whether I defended myself legitimately. So I am saying that, looking at what is going on, people should resist.
In 1 minute.
People should resist legitimately by any means necessary, so that at the end of the day, let's build a society where, you see the Americans, why everybody is allowed to use a weapon, so that when the military in America cannot do any nonsense, because the people have more weapons than the American military. So let's resist with everything we have as much as possible. That way, if we are successful, politicians going forward would know that no amount of force can cow the people of this country.
Okay, and Ibrahim, just a quick one from you.
Yes.
1 minute too.
Oh no, of course. The police statement, of course, on the conversation we've just had, and that's the police arrest 4 persons in connection with a shooting incident at Nampala in the northern region. And it says the Ghana Police Service.
That's with the Tolon.
Yeah, the Tolon one we just talked about. So the Ghana Police Service has this afternoon arrested 4 persons, namely Majid Isa, Fodi Asiage, Kamara, Yakubu Semaila, and Alhaji Bashiru Muhammad in connection with the shooting incident at Nampala in the northern region, which led to the death of 1 person and the injury of another. The injured victim is currently receiving medical care, while the body of the deceased is taken to the morgue for preservation and autopsy. Okay. The suspects are currently in custody and assisting the police investigation. That's from the Ghana Police Service, and pictures of the 4 suspects are reproduced here.
Okay, and that is in relation to the Tolon case that we brought to you earlier. Very worrying development there, and this is where myself, Nadi Tete, and Ibrahim Alasan would knock off and make way for our colleagues Lantam Papanko and Natalie Fort to take over from the coverage. And it's a continuous coverage of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections across the country. We are live on GHOne television and also on Star 103.5 FM. Can you know that Dr. Adam Bona will still be here when our colleagues take over from us. Stay tuned in. We are live on Star, GHOne television, and on Facebook. This is your election hub. All right, I'm crossing over now to the studio with where Kweku Timing is.
And that we are tired of the announcement. You know, sale of the voting, and they know that if there is peace, it is the NDC that it will benefit, because the people will vote for us. So they want to scare the people by creating all forms of violence. We are hoping the police will be up to task and arrest each and everybody who foment violence. Keep them until after the elections.
So just a while ago, we were in one of the Manche palaces. I can't mention the name right, but at that point, we had the gentleman who was injured saying that, oh, it's people who have come from the NDC side who have injured me. One guy, I know him very well. Now we have you also saying, look, they are. So we're trading accusations at each other. But can you use the opportunity to foment peace even at this time and even later on? Because it is finally Ododo Diodio that would win tonight when everybody is safe and sound.
I think they have had their way too many times, and that is not to say that we also subscribe to what they do. No, we are calling on the security officials to make sure anybody who creates any form of violence is dealt with, arrested. That is the thing. If they don't, and the people keep doing and doing, how many times will someone stand idle for you to come attacking and creating all forms of discomfort? Definitely you push somebody and the person would want to retaliate. But when the offender is picked up, it will not get that far. There wouldn't have been a brawl. But you see, if you allow these things to happen, this is what happens. I'll take this opportunity to caution my people that we should ignore them. Let us focus on the jobs we have to do. Let us allow peace to prevail. After all, if they want to fight, let us leave them to fight themselves. Let us focus on the elections, monitor it, go from home to home, house to house, room to room, door to door, and get people to come out to vote. That should be our mandate right now. Let us ignore them. Whatever they do, let us let them be. But when it comes to counting of the ballots, and they decide to do anything to shortchange the will of the people, do not let it go. I'm telling you. Because you see, peace must come from two sides. You can't be hurting someone all the time and the person folding his arm behind his back.
But if you are a witness and you stay there and the papers are counted and genuinely it's for your opponents, are you willing to concede defeat?
If it is clear enough, genuinely, why not? I mean, I stand for the will of the people. If the people say so, but I've gone to the people, I've reached out to them, I've related to them, I've interacted with them, and they have told me that their vote is mine. And trust me, if we go for a peaceful election, absolutely peaceful elections, the MPP will not even get 30% of the votes. Take my word for it.
All right, so yes, we've been interacting with the NDC candidates. Honorable Ashi here. Honorable, thank you very much. I'm sure you'll go to other areas. We're grateful for the interview. So yeah, bringing you extensive coverage from the Ododo constituency. Yes, we're ending it right now. We're bringing it back to the studios with the assurance that very shortly counting will begin and we will be here to report all the details to you. Back to you, my team in the studio.
Ghanaians are going to decide and vote in the right direction. The country's economy is so bad, price of goods and services are too high, and that nothing is being expected. The majority of Ghanaians are expecting Mahama to be sworn in on the 7th of January 2024, and that's exactly what they want. If the mandate of the people is stolen, this country will be something else, because we are in a democracy. When your time is due and you have to go out, go away, let another president come in. Other than that, you don't know what is going to happen. But for today, now that voting hasn't started, you don't know what is going to happen.
Candidates for the constituency, and of course, he's been speaking about a few incidents that have been happening with regard to the election. The Ododo constituency, we know, has been one of the hot spots of this election, and it's one to watch. And my colleague Kwekuteming since morning has been reporting from the constituency. This is still our coverage of the elections here on GHOne television, on Star 103.5 FM, of course on Facebook, on Instagram, on X, and on YouTube as well. Just gone by, my colleagues Nadede Tete and Ibrahim Al-Hassan, who is the head of the political desk, have been engaging Dr. Adam Bona. Quite a number of incidents have been happening with regard to shootings. We understand that one person has died and another injured in the Tolon area of the country. We'll be getting some more updates from there as and when we have it. Of course, I want you to continue to stay tuned here to the EIB election happen. We'll make sure that we bring you all of those updates. Of course, I'm not here alone. My colleague Natalie Fort is here with me as well. Natalie, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Lantam. It's very good to be joining you now on this shift, as you mentioned, here on your election hub. We continue to bring you the very latest as it happens, and generally it's been peaceful. Generally, however, we've got these incidents of violence, as you just mentioned, Lantam, with a life that has been lost, which of course is not what anyone hopes to see. We have just pretty much about 2 hours up until polls close, and So we'll certainly be picking the thoughts of Adam Bona as well on these security implications that we're having and how it's likely to play out on events as a whole up until polls close. So do stick and stay with us here on your election hub, GHOne TV, Star 105.3 FM, and across all our sister stations.
Right, so very soon we'll be going to the Dadik Kotopong constituency, where my colleague Mary Apia is standing by. Of course, she's been monitoring the election process so far. We've got just a couple of hours before voting ends. It's already 3 p.m. and so it means in just 2 hours, voting is supposed to end. And I'm pretty sure, as you've been watching the EIB election hub, you've seen the press conference which was organized by Codeo, and they have been making some observations, especially with regard to voter turnout. It looks like at this time, voter turnout is still low. But of course, I will get into some of those issues here on your election hub. Let's now go to Dadik Kotopong. Mary Apia, is on standby to speak to us. Mary, thank you for joining us. Where exactly in the constituency are you? And what updates do you have for us? Right, Mary, I can't hear you. If you can unmute so that we can hear you clearly, so that you can bring us that update from the constituency. As we've got just about 2 hours more for the polls to close. We want to find out exactly what the situation is looking like at the various polling stations that have been toured, what the voter turnout is looking like, because it seems as though voter turnout is beginning to become a problem. We don't know whether or not people are going to be trooping in their numbers this evening. Mary, if you can hear me now, what's the update from Ladade Kutupong?
Right, so I'm currently
Right, Mary's sound and connection is not too good. It's not too good, and we'll try and rectify that so that we can bring you that update from the Ladade Kutupong constituency. But Dr. Adam Bona is still here in the studio with us. Of course, he had earlier been engaging Nade Tete and Ibrahim Al Hassan on some of the security issues, that have come up with regard to this election, which are quite worrying. And of course, we know that there is some more information that is coming up that he is picking up with regard to the security situation, especially as regards the incidents that happened in the Tolon area, where we understand that one person has been injured, another has also allegedly been killed. These are the reports that we're picking up. We also understand that somewhere in Obuasi, soldiers and civilians have been engaged in a scuffle. Dr. Buna, we know that you have been picking up some more information as far as these security issues are concerned. Is there any updates that you'd like to share with us?
Well, the update is that it looks like the police, I'm sure your colleague read the police's release, but yes. I think they should have also, I'm not sure, because from what I'm hearing, the MP who happens to be the incumbent member of parliament, I think is a chief whip or deputy chief whip.
Yeah, that's Habib Idrisu.
Yes, I'm told one way or the other he might have been involved, either directly or indirectly. So I'm not sure why his name is not among the people who have been picked up. The other thing I would want to add before I continue is that we barely have 2 hours to go. The Peace Council who asked for a peace pact to be signed is not talking. I think Dr. Edu Jemfi, my good friend, is a big brother, he needs to talk, because out of the peace pact, certain things were done. The military decided to pull out of the frontline election duties. But unfortunately, it looks like some rogue element within the military have decided to do otherwise. And so I don't want to believe the Peace Council is usually only interested in the optics, in the paper. Come sit, let's take tea, sandwiches, sign, celebrate and go, and people die. Because as we speak, I'm hearing allegedly someone might have also lost his life through a gunshot from a military officer of a sort. I'm just saying allegedly, not confirmed. We already have at least one person also dead in Tolong. What is Peace Council doing? I think Peace Council should immediately organize a press conference and ask the military to go by what they said they were going to do. If not, we have just barely 2 hours, less than 2 hours to close polls. So if polls closes and we are not careful, and people dressed in military fatigue or military, wear gear, decide to storm these facilities, what happens? It will be too late for us to respond. So and the Peace Council, I think that they have a duty to. How
much of an impact do you think is going to make?
No, mine is that you see, they should
now.
2020. What happened in Techiman? Yeah. I remember I called some members of the Peace Council before you came, you heard me speaking to somebody.
Right.
I called some of the senior people in this studio. I've called some people from the Peace Council and telling them they should talk. You see, mine is that, at least let's hear you talk. And what you said didn't have any impact than just keeping quiet and still telling me and making me believe that a mere signing of a peace pact would make impact. If today your statement would not make impact, then your peace pact you signed is not impactful as well. I don't know whether that logic and reasoning makes any sense. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Because if while the thing is going on, the violence, you signed a peace pact, you brought them together, and they signed a peace pact, and your belief is that it would have an impact. Some segment of, the people who signed the peace pact are fomenting trouble, are going against what they themselves have agreed they won't do. And so when you keep quiet, what are you telling all of us? That the peace pact you signed is impactful, but today when you talk, it won't have any impact. You talk, let's see whether it will have impact or not. Let's hear them call the bluff of the military and tell them, stay off. You see, these people who are doing this, and my fear, I'm only saying this, and I would say this without fear nor favor, and we are all Ghanaians. I don't fear. Some of us have gone past fear. You've gone past fear. Fear is psychological. I've gone past fear. Some of us, the fear for the larger society is that the moment you are shooting and the other guys the people you are shooting at begins to shoot, it is innocent people, apart from those shooting at one another, going to suffer some collateral damage. It is the innocent people in the middle who would suffer.
Who are most affected.
And so I just think that the Peace Council owes us that duty and responsibility to speak. Because your media houses were there recently. They made noise. These people said they won't sign.
It belittles the impact or the weight of the peace pact. I mean, initially we know that there were some concerns.
It's because they themselves, when the things are happening, they don't talk.
They're timid?
I don't know. I don't want to believe they are timid. Dr. Edu Jemfrey is not timid. George Amoa is not timid. I don't know why, because the things are happening now. You brought all the parties. The IGP signed, the military they signed, the political parties, even the person who also witnesses the CJ. I mean, all of them were there. And it is the Peace Council that brought them together with IDEC, I think. IDEC itself is not talking.
Right. And we'll touch more on that because these are...
Dr. Akwete is not talking.
Yeah,
they should be talking right now. They are not talking.
Yeah, Dr. Bona, so we'll even try and get them and touch a lot on these issues because these are very important issues that you're raising. But let's take you back to the Ododo constituency where my colleague Ketu South has been stationed the entire day and he's been bringing us all of the updates and he's got some more updates for us. So let's hear from Ketu South as to what the latest is.
Would always get you the information. We came in and he's undergoing some stitches. So I just tried to find out from him what exactly happened. Numo, how are you doing? And can you share with us? If you can adjust a little bit, we'll be grateful. What happened? You seem to be in a lot of pain.
Yes.
What happened really? You're an agent, right?
Yeah.
So what happened? How come you ended up here with all these stitches? I know it's painful, but try for us.
Hello.
Just try. What do you remember?
There is someone, a best friend of mine. I wanted to collect the book that we take the Electoral Commission this thing, and he's coming to collect it. Then I stopped him not to collect the book. That's why he punched me.
But this person you are saying is even your friend.
I know him. Sometimes we sit together at that place.
But you didn't expect that this was going to happen?
No.
So you say he was trying to pick a booklet away. But where was the police? The police are supposed to ensure that this does not happen.
The police was there, but I don't know what happened again. As he punched me, I don't know. I can't remember anything again because I was bleeding.
Now, they punched you and you have a cut. Is that what you are saying? And the cut has been stitched?
It was very something like metal, this thing. ring, and as he punched me, and I go off. So I didn't remember anything as I came here, and this is what I was facing.
Okay, so if you're watching us, we're live at the Manchagbona small community clinic right here. I would want to know your name. What's your name?
My name is Benjamin Odamite.
Okay, so Benjamin Odamite says he's a party agent. Somebody was trying to pick a booklet for MPP. Somebody was trying to pick a booklet. He tried to resist the person, and he received a punch on his face. You know, we've recorded these pockets of violence in here. It's been smooth all morning, but getting to the end of afternoon, we're witnessing little bits of violence coming in here. Benjamin has been injured, and we've shown you on our screens that, you know, if security is not beefed up in this community, it could end up in another thing. You say you know this gentleman. You know him very well.
Yeah, I know him.
But what does he do? Is he also a party agent?
Party? No, he's not a party agent. He's one of their NDC guru boys.
Our surprise is you don't know whether the police has picked this gentleman up or not. You said the police was present there.
They said the person has run away. So I don't know anything about it again.
But were you the only one who was attacked? Didn't you have your team? You are supposed to be 2 agents there. Nobody came to your rescue?
He was coming to collect the book. He said he wanted to turn the book.
But this book we're talking about, what book are we talking about here? What's that book? How precious is that?
The one with the pictures that we take. If you register, if you are coming to check your name, then we take. He said he's coming to take it and turn it.
But you were in possession of.
I was the one who is holding the distance, so I said I will not allow him. So he was making argument with him. So as I don't know, he punched me up. No.
Can you mention specific, for the sake of the security, can you mention specific the name of the polling station that you were operating?
Jamestown, Akamaji Manche Palace.
That's Manche Palace.
Akamaji Manche Palace.
Okay.
2.
Akamaji Manche Palace 2. Okay.
There's the chief side.
So yes, we have enough information to share with you. It's a difficult situation here. We would only urge the police to come in, ensure that some of these violence immediately are nipped to the bud. We are anticipating that within the shortest possible time, this gentleman who engaged in this act of violence will be picked up by the police. We'll follow up with the police and ensure that enough is done. So yes, you can see the atmosphere. We'll try to go there, but this is the clinic. That is Irene Jones Nelson Memorial Clinic. That's where the gentleman is currently receiving treatment. Just like we started from the clinic, we spoke to the gentleman. He said exactly that he sustained the injury because he was just guarding a paper. But just like we'd always do, we'll come to the grounds to affirm the story. I have the presiding officer here with me to share with us exactly what he saw. How you doing, sir? So this gentleman is injured. We've gone to see him with the stitches. Can you share with us exactly what you saw in your opinion?
Thank you very much. I was here this afternoon and I saw people thronging to this place. Okay. And just one started knocking the other here and blood started gushing out, and that was what I saw.
Okay, so share with us. The comment is that look, there was this ballot paper or whatever that they were guarding, and the one requested for it. What information did you get? I mean, when you inquired, what were they fighting over? What were they looking for?
Honestly speaking, I didn't know the reason why that scuffle happened.
But afterwards,
I just saw them coming towards our direction, and so we wanted to also protect ourselves and do whatever we could do. So I can't speak to the reason itself. What I saw is what I have to tell you.
You don't think it was concerning a booklet that they want, a booklet that they are supposed to be used
from the far end? It started from the far end. So that's where it started. So I can't possibly guess the reason.
Apart from this, have you witnessed any arguments, anything that you think there should be that beefing of security, especially within your area? What's the name of this area? And
Akumanje, Mancha Palace, 1B.
Okay.
1B. That's the name of the polling center. But I've not witnessed any such thing ever since the poll started.
All right, so Akumanje Mancha Palace is where we are. It's relatively calm now, but we cannot say that that's the situation. One person has been injured. We've confirmed it with images from the hospital. Benjamin has been talking about how he was attacked by one person. We cannot confirm if it's from any particular party, but he said, look, I was just guarding my books, I was just guarding my papers. One person decided to pick it from me. I resisted, and it landed in punches, which has led me to the hospital for it to be stitched. I've come here to confirm. However, they cannot confirm really what led to the fight, and that is why we are still inquiring. But for now, we have told you the story as it is, and the call for more security beef up, even as we go into count the papers later this evening, right from the heart of Odododio, that's the Akumanje Mancha Palace 1. My name is Ketu South, but I'll pass it back to you in the studio, and we're certain to stay on more as and when we have any information we will share with you. So back to you in the studio.
Right, very well. Thank you very much. That's my colleague Ketu South in the Odododio constituency reporting that a party agent has been injured. He's been engaging the party agent at a clinic. And this is not something which is too surprising coming from the Odododio constituency. And we're getting all of these reports from all over the place about a little pocket of violence here, a little pocket of violence there. Dr. Bona, how worrying is it at this point? You know, we're just, barely an hour, 30 minutes for polls to close, and we are beginning to pick up these signs. Is there a danger of chaos erupting eventually, close to the ending of the polls?
There is a danger of some eruption in some areas. I don't want to believe we are going to have a nationwide, violence. But the danger here is that it could have a ripple effect where, from one community to the other, it continues like that. And so I would want that preemptive measures will be taken now. I said I spoke to some persons within the Peace Council. I'm hoping that they will have a press conference to be able to smoothen the rough edges. Call, these people to stand down, those who want to take the laws into their own hands. Allow the police to do their work. The military should stay off our streets. Because then at the moment, we don't even know who is a proper military and who is not a proper military. But at least, I should be able to call somebody at the police headquarters or regional police, whatever, in their regions, and say, this person, do you know him? And they will say, yes, it's one of us or not. But the military, who do you call? That's a problem. Dr. Akwete of IDEC, he and the Peace Council teamed up for a peace pact.
Yeah.
They worry us that there has to be a peace pact. And some of us kept saying that a mere signing of a peace pact without dealing with the root cause of these violence in elections will not help us. But they still went ahead. And I thought that as these things are unfolding now, it begs the question, why have the Peace Council and IDEC not come together to say these are the terms of the pact we signed? The fallout or out of the pact we signed, the military agreed they will stay away from frontline election duties.
Yeah.
It looks like some rogue elements within the military are going back. So that is actually enforcing civilian hoodlums who probably, because then if the military says we are not going to be part of it, and eventually they begin to be part of it, then hoodlums civilians who have guns and said, well, if the military will not be part of it, we won't also get involved, will now have, call it the excuse to be there. Because if those we have trained professionally with guns and all that go out there to shoot at people when they are not supposed to be there, the police didn't invite them. Where they went to, you can see people were not fighting. They went there and started, giving warning shots. And I'm told, I don't know whether it is true, that somebody might have lost his life. It's yet to be confirmed. But if that is the case, it's unfortunate. So I think you, the media, you owe Ghanaians that duty to call Dr. Akwete and the Peace Council. Let's hear from them. Are they happy? Obviously not. Right. But we need to know, how do they feel about what is going on? If they are happy with it, Natalie, I don't know what we have to do. I don't think so. But it speaks louder, because then we saw what was going to happen. The security task force did as much as possible to even bring us to where we are. So if this thing was left in the hands of the police, I don't think we'll see this nonsense going on. You can see what your TV, what you are showing now.
So this is Obuasi. Yes, some of the images from Obuasi that you were speaking, to earlier. With military personnel. I don't think the military personnel have been called to come and help in any situation.
Nothing.
So why are
the civilians are you see there? You see
why are they there? So that is the question, because we were told specifically and emphatically by the military that they are going to be where they are, and when they are called to come in,
the unlikely events that they're called.
Yes, they come in. So it begs the question. So the military should probably even be issuing a statement, in this regard, as to what these uniformed officers were doing there. Are they actually in the military? Right. Are they supposed to be there, or are these people impersonating military, officers? Right. We need all of those questions answered, because as far as we know, the military have said they are not going to be there.
Conduct, actually, that
and these people should be punished. You see, after elections, these military officers are criminals. They are not supposed to. It's a shame to the CDS and his people. Coas, the chief of army staff. This is a shame. Yes, complete shame.
And their name tags are similarly covered.
As Lantam just said, are they in fact military personnel? First of all, we have to confirm that. And if they are, as you're saying, Dr. Bonaita, it's quite disgraceful.
It's disgraceful. Right. How? What are you doing in civilian populated areas? Because obviously we haven't seen anyone fighting, but they just appeared there, and look at what they are doing, filming people. Is it part of a military officer's
conduct of a military?
Look at, is that part of a military officer's work to go for an operation and you are filming? What are they there for? Because their paymasters have sent them.
And this should be dealt with immediately.
No, I think people should resist them. Right. You see, mine is that there should be all-out resistance. The military should know that we've gotten to a point where Ghanaians are saying, we don't need you in populated areas. Just be off. When we need you, we would bring you in. But this form of intimidation is uncalled for. I am sad. It's a shame. I haven't actually looked at, maybe because I was watching on my phone, I didn't really see this clear.
The extent of it.
This is just a shame.
Yeah. So this is from Obuasi, and that is the situation there. We'll try and get to our correspondents in the area to bring us some updates as far as this is concerned. We'll also wait and see if the military are going to issue a statement in this regard, because up till now we are not sure if these individuals that you just saw in the video are actually military officers or they are impersonating military officers, because like Dr. Adam Bona has been saying, and as we've been told by the military, they are not supposed to be in any of these vicinities as far as voting is concerned, right? And so we'll find out. But we will speak to some of our correspondents. Natalie, we have Christian Kobikwashi joining us.
Yes, earlier there was an incident reported in Ketu South, and so we're going to be heading to our correspondent there, Christian Kobikwashi, who's going to be giving us the latest and what the situation looks like now. Christian, can you share with us what currently is happening there?
Yes, Natalie.
difficulty hearing him, but we're working the Zoom to have that clearer. But confusion has reared its head again at St. Teresa polling station in Ketu South, as persons reportedly attempted to drive into the polling center with ballot papers allegedly already thumbprinted in favor of Daquan Newman, that's the MPP parliamentary candidates. They were attacked by the youth and ballot papers have scattered all over. The driver and 3 passengers in the white pickup later sped off. And so we are reaching Christian Kobi Kwashi, they are correspondent, who will give us a detailed breakdown as to what the situation looks like now. But these are just more pockets of violence that we are witnessing, which remain concerning with less than 2 hours to the close of polls. But that's the situation as you see on your screen in Ketu South specifically. Kwashi now joins us, our correspondent joins us there from Ketu South via phone. Christian, what's the current development? Can you share with us what the situation is like now?
Right, Natalie, if you can hear me, I was saying that there were some pickup, unknown persons in some pickup trying to enter the Ketu South constituency, specifically St. Teresa School, where we have about 5 polling stations here, and then they were trying to enter with some fake complaints in here for the NPP parliamentary candidate, Daquan Newman, and everything is set now, and then there is peace because the security were at the main entrance, and then they were trying to, put them aside so that they don't get to enter the center. Yeah, so everything is very okay now. There is peace, and then the voting is currently ongoing peacefully. But then I have one gentleman right here with me who were here and then saw whatever happened. So I want to switch to him, and then he is going to tell us what exactly happened right here at the St. Teresa's School Center. Right. So, Mr. Gentleman, good afternoon. Welcome to GHOne TV.
Hello, welcome.
Right. So, you were here when the happenings were going on. What can you tell us? What happened?
Some pickup just arrived here, and the people are working for Daquan Newman. Yeah. And as soon as the car was parked, we decided we don't want any car to enter into the police station, the school. So as soon as the car parked, then I was standing there. So a certain ladies came out from the car. So as soon as they opened the door, then I saw the papers in the car. Then I said, what is this? It looked like the papers that we are using to vote. Then I told my younger brother that, okay, Ibrahim, you just go and check what is in this car. So my brother too went, then he saw the papers. He said, oh, wow, is this papers? These papers are in the car. I said, oh, okay, then take my phone and do video for me. So whilst my brother went there and he's doing the video, he's afraid because he's taking video. Then I said, okay, you just come and stand here and watch the driver. So that I'll go and do the video myself. So as soon as I went there doing the video and things, and as the youth were standing outside and things, so they saw me, what is this guy doing? Taking video and things from the car and inside the car and things. What is going on? So them too, they came and watched what is inside the car. And they saw the ballot papers that they have already complete Daquan Newman. They have already done it. Then they said, so the youth start rushing. I'm saying that no, we should make this peaceful. Then they start rushing and they open the car. Then so as soon as one guy is waiting for Daquan Newman, then he came out. Then he saw that there are people are rushing this car. Then he went and called the driver. So as soon as the driver too came out, then policemen and things are already there. And they start doing doing some shiggy this thing. So then the driver tried to drive away. So that's what happened in Ketu South St. Teresa's School. Yeah.
All right, Natalie. So that is the current happenings that went on at the Ketu South constituency, specifically St. Teresa's School right here. So voting is still ongoing, and then as of now we have about 5 polling stations in here, and then everywhere is quiet. All the 5 polling stations are very quiet, and then people are just trooping in, and then because of what happened earlier on, now when you are trooping in from the main entrance, you are required to show your ID card before you can enter, because they don't want any other, interference from any other party or any other individual, right? So that is the current happening at the St. Teresa's School here in Ketu South constituency, Natalie.
Right, Christian Kwashi there joining us from Ketu South, our reporter stationed there, giving us the latest developments in that constituency. Now, we understand that the NDC is currently holding a presser, so we're going to bring you live visuals of that, and then we'll carry on with the discussion.
Find an opposition party raising concerns about the electoral process and criticizing the Electoral Commission and the incumbent government on issues of electoral malpractices and the manipulation of the electoral process. But what we've seen since last night, even before the commencement of today's general election, is a desperate ruling party, the NPP, which has decided to rather blame the opposition for attempting to rig the election. Blame the opposition for engaging in electoral malpractices and attempts to manipulate the election. This is very uncommon in our body politics. But if the allegations being raised by the New Patriotic Party were even true and grounded in fact, we will not be worried as an opposition party at all. What gives us cause to be concerned is the deliberate falsehood that is consistently being put out by the New Patriotic Party to unnecessarily escalate tensions, unnecessarily incite their goons and thugs to activate their election rigging ploy and to attack innocent civilians. That is what is at play. Deliberate falsehood calculated at inciting MPP thugs and hoodlums to attack innocent people and to undermine the ongoing process. First of all, the MPP held a press conference yesterday, and then the whole subject of that press conference was an allegation that the NDC constituency secretary for Ketu South had been arrested by some immigration officers for having thumb-printed ballot papers in his possession. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, this allegation is a bare-faced lie. The constituency secretary for the NDC in Ketu South has not been arrested by the police for having in his possession illegal ballot papers which he had thumb-printed for John Dramani Mahama. As a matter of fact, this constituency secretary was found by some immigration officers to have in his possession sample notice of polls. You know that as part of the campaign and voter education, all political parties print notice of polls. We print sample ballot papers which we use for voter education purposes. And so this officer of the party had in his possession sample ballot papers. These were not ballot papers. On the face of the ballot papers was written boldly, sample ballot paper. And the purpose of a sample ballot paper is voter education. And according to the constituency secretary, he was on his way to a community right on the border to educate voters there. And if you know that enclave very well, you will know that there are Ghanaians who live on the border and just across the border who ply their trade and do their business in Ghana, and vice versa. And that is a very normal phenomenon for all our border towns. So it is never true. And the proof that what the MPP said last night is total falsehood is that they were not able to adduce any evidence. They could not show you the said ballot papers. They could not. So clearly, this is a group of people who have seen that they are losing power. and have become so desperate, so vicious, as to churn out deliberate propaganda, deliberate falsehood to deceive the unsuspecting public, and through that incite their hooligans to resort to violence to undermine the peace and sanctity of the process currently ongoing. We decided to ignore these frivolous allegations for good reason, because as a political party, we are very focused on what matters on the ground, and we trust in the discernment of Ghanaians to separate lies from the truth. And so we didn't even think that it was important to dignify this frivolous, baseless, concocted fabrication with any response. But it's become necessary for us to set the record straight now, because the NPP clearly is not going to stop. They are going to hold a series of press conferences to churn out nothing but lies, just so they can incite their supporters against the NDC to engage in violence, to manipulate the process, to rig the election, as they have always done. And so a few minutes ago, the NPP held another press conference, and at this press conference they made two major allegations. One, they claimed that somewhere in the Ketu South, in the Ketu South constituency, the police has arrested an officer of the Electoral Commission for what they describe as tearing off the top parts of the ballot paper for this election. And according to them, that top part which was torn off was the part of the ballot paper which has the image of the NPP presidential candidate, Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia. So, according to the NPP, this is evidence that the NDC wants to rig the election. Now, we will show you a picture of that ballot paper. And so, if those in charge of the screen are ready, I want that ballot paper projected, and also show us the official statement issued by the Ketu South constituency secretary responding to the dubious and frivolous allegations that were leveled against him by the NPP yesterday. Now, ladies and gentlemen, even before I show you this, exhibit, the question we should all ask ourselves is, does the Electoral Commission work for the NDC? Emphatically, no. So, if an electoral officer of the EC, okay, so let me take you back. This is the rejoinder issued by the constituency secretary of the NDC in the Ketu South, Ketu North constituency, Ketu North constituency. And he gives a blow-by-blow account of the incident that happened, and the fact that he was not arrested at all, and the fact that the ballot papers in his possession were sample ballot papers meant for voter education. The NPP has not been able to adduce a scintilla of evidence to buttress the allegation they made last night just to create false alarm. They have not been able to do that. And we dare them to come out with the basis of that allegation if they have one. Now let's quickly go to Ketu South. Show us that torn ballot paper. Show us that torn ballot paper, which the NPP claims is evidence of the NDC rigging the election. The torn ballot paper. Now, as we wait for that, what I was making is this. The Electoral Commission doesn't work for the NDC. The Electoral Commission is supposed to be an independent constitutional body mandated to conduct public elections in Ghana. So if one officer in the whole of Ghana, out of 40,000 polling stations, one presiding officer of the Electoral Commission, in tearing a particular ballot paper from the ballot booklet, makes a mistake according to him and tears not the whole top part of the ballot paper but a small part of the ballot paper which had the image of Bawumia. How is this? Look at the small part which was torn. It is this ballot paper that the NPP claims is evidence of the NDC rigging plots as far as this election is concerned. Nothing could be further from the truth. Clearly you can see that this is yet another frivolous allegation by a desperate, failed political party who can smell defeat coming. And so they've resorted to all manner of frivolous allegations just to incite their hooligans and their thugs to engage in violence and manipulate the electoral process. This was not done by an NDC officer. it was done by an Electoral Commission officer. And so if anybody ought to be blamed, it is the Electoral Commission and not the National Democratic Congress. It's as simple as that. In fact, we are even concerned because chances are that that voter might have voted for the NDC candidate. But if this ballot paper is rejected, that ballot that goes against the NDC. And so we even have an issue with the Electoral Commission. But of course, when you are dealing with an election being manned by human beings, you must, as a reasonable person, give room for human error. There must be a margin of error. And so you just don't pick one case like this out of 40,000 polling stations and then say that the NDC, which is not responsible for tearing ballot papers for voters, is the one responsible for this. These guys are just wasting everybody's time. Then the last allegation they made this afternoon is that the son of the NDC constituency chairman for Atrema-Kwangoma in the Ashanti region has been caught with 76 ballot papers. And so it is evidence that the NDC wants to rig this year's election. Again, this is another frivolous allegation by the NPP. Number one, the young man in question is not even per the preliminary information we have received from our executives in Atrema-Kwangoma. He's not even of voting age. He's a minor, number one. Number two, the young man has a mental problem. And number three, the young man was not caught with ballot papers. He was caught with, or they found sample ballot papers in his custody. So here again, we are not talking about ballot papers, but sample ballot papers meant for voter education. And because this is a young guy with, a mental issue, he went on the frolic of his own to this police station for reasons best known to him, and he was caught. That cannot be evidence of the NDC trying to rig an election with sample ballot papers. Who rigs an election with sample ballot papers? When any reasonable man ought to know that during the sorting process, that sample ballot paper will be flagged as a foreign material and removed from the ballot papers, which will be eventually counted and the votes collated and declared. So clearly, this is another frivolous allegation. These are the three allegations the NPP have been making against the NDC since last night. These are vexatious. These allegations are vexatious. They are totally baseless. They are symptomatic of a political party who are desperate to hold on to power even when they have seen that power is leaving them. And you in the media ought to fact check them and call them to order, because this is deliberate disinformation by the NPP aimed at escalating tensions and inciting the attacks. I want to repeat that for emphasis. To engage in retribution, violence, to manipulate the peace and sanctity of the ongoing electoral process. Now, ladies and gentlemen, having dealt with the three frivolous allegations from the NPP, let me now show you real evidence of rigging that the New Patriotic Party has been found to be engaging. Real evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier this morning, in Pokuase, in the Amasaman constituency, at a hotel called Royal End Hotel, our supporters, led by our regional youth organizer, Amos Blessing, got intel. The NPP had assembled 4 young people there who had in their possession electoral materials in the nature of ballot papers, BVD machines, and even printers and cash. And that these young people were there printing a lot of ballot papers for the purpose of ballot stuffing. So they got wind of this information and besieged the hotel. They managed to break inside. They went and caught these people, and lo and behold, the intel was spot on. 4 young people with BVDs, with printers, with ballot papers, not sample ballot papers, We dare the MPP to show one ballot paper found in the custody of any NDC supporter or agent for the purpose of ballot stuffing or for undermining the sanctity of this process. We have found a lot of ballot papers in the custody of these 4 NPP miscreants. And they had BVD machines, biometric verification devices, which are used for the sole purpose of voting. They have printers, they have cash. So let's see, we'll show you some of those pictures. In fact, if you go on my Facebook wall, I've already put that out, and we will also show you some before you leave here, for you to know that what we are talking about is totally factual. These guys were caught at Royal Inn Hotel with these ballot papers, biometric verification devices, and printers, cash. And it will interest you to know that they had already printed the ballot papers for Alhaji Bawumia. All the ballot papers have been printed for Alhaji Bawumia. They have been printed for the NPP parliamentary candidate for Trubu and the NPP parliamentary candidate for Amasamai. And so, screen guys, I just forwarded to you those pictures. If we can have some of them on the screen, it will be good. Now, the second one has to do with an incident that happened at Xenia Hotel in Accra earlier today. And this was a case of NPP executives in the Ladede-Kotopong constituency who had in their custody the device, the official device that the Electoral Commission uses for the purpose of voter transfer. It will shock you to know that on this day, election day, the NPP had camped a lot of young people at Xenia Hotel, and they were actually transferring, we don't know where they vote originally, but they were transferring their votes to Ladade-Kotopong so that they could vote at Ladade-Kotopong here in Accra. We got wind of it, and led by our constituency secretary, Fabuno, and some media men, we went there and we busted them, and the police arrested them. TV3 actually did a story on that. And so if you can show us the Xenia Hotel video, even as you make the Royal Inn Hotel videos ready. Xenia Hotel video, let's have that one on the screen. The Xenia Hotel video. Yes, so that is the Xenia Hotel video. This happened in Accra just this afternoon. And TV3 was there, their correspondent Komla Kluche was there. The MPP candidates had camped these people there. And on election day, they had access to the voter transfer device. And they were transferring people to Ladade-Kotopong so that they can vote today in Ladade-Kotopong. How did they get that device, which should be in the custody of only the Electoral Commission? So we are not making frivolous allegations. The media was there. This video I actually got from TV3, and you can confirm from Kwamla Kluche that it did happen. Now, if are the Royal Inn Hotel pictures ready? Okay, so we will show you the Royal Inn Hotel ready, and that one you see ballot papers, not sample ballot papers. Now let's put that aside and talk about an incident that has happened in Tolon in the northern region of Ghana. So can we see the pictures? In Tolon, what happened today was that in Nyankpala, specifically the Nyankpala campus of the University of Development Studies, UDS, the MPP candidate, parliamentary candidate for Tolon, Habib, the deputy chief whip for the minority caucus in parliament, was found distributing or sharing money to some of the students there to vote for him. And he was doing this with MPP officials. So our NDC supporters, when they got wind of this, went there to confront them, and it led to some heated exchanges. Habib and his men then left the scene and then returned few minutes after with guns. They went to the Nyankpala campus and started shooting indiscriminately. Nobody got hurt at the campus. They scared the people away and everybody, ran from the scene. On their way out from the Nyankpala campus of UDS, at the entrance they saw an NDC shed with some innocent NDC supporters seated under the shed. Immediately they saw them seated on benches under the shed. They opened fire on them without any provocation. And they murdered one person in cold blood at the spot. Another was seriously injured and is currently at the hospital undergoing treatment. This is not the only picture. Show us more pictures. The Nyankpala, show us more pictures. So you are engaged in vote buying. You are confronted by NDC supporters. So the one who died, you can see him under that. This is an NDC shed. If you look at the far right hand side, you see NDC written on something on a bench there. And you see the person under there. They shot him and killed him. This is not a tag. This person clearly might have voted and was seated under that shed. He did nothing wrong. They opened fire on him and murdered him in cold blood. And yet these people have the effrontery to call press conferences and rather accuse the opposition for trying to rig an election. This is how evil they are. Can you show us more pictures? There are more. Show us more pictures. The pictures of the bullets. The bullets which were found at the scene when they shot at the people and killed them. Okay, so this is what has happened. A very sad, condemnable incident that has happened in Tolon. Then, a few minutes ago, we also had a very shocking incident happening in Kwadaso constituency, very close to the SDA hospital. Kwadaso constituency in the Ashanti region, where our national organizer with the Ashanti regional vice chair of the party picked intel that the MPP was storing some ballot papers, not sample ballot papers. That is the difference between the issues we are putting out there and what the MPP is disturbing the nation with. And so they followed that intel since yesterday, and today they got the spots where these ballot papers are being stored. So they went in there, broke into the place, and ladies and gentlemen of the media, it will surprise you to know that we found over 500,000 ballot papers at that location. And we have a video of that. So show us the Yamin video. 500,000 ballot papers. Not sample ballot papers or notice of pool. Ballot papers, 500,000 of them. 500,000 of them. Kwadaso, it was found in a house. No, it's a video. It's a video. What I'm asking for is actually a video of Yamin. So, but let's go sequentially. Okay, so this is a Yamin video. Can we get audio coming through?
Yes. Let's send a small video.
Okay. So everything you see there in the envelopes are all ballot papers. Yes. Ballot papers in boxes like that. These are all ballot papers. Ballot papers. Please repeat the video. Repeat the video. This is Kwadaso, and we have reported it to the police. We are inviting the media there to go and take a look. 500,000 ballot papers.
Oh, okay. Yes. Just send a small video. Okay.
All right. Yes. So now let's go to the Royal Inn Hotel picture, the one that you put on. Let's go to all those pictures and let's show you what happened at Pokuase Royal Inn Hotel. Now go next image. That is a printer which was found at Royal Inn Hotel. Next image. Yes, CCTV footage of the guys, some of the guys who were arrested. Next image. This one of the devices they were using. Next image. Yes, next image. Next. So this is a guy who was leading them, who has been arrested by the police. And we will actually give you the video of when they were put into the police vehicle and were taken away from the said location. And I have personally brought this to the attention of the CID boss. Do you have an image? Yes, so this is when they were... No, show us the video. That's our regional youth organizer confronting them. Continue the video, even as I run the commentary. That's the printer. The BVDs are in. And please, can you show the picture of the ballot paper so that people will know that this was not sample ballot papers, but real ballot papers? That picture is there. So you can see, we will share all these things to you. You can see the top of the ballot paper is written the ballot paper. This is not a notice of pool. It is not a sample ballot paper. It is ballot paper. And that is what they were printing today. And they had printed all for Bawumia, the MPP PC for Amasamai, and the MPP PC for Trouble. And the police is aware of this. They have effected the arrest. So that is it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, we've been quiet not because we are oblivious or unaware of the shenanigans of the MPP and the Electoral Commission aimed at manipulating the electoral process and rigging this election. We are very much aware. We are on top of what is going on, but we've been focused on the process, and we've been focused with our agents across over 40,000 police stations in this country, policing the process, making sure that even as they plan, they don't succeed in executing their plan. And so a lot has happened. I'm sure you are aware of the closure of our borders for the sole purpose of preventing Ghanaians who live across these borders from coming in to vote. It's the most nonsensical decision that has been taken in the processes leading to this year's election. Because as I speak to you now, people are flying into Ghana. I have a friend who flew from America into Ghana this morning to vote. And so if people can fly from foreign countries into Ghana to vote, why can't people travel by road into Ghana through approved security checkpoints and border points to come and vote? They just want to disenfranchise Ghanaians who live in these border towns, who live in Togo, Burkina Faso, and have the desire to return home to vote, legitimately exercise their right to vote as Ghanaians. That is what we have done since 1992. But to disenfranchise them, they have prevented them. And this has gone on from morning till now. Aside that, contrary to what we were told by the military high command, we've seen the deployment of a lot of soldiers. And I'm sure that you in the media, you've seen that yourself. They are everywhere. They are at polling stations. They are roaming everywhere, having needless confrontations with voters. The level of military deployment we are seeing today, we have never witnessed anything like that in the history of Ghana. We know that the military command is not in support of that. We know that the CDS is not in support of that. But we know that President Kufuor, Alhaji Bawumia, who are desperate to hold on to power, even though they know that their time is up and the people have had enough of their tyranny and their misgovernance, are determined to hold on to power through the power of the gun and not through the power of the thumb. And that is why they have done this. And they are working with their pliant tools and collaborators in the military. But we know that in that same military, there are men and women of conscience. Men whose fidelity is to the Republic of Ghana. Men who have respect for the oath they have sworn. And men who are working tirelessly, even as I speak, to protect all of us. Men who are standing ready to intervene if there is any security situation which overwhelms the Ghana Police Service. We know that Ampari and his men are doing their part. And we salute all noble men and women in uniform who are doing their work professionally and diligently. But for the NPP thugs who have been clothed in military uniforms, and some military officers who have been deployed for the purposes of causing mayhem, for the purposes of aiding the NPP to implement their Reagan plan, please advise yourselves. Get mean business this time around. Violence cannot win this election. Only the will of the people of Ghana will prevail. And so, be mindful of the fact that what is going on today is at the heart of the democracy of Ghana. The future of our country, the peace and stability of Ghana depends on this. And so, don't go ahead with the evil plots you've hatched with the NPP to shoot innocent people and kill innocent people. The military high command through the CDS have told all of us that the military will have no primary role as far as election security is concerned. They are only to intervene when they are called upon to do so by the Election Security Task Force, chaired by none other than the IGP. That is an arrangement that all stakeholders have accepted for the ongoing process. And let's all respect that, because Ghana is all we have. And we must all behave responsibly, whether you're a military man or an ordinary civilian, and ensure that the process will be peaceful from now till the election outcome is declared. That is what John Mahama and the NDC stand for. We are absolutely committed to the peace of this process, but we will resist any attempt by any thug, hooligan of the NPP, clothed in military apparel or any form of security apparel, to engage in violence or to cause mayhem at any police station or collation center. Not too long ago, we had a very unfortunate incident at Obuasi, where our constituency communication officer boldly stood up to two military men holding sophisticated weapons who were trying to. What is this of a military officer at a police station at this stage of the electoral process, when there was no issue at that police station, no security situation at that police station? And I want to salute that comrade of ours for standing his ground against the intimidation. And if we can quickly see that video, for those of you who have not seen that video, that is our constituency communication officer. Put all these videos out, you know. So, ladies and gentlemen, just by way of quick, number one, the essence of this press conference is to set the record straight and to lay the facts bare that the allegations that the NPP have been making since last night against the National Democratic Congress relative to the ongoing electoral process are all frivolous and baseless. There is no shred of evidence to back any of those allegations they have made. They are making these frivolous allegations because they know they are losing. They are very desperate, and so they have resorted to putting out false information. They've resorted to this deliberate disinformation campaign in order to incite their facts to engage in baseless retribution and violence so as to rig this year's election. And it is about time the media and the security services called them to order. It is not true that our constituency secretary for Akache North was arrested with any ballot papers. He was not arrested at all. What was found in his possession were mere sample ballot papers. And if the MPP disputes this, we dare them to put out the evidence. Number two, the issue that happened at Ketu South, which has to do with a small part of a ballot paper being torn by a presiding officer of the Electoral Commission, has absolutely nothing to do with the NDC. The EC doesn't work for us. And so if an officer of the EC has mistakenly torn a part of a ballot paper, that blame should be put at the doorstep of the Electoral Commission. The NDC has no hand in that, and we even take a strong view of that incident. Number three, the allegation that the son of the constituency chairman of the NDC for Akrema Kwangoma has been caught with 76 ballot papers for the purposes of ballot stuffing is also frivolous. The person in question is underage. He has a mental issue, and what was found in his possession were sample ballot papers, not ballot papers. And we dare the MPP to put out evidence.
So that was Sami Jemfi speaking, National Communications Director of the NDC, addressing these vote rigging claims that the NDC is making towards the MPP, specifically some breaking news having come through from the Ashanti region in Kwadaso, where the NDC reports that in a home within Kwadaso, 500,000 ballot stuffing observed there, and one arrest has been made. Well, currently, the Electoral Commission is holding a press conference. Let's go over to that now.
And then, does it have any way of destroying the beauty of the exercise?
Vanessa from Metro TV. I think when my colleagues were asking questions, you were asking them to be specific. Is it that you are not seeing the videos that are going around? You are not seeing that. Okay. The reports that have been made by both sides, NDC and PP, and then the arrested polling station guy that tore off, I think, the first.
Oh, that was, we have mentioned
I know. So are you saying that with that and other things that are going on social media that are raising concerns, you've not seen that? Or you've not heard that? Or they are yet to bring that to your attention? Because it looks like...
Ready for school? Yes! My champs, they use a lot of energy as...
something like you... on those things, right? Thank you. Yes, I asked the question. The question is, are you saying that you've not seen the videos, the comments by both NDC and MPP on social media suggesting that both sides are, some printing already ballots, and then people are being caught in hotels? I give a specific, like Borgatanga. People have been arrested. Are you saying you've not seen that to address those? You've not seen it?
The last question.
Yes, stop.
You have already asked your question.
Just a last question in relation to the YND. I know Mr. Samuel Tete had explained earlier in relation to that, but we've seen on Fact Check Ghana issuing a release that, yes, indeed, it is true that 1,200 ballot papers went missing at YND, and so it will serve the interests of everybody if the Electoral Commission can clarify that again for us.
Okay. So, first, with respect to the rains disrupting the activities at Medina, voting ends at 5 o'clock. So if it rains and it stops before the 5 o'clock, we will still give room for people who are in the queue, and we will handle them up to the time that we clear the last person in the queue. So voting does not start does not stop at 5 o'clock. But when there are people in the queue, we will cover them up to the time that we'll cover the last person. So I don't think the rain disrupting for some time will have any effect on the elections. With regard to the Lomnava BVD challenge, it has not come to our attention. So we will call the officers concerned and verify, and if it is true, it should be addressed. Because we have the main BVD, we have a spare BVD, we have the power bank, and we have spares at the district and at the region. So I will be surprised that if the two that were allocated are not functioning well, the officers will have to fall on the district for the district spares. If you do it one fail, there are regional spares. So some of these things, till you talk to the right person, you may end up giving the wrong information. So we don't want to comment on the one we are not on top of that. But I will be surprised that it's a good true story. Then with respect to videos of ballots, security and the rest, and the social media issues and the rest. That's why before you ask your question, I was talking of let us be very careful of, come again. That is exactly so. So that's why I wanted you to be specific, because we have had a lot of them. When you go and check from our officers, you will hear that it is not true. That's why I was saying be specific, so that if it is, for example, we had the one from Achuma Kwanguma, about some 79 ballots. I don't know whether you had it. We talked to this officer personally. He said you also heard of it. And when you followed up, he said that it is now with the regional commander. So in such a case, what do you say? So till you have the facts about it, you cannot speak to it. Because you cannot come here and chant half-truths. Other than that, will be deceiving you. So if it's only when you give very specific, then we see whether they are in line with those that we heard, that they have turned out to be false. Then we can talk to that. So the mention of NDC and people doesn't change anything. Till we have the facts, we cannot talk about issues that we are not so sure of. And don't think that any information you see in the social media is the truth. Be very careful about that. So you too can also find out, cross-check and be sure that what you are hearing or seeing, are they the truth? So it doesn't follow that once it has been in the circulation, that means they are the truth. With respect to the Nyampara shooting incident, we've heard of that. We have contacted the IGP. They're also working around it. So now we have also been confirmed that one person has been shot dead, but the security people are doing the investigation and they are on top of the situation. So in order not to make any comment that will escalate issues, let's allow it and let the security people work on that. The voting is ongoing. Mr. Te will now talk to the Yendi issue.
Okay, so with respect to the Yendi issue, we've spoken with the regional director. We've also spoken with the district electoral officer and then the returning officer. Currently, voting is ongoing at all the polling stations, and we have not had any reported incidents of ballot shortage. So that is the situation. There was an earlier mix-up with the validating stamp, which we need to correct. Yes, it has the presidential as well as the parliamentary embossed on the validating stamp. But as explained earlier, it does not render the ballot paper invalid. You can clearly see the presidential ballot as well as the parliamentary ballots. So the swapping of the two does not invalidate the ballot paper. Thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for coming. Our next press update will be at 6 o'clock. 6 p.m.
Officials of the Electoral Commission, the EC, addressing the media there, taking questions from the media as it pertains to these incidents of violence within some constituencies. And Lantam, I mean, we've obviously, just returning briefly to the involvement of the military, there's some comments coming through from Wasa East, from the residents of Wasa East, where the residents have allegedly prevented military officials from accessing polling stations. And they had made comments such as the military should bring it on, they'll be taught a lesson by Ghanaians, the resistance is on, we're not born cowards, no military would intimidate us, we'll fight back with everything we have, the military should go back to the barracks. So these are just some of the responses from residents of that community as it pertains to the involvement of the military.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. And there's the discovery of 500,000 plus ballot papers in Ashanti, and also they said where they caught some ballot papers in Accra here. What was the name of the location?
About 1,200 ballot papers,
yes,
according to Fact Check, and that's one of the questions that journalists
you get it, and it may seem like it could be a ploy. Maybe we have more of this out there, and so I think that people should be vigilant. They shouldn't allow vehicles to go anywhere closer to where the EC staff are, and it's the reason why some of us said the more the people are at a polling center, the better. The better. They should just sit where I voted. Very peaceful. There were people sitting around under trees. So when you get there, you ask yourself, hey, but you go in there, you know you are going to do the right thing. I went in there. In fact, I didn't even have my voter's ID. When I got there, so they took my surname and then they checked. Then they said, oh, I'm there. Then they scanned.
Right, so this is something that the National Communications Officer of the NDC, Sami Jemfi, addressed earlier when we're bringing you a live update from the NDC's headquarters where he was addressing the media. And the information is that some 500,000 ballot papers have been discovered at a house in Kumasi, Kwada. So we understand that some of the individuals who were found out to have these ballot papers in their possession were attempting to thumbprint these ballot papers. So these are live images coming from the house. The police personnel are there. Isaac Justice Bediako is our man on the ground.
The
the NDC intelligence team led by the national organizer Joseph Yame and Ashanti Regional Deputy Chairman Captain Jabari have identified a house where they have identified ballot papers that has not been thumb-printed, and they suspect that it is going to be used by the New Patriotic Party for rigging in this particular election. According to Joseph Yame, they picked the intelligence yesterday, and so they track it till around 3 p.m. That was where they identified the house in which these ballot papers have been kept. And so together with the Ashanti Regional Police Command and heads of security agencies, they have all arrived here. As you can see from the background, they have seen it. So currently they are having conversation around the whole thing to look at how best they would address this issue. I understand that they are going to offload them from the house, then they take it to their police headquarters where other investigations will be conducted into the whole thing. The national organizer of the NDC, Joseph Yamin, leader of this operation, is here. Let's speak to him and find out from him how they identify this house and who is the owner of this house and what he has seen in the room that they entered. Honorable, you are live on GHOne TV. Tell us, what have you found in this house as you are all here together with the heads of security in the region?
Oh, we found ballot papers, presidential ballot papers, numbering about 50 or more parcels, and each parcel contains 50 booklets of 100 leaflets in this room. And we picked this intel yesterday that the MPP are hiding some presidential ballot papers that they intend.
Yes, so this you have seen the things. As you can see from the background, the police they are offloading the ballot boxes from the ballot papers from the room where it was kept. You know, it had been sealed beautifully, so the police is offloading it into the headquarters for further investigation. That is what you see at the background. Now, let's continue with the interview. So you said you started tracking it yesterday.
Sure, yesterday. So we came around. The difficulty was finding out the exact location of these ballot papers. And as at 11 p.m. last night, we were still within the same vicinity trying to locate it. We couldn't locate it, but we left men around to still police this area to see if some conveyance will be noticed. So this morning we again started searching because our intel still keeps telling us that the staff is still within the vicinity. And fortunately for us, we finally found it in this house. We came in, saw some ladies here, then started searching the house because at this point we were 100% sure that the papers were in this house. Unfortunately, when we entered the first room, we saw parcels packed in there. And when we broke the seal of one, ballot papers fell out of it. And that is what you see the police packing. So just after that, we immediately called the regional police command that this is what we have found here. And that has brought them around to want to verify. Indeed, if you see them packing, then it means that truly, yes. But I'm sure they are going to bring some papers that are not wrapped in this brown paper bag.
Have you checked to authenticate it? I'm sure you have seen it. I have not seen the one that you removed, but have you authenticated it?
Sure, we have done that. We broke seal one full parcel that 50 ballot booklets fell out of it. I'm sure they are going to bring them out. Everybody knows, it's clear. It's the exact copy of what we are using in voting right now. Yeah.
And are you surprised at this? Because the NDC keeps saying that this election is all about vigilance. If you are not vigilant, they will cheat you. So is that the reason why you guys have been so vigilant, coming into people's house, searching what they have there?
Yeah, of course. You see, I always say that if the MPP are confident to say they will break the 8, then it means that they are stepping on something, because they have performed abysmally. And so the only way they can break the 8 is to rage, is to steal. And the only way to steal is to get some ballot papers or to use the electronic means of manipulating figures. So we have always been suspicious of the MPP printing some of these booklets. And what we needed to do was to find out where these booklets have been located. Now we will make sure that it's been apprehended. That is exactly what we have done. So our suspicions were right anyway, because we have found them around. We are just keep eyeing, because this is not the only location. We have gone to several locations that unfortunately we found nothing. But that doesn't mean that we still don't have some in other locations. But as I speak with you, our people are still in some of these areas that we suspect might have some of these things. And our people are also on the move, that around this same time they may want to go in, do some ballot stuffing, changing of ballot papers. That one is also being policed as we speak with you now.
So you are leaving no stone unturned in this election, Ashanti in particular?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. We are not. And that exactly is what is going to bring John Mahama the 30% more plus votes in Ashanti region. We make sure the MPP don't get their way to manipulate this election.
Turnout has not been good. I went to a polling station right there, Women Training Center, Kwadaso. As at now, they have not recorded 50% in Kwadaso. Aren't you guys concerned about the turnout in this election, Ashanti in particular?
I would have been surprised if the turnout was high, looking at the disappointing nature of development in this region. I would have been surprised to see people clamoring out, going there. If you see high numbers out there, those numbers are going for the NDC. So I'm not surprised that you say a whole polling center is recording less than 50% when we have just about an hour. It's not even up to, it's just about an hour to go. The MPP have performed abysmally poorly in the history of this country. The worst ever government that this region has ever had is this government.
So now back to the ballot papers that you have confiscated. It is a private home. As we speak now, they are loading it in the pickup, and the pickup bucket is almost full to capacity. Now with what you have observed, packing, where are you sending these ballot papers to?
We are citizen vigilantes. Our job is to uncover anything, and when we do that, it is the duty of the police to decide, because it's a criminal issue. So the police now takes over. Ours is just to be here for them to come. We'll make sure that these things get safely to the final abode where they should be. But what will happen to this, how measures are going to be put in place for it, is not our business. We have done our work to ensure that these things do not get into the ballot boxes just because some people have access to it.
With what we are seeing now, looking at how people have trooped here, the security people.
Right, so that's Isaac Justice Bediako in the Ashanti region, speaking to national organizer of the NDC, Joseph Yamin, with regard to the reports that we got that some ballot papers have been intercepted at a house in Kwadaso, in Kumasi, that's in the Ashanti region. Let's take you live now to the NPP headquarters, where the NPP is addressing a press conference. Let's hear what the NPP has got to say at this point.
Centers are safe, because from the report that we've gathered from some parts of the country, our opponents, sensing that they are going to be defeated or they are going to lose the elections, want to cause chaos in some polling centers, particularly our stronghold. So we are calling on the police service, the security service, to be at the polling center. And when the collation has been done at the polling center also, We also want them to be stationed at the collation center. We in the MPP are very sure that the vote that has gone into the ballot boxes, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia will definitely come out as the winner in this year's elections. All that is important is for us to make sure is that we are very vigilant at all these centers, from the polling center to the collation center, and inshallah, victory shall be ours. Our people, you should rise up, you should be at all the places that you need to be.
So that's Justin Frimpong Kodia, that's the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, coming to you live from the MPP's headquarters. They are currently addressing a press conference. Earlier, we saw the National Communications Officer of the NDC, Same Jenfi, also address a press conference and speak to some of the violence that has erupted in the northern part of the country, which reportedly has left one person dead and others injured. And he also spoke to some 500,000 ballot papers that have been discovered at a house in Kwadaso, and Joseph Yamin and a few security officials, consisting of the police, the fire service, the prison service, were there at that house. And of course, you saw my colleague Isaac Justice Bediako engage the national organizer of the NDC, Joseph Yamin, on that particular subject matter. Now, we took you to the MPP's headquarters, where Justin Frimpong Kodia has also been addressing the media. And of course, he has been saying that it looks as though the opponents are in a desperate attempt to win the elections, and they're also trying to do some machinations. At this point, it's become accusations and counter accusations. So we've got barely 20 minutes more before it's 5 p.m. for the polls to close. And once the polls close at 5 p.m., we know that the ballots will begin to be counted. And already there are reports of some low turnout in the Ashanti region and in the eastern regions. But when the EC addressed the press earlier, they had described the voter turnout as generally fine, except for these two regions. Dr. Adam Bona is still with us here in the studio. And Doc, of course, you've just witnessed all that has been going on, from the press of the NDC to Isaac Bediako's report, and then now to what Justin Frimpong Kodia is saying, vis-a-vis all these other things that have been happening. Okay. Right, I was just about to bring you in, Doc, but I understand that we've got to go back to the NPP's headquarters to bring you that update, that press conference that Justin Frimpong Kodia was addressing.
Collation center so here bambwa and one day power. Now, yeah, one people there said the normal cost on information. You would DJ Cassia pass here, but Abanero near Dr. Alhaji Mahamudu Bawumia, no, I didn't know about to him, Madame Munamasi.
All right, so Justin Frimpong Kodia there has just addressed the media. Of course, in that last bit there, he was speaking in Account, and I think the last thing he said there is, at the end of the day, they believe that Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is going to be declared winner of the election. But Dr. Adam Bona, I was just coming to you before we had to cross over and hear the rest of that press conference. With all of these things, that have been going on, and with just 20 minutes for polls to close.
Minutes.
Yeah, well, 19 minutes now for polls to close. What is running through your mind with all of this information that is coming?
For me, I would want the ballot papers to be counted as
swiftly as possible,
and declarations quickly, flooding everywhere. And I will urge citizens to be 1000% vigilant and resist any magician who comes out there to try to do scheme, to do anything. Mine is that whoever would win as a member of parliament and as a president-elect should win clean and fair, because we shouldn't allow this country to go down the way. Anytime we finish one election or the other, then there's dispute as to whether he was legitimately elected or it was done fraudulently, and you don't know whether that guy there at Jubilee House is your president or he criminally, became your president. So I think that we've gotten to a point where Ghanaians should not sleep. So I would urge that citizens mobilization. People should come out, and from now on, people should be vigilant. Counting will start probably in the next 25 minutes.
Yeah.
In the next 25 minutes, technically, counting will start. And so, if you are home, probably start marching to a polling center. Just go, be a witness to, even if you are not a Jehovah's Witness, but go there and be a witness to whatever is going to take place there, because then for me, I have called the Peace Council. I've called them personally, and I've told them that they should speak. And they said they were going to have a press conference. So I'm still waiting keenly for their press conference. They should tell the soldiers to retreat. We don't need them at any polling center. Generally, the elections have been peaceful. The police have done fantastic. Generally, the elections have been very, 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 very peaceful. Where I voted, the policemen were sitting under some tree within a school compound. They were sitting under some tree, but people had masked up. And I believe that gives the police some buffer. So I got there, greeted everybody. I didn't have my voting card. They looked, put me through, and they found my name. They gave me the sheet. They showed me this is presidential, this is parliamentary, and I voted. So I think that looking at the press conference and the counter press conference, it is important that all of us, let's not sleep. Let's not just hope that you are going to wake up tomorrow morning and the thing is done and dusted, is delivered. You can see there are stories coming out from Eastern region, Ashanti region, that voter turnout is low, very, very, very low. I don't know why they won't vote, but my in-law tells me she's not going to vote. And I say, why won't you vote? She tells me, she gives me various reasons that she will not vote. And I said, oh, just go there. If I don't come, I still be there, even though she's late. She says, no, she's not going to vote. That's her right, to vote or not to vote. So mine is that I think citizens are awake. If you saw the resistance in Ashanti, Obuasi. So this is a caution to the military. If someone is deceiving our military to think that once you have a gun, people will back off. I have said it openly and in various, publications and speaking, that no military under the surface of the earth has ever defeated the will of the people. It will not happen, not in our generation, and not the generation before us, and the generation after us. It will not, happen. And so military officers should know that they are part of the society, and they had the privilege to wear the uniform, be trained and wear the uniform. And so you go in there. America could not defeat Vietnam. Hosni Mubarak in Egypt, the Arab Spring. They couldn't defeat the Arabians in Egypt. They went there with their bare hands. They couldn't defeat them. He gave out. Tunisia, it happened, isn't it? There are several countries. Even in Afghanistan, Americans left, Afghanistan, left all their firearms and everything there on the desert and flew off. I'm sure you saw that video.
Yes.
So I am only bringing in these examples to say, if you are a military officer listening to me today, if you are a general, you are, a senior officer, you are, a man on the field, the soldier on the field, and because whoever sends you out, they tell the person it's an illegitimate order, because until the police gives them the order to go, whatever they are doing, and those people whose faces have been captured. You see, for some of us, I don't lose anything if tomorrow comes and we say these soldiers, look for them and punish them. You know what I'm trying to say? So let's all be Ghanaians. I'm sure you have to be a Ghanaian to be a military officer. So they should respect the sanctity of this country, respect the people, and stay away from civilian populated areas. Let the police and the immigration, fire, what's the name? Fire, immigration, prisons and the rest. They have no complaint that they can't. CDS himself said, they've silenced him. And so some people some people are acting on behalf of the military without the military authority. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So you have a military that is acting without authority from the military.
So those are rogues.
Those are rogues.
Yeah,
you have a military that is acting not from the orders of the military. The military, they have a certain line of command. And you can't go out.
So if you step out of line, then it means you need to be dealt with.
I am sitting here and I have military officers, right from, private soldiers to generals who are sending me messages. Telling me what is going on is a shame. I can show you some of them, but maybe not necessarily. I don't have their permission to show you who they are.
I mean, do we have any indication that the military, those in the military high command, are planning to take steps to deal with the rogue elements?
You see, maybe not officially, but at least I know quite a number of sensible ones. Excuse me to say, quite a number of sensible, level-headed ones. I mean, when you get to a point where they say you are a senior military officer, you are trimmed, though.
Yeah.
You are trimmed. But Ghana here, some of them, the sensible ones, I can tell you that I have evidence. The sensible ones are talking to the other ones who probably because they are mates. When I say they are mates, they are people who might have gone to the academy together. Yeah. There are some of them who even trained most of them.
Okay, all right. Dr. Adambona, we're so grateful that you're here in the studio because you're really giving us some great insights, with regard to the security situation that we're faced with. Now, earlier we reported that in the Tolon area, there were gunshots. One person allegedly had died. Other people had been injured. My colleague Abdul Hanan Adam is at Nyankpala in the Tolon constituency, and let's hear the report that he's got.
Incident. A lot of businesses have closed. The filling station that is over there is no longer operating, and some of the businesses that are here, and you could see that one person has abandoned his business and his motorbike because of what happened, and he just returned to ensure that he closes. And other shops that are here have also closed. It is under lock and key. They've also locked, and I understand that students who are currently in the University for Development Studies in Nyankpala campus have also been advised to stay indoors. And so it is because of what actually transpired. And so what happened? And we understand from police sources that we spoke to the Nyankpala police that is stationed just on my left. That is where the police station is. We spoke to the police there, and they indicate to us that the complaint that came to them is to the effect that there was some alleged sharing of money at one polling station that is just on my right, where allegedly some MPP members were sharing money to voters. And as to why they were sharing that money, the police has not established that to us. They didn't confirm that to us. But what the police sources say is that the NDC supporters actually confronted these individuals, and due to the confrontation, it led to both sides getting physical. And when the thing got physical, I must say, then one way or the other, then the gunshots started. They started shooting. As to who shot first, that we can also confirm, because the police says they are still investigating the matter. But there were a number of gunshots. They were people who had to run for their lives, like I indicated, like people who have their businesses here. One person who we saw in that video being transported in a tricycle, here they call it the yellow or the Mahama Kandu, has been transported to the Tamale Teaching Hospital, where he's currently receiving treatment. And one person has also been confirmed that the police here at the Nyankpala police station have confirmed that one person has died as a result of the confrontation that happened, and this is where he was shot, under this NDC pavilion. And we understand that when the incident happened, a lot of people who were also seated here had to run for their life. So this is where the gentleman was shot and killed. He died on the spot, as we've been told. And so the one other person who has sustained injury is also currently at the Tamale Teaching Hospital receiving treatment. One other thing that I can confirm to you from the police source is that the Member of Parliament for Tolon and who is also the Deputy Majority Whip in Parliament, Habibi Iddrisu, has been invited to the Northern Regional Police Command. The parliamentary candidate for the NDC has also been invited. There are a number of people who have been picked up. Both members of the NDC and the MPP have been picked up, and they are currently at the Northern Regional Police Command assisting the investigation. We understand that from the Nyankpala police station that their statement would be taken, and where found culpable, they will be charged. But because of election today, meaning if they are indeed charged or found to have caused some damages, then they will be processed for court on Monday. That is according to the Nyankpala police that our sources in there, told us. And so this is currently what is happening there. You have some stray animals that are also, on the street. So like I indicated, to my left is the University for Development Studies, which is just a few meters away from where the incident happened. And we also understand that after the shooting incident here, both perpetrators, chased each other towards the Nyankpala campus of the University for Development Studies, and as to what they went there to do, one cannot tell at the moment. We are unable to speak to any eyewitnesses. The people here are not, ready to speak. Actually, as we report now, they've cautioned us that still this area is not safe, and they keep on reminding me that we should try as much as possible and leave this particular area because they do not know whether there will be another reprisal attack. But the military are here, and at one point or the other, when they suspect any vehicle coming, they try as much as possible to do what the police would term as stop and search. So basically that's what they've been doing. So you have somebody who deals in watermelon abandoning his or her business and leaving the premises. So basically this is what happened, but there are few people who are also here. The streets is actually not really calm, but there are people who are still making their way to wherever they are moving to. Still some military vehicles approaching this stress. Even though on our way here, we saw a number of security vehicles, including the police and the military vehicles approaching. So in your shot is another military vehicle that has approached, and the officers who are armed are giving some, directions. So this is the filling station I was talking about. Business activities there has closed. This gentleman has also been stopped, and basically that is what has transpired here. So this is the intersection that connects the Tolon Township and Tamale, and from in your shot or in my from the back, that is the road leading to the Nyankpala Township. So the military are here. The police were also here, and they've made their way to the Tolon Township to control the crowd over there as well. There has been a beef up insecurity at some of the police stations, especially where the confrontation happened, which is just a few meters away from where we are currently stationed. So the police and the military are here to ensure that there's calm here in Nyankpala after the shooting incident that resulted in the death of one person, and one person who is critically injured and has been transported to the Tamale Teaching Hospital to receive treatment. Others, we understand, over 20 of them have also been picked up, and they are currently at the Northern Regional Police Command. The Member of Parliament for Tolon constituency and the Deputy Majority Chief Whip Habibi Iddrisu, including the NDC parliamentary candidate for the area, Dr. Osman Damba, has also been invited. Both candidates have been invited, and they are also currently at the Northern Regional Police Command to assist investigation. Back to you, Lantam and Natalie Fort in studios.
Chair Abdul Hanan Adam there reporting from Nyankpala in the Tolon constituency, indicating that the military have arrived. Dr. Adambona, like you reported there, the military, have arrived in the area because of the tensions in there. I mean, we have been saying that the military should stay back if they are not needed. But it looks like this particular situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is needed. So you can see already one person dead. And you were showing me a message concerning the same area.
Yeah.
And then Yendi.
Yes.
So probably if they are paying attention, they would have to beef up security around these areas. And so this would be some of the work that we would expect the military, if they are called in, because then how would you want to, probably describe it? One person is dead. Do you want 10 people dead before probably you say, oh, they should go in? So seeing them there, I would say, I'm sure the police would have said, if you are close by, come and help us manage the situation, which is what we expect them to do, but not to go into places like UCC and go and try to, intimidate people. We don't want to see them in areas uninvited.
Now, we're just a few minutes, in fact, to 5 p.m.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes to 5 p.m. So voting should be ending anytime soon.
We're seeing a number of these incidents happening towards, the end, really, of polls. Are you concerned about probable post-election violence, somewhat?
Wait. See, it's a yes and no. It's a yes and no because then if the military stays back and the kind of measures I'm told the IGP and the security task force, the team they put in together with EC, everything that is being done now is for EC. It is their work to ensure that they refree this thing, devoid of tension, acrimony and all that. We are told that they are going to have the collation in designated confined areas. So if you don't have, I have accreditation to go to a regional collation center, but I don't think I will go. I don't know. I might not be needed. Maybe because one or two other media houses. So I don't think I will. They will be in a confinement, and therefore I'm not expecting that if you don't have an accreditation pass, you can go in there. In the Western region, 2020, there were issues where some land cruisers were used to, bulldoze their way into coalition centers, and they were swapping in 2020. But there was very little anyone could do. Based on that experience, I think the security task force have put in measures to ensure that these things don't happen. Right. My only problem has to do with the polling centers, but those areas are not too confined. But that is why I am calling for all-out citizen mobilization. Be in your numbers at polling centers.
And for counting to be swift as well.
For counting to be swift. It's now 5 p.m.
5 o'clock on the dot.
5 p.m. I'm sure.
Yeah.
If you are at my polling center and you are not in the queue where I voted, people are the ballot box was full. It means the process very swift. As for that, I think you can always pat the EC in the back and say they've always gotten this aspect very well. They've gotten it, spot on. But the other aspect is when the counting starts. So if the counting can go on very swift, and at the moment I'm expecting the security task force led by Dr. Kufuor I'm sure they have gears, to change gears, and now begin to, re-strategize so that you don't have hoodlums trying to come in because they are losing at a certain polling center, and therefore that will affect, whether you become MP or whatever, and they want to go and foment trouble. But once citizens are vigilant, we saw what happened in Obuasi. One person tackling rogue military officers. I call them rogue military officers. These are criminals. They are not supposed to be there. So you have citizens tackling them, which I think we should do. Our constitution allows us to resist any. If you look at the famous case of Asante versus this police, Asante versus it's a famous case in constitutional law where a police officer tackled a civilian and he beat him up. He ended in court.
It permits us to
it permits us to resist uncalled for unlawful force against us. And so I would say that the law permits us to do that. And I know the police officers who are there would be as civil and they've continued to be civil. But when the military come in and they are not invited, I think citizens should resist them with everything they've got. Everything they've got, they should use it to resist them. Unless we are told that the military are there upon the invitation of the police, i.e. the security task force. If not, there should be, and I won't define how the resistance should be. Resist them with everything. And with the military, they are hearing us. Don't go near a place you have not been invited.
Not been officially invited by
because the truth is that Ghana belongs to all of us. Right. The president said we should be citizens and not spectators. Some of us are old enough to have seen a lot of the coups in this country. And therefore, we have had enough of some of these things, and we want to live in a society where the military respects our rights and dignity, and we would respect them back. But not when, because they have firearms, they would want to intimidate us. No.
Now Dr. Bonas, very, like we said, it's 5-3 now.
Yes, so I'm sure voting would have started in some places.
Absolutely. Counting as well.
Yes, counting would have.
Yes, and very soon we'll be connecting to a lot of our correspondents all across the country and to bring you some updates on that regard.
Voter turnout,
yes.
Right? You were speaking earlier about the Ashanti region specifically. That has been a strong, as we know, is a stronghold of the MPP. This entire election process, campaigning has been heavy in that region. What's your take on the turnout as against the possible results that we'll see?
You see, I'm not a political analyst, but at least I have an idea.
Right, general.
You see, 2016, voter turnout in the voter region, which happens to be the stronghold of the NDC, was low. Voter turnout in areas that probably the NDC, was low. But there was a lot of disgruntled vote. When I say disgruntled vote, you see, we will punish you votes. So people would gladly go and vote for your opponent because they think you have performed abysmally. So I'm sure voter turnout in Greater Accra would be high. I'm sure heavyweights incumbent MPs will lose their seats. And I'm sure it will start coming in and you will see. Because then what I noticed in this particular election among Ghanaians is that you have a lot of the silent majority. Quiet. And yet, when you get the opportunity to talk to them and they have to open up, they tell you that nothing will change what they intend to do. You take Uber, you take taxi, you take trotro, you go to buy kenke, and you stop, and if you speak come to the thing.
There's a sense of where the mind is at.
You see them just say one word, and they begin to vent, begin to talk, and sometimes they even think you are one of the people who has made them, who has impoverished them. And so, for me, I am not surprised that in the stronghold of the MPP and of the MPP Eastern region and Ashanti region. Because then I schooled in Ashanti region, and so I have a lot of mates in Ashanti region. My wife comes from the Eastern region, and so I have an idea of these two, and so I have family who are connected to these places and friends, and they will tell you that and you tell them why. Just go. You can go and vote for. I say no.
It's a case of voter apathy as a Lantana.
Which I think that when the counting begins and the declarations, it will begin to show up. Because I've seen videos of locations where the box where they put the ballot box in, it's almost empty. People are not there in the Eastern region, Ashanti region, and the EC officials are literally quiet. And so I just think it's not a very good thing that you decide that you won't vote. Whatever it is, I would have wished that go out there. Duty. You should be able to say, this time around voting this, this time around voting that. I say, if it's not this person, I'm not voting. I think it's not good. But my prime concern is the security, where I think that we want by tomorrow morning, quarter by 10 p.m., we know who is president or president-elect. I'm sure you, the media, you do it better. You won't do a declaration. But I say, even if you add everything together,
certainly, I mean,
this person will not get this. So I can sit in the comfort of my living room and say, oh, this person is the next president, this person is the MP, without EC. And I hear this year is regional coalition, because the fear is that some people go into the networks and they hack into the system and they are changing things. So right now, if you go to my village, which is, they will make sure that when you get there, they plug you down. Oh, yeah. That's on a lighter note. Get it, yes.
Yes, and so as voting has ended, it's 7 minutes past 5 p.m. So voting is supposed to have ended by this time, and I'm pretty sure by this time a lot of the presiding officers are getting ready to empty the ballot box and begin to sort out the ballot papers and count the ballot papers for us to know who is winning per which polling station, who is winning in the presidential election and who is winning in the parliamentary elections. And very soon, like I've been telling you, we're going to be crossing over to our various correspondents. We've been hearing from them all throughout the day. We started at around 5 a.m. and all throughout the day you've been getting all the updates from our correspondents who are dotted all across the country, from Boko to Accra. We are everywhere, and we'll be bringing you every single update as and when we get those updates. And so you can imagine that we are going to continue in the same vein by bringing you all of these correspondents and their reports as regards the counting of ballots and who is winning where. Of course, deeper into the night, I'm pretty sure you're going to begin to see some of the figures trickle in for us to begin to get a picture of who is winning in which constituency, at which polling stations, and who is winning in which region, and what have you. The Electoral Commission has a collation center which they have granted access to the media. Of course, the media have been granted access to this collation center. And so, at the collation center of the EC, we're also going to be getting feed from there and figures from there, so that we all have a very clear idea of who is winning where. But coming back to you, Dr. Adambona, now that voting has ended, Natalie asked you a question with regard to the aftermath of the voting and the security implications. We know, like we've been emphasizing, that the military would have no business to be anywhere near any polling station unless they are called in to do so. We know that the Election Security Task Force are there at every single polling station. So, I mean, if any man in uniform were to appear, at any, polling station, how should the Elections Security Task Force be handling that? But before I let you answer that question, we want to first of all take you to Bolga Central, where my colleague Musa Lansa is standing by. We want to find out from him. He's been there the entire day, bringing us all of those updates. Musa, if you can hear me, you've been in Bolga the entire day. Where are you now? Have polls closed? Has the counting of ballots begun? What can you report? Right, my colleague Musa Lansa cannot seem to hear me. We'll try and reconnect to him so that he can bring us that update from the Borgatanga Central constituency. And that is where he's been, and he's also been crisscrossing and bringing us a lot of updates from other constituencies within the Bolga and the Upper East enclave. Yes, Musa, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear.
Right. What can you report? Yes, Musa, I can see you. Talk to me. Talk to us. We're eager to know what you can report to us. It's 11 minutes past 5 p.m. Have the polls closed? What is happening?
Well, Lantom, I'm currently at the Adabasi GHS polling station in the Bolga Central constituency. In the Upper East region, remember, over 741,288 people were expected to vote today in over 1,500 polling stations. And just here at the Adabasi Junior High School, voting is just ending. I understand they had a couple of challenges this morning, so voting started a bit late. So I'm just going to engage the presiding officer here to find out how voting has been the whole day and what the challenges they faced today has been like. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Please, your name.
I'm called Mohammed Godfred, please.
Mohammed, we understand you started late. What really happened?
No, we had a challenge with the machines. So we really have to call the office to come and rectify the problem. So that was the reason why we started late.
So now, how many people have voted so far and how many people do you have on this register?
We actually have around 459. Actually, that's the actual the voters register. And then as of now, we still haven't finished, so we can't actually give you the total. If I say this, it might look like we won't get the accurate number. But I think we've gotten over 300 voters in this polling station. Yes, please.
So aside the machines malfunctioning early this morning, what other challenges did you face as a team here?
I think everything is smooth. Everything is smooth. Apart from the machine that had early problems. I think that's the only challenge that we had.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, so that's the presiding officer for the Adabasi GHS.
But Musa, if you can hear me, Musa, if you can hear me,
so they visited more than 10 polling stations across the Upper East region. We were in the Bolga Central, Borga East, as well as the Zebila constituencies, where we visited some polling stations. One of the things we observed, especially in the Zebila constituency, is that they had a very high turnout in most of the polling stations we visited. We started from the Binaba area, where we saw huge numbers coming out at the various polling stations we visited. What we understand is that a lot of people from that constituency came down from Accra and then Kumasi and other parts of the country to be a part of this exercise. The race in the Upper East region is a very interesting one. When you come to the Bolga Central constituency, you have the incumbent MP, who is also the minority spokesperson for finance, coming up against the former regional secretary of the governing MPP, Elvis. And from social media, you understand that the race has been a very interesting one. People from the governing MPP are thinking of causing an upset in the Borga Central constituency. Then when you go to the Zebila constituency, it's a similar story that is being told. You have two new faces, Dr. John Kingsley Kurgu coming up against Ebenezer Ndebila of the NDC. And these two are taken over from two people who have become members of parliament for that constituency. Ketu South, the longest serving member of parliament for the Zebila constituency. And then Fuseni Adongo, a former deputy Upper East regional minister. So the MPP and the NDC in Zebila are presenting entirely new candidates for this year's elections. Navrongo Central is another interesting race to look out for, as well as the China Paga constituency. These are constituencies where entirely new candidates are being presented to the people to make a choice. Clementa Park is also facing a stiff challenge from the DC of the Wasa South constituency. And then when you go to the Pusiga constituency, the CEO of the National Food Buffer Stock Company is coming up against the incumbent member of parliament, Ajay Ladi Ayamba, and it's also a very keen race to look out for. So the Upper East region, largely, aside from reports we had from the China Paga constituency, where we understand there were some misunderstanding between the NDC's candidate and the MPP's candidate, the region has been largely peaceful, with a few issues of misunderstandings, especially with how some persons with disability are supported by either people they trust or an elections officer to go in to vote. In some areas, some political party agents, they don't agree to the presiding officers supporting the persons with disability to vote or help them vote, as it were. And so some misunderstandings happen, but after some few minutes, cool heads prevail. So generally in the Upper East region, it's been a very peaceful exercise. No skirmishes aside from what we heard from the China Paga constituency. Lantam.
Very well, Musa Lansa, thank you very much for bringing us that update. And Musa reports that in the Upper East region, seemingly there was quite a good voter turnout. I will switch our attention to another constituency. Natalie, where are we going?
Absolutely. Now we're heading to the Tolon constituency. Our reporter Abdul Hanan Adam just brought us a few updates from there not too long ago. Hanan, what more do you have to share? Any developments so far? Hanan, what more do you have to share currently? Voting has ended at 5 p.m. Has it ended there? And what more can you report? Well, our reporter Abdul Hanan Adam there. We were certainly working the line to reach him to give us an update. I saw quite a number of people standing behind him, so I'm wondering if there's still a queue and they're almost.
Well, but it looks like a lot of people are gathering, to begin to witness the counting, of the ballots.
That is what it should
polls
be.
are expected to have closed by now. Yeah, he's in the Tolong constituency
within the northern region. So we'll re-engage him and get updates.
We'll try and reconnect with him. I believe that he's
in Sagnarigu, actually constituency.
Right.
That's where he's going to be joining us from and giving us updates from there. Hanan, I believe you are hearing me now. Give us an update as to what's happening currently in that constituency.
Well, Natalie Falls, we are currently in Kasalogo, which is in the Sanargo constituency. And from the background, you could tell that there are still a number of people who are still in the queue. Quite a number of them, over 100 of them, who are currently in the queue. It's past 5 p.m. past voting time, but these people are still in the queue and are yet to be verified before they make their way to the ballot booth to cast their ballot. But what has brought us here, we do not know. But the very best person to let us understand the situation here in Kasalogo, quite a number of polling stations that we have here. It is a cluster of polling stations, and unfortunately, almost every polling